Chapter 1. The Abduction of the Bridal Palanquin. And Yunxi was dead. In her final moments, she clutched the incomplete body of the one she cherished most. The heat was overwhelming, the crimson curtains billowed, and she felt as though she were trapped in a nightmarish reverie, drifting like a mayfly upon the surface of the sea, unable to reach the shore. Her eyelids fluttered, and she strained to open her eyes, the darkness slowly morphing into a hazy vision, revealing a familiar face within arm's reach. The instant she recognized the man before her, and Yunxi instinctively raised her soft, feeble arms and embraced him tightly. "Your Highness!" Ajn. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she leaned forward, tilting her head to press her lips against his. The memories before she lost consciousness lingered vividly. She remembered how he had plunged into the trap set for her, determined to lead her to safety. She recalled the moment when a rain of arrows descended upon them. He shielded her with his own body, soothing her with gentle words. "Sire, do not be afraid." Rusty arrows pierced his flesh, blood seeping from the chinks in his armor. In that moment, he became a demonic warrior, using his body as a shield and his blade to reap lives, forcefully carving a path through the throngs of enemies surrounding them. He believed that his life could be exchanged for hers, unaware that before his arrival, she had already been poisoned by the very person she had once trusted most, leaving her with no hope of survival. Ling Fengjun. As the regent of Bailing, commanding hundreds of thousands of troops, how could he be so foolish? Her warm lips brushed against his slightly cold ones. Yet, Yunxi did not receive an immediate response. The man before her tensed, his muscles coiling like a spring, and a shadow of astonishment crossed his sharp, deep-set eyes. Ling Fengjun stood momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed upon her flushed face illuminated by candlelight. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on his pale skin, and after a prolonged silence, he released her chin, his lips parting. With a hint of coldness in his smile, he scrutinized her as if trying to fathom her thoughts. "Sire, do you think that by cooperating like this, you can lower my guard, ensnaring me in your trap to escape?" Ling Fengjun's lips curled into a chilling arc, his eyes dark and profound as ancient wells. "Let me be perfectly clear. That is utterly impossible." And Yunxi's mind was clouded with an overwhelming influx of information. The unfamiliar icy tone rendered her momentarily speechless. A sudden, tearing pain coursed through her body, causing her to furrow her brow and emit a soft groan. It felt as if she were being split in two, and her head spun, the unbearable heat threatening to consume her. Though she was tightly constrained, an unexpected sense of security enveloped her, for the atmosphere was saturated with Ling Fengjun's presence. Had she not perished? Had she and Ling Fengjun both survived? Surviving even that dire predicament felt like a divine blessing from this moment forth. She vowed to remain by his side for eternity. Perhaps due to her weakened state, and Yunxi once again succumbed to an endless darkness. The pain within her body felt as though it had been crushed underfoot. This time, and Yunxi finally opened her eyes fully, taking in the room's opulent decor. The vibrant crimson curtains and the wedding bed, so reminiscent from her distant memory. As she attempted to rise, a figure approached her. "Your Highness, lunch is prepared for you. Please eat a little," spoke a young maid, her voice tinged with nervousness as she bowed her head. Upon recognizing the maid's face, Yunxi was taken aback. "Chunyu, did you not leave the estate?" Chunyu appeared bewildered. "I do not understand what you mean, my lady." Realizing something was amiss, Yunxi immediately stood, her legs trembling and weak. She steadied herself against the headboard, observing the room that mirrored her memories of the bridal chamber that had long since been consumed by flames. A sudden premonition surged within her. She inhaled deeply and inquired, "Chunyu, what year and day is it today?" Chunyu promptly replied, "Your Highness, today is the 7th day of the 3rd month in the 39th year of Tiansheng." It was as if a firework had exploded in her mind, and Yunxi comprehended with clarity that she had been reborn. Reborn on the day 3 years prior, when Ling Fengjun had abducted her. The 39th year of Tiansheng witnessed a widely known event. The crown prince of Bailing, Ling Chongyue, was to wed her, the legitimate daughter of a general. And Yunxi, having known the crown prince since childhood, had long been captivated by his elegant and noble demeanor, eagerly anticipating this day for years. Yet as she sat in the bridal palanquin, anxiously awaiting entry into the Eastern Palace, unforeseen calamity struck, and she was abducted. The one who orchestrated her abduction was none other than the formidable regent of Bailing, Ling Fengjun. That very night, Yunxi became his woman in a bridal chamber he had prepared in advance. Upon awakening the next day, her heart brimmed with hatred for the regent who had committed such an act, longing to exact vengeance upon him. The bitterness of being robbed of her dignity and the humiliation she endured made her feel as though her life had been irreparably marred by this detestable man, and she remained imprisoned there for many days. In retrospect, Yunxi perceived her former self as somewhat pitiable, having misjudged those around her, her heart misplaced. Had she not eventually uncovered the truth, she might have harbored resentment for Ling Fengjun for a lifetime. The door to the bridal chamber creaked open, and Yunxi instinctively looked up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. A figure stepped into the lavish bridal chamber, a man in his mid-20s, broad-shouldered and slender-waisted, clad in a dark, luxurious robe adorned with python patterns, his jade belt cinched tightly, his matching boots accentuating his stature. She gazed upward. His exquisite features captured her attention. His countenance was sculpted with divine precision, deep-set eyes and thin lips, complemented by the striking blue eyes inherited from his mother, a beauty of the western regions. The man, crowned with ink-black hair, bore a cold expression as he fixed his gaze upon Yunxi and spoke, "If you do not eat properly, do not force me to feed you myself." In this moment of reunion after death, Yunxi felt a surge of emotions rising within her. Ling Fengjun had been the first to lose his life. They had once hidden together in a pitch-black cave, where no divine intervention occurred. He had bled to death in her arms, rendering the man before her almost ethereal. Tears welled in Yunxi's eyes as she took hesitant steps toward Ling Fengjun, the room steeped in silence, every heartbeat resounding like a drumbeat in her ears. Chapter 2. At your leisure, standing before Ling Fengjun, Yunxi bit her lip and then raised a hand. However, in the next moment, her wrist was firmly grasped by Ling Fengjun. His lips parted slightly as he coldly remarked, "Do you intend to strike this prince?" Despite having her wrist held, Yunxi felt no anger. In her previous life, upon awakening, she had collapsed in tears, smashing everything in the room before delivering a merciless slap to Ling Fengjun upon his entrance. Yet, she too had been seized by the wrist. This time, however, Yunxi only wished to caress Ling Fengjun and Appo's face. His icy demeanor instilled fear in countless individuals within the capital, and some even whispered of him as a tyrant. In her past life, driven by resentment, Yunxi regarded Ling Fengjun as her sworn enemy, desperately seeking to harm him. Ultimately, her efforts were in vain. No matter the means she employed, Ling Fengjun remained unyielding, his expression frozen, even punishing her to the point of immobility. It was a bitter experience. Yunxi felt those memories fading, but now, reflecting on them, her heart was a tumult of emotions. She had never imagined that a second chance would bring such a mixture of feelings. At this very moment, the two locked eyes in silence. Yunxi gazed deeply into Ling Fengjun's eyes and suddenly smiled, her brows arched like crescent moons reflecting autumn waters. How delightful! She could clearly see his expression stiffen. Though he appeared as cold as ever, she discerned the cracks in his icy facade. The fingers gripping her wrist loosened, but Yunxi paid no heed. Instead, she embraced Ling Fengjun and Appo's waist and threw herself into his arms. She whispered softly, "This subject has long admired the prince. To be by your side now is a stroke of fortune beyond measure. Not merely 3 lives." She felt as if she had exhausted 10 lifetimes of luck to see Ling Fengjun again. In her previous life, she had been blinded by the prince's facade, failing to recognize the one who truly loved her, who was always by her side, yet pushed away due to countless misunderstandings. Not in this life. Ling Fengjun, feeling the soft warmth of the woman in his embrace, found his heart in disarray. His fingers curled slightly, tightening and then releasing. His lips moved, but no words escaped. After a prolonged silence, his expression gradually softened, his phoenix eyes narrowing slightly, yet within their deep, dark blue depths lay an unfathomable abyss. "Axie, this is what you said." He had emerged from his earlier shock. The corners of his lips lifted slightly, akin to a hunter who had meticulously set a trap, awaiting his prey. Ling Fengjin swiftly encircled in Yunxi's slender waist, decisively leaning down to kiss her slightly swollen lips. He had presumed she would instinctively recoil, repulsed by him, but instead, she stood still, eyes closed, as if surrendering herself entirely. At your leisure, Ling Fengjin and Oppose. His heart raced uncontrollably. He stifled his emotions, repeatedly reminding himself not to be deceived by this little fox before him. He must not fall for her tricks. After all, this woman was no delicate flower, but the renowned daughter of a general, a cunning little vixen. The maid, Chunyu, had wisely excused herself from the scene. Such a spectacle was beyond her daring to witness, fearing the next moment might bring the prince to declare he would pluck out her eyes. In the room, it was only the two of them, and Yunxi felt a dizzying sensation from the kiss. Fortunately, Ling Fengjin had no intention of suffocating her. Instead, he lifted her and placed her upon a nearby pearwood chair. His phoenix eyes narrowed as he regarded the still-dazed Yunxi, a cheerful tone escaping his lips. "Shall we dine? Or does this prince need to feed you?" And Yunxi suddenly snapped to attention. She hastily sought out chopsticks, only to discover the table was devoid of any utensils. Instinctively, she turned to Ling Fengjin, recognizing the familiar routine. After a moment and Oppo's contemplation, and Yunxi obediently nodded at Ling Fengjin, her voice soft, cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Then, "I must trouble the prince." Though they were akin to an old married couple now, she still felt a twinge of embarrassment deep within her heart when facing Ling Fengjin. In her previous life, she had protested with a hunger strike, disregarding all the sumptuous delicacies brought to her. Now, gazing at the lavish spread before her, she regretted her past actions deeply, realizing it was a gross waste. Ling Fengjin, hearing her words, lowered his gaze, his expression inscrutable. Just as Yunxi anticipated a tender moment, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside, and a servant entered. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince requests an audience." Upon hearing the title Crown Prince, Yunxi's body stiffened, her fingers instinctively clenching. Ling Fengjin, ever observant of her expressions, noted the darkening emotions within his own eyes. He rose and inquired, "What does he want?" The servant replied. The Crown Prince stated that a robber captured yesterday claimed to be from the Jin Wangfu, so he has come to search for the whereabouts of the Crown Princess. And Yunxi and Oppo's thoughts drifted into memories. In her previous life, she had never heard of the Crown Prince visiting the estate, for she had never shared such a peaceful meal with Ling Fengjin. Yet, the incident of the regent sending individuals to abduct the bridal sedan was hardly a secret. Many in the capital were aware of the truth. Hence, it was entirely reasonable for the Crown Prince to come. Ling Fengjin stood, his gaze icy. This prince shall see what he wants. And Yunxi suddenly lifted her eyes to Ling Fengjin, her tone tinged with urgency. "Your Highness, I wish to accompany you." Ling Fengjin turned slightly, his gaze as cold as winter ice, causing Yunxi to shiver involuntarily. "You wish to inform the Crown Prince of your presence here, so he might rescue you?" He could not afford to relax. Otherwise, Yunxi would undoubtedly devise means to escape his grasp. He would not allow her to marry any man but himself. Suddenly, Ling Fengjin turned to Yunxi, raising a finger to gently trace her neck, where remnants of his marks from the previous night lingered. It was as if he sought to imprint every trace of himself upon her, filled with overwhelming possessiveness. Yet, Yunxi felt no fear. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with defiance as she raised an eyebrow provocatively. Could it be that the prince fears the Crown Prince will reclaim me? In her previous life, she had been deceived by his demeanor, believing him to be the cold-hearted, cruel man he appeared. But who would have thought that beneath this rigid exterior? Ling Fengjin and Oppo's voice interrupted her reverie. Chapter 3. Enchanting Temptation. The man and Oppo's voice was cold and deep, as if deliberately reminding her. "Or do you wish for the Crown Prince to see that your entire being is marked by this prince?" Indeed. Seizing the moment, Yunxi seamlessly continued Ling Fengjin and Oppo's line of thought, her crimson lips curving into a seductive smile. Her beauty was striking, having been a stunning figure since childhood, and now she had blossomed into an exquisite woman, reminiscent of a peony in full bloom. and Yunxi leaned closer, rising on her toes to draw nearer to the regent. Ling Fengjin, I want the crown prince to see that every part of me belongs to the prince. She grasped the regent's hand, even guiding it to rest on her waist. Ling Fengjin and Amp, Oppo's hand, callous from martial training, felt warm against her skin, igniting a blush on Yunxi's cheeks as she suddenly regretted her overt boldness. Ling Fengjin's eyes were deep as the abyss, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yunxi, smoldering with an intense fire. Even without her provocation, he found himself irresistibly drawn to embrace her, let alone now that she was actively enticing him. Even if a trap lay ahead, a bottomless chasm, he felt powerless to resist the urge to leap into it. However, there was an issue outside that required resolution. Having committed to this course of action, Ling Fengjin would never turn back. He suddenly lowered his gaze to Yunxi and spoke in a low voice. Very well. I shall take you there. The consequences are yours to bear. And Yunxi nodded eagerly, assuring him, Rest assured, my lord, I shall not speak carelessly. Ling Fengjin found it impossible to discern Yunxi's thoughts. When she returned last night, she had already succumbed to unconsciousness due to the effects of the drug. Yet he understood her nature. Knowing that she had been abducted and lost her chance to marry the crown prince, she would undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated hatred towards him. He had long prepared himself to face her wrath. Even if it meant imprisoning her, he would never let her go. Yet, to his surprise, events were not unfolding as he had anticipated. Ling Fengjin arranged for Yunxi to change into a new outfit, deliberately choosing a striking red gown adorned with peonies, accentuating her beauty. Even if it proclaimed to the world that he had seized the crown princess, there was no one in the entire northern Ling kingdom who could challenge him. Ling Fengjin possessed that confidence, and Yunxi was also eager to meet her old acquaintance. In her previous life, she had grown up with him, and from the moment she learned at 13 that she had a chance to become the crown princess, her heart had been wholly devoted to the crown prince, Ling Changyue. He had showered her with affection, leading her to believe they were mutually enamored. Yet, she eventually discovered that the crown prince and Oppo's affections lay with her younger half-sister, and Rushue, who was frail and strikingly beautiful. The crown prince intended to marry her, but was compelled by the Empress Dowager's decree to take Yunxi as his bride, as a legitimate daughter, and Rushue was not even qualified to ascend to the position of crown princess. And Yunxi once thought that Ling Fengjin had forcefully taken her, driven by lust, but later learned that she had lost consciousness due to a premeditated drug administered to her before her wedding procession. The drug rendered her senseless just as she was to disembark the palanquin, and at that moment, seeing any man would have made her uncontrollably leap into his embrace, leading to disgrace and the loss of her virtue. At that point, not only would she lose the chance to be crown princess, but no man, even from a common family, would desire to wed a woman of such scandalous reputation. With her lashes lowered, and Yunxi concealed all her emotions. After dressing and adorning herself, she smiled at Ling Fengjin, who had been waiting at the door. Her willow-like brows and bright apricot eyes made her appear like a living painting. My lord, shall we depart? And Yunxi extended her hand naturally. It lingered before Ling Fengjin for a moment before being enveloped by his larger hand. In the guest hall of the Jun Wang Fu, many awaited their arrival. The young crown prince, Ling Changyue, wore a grim expression. At just 18, he possessed a refined countenance, exuding an air of cultured nobility with every gesture. Suddenly, Your Highness, the Wang Yi has arrived, a servant announced, prompting the crown prince to rise immediately, turning his gaze to the entrance. Upon seeing the tall man striding forward, he promptly bowed in greeting. The Wang Yi was the Emperor and Oppo's younger brother, the youngest son of the late emperor. The crown prince was obliged to address him as an Amp, Oppo's uncle, and Amp, Oppo's. I have met you, uncle. His expression was far from pleasant, with dark circles under his eyes, clearly having endured a sleepless night. Though the outcome of the regent and Oppo's abduction was beneficial for him, it had undeniably tarnished his reputation, subjecting him to immense pressure from all sides. His father and mother had commanded him to retrieve the crown princess within 3 days. Deep down, he was reluctant. Yet, he had to maintain appearances demonstrating a semblance of affection while condemning Ling Fengjin, ensuring that the ministers and citizens of the capital recognized the regent and amp, Oppo's audacity and disregard for propriety. And Yunxi, a girl with a penchant for wielding weapons since childhood, had often climbed walls and frequented brothels. Lacking any redeeming qualities apart from her beauty, how could he allow such a woman to become his crown princess? As Ling Fengjin entered the room, he merely cast a casual glance at the crown prince before taking a seat. The crown prince sensed something amiss as he approached. Noticing a woman following Ling Fengjin, whose graceful figure and stunning beauty, clad in a vibrant red gown adorned with peonies, made her even more alluring. Chapter for last night. They must have. She glided past him, her gaze unwavering, not even sparing him a glance. The crown prince instinctively called out, Yunxi, though devoid of love. The facade of intimacy had to be upheld. After all, while Yunxi's father held a mediocre position in the court of Bailing, her two uncles wielded the very lifeblood of the nation, making it imperative not to offend them. Upon hearing the crown prince call her name, and Yunxi halted, turning to stand beside Ling Fengjin, her gaze landing on the crown prince. Your Highness, she spoke slowly, each word seemingly chewed over by her incisors. Hatred surged like wildfire in her mind, spreading rampantly. Yet, Yunxi maintained a smile as she regarded the crown prince. Concern etched on his face, he inquired, Yunxi, how are you? Did the emperor's uncle do anything to you? Standing next to Ling Fengjin, Yunxi faced the crown prince with a bright smile. Responding with a puzzled tone, what could his highness do to me? Am I not standing here quite well? The crown prince felt increasingly unsettled. He could not fathom why Yunxi was present here, nor why her demeanor differed so starkly from his expectations. Just yesterday, Ruoxue had assured him that the potion had been successfully administered in Yunxi's water before her departure, guaranteeing absolute success. Therefore, she and Ling Fengjin must have. How could Yunxi, upon discovering her forced marriage and lost virtue, appear so composed and well-dressed in front of him? Where had the plan gone awry? The crown prince lowered his gaze, completely lost in thought, his mind a tumult of confusion. And Yunxi could easily discern the turmoil within him. She felt a wave of scornful mockery within her. After a prolonged silence, the crown prince regained his composure and spoke. Yunxi, you vanished during yesterday and Oppo's wedding, and I was deeply worried for you. I do not understand why the emperor and Oppo's uncle would send someone to disrupt the wedding. I implore him to release you so that I may take you back to complete our unfinished nuptials. And Yunxi smirked, her heart filled with cold laughter. If not for Ling Fengjin seizing the bridal sedan, she could only imagine the humiliation she would have faced at the banquet. Just the thought of that scene made her realize that, upon regaining consciousness, she might have dashed herself to death. Ironically, after being abducted in her past life, she never contemplated self-harm. Instead, her every thought revolved around how to deal with Ling Fengjin, even contemplating a mutual demise. How laughable that they had indeed perished on the same day, at the same moment, entwined in each other into Oppo's embrace. And Yunxi suddenly scoffed, her gaze icy as she fixed it on the crown prince. Your Highness, had I truly vanished, my body would likely have already grown cold. It is not the prince who abducted me, but rather, I willingly accompanied him. Ling Fengjin abruptly raised his gaze, a fierce light flashing in his phoenix eyes, astonished as his glance settled on Yunxi's face. Today, Yunxi had astonished him far too many times, leading him to believe she had indeed undergone a profound change. The crown prince, momentarily speechless, finally regained his composure. Yunxi, I know you are being coerced. Please come back with me, and I shall seek justice for my father. Uncle Jean, you must provide an explanation for this abduction. Otherwise, I shall not rest until I have my answers. The youthful crown prince's face flushed with anger, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Ling Fengjin. Witnessing this scene, Yunxi found it utterly ridiculous. Recalling how she had once mourned for the tumultuous relationship between the two men in her previous life, the crown prince's anger stemmed not from concern for her, but rather from the damage to his reputation caused by the actions of the regent. Ling Fengjin finally spoke, his gaze sharp as a blade. instilling fear in those who met it. "How shall I provide you with an explanation?" The crown prince, gritting his teeth, replied, "Surely, you must release the crown princess and confess." At these words, Ling Fengjin and Appo's expression morphed into a sardonic smile, seated with an air of authority that surpassed even that of the crown prince. Before him, the crown prince appeared as fragile as a child. "Who dares to demand a confession from me?" The crown prince fell momentarily silent, with the emperor gravely ill and bedridden. All power in the court was now firmly in Ling Fengjin's grasp. He perused every memorial submitted to the throne. Ling Fengjin was undeniably the true regent of Bailing. The crown prince clenched his jaw. "Uncle, putting aside other matters, do you not fear the ridicule of the world for seizing your nephew and Appo's fiancé?" Ling Fengjin and Appo's lips parted slightly. "Who dares mock me? I shall ensure they never laugh again." The crown prince fell silent. Suddenly, Ling Fengjin reached out, pulling Yunxi into his embrace and seating her upon his lap. Yunxi was initially startled, glancing at Ling Fengjin, but offering no substantial resistance. It echoed her earlier assertion. She would comply obediently. The crown prince, witnessing this, clenched his hands tightly at his sides, with numerous servants and attendants observing. He felt that Ling Fengjin was openly slapping his face. His fiancée, he had been usurped, and he could not reclaim her. Such news would surely lead to whispers branding him a coward unworthy of being the crown prince of Bailing. Taking a deep breath, the crown prince declared, "Should the Marquis of learn of how his niece is being humiliated by your hands, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you. I trust you do not wish to invite such trouble. I implore you to release my fiancée." Hearing the crown prince resort to invoking her uncle only served to amuse Yunxi. Her uncle, having inherited the title of Marquis, was a valiant figure, commanding significant military power, and was one of the few in the court capable of standing up to royal relatives. It was not merely his status, but also his uncompromising nature, his fiery temperament, and his fierce protectiveness of Yunxi that made him formidable. After all, the Marquisate was male-dominated, and with only Yunxi as the sole daughter of the previous generation, she was cherished and spoiled by her family. With both the general and Appo's mansion and the Marquisate as her backing, and Yunxi was one of the most formidable ladies in the capital, growing up without anyone daring to offend or bully her. Even the royal princesses granted her respect, and she was long considered the intended crown princess. Yet, the crown prince had reduced her to a mere pawn in his game against the regent, viewing her uncle as a useful weapon. Before Ling Fengjin could respond, Yunxi impatiently interjected, "Do you not understand what I am saying, Your Highness? It is my choice to marry the prince. Why do you summon my uncle?" Yunxi retorted coldly. The crown prince, however, merely frowned, dismissing her words. To him, Yunxi had always yearned to be his wife, striving to learn the courtly arts for years to ascend to the position of crown princess. Even though she had once shown disdain for such pursuits, she had diligently applied herself, determined to be worthy of him. Despite her earlier capriciousness, the current Yunxi had seemingly transformed, and he found himself somewhat satisfied. "Uncle, upon learning that Yunxi was with you, I have already sent word to the Marquisate and the family. They should be arriving shortly." Ling Fengjin's grip on Yunxi's wrist tightened slightly. Though her previous remarks had taken him aback, he would not let his guard down. In his possession, how could one possibly relinquish it? Not even the heavenly emperor himself could compel such a surrender. "Axi, you should return to your room. Regardless of how many individuals may arrive, he shall manage them in his own way." And Yunxi was taken aback, yet a sense of apprehension lingered in her heart. Her uncle had quite the explosive temperament, and Ling Fengjin was not one to indulge in explanations. The clash between these two was bound to result in a tumultuous confrontation, one that could shake the very heavens and earth. In her previous life, she had heard tales of her uncle's suffering and injury, lying bedridden for an entire month. "Your Highness, the members of the Marquis and Appo's household have arrived, and there are quite a few of them." Chapter 5. A bride in distress upon hearing the commotion. Ling Fengjin lifted his gaze towards the entrance, where a group of individuals burst in. Despite the valiant efforts of the palace guards to thwart their advance, The leader swiftly incapacitated them, and Yunxi soon recognized the imposing middle-aged man at the forefront. He was tall and robust, with a beard framing a face marked by a pair of piercing, dark eyes that gleamed with a predatory intensity reminiscent of a hawk. A scar, a remnant of a bygone conflict, marred the corner of his right eye, rendering him a formidable figure. "I have met His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince and Prince Jean," announced Nguo, who then positioned himself in the center of the hall. Anxiety etched across his features as he cast a worried glance towards Yunxi. "Xia, are you unharmed?" And Yunxi observed her uncle's face, her eyes slightly moistening. In her previous life, she had been devastated by the news of her uncle's demise on the battlefield before her own tragic end. The Yin family was renowned for its military lineage, with the entire Nguo residence composed of warriors. The family name was Du. Her mother was named Du Linglan, and her uncle was Du Pingjiang, a name symbolizing the pacification of the realm. She quickly shook her head. "Uncle, please do not worry. Yunxi is fine." Her uncle and Appo's countenance darkened with indignation. His fists clenched as if ready to charge forth and reclaim his niece. The crown prince stepped forward, addressing him directly. "Nguo, Yunxi has suffered indignities and is surely fearful of your displeasure, hence her silence. On the day of her wedding, she was brazenly abducted. Such actions by Prince Jean are tantamount to ruining her life. His interference in such a moment demonstrates a blatant disregard for both the crown prince and you, Nguo. One could not deny the crown prince and Appo's skill in sowing discord." Nguo and Appo's expression darkened further, and in a sudden outburst, he drew his sword from his waist and plunged it into the ground before him. The collision of metal against stone resonated with a deafening clang, shattering the tiles beneath. And Yunxi gasped in shock at the unfolding scene, her heart sinking. "If you do not release she and Appo's today, then let us settle this with a duel," Nguo declared. Ling Fengjun remained unperturbed, rising from his seat to approach. The crown prince and Appo's gaze followed him, a clear gleam of anticipation in his eyes. Sensing the escalating tension, and Yunxi sprang to her feet and positioned herself between the two men, extending her arms to shield her uncle. If a confrontation were to ensue, three uncles could not possibly contend with one Ling Fengjun. She had witnessed this firsthand. "Your Highness, please refrain from violence," she implored. Nguo, his voice softened from behind her, urged. "She and Appo's, step aside. I must take you home. I cannot face your mother without you." Turning her head, and Yunxi insisted, "Uncle, the prince has not wronged me. Neither of you should engage in conflict." Nguo hesitated, but upon noticing the distinct red marks on her neck, his eyes filled with concern. "If he has not wronged you, then how did you acquire those wounds?" "Wounds? What wounds?" And Yunxi momentarily faltered, her heart racing as she sensed her uncle and Appo's scrutinizing gaze upon her collar. Oh dear, this could be misconstrued. Such marks were not meant for public view. Yet Ling Fengjun had been rather ferocious last night. Even clad in high-necked attire, she had been unable to conceal them completely. Instinctively, she raised her hands to shield her neck, tugging at her collar, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Uncle, there is nothing to worry about. I am unscathed." Nguo and Appo's expression deepened with concern. To him, her reassurances sounded like a deliberate faade, an attempt to shield him from worry while she bore the burden of her own suffering. If Ling Fengjun was capable of such abduction, how could he treat his niece with kindness? "She and Appo's, please come to your uncle. I will take you away immediately. Your mother has spent a sleepless night worrying for you. She must see you to be at ease." The thought of her mother stirred in Yunxi and Appo's heart, momentarily unsettling her. She longed to see her mother once more, yet now she needed to clarify the misunderstanding between her uncle and Ling Fengjun. Understanding the prince and Appo's temperament, she recognized his fierce and possessive nature. Thus, she had to find a way to soothe this lion guarding his territory. "Uncle, it is not as you think. In truth, the prince did not harm me. He was protecting me." This revelation left Nguo momentarily speechless. How could that be? The crown prince himself has declared that Prince Jean abducted you. Do not speak such things out of fear of him, my dear. And Yunxi found herself at a loss for words. Why did her uncle not believe her at this critical moment? It is not as you imagine, uncle. Please return home. I will explain everything to you in due course. Do not let yourself be used as a pawn. The one truly seeking to harm me is not the prince, but another entirely. As she stepped closer to clarify, her wrist was suddenly seized from behind. Ling Fengjun and Amp, Oppo's grip tightened around her hand, his gaze dark and serious, as if he feared she might escape. Was he attempting to seize this opportunity to flee the royal residence? He would not afford her that chance. Someone, escort the lady back to her chambers. He commanded. Yes, your highness. After all, this was the domain of the royal palace. Flanking them were the palace guards and servants, including Chun Yu. She and another maid swiftly approached Yunxi. Madam, please come with us. And Yunxi shook her head, refusing to glance at the maids attempting to escort her. Instead, she pivoted and grasped Ling Fengjuan's hand firmly. Looking up, she spoke earnestly. Your highness, I entered the royal residence yesterday clad in bridal attire. Therefore, I am yours now. Moreover, even if I were to return, I could never marry again. I do not wish to become a nun in a temple. Her voice was gentle, appealing to both reason and emotion. At last, her words seemed to quell Ling Fengjun and Oppo's turbulent feelings. He gazed intensely into her eyes and asked, Is this truly how you feel? And Yunxi could not help but smile. What else could it be? There's an old adage. When you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. If I marry a prince, I shall naturally follow him. Ling Fengjuan's lips tightened further, interpreting in Yunxi and Oppo's words as a veiled insult. Yet, he had no evidence to support his suspicions. The crown prince, observing the atmosphere shift within Yunxi and Oppo's words, suddenly interjected. Yunxi, the situation is not beyond redemption. The fault lies with Prince Jin, not with you. As long as you return to my side, the position of crown princess will still be yours. Chapter 6. The Green Hat and Yunxi felt an overwhelming urge to glare fiercely at the crown prince and unleash a torrent of scorn upon him. After painstakingly soothing his temper, his one careless remark had rendered her efforts futile. Ling Fengjun narrowed his eyes, the depths of his phoenix-like gaze brimming with latent danger. While his dark blue orbs mirrored in Yunxi's visage, splendid, the crown prince is indeed deeply infatuated with you. Ling Fengjun was inherently suspicious. She could not alter his perception with mere words, and his domineering nature only complicated matters. In her previous life, it took countless trials for them to finally resolve their misunderstandings after 3 long years. Yet, scarcely had their relationship begun to blossom when the tragic event occurred, leading to their demise together in that dark, cold cave. And Yunxi blinked, gazing into Ling Fengjun and Oppo's profound eyes, and suddenly rose on her toes to plant a kiss upon him. The onlookers around them were left in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Well, with so many witnesses, even if she returned home, her prospects for marriage would be utterly ruined. Her reputation would be in tatters. Prince Jun, you must take responsibility, she thought to herself. The last time she had kissed him, no one had been around. Even the maidservants had discreetly retreated. But now, in the glaring public eye, and Yunxi had to contemplate the implications for her reputation. Others might have been oblivious, but her proactive kiss would soon spread like wildfire, and she could only imagine the scandalous tales that would ensue. Ling Fengjuan's throat bobbed, and at that moment, the tension he had been holding began to dissipate noticeably. Axie. And Yunxi resolved to embrace this reckless abandon. Even if Ling Fengjun remained unconvinced and others branded her shameless, she no longer cared. Having tasted death once, her sole desire now was to cherish the present. She would not allow trivial misunderstandings to cast them as lifelong adversaries, as they had been in their previous existence. Ling Fengjun and Oppo's eyes brightened momentarily, and his grip on Yunxi and Oppo's wrist tightened. A rare, pleasant smile graced his lips as he directed a cold stare at the day's crown prince. The crown prince has witnessed that Axie willingly remains by this prince and Oppo's side. Strangely, and Yunxi sensed a hint of pride in his tone. She couldn't and Oppo's help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, beneath Ling Fengjun and Oppo's icy facade lay a youthful man in his 20s. Dukan was momentarily taken aback. However, rather than feeling anger at Yunxi and Appo's audacity, he found himself profoundly astonished. It seemed that her reaction was genuine, not a mere charade. If she truly despised Ling Fengjun, her character would never lead her to initiate such a kiss. Could it be that they, as elders, had misjudged the situation and unwittingly disrupted a pair of lovers? Had Yunxi and Prince Jun already harbored mutual affections, but were coerced into a marriage with the crown prince? What a scandalous affair! Dukan scratched his head, his expression one of bewilderment as he spoke. Yunxi, what you said earlier, was it all true? You did not deceive your uncle? And Yunxi nodded at her uncle. If I were truly coerced, I would rather perish than allow anyone to have the last laugh. How could I possibly act in front of you and swallow my grievances? Her response seemed to enlighten Dukan. The hostility that had marred his features dissipated, and the tension that had threatened to escalate vanished. In that moment, Yunxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that a conflict was averted. Dukan clasped his hands together and addressed Ling Fengjun. I apologize for the offense, Prince Jun. Please forgive me. It was my misunderstanding that led to this situation. The crown prince, standing nearby, felt as though his face had turned an unearthly shade of green. The humiliation was unbearable. The thought of his betrothed kissing another man, especially his royal uncle, filled him with fury. His pallor drained of color as rage boiled within him. Even if he held no affection for Yunxi, as the crown prince of Beiling, he could not tolerate such blatant disrespect. Yunxi, what on earth were you doing just now? This time, the crown prince no longer sought to excuse Yunxi, claiming she had been coerced. He had hoped to save face on both sides. But even though he had no intention of marrying her, her title as his fiancé, he could not be overlooked. If word got out, where would his dignity as crown prince lie? However, Yunxi showed no regard for the crown prince and Appo's feelings. To one who sought to exploit her, she felt no obligation to maintain decorum. Surely, your highness witnessed what I just did. Am I to understand that you still expect me to play the role of crown princess? The crown prince was incredulous. He could hardly fathom that Yunxi had undergone such a transformation overnight. How could you be so shameless? Yunxi, when did you become entangled with Prince Jun? Yunxi smiled. The audacity of his accusation was almost laughable. In her previous life, had Rushue's first child survived, the timing would have coincided perfectly with their marriage. They had already been secretly involved long before her union with the crown prince. To disguise the truth, Rushue had feigned illness and lost the child discreetly. After Yunxi and Appo's capture, Rushue had revealed her true nature, blaming Yunxi for her misfortunes and claiming that had it not been for her, she would have been the crown princess and borne the royal heir. How utterly absurd. Yunxi had no desire to engage in a comparison of shame. She retorted, two unmarried individuals. What does it matter if we are drawn to each other? My affections for Prince Jun are genuine. Ling Fengjun observed the crown prince's humiliation with satisfaction. Releasing Yunxi and Appo's wrist, he wrapped an arm around her slender waist. His cold gaze fixed on the crown prince, his voice low and commanding. Crown prince, from this day forth, Axi is my consort. No one shall lay a finger on her. Should you harbor any inappropriate thoughts about her, do not expect me to honor our familial ties. There was no longer any semblance of familial ties. For the crown prince, this was a matter of reclaiming his honor. Chilled to the bone, he felt lightheaded as a torrent of emotions surged within him, a mix of betrayal, humiliation, and anger. After all, the crown prince was still but an 18-year-old youth, unable to conceal the fade of his deep affections for Yunxi any longer. Yunxi, if you still possess any sense of dignity, come to me. Otherwise, by tomorrow morning, the entire capital will know you as a shameless harlot. Chapter 7. The abduction of the nephew and Appo's bride. The crown prince, accustomed to a life of luxury and esteem, had never before endured such indignity. The words of Yunxi felt as though they were grinding his face into the very ground. Not only had his fiancé been abducted, but her heart had also been stolen away by the kidnapper, leaving him in a state of utter humiliation. Yunxi raised an eyebrow. observing how the crown prince and Apos' feigned elegance and composure had vanished in a flash. Yet, in her previous life, at this very moment, she had been utterly enamored with him. When she finally gained her freedom, the whispers that reached her ears spoke of her betrayal, of an illicit affair with Ling Fengjin, and of their conspiracy to elope on the day of the wedding. The crown prince, the true victim, was heartbroken and betrayed by the one he cherished. With no other choice, he reluctantly called off the engagement, earning the loyalty of the Nguyen Marquis and the general and Apos' residents. This scandal also garnered him the allegiance of numerous wavering officials within the court, many of whom proceeded to offer their daughters as concubines to the crown prince. While the crown prince basked in his triumph, she, in her naivety, believed she had genuinely hurt him and sought ways to aid him in making amends. It was difficult to determine whether to pity her folly or to scorn the duplicitous nature of those around her. Ling Fengjin cast a glance at the crown prince and commanded, "Seal off the royal residence." This unexpected decree fell from his lips. The crown prince, taken aback, looked at him with a mix of fear and confusion. "Uncle, what are you planning to do?" Ling Fengjin smirked, a cold laughter escaping him. "To prevent this matter from becoming public knowledge, I have decided to silence those who know." The gravity of his last 4 words left no room for jest. The crown prince and Apos' expression shifted dramatically, and the guards accompanying him instinctively grasped their weapons. Even the Nguyen Marquis was startled, hastily interjecting, "Your Highness, there is no need for such extremes. I assure you, this matter will not spread." As in Yunxi and Apos' uncle, he felt the weight of the situation. Although he recognized that in Yunxi did not appear to be coerced, the public abduction orchestrated by Ling Fengjin was still a matter of considerable impropriety. Ling Fengjin addressed the Nguyen Marquis with a serious tone. "You're a little she and Apos, his uncle, and thus a senior to me. I would not dream of causing trouble for your kin." And Yunxi and Apos' cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, feeling a mix of embarrassment and surprise at being referred to as and Apos, little she, and Apos. The Nguyen Marquis, equally flustered, was taken aback by Ling Fengjin and Apos' casual address. "Your Highness, you need not be so formal." The crown prince squinted as a group of guards from the royal residence appeared at the entrance. Each one of them was clearly skilled in combat, and should a confrontation arise, he would stand little chance of emerging unscathed. "Uncle, are you truly considering violence against the crown prince's men?" Ling Fengjin's eyes glinted with a palpable threat. The attendants behind the crown prince shivered in fear. He spoke slowly. "After all, your Highness has reminded me that if these threats are not dealt with promptly, rumors detrimental to the princess will inevitably circulate." In just a few words, the crown prince found himself cornered. He understood Ling Fengjin and Apos' utter disregard for reason, who would abduct their own nephew and Apos' bride. Yet, he had not anticipated such irrationality. Not only had he stolen his fiancée, but he also threatened his subordinates, an act utterly unconscionable. "Uncle," the words escaped the crown prince and Apos' lips through gritted teeth. Those surrounding him exchanged anxious glances, his deputy eyeing the unsheathed weapons of the guards with trepidation. "Your Highness, what shall we do? Should we retaliate? Should a confrontation occur, they would likely meet their end here." Even if Ling Fengjin would not resort to killing him, the lives of his guards were inconsequential to him. "I can also guarantee that this matter will not become public knowledge." Ling Fengjin sought precisely this outcome. He would not hesitate to sacrifice a few lives to set an example. "Crown Prince, keep your men's mouths shut. Should any rumors about the princess arise, I will hold you responsible." The crown prince felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yet under Ling Fengjin and Apos' overwhelming power, he found himself silenced. His uncle had always displayed a brazen arrogance, even before wielding power, disregarding everyone around him. Now, as the regent, he paid no heed even to the words of the emperor, having previously torn up imperial edicts. The emperor's illness was largely a result of Ling Fengjin's provocations. Yet there was little that could be done against him. The northern Ling kingdom had been at war with the rival southern Qi kingdom for years, weakening year by year. Natural disasters and calamities had plagued the realm, while the southern Qi forces advanced relentlessly, their ambitions transparent. Were it not for Ling Fengjin's deterrence, the armies would likely have invaded long ago. Until a second general capable of independent command emerged, Ling Fengjin and Appo's position would remain unassailable. The crown prince suffered in silence, dreading the potential for his uncle to unleash further chaos. He would manage his subordinates, but even if today and Appo's events remained undisclosed, many had witnessed the abduction of the family daughter, tarnishing their reputation. Calmly, he turned his gaze to Yunxi and remarked, Yunxi, should you remain by your uncle's side, you may find it difficult to face others in the future. Yunxi retorted, whether I can face others is not a concern of yours, Crown Prince. With Ling Fengjin as her shield, the noble ladies would likely seek her favor rather than mock her. Ling Fengjin and Appo's name was known far and wide, a presence that could quell the cries of infants. With him as her backing, she could navigate the court with ease. The Crown Prince, however, revealed a chilling smile. Is that so? His demeanor was icy. He glanced back at his subordinates, noting their nods, confirming that the general's household had indeed arrived. Moments later, an announcement echoed, my lord. Representatives from the general and Appo's residence seek an audience. Ling Fengjin responded with a nonchalant nod. Let them in. It was only a matter of time before they confronted this issue. Today was as good a day as any to assert his dominance. As the Nguo Marquis turned to face the approaching footsteps, he saw a general and hastily enter the hall, accompanied by two figures. One was a middle-aged woman, her gentle appearance marred by a pallor that suggested neglect. Clad in a rose-colored dress, her hem was wrinkled, indicative of a long time without change. Supporting her was a young, delicate woman, her head bowed in shyness, exuding an air of fragility akin to a blooming white lotus by the lakeside. Dressed in white, her translucent skin made her appear even more delicate, almost as if she might shatter at a touch, even more so than the ailing Mrs. Yunxi and Appo's heart seized. A fire of hatred ignited within her. Were it not for the throng surrounding her, she would have rushed forward to strangle Yunxi, the very sister who had shadowed her throughout their childhood. Calling her sister with tenderness, all the while harboring such a vile heart, plotting to consume her whole. The moment she entered the bridal sedan, it was the food given to her by Yunxi that had ensnared her. Yunxi, with tears brimming in her eyes, spoke first, Sister Shi, are you all right? I have been worried about you for an entire day and night. Chapter 8. Remarriage. And Yunxi's anger surged like a tempest, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. At this moment, it was not the opportune time for confrontation, for there were more pressing matters at hand. Ling Fengjin had grasped her hand, but at some point, he had loosened his grip, driven by instinct, and Yunxi ran toward her mother. In her previous life, she had not been able to bid her mother farewell before her untimely death, ultimately only witnessing her pale, lifeless body. Now, seeing her mother alive before her, and Yunxi felt a tumult of joy and sorrow, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Mother! It felt as if all her endless longing and grievances surged forth, and she collapsed in her mother's embrace. Lady Anne was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reddening. She held her daughter close, gently patting her back with a soft voice. Do not fear, dear Shi-er. Mother is here. These words nearly shattered in Yunxi and Appo's composure, as the inexplicable sensation of reuniting with someone she thought she would never see again overwhelmed her. The atmosphere around them grew silent. Even Ling Fengjin stood still at a distance, his gaze fixated on this poignant scene, observing in Yunxi and Appo's desperate embrace with her mother. His originally warm expression gradually turned frigid. Indeed, trust in her words was a perilous endeavor. Given the slightest opportunity, this bird, just captured in his grasp, would seek to escape. As Yunxi wept heartbrokenly in her mother's arms, General In suddenly lifted his gaze. In his 40s, he appeared somewhat gaunt, yet traces of his youthful handsomeness still lingered in his features. He clasped his hands in salute towards Ling Fengjin. Your Highness, thank you for rescuing my daughter from the hands of the ruffians. We'll take her home now. Although the assailants had been dispatched by Ling Fengjin, and the truth was known to most in the court, he refrained from confronting the matter directly, opting for a more tactful approach that would prevent any rift. If Ling Fengjin were to step back, all parties could depart amicably, and yesterday's farce would be rendered non-existent. General and had hoped for such a resolution, but it was evident that not everyone wished to let the matter fade. And Rushua suddenly widened her eyes, exclaiming, Sister, what happened to your injuries? There's so many marks. They look like kiss marks. Were you harmed? Tell me who did this, and I shall confront them. The already quiet scene erupted into murmurs as everyone instinctively began to scrutinize Yunxi's wounds. After embracing her mother, the turbulent emotions within Yunxi finally calmed, allowing her to focus on the unfolding situation. She turned her gaze towards Rushua, her eyes devoid of any warmth. Silence. And Rushua, taken aback by the reprimand, felt her eyes well up. Did I say something wrong that upset you, sister? Father. With a sense of grievance, she immediately stepped to General N's side, grasping his arm with a shake. Father, sister must have been bullied. You must seek justice for her. General N's expression darkened. With so many spectators present, such matters would undoubtedly spread, tarnishing the family's reputation. The Crown Prince interjected, General N, Yunxi is your daughter. She was abducted, and the perpetrators are right here. You must seek justice for her. General N swallowed hard, emboldened by the Crown Prince's words to speak. Your Highness, was my daughter not under your care last night? Ling Fengjin replied coolly, and if so? General N felt the tension tighten within him. He was not oblivious to the underlying tension in this exchange. It was clear that the Crown Prince and Prince Jean were engaged in a covert rivalry. Caught in the middle, he found himself in a precarious position, knowing he must ultimately choose a side to avoid dire consequences. Your Highness, my daughter is betrothed to the Crown Prince. Yesterday was to be their wedding day. Your actions not only tarnished her reputation, but also brought ridicule upon the Crown Prince. This is wholly inappropriate. Ling Fengjin's lips curled into a smirk, though his eyes betrayed no mirth. His gaze fell upon Yunxi, and his tone remained neutral. The general is correct. So what do you believe I should offer in compensation? The words, though seemingly courteous, sent a chill down General N's spine. He opened his mouth to respond when Ling Fengjin strode purposefully toward Yunxi. Perhaps I shall openly marry the princess again. What say you, General? He had already devised a solution. General N furrowed his brow, anxious. His intention in marrying off his daughter was to align with the Crown Prince. And Yunxi was the ideal candidate, bolstered by the influence of the Marquis and Oppo's household, maximizing their combined power. With the regent's interference disrupting this union, he found himself bereft of a suitable match for his legitimate daughter. Your Highness, there are countless young ladies in the capital who would aspire to be your consort. There's no need to fixate on my daughter. She has been spoiled since childhood and is far from being as virtuous and gentle as other women. He endeavored to tarnish Yunxi's reputation, attempting to dissuade Ling Fengjin from his interest. She must not be allowed to wed him, for such a union would bind the family to the regent. Should a rift arise between the Crown Prince and the regent in the future, even if the family sided with the Crown Prince, they would never be fully trusted, losing their status as core allies. The Crown Prince was the only one to whom the family owed their loyalty. Meanwhile, Lady Yin, who had been holding Yunxi's hand, abruptly stepped forward. Her eyes red as she prepared to kneel before Ling Fengjin. Please, Your Highness, show mercy and do not make things difficult for my daughter. And Yunxi quickly supported her mother. Mother, what are you doing? The prince has not wronged me. My current state is a result of the Crown Prince and Rushua's actions. Not only did the prince not harm me, but he also saved my life. Lady Yin appeared frail, often unwell, her lips devoid of color. The deep worry in her eyes caused Yunxi great distress. She managed to smile before turning her icy gaze back to Rushua, who hid behind her father. Mother, did you hear what she just said? Her intentions were clearly malicious, seeking to ruin me completely. And Rushua is truly afraid that the marks on my body will be noticed. and her words were meant to ensure everyone knows I was with the prince. Chapter 9. Kicking the crown prince. Madame, still enveloped in the joy of reuniting with her daughter, gradually regained her composure. She was not foolish. Thus, she followed her daughter and Apos, as gaze and beheld in Yunxi and Apos, as countenance, which bore an expression of innocence and confusion, as if she could not comprehend in Yunxi and Apos, as reproach. Had this been in a previous life, and Yunxi would have presumed that Yunxi and Apos' actions were unintentional, merely the result of her forthright nature. After all, Yunxi had meticulously donned this facade for over a decade within the family. Throughout the years, she had never strayed from propriety, displaying an obedience that bordered on perfection. Even as a concubine and Apos' daughter, she diligently pursued her studies, mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, epitomizing the virtuous daughter of an esteemed family. Particularly poignant was the fact that her mother had, in a bid to rescue Madame, and plunged into the icy waters, leading to her own frail health over the years. The physician had declared that Madame Lu could bear no more children. A concubine who could not bear sons posed no threat to Madame and Apos' position, and given her life-saving grace, Madame and had treated her as a sister, embracing Yunxi as her own daughter, providing for her every need as if she were her flesh and blood. Protectively, Madame N's expression turned slightly frosty as she coldly addressed Yunxi. This girl cannot control her tongue. I shall discipline her properly later. Observing the steely glare from Madame and Yunxi and Apos' complexion paled as she lowered her head, attempting to withdraw into herself, presenting a pitiful sight. To any observer, it seemed that both Madame and Yunxi resembled ferocious beasts, and Yunxi could not suppress a smirk. No wonder she had failed to see through Yunxi and Apos' ruse in her past life. This girl was naturally adept at the art of performance. What a pity she did not pursue a career in the theater. Oh, how she had forgotten that Yunxi and Apos' mother hailed from a theatrical background. When her mother conceived her, she had been in a weakened state, and Generalin, after a night of drinking with colleagues, had inadvertently engaged with an actress, resulting in Yunxi being born just a year after her. Now, Yunxi was 17, while Yunxi had just turned 16. Yunxi shook her head. Mother, you indulge her too much, allowing her to grow so ignorant of decorum. This is not a lesson you should impart. It would be wiser to hire a more formidable tutor to properly educate her on the ways of the world. Suddenly, Yunxi lifted her head, her eyes wide with disbelief at Yunxi and Apos' words. The palace and Apos' tutors were notoriously strict, and should a noble family request their guidance, the training was relentless. How could a frail concubine and Apos' daughter withstand such rigorous discipline? Mother, Yunxi acknowledges her mistake. It was her loose tongue that tarnished my sister and Apos' reputation. She wept publicly as she spoke, raising her hand to deliver a few light slaps to her own face, which turned a vivid red. Meanwhile, the crown prince had long since lost his composure. Upon seeing Yunxi enter, his gaze had unconsciously wandered to her, and hearing Yunxi's remarks filled him with immense sympathy. Watching her suffer, with her cheeks bruised, he could scarcely contain himself as he interjected. And Yunxi, I once believed you to be merely headstrong, but I never imagined you would treat your sister in such a manner. Yunxi is delicate. Do you wish to drive her to her end? His sudden outburst stunned not only Madame but also Generalin. Witnessing the crown prince and Apos' defense of Yunxi prompted a flicker of joy in Generalin and Apos' eyes, which he quickly concealed. Madame, Yunxi simply misspoke. There's no need to make a fuss. She has been caring for you tirelessly, losing sleep for days, and nearly fainted from worry over her sister yesterday. You and Yunxi ought not to be so harsh with her. General An's words painted a picture of a tender father, embodying a rare softness. Yet, this gentleness was reserved for another woman and Apos' daughter. A man who fathered a child with an actress while his wife was pregnant was hardly a figure to admire. Most damningly, he had been the one to offer her the poison wine in her past life. Truly, a father and daughter alike, both deceitful and skilled at masquerading. Had it not been for his marriage to her mother, general and would still be an inconspicuous deputy, lacking the glory he now held as a general. Madame appeared somewhat moved by his words, gazing at Rushiwa's pitiful, flushed face, and began to ponder whether she had indeed been excessive in her treatment. She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, Yunxi interjected sharply. A mere concubine's daughter, speaking without restraint, deserves to be silenced. Does she even comprehend the gravity of this occasion? What right does she have to speak? Yunxi and Appo's incisive remarks left General and momentarily speechless. The Crown Prince, however, was fiercely protective of his beloved. Yunxi, is it not enough that you have allowed yourself to fall from grace? Must you also prevent others from speaking? To marry a man who abducts brides is a breach of ethics. Were you not pleased with the attentions of the royal uncle last night? Such words were a profound insult to any woman. Enough. Ling Fengjuan's thunderous voice interrupted the escalating conflict as he pulled Yunxi behind him, casting a downward glance at the Crown Prince. His towering frame, towering over the Crown Prince by half a head, exuded an oppressive aura that momentarily caused the young prince and Appo's pupils to constrict. In the next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded. Ling Fengjun took 2 strides forward, placing himself directly before the Crown Prince, and, in a heartbeat, raised his foot to deliver a kick to the prince and Appo's abdomen. The Crown Prince was sent sprawling backward, caught only by the guards behind him. The suddenness of this act left everyone astounded. Ling Fengjuan's audacity in assaulting the Crown Prince was beyond belief. This was the heir to the throne, a prince of the realm, and he had been kicked with such disregard. Your Highness, are you all right? Even the current emperor had never laid a hand on the Crown Prince. The prince felt a buzzing in his head, momentarily blanking out as he registered the sharp pain radiating from his midsection. Yunxi stood in stunned silence. She was aware of Ling Fengjun and Appo's volatility, yet she had not anticipated it would manifest in such a manner, striking the Crown Prince. If word of this were spread, it would undoubtedly incite a storm of condemnation throughout the court. Yet, Ling Fengjun appeared utterly unconcerned. Crown Prince, was that remark one befitting your station? Since your father cares not, as your elder, I shall take it upon myself to educate you properly. Chapter 10. Ambiguity. The Crown Prince took a considerable time to regain his composure after hearing Ling Fengjun and Appo's words. All that lingered in his heart was a profound hatred. He must find a way to eliminate Ling Fengjun. As long as Ling Fengjun remained alive, the North was bound to be in turmoil. Yet, the Crown Prince dared not reveal a hint of the resentment boiling within him, for his current power was no match for Ling Fengjun. A misstep could provoke Ling Fengjun and Appo's wrath, which he feared he could not withstand. The cold voice of the regent echoed in his ears. Crown Prince, do you not realize your mistake? Mistake? It was utterly laughable. Just yesterday, Yunxi was still his crown princess, and today she had entered the residence of the King of June, becoming the King of June and Appo's consort. As an imperial uncle, he had taken away his nephew and Appo's betrothed, yet still had the audacity to compel him to bow and admit fault. The Crown Prince and Appo's body was icy, his shoulders trembling slightly. Yet he forcefully pushed away the several attendants who supported him, his youthful features contorted with anguish. His gaze was fixed firmly on Yunxi. With a dry voice and a tone tinged with sincerity, the Crown Prince spoke. Yunxi, for all these years, the one who has cherished you as a childhood sweetheart is I. My words earlier were uttered in anger. It is all my fault. I only wish for you to return to my side. The Crown Prince and Appo's eyes concealed the youthful restraint within him. He could not hope to compete with the regent and Appo's power. Even in martial prowess, they were worlds apart. A direct confrontation was utterly futile. Just as before, even if Ling Fengjun were to strike him, he would have no means to retaliate. With his father now bedridden, Ling Fengjun held military authority, and there was scarcely anyone in court capable of contesting him. And Rushiwa, following her father in, observed the scene with her lips tightly clenched, jealousy subtly seeping from the corners of her eyes. The venomous serpent concealed deep within her heart was quietly flicking its tongue. And Yunxi, of course, sensed in Rushua and Amp, Appo's reaction and understood that the crown prince and Amp, Appo's demeanor was deliberately crafted for her observation. Gazing intently at the crown prince, and Yunxi noted the glimmer of pleading in his youthful eyes and felt an inner mockery, remaining entirely unmoved. She laughed coldly. "What is the purpose of this, Your Highness? It seems you are attempting to portray me as the disloyal one. Even if I were willing to accompany you now, you could never take me as your crown princess again. After all, a woman who has been abducted and defiled, how could someone of your esteemed stature ever wish to claim her?" Just as the crown prince opened his mouth to speak, and Yunxi interjected once more, "If you wish for me to return with you, it is not impossible." Ling Changyue was momentarily taken aback, his eyes flashing with surprise. The depth of Ling Fengjun and Amp, Appo's gaze suddenly turned cold and piercing, just as he was about to speak. And Yunxi, who had been observing his emotions, immediately squeezed his hand, signaling him to let her continue. The crown prince narrowed his eyes. "Yunxi, do you truly wish to accompany me?" His expression remained hopeful. And Yunxi nodded, her tone composed. "It is indeed possible. But there is one condition. I require your highness to swear an oath before all present." The crown prince's countenance shifted, yet with Guohou present, he could not abruptly change his demeanor, especially after having shown such concern for Yunxi earlier. Should it become known that his intention to bring Yunxi back was merely a fade, aimed solely at saving face, it would be disastrous. He understood Ling Fengjun and Amp, Appo's character well. He would never allow him to take Yunxi away. Thus, he had come today to express his stance, to show that his reluctance to wed Yunxi was not born of desire, but of coercion. This way, he would still hold a place in Yunxi and Amp, Appo's heart, and she would be inclined to assist him. Bearing the humiliation, the crown prince raised his gaze and spoke softly, "Speak your wish, and I shall fulfill it as best as I can." And Yunxi smiled at the crown prince. "You must swear you will never marry Rushua. Should you break this oath, may you be rendered barren, and may Rushua suffer a fate worse than death." As her words fell, astonishment swept through the assembly. Even Rushua stood frozen, her face drained of color, staring blankly at Yunxi. "Sister Yunxi, what are you saying? Why must you make such an oath of his highness?" General echoed. "What relationship do Rushua and the crown prince share?" "Yunxi, how can you jest in this manner?" And Yunxi's declaration left both the crown prince and Rushua astounded. Their clandestine meetings had remained undiscovered, so how could she possibly know? The cold sweat began to bead on Rushua's forehead, and her limbs grew icy. Bowing her head, she trembled, her cheeks devoid of blood. She and her mother were still in a vulnerable position within the family. How could this matter come to light? And Yunxi should not know. She must not. The crown prince swallowed hard, silence enveloping him. And Guohou and Lady exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of bewilderment and shock. They were entirely unaware of the madness behind Yunxi and Amp, Appo's words. Seeing the crown prince remain silent, and Yunxi let out a cold laugh. "What is it, Your Highness? Are you reluctant to take the oath?" The crown prince gritted his teeth. "Yunxi, an heir is of utmost importance to me. How could I pledge such a vow?" And Yunxi appeared to understand. "Since Your Highness values this so dearly, let us rephrase. Should you break the oath, your child within Rushua shall be born a grotesque abomination. After all, you will not marry her, nor will you father children with her. Surely such a vow poses no issue?" Ling Changyue and Amp, Appo's heart quivered slightly, and his gaze instinctively swept over Guohou and Amp, Appo's expression. The latter and Amp, Appo's eyes revealed a profound depth. Although he may be a martial enthusiast, being a marquis required a certain shrewdness. And Yunxi and Amp, Appo's words prompted him to scrutinize the crown prince and Rushua, his gaze piercing as if seeking to unveil their secrets. The crown prince and Appo's face flushed. "Yunxi, cease this folly. This matter has nothing to do with Rushua. Why must you involve her?" and Yunxi displayed an expression of dawning comprehension. Your Highness, are you afraid? Afraid that should you breach the oath, it may indeed become a reality? And Yunxi, the crown prince in Apos, anger flared within him. Yet, he could only attempting to placate her. If you do not wish to return, I shall not force you, but do not speak recklessly and tarnish your sister's reputation. And Yunxi could not help but laugh. Your Highness truly understands the value of a delicate flower. I merely asked you to utter an oath. Saying those few words should not affect your Highness in any significant manner. Her gaze turned frosty, chilling to the bone. Yet, your Highness, you seem so reluctant, even unwilling to utter a single disparaging word about Yunxi. This clearly indicates that your relationship is not as pure as you claim, is it not? Chapter 11. The broken engagement before the prince. Darkness swirled in and out of focus. And Yunxi, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? There is no illicit affair between me and Miss Ruoxue, the prince declared vehemently. Then swear it. She pressed, her tone unyielding, as if she were determined to hear him utter those words aloud. The royal family held oaths in the highest regard. Once sworn, they were binding for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, and Ruoxue ceased her trembling, her gaze fixed blankly on Yunxi, her pale lips bitten until they bled. An expression of resentment surged within her eyes, as she grappled with the audacity of Yunxi and Apos' actions. How dare she? No wonder Yunxi had undergone such a drastic change. Even when abducted on her wedding day, she managed to make an appearance. It became clear that she had uncovered the truth about the prince and her. With this revelation, Ruoxue and Apos' panic subsided, and she boldly stepped forward, tears brimming in her eyes. Sister, if I have erred in any way, you may strike or scold me, but please do not misunderstand me. And Yunxi narrowed her eyes, and a smile crept onto her face at her sister and Apos' audacity. Misunderstand? Pray, enlighten me on what I have misunderstood. That you and the prince share a secret love? And Ruoxue and Apos' face paled further. You, sister, please do not say such things. My relationship with His Highness is entirely innocent. He is like the moon in the sky, while I am merely snow upon the ground. Distinctly different. How could I ever harbor such thoughts? You are the true and rightful princess. As she uttered these words, and Ruoxue felt her heart bleed. For years, she and her mother had endured, sacrificing immensely to create a space for survival. They were on the brink of success, and there could be no missteps now. Soon, the family would belong to them, and everything that Yunxi and her mother possessed would be theirs. Once they usurped Yunxi's fortunes, she would soar to greatness, embodying the true essence of a phoenix. She could not allow Yunxi to uncover her intentions just yet, and Ruoxue knelt before Yunxi, appearing utterly pitiful. His Highness is the crown prince. How could he easily swear an oath? Sister, please allow me to do so. I swear, if I ever entertain even the slightest improper thought towards His Highness. Before she could finish, a voice interrupted. The prince, filled with fury, retorted, Miss Ruoxue, this matter has nothing to do with you. Why must you swear anything? And Ruoxue turned to the prince with tear-filled eyes, biting her lip and subtly shaking her head. The prince, witnessing the woman he cherished in such a humble position, felt a surge of pain in his heart. His frustration with Yunxi intensified. At that moment, General stepped forward to mediate. Yunxi, what is the meaning of this? Ruoxue is your sister. She has never wronged you. Why bully her? Is this how you behave as an elder sister? And Yunxi found the general's demeanor amusingly pathetic. Rage surged within her, akin to an impending volcanic eruption. Suddenly, Ling Fengjin rose, his gaze icy. He discerned the underlying motives behind Yunxi and Apos' actions. What are you? His eyes bore into Ruoxue, devoid of mercy. To him, she was no more significant than a stone by the roadside, and Ruoxue felt a chill wash over her at the regent and Apos' voice, her scalp prickling with fear. She had once considered ensnaring him with her charms, yet he remained untouched by her attempts, regarding her with a chilling gaze that suggested he could take her life at any moment. And Ruoxue was bewildered. Many men in the capital admired her, but none compared to Ling Fengjin. I beg for your forgiveness, your highness, she managed trembling. Ling Fengjin stood behind Yunxi, his expression cold as he addressed the prince. And Yunxi demands you swear an oath, and you comply? What does it mean for a woman to dictate your actions? Is the crown prince so cowardly? Perhaps with a guilty conscience? The prince and amp, Appo's face paled at the reprimand, a clear panic flickering in his eyes. He felt guilty, indeed, but would never confess it publicly. Uncle, as a crown prince, how can I casually swear an oath? I will not allow a mere jest from Yunxi to compel me to such actions. I recognize that I should not engage in this. And Yunxi and Appo's patience waned, and she coldly retorted, Your Highness, if you lack even this minimal sincerity, how can you claim you wish to take me back and remarry me as the crown princess? The prince and amp, Appo's expression darkened. Yunxi, since you do not wish to return with me, I shall not force you. Upon our return, I will report to father and discuss the matter of the broken engagement. He feigned helplessness while concealing his fury. He could never swear an oath. In his heart, the only true crown princess was Ruoxue. No one else would occupy that position. And Yunxi, of course, did not covet the title of crown princess. Her intention was to expose the clandestine relationship between the prince and Ruoxue. Even without explicitly stating it, her uncle and mother would likely comprehend her motives. They would come to comfort her, permitting her to withdraw from the engagement. As the daughter of a marquis and with an elder brother as her support, she had every right to assert herself. Upon hearing the prince and Appo's intention to break the engagement, a cold smile spread across Yunxi's lips. Your Highness, why complicate matters? The prince and Appo's expression shifted to one of astonishment. And Yunxi, without hesitation, she turned to her mother and uncle and declared, It is I, and Yunxi, who wishes to break my engagement with the crown prince, Ling Changyue. From this day forth, let's part ways and have no further ties. Her words struck the prince like a resounding slap, leaving him utterly bewildered. Ling Changyue could hardly believe his ears, his voice hoarse with disbelief. And Yunxi, how dare you? It is only the royal family that can initiate a broken engagement. When did a noble woman ever have the audacity to break an engagement with the royal family? Especially with the crown prince? The prince's chest heaved with anger as he glared at General N, his gaze icy and threatening. General N, do you support this as well? Chapter 12. Madness. General N shuddered at the prince and amp, Appo's words, realizing they did not reflect his own sentiments. Yet at present, it seemed he was the only one capable of managing Yunxi. Throughout her life, she had always heeded her father and Appo's words. Yunxi, your father understands you must have suffered injustice. His voice was deep and gentle, lacking any harshness, resembling that of a caring elder. The calmness of his speech was quite soothing to the ears. And Yunxi had once cherished these qualities in General N. In her childhood, she would ride on his shoulders, playfully being carried around the courtyard, while her mother sat on a stone bench nearby, smiling softly and reminding them to be cautious and not to fall. When she grew weary from her play, General N would have the kitchen prepare delightful snacks for her. She had a blissful childhood, with her parents deeply in love, treating each other with respect. Though her mother had always been frail, General N took great care of her, promptly returning home whenever he heard she needed him. To the world, General N was a model husband and father, and in her eyes he had been, too. If it weren't for witnessing his true nature just before her death, she might have never believed that such a father could harm her and her mother and brother. Her mother had been his companion for decades, and she and her brother were his own flesh and blood. A tiger would never harm its cub. How could he be so heartless? Even now, General N maintained his facade excellently. Over the years, apart from the mistake he made during her mother and Appo's pregnancy by marrying an actress, he had kept all other women at bay. Back then, to allow the actress and his daughter to enter their home, he had knelt outside her mother and Appo's door for an entire day and night, weeping and confessing his wrongs. Many had whispered in her ear since then, praising General N as a good man, asserting that every man had his mistresses. Yet throughout the years, General N had remained virtuous, living solely with his wife, with only one concubine, making Lady N truly enviable for having such a good husband. Even in her final moments, her mother had not sensed anything amiss about her husband. She passed away without regrets, believing her illness had been the cause of her demise. And Yunxi stood rooted in place, listening to General and speak. In her previous life, she had been deceived for a lifetime, unable to discern General and Appo's true face until her last moments. The voice of her father gradually pulled her thoughts back. But your highness is the crown prince. We have no right to annul the engagement. Is it not unfair to put your father in such a predicament? And Yunxi and Appo's thoughts returned, and she looked at General and, offering a faint smile. So, according to Father and Appo's wishes, should the crown prince publicly announce the annulment of my engagement? Shall he also allow the world to mock me, saying I shamelessly seduced the regent and eloped with him on my wedding day? The crown prince's heart trembled, and Yunxi's words echoed his own thoughts precisely. He had already shown the Duke of his stance, striving for Yunxi's return, but he had little to lose. He intended to report to the emperor to issue the edict for annulment, ensuring that Yunxi would live a life of shame, forever unworthy of respect. As for the position of Princess Yunxi, she was merely dreaming. The emperor currently favored her, maintaining her with great care, but once the edict was issued and her value diminished, she would become nothing more than a plaything. Furthermore, the Empress Dowager would never consent to the regent marrying a woman who had been publicly rejected by the royal family. Her name would never appear on the royal jade tablet. When she found herself utterly despondent, he could then feign kindness and offer her a place as a concubine by his side. General and Appo's expression darkened. Yunxi, you must consider the bigger picture. The crown prince and Appo's reputation cannot be tarnished. If you insist on annulling the engagement, would that not invite ridicule upon him? And Yunxi nodded. That is precisely what I think. General and was momentarily taken aback by her response, his mouth agape as he struggled to formulate his next words. And Rushu, emboldened, interjected again, Sister, by doing this, you risk plunging the family and the marquisate into ruin. And Yunxi shot her a cold glance, silencing her sister and Appo's words. General Un, regaining his composure, replied, Rushu is right. Yunxi, you must not be so willful. I do not agree. If you insist on staying in the Prince and Appo's residence, I shall announce to everyone that I sever our relationship. His tone grew increasingly stern, a rarity over the years. For the first time, he stood resolutely with the crown prince against his own daughter. Lady Yin, who had remained silent, swayed slightly as if she might collapse if not for the support of her brother, Duke Du Pingjiang. Linglan, do not let yourself become distressed. Lady Yin bore no anger towards Yunxi. Although she, as a mother, was unaware of the truth, she could not bear to see her daughter suffer. She pushed her brother aside, attempting to stand straighter, and spoke to General and, You wish to sever ties with Yunxi? Hearing his wife speak, General and turned to her. Seeing her pale face and dark eyes fixed on him, he quickly lowered his head, embarrassed. My dear, this was said in haste. If Yunxi is obedient, how could I bear to sever ties with her? Lady Yin, gentle and soft-spoken, looked at Yunxi. Sire, your mother understands your intentions. You wish to annul the engagement with the crown prince. And Yunxi, biting her lip, hesitated to respond. If she were to name the person she had wronged most in her previous life, it would undoubtedly be her mother. For she had not yet fulfilled her filial duties when her mother departed. Mother, Lady Yin smiled lightly, her expression tender and affectionate. I know, my daughter. If it were not for dire circumstances, you would never choose such a drastic measure, even to the point of mutual destruction. Whatever you decide, your mother will support you. Her words deepened in Yunxi's feelings of guilt. Lowering her head, she could not bear to meet her mother's gaze. The Duke of Yin, witnessing this, immediately aligned himself with his sister and niece, speaking coldly, Uncle supports your decision to annul the engagement. General and was utterly astonished. Dukin, have you gone mad as well? Chapter 13. Who is more shameful? Dukin stood upright, his neck stiffened. Have you not seen that my daughter Yunxi is in tears? What great injustice has this child suffered? And you, as her father, remain oblivious to it. General replied, Aye. Is this something that can be resolved with mere grievances? She is not a child demanding candy. Breaking off an engagement is a significant matter, especially one with His Highness the Crown Prince. Where does the family find such audacity? If this were to happen, It would lead to a complete severance with the crown prince, and how many would conspire against us in the court? I cannot even bear to imagine it. Although the regent can temporarily govern, he is not the legitimate heir. Only the crown prince is the true successor. Once the emperor passes away and the crown prince ascends the throne, the Yin family will enjoy boundless wealth. It cannot be ruined because of a single statement from Yunxi. General, in turn to Lady Yin, my dear, do not indulge Yunxi in her folly. You must advise her, for this concerns the future of the Yin family. Lady Yin's lips were devoid of color, her gaze gentle yet resolute. Whatever Yunxi decides, so shall it be. General Yin was left dumbfounded, his beard trembling. Madam, this excessive pampering of our daughter will inevitably lead to calamity. Seeing the disarray on General Yin and Damp, Oppo's face, Lady Yin and Damp, Oppo's expression darkened, and she shook her head. As a mother, I cannot bear to watch my daughter be scorned. Even if it jeopardizes the Yin family's future, what of it? Madam, you. General Yin sighed in exasperation, yet he dared not truly reprimand Lady Yin. He maintained an image of a henpecked husband in public, while at home, her word was law. Over the years, a certain dynamic had clearly formed. Madam, the crown prince is present. If you assist Yunxi in spreading the news of the broken engagement, it will become common knowledge. How do you think the outside world will perceive the Yin family? My intentions are also for the sake of our sons. How will they conduct themselves in their future careers? General Yin spoke with heartfelt urgency. Once this reaches the emperor and Oppo's ears, Yunxi may find solace. But our family will face ruin, tarnishing the royal reputation. The Yin family would either be annihilated or exiled. His words held some truth, and Lady Yin and Oppo's expression shifted. She raised her gaze, pained as she looked at Yunxi. Her lips moved, yet ultimately, no words of counsel escaped her. And Yunxi understood her mother's concerns, yet she felt no trepidation at General An's words. 4. Ling Fengjun suddenly spoke. I have declared that Yunxi is my fiancée. The Yin family shall undoubtedly be under my protection. General N's body went rigid, instinctively locking eyes with the crown prince. The crown prince's expression was pale, his voice hoarse and dry. Royal uncle, doesn't Yunxi truly deserve a defense? Ling Fengjun's gaze turned mocking. She is my woman. If I do not protect her, should I expect you to? And Yunxi could not help but smile, her lips curving and her eyes sparkling. She had known Ling Fengjun would say this. Had it not been for her profound confidence in him, she would not have dared to act so boldly. With someone powerful to support her, she could walk unabashedly in the capital. Not even the crown prince or the current emperor could touch her. Ling Fengjun, impatient, stated, If Axi wishes to break the engagement, there is no need for others to spread the word. I shall announce it to the world myself. The crown prince's hands grew cold as he gritted his teeth, breaking off the engagement. And Yunxi, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. This matter is far from over. The weight on Yunxi and Oppo's heart lifted entirely at Ling Fengjun and Oppo's words. She smiled at the crown prince, saying, Not only will I end the engagement, but I will also inform the citizens of Bailing why I am doing so. Her words carried an implicit threat. The crown prince's eyes widened in shock as he met Yunxi's fierce gaze. In that moment, they were no longer childhood friends, but rather adversaries. No, they had always been enemies. It was just that Yunxi had not realized it until now. The crown prince and Oppo's lips tightened as a flurry of chaotic thoughts surged within him. His interactions with Rushiwe had been covert. Even if Yunxi had guessed correctly, she could not possibly possess any evidence against him. He sneered, Yunxi, do you think breaking off the engagement is as simple as you believe? I will report to the emperor immediately upon my return. When the imperial decree is issued, let us see how you will respond. The crown prince stood abruptly, hastily taking his leave. He could not afford to wait for Yunxi and Ling Fengjun to conspire against him. He needed to act swiftly and secure the imperial decree from the emperor, striking first. As long as he broke off the engagement first, no matter how Yunxi protested, outsiders would not believe her words. Watching the crown prince depart in haste, Yunxi and Oppo's expression turned frigid. The engagement must only be initiated by her. She would never allow herself to become a mere garment for the crown prince again. She intended to unveil the true nature of this prince to the court and the populace. General, and witnessing the crown prince and Appo's swift exit, felt a surge of panic. His earlier display had evidently failed to meet the crown prince's satisfaction. "Your Highness, wait. I have more to say." And Rushue hurriedly followed her father's lead, pursuing him outside. And Yunxi stepped forward to her mother, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. At long last, she had the opportunity to share her heart and Appo's burdens with lady and mother, and Yunxi buried herself in her mother and Appo's frail embrace. Lady was taken aback, suppressing a chuckle. "Silly child, your mother is right here." And Yunxi had countless words she longed to convey to her mother. She wished to tell her of the life-and-death separation they had endured, of her yearning for her mother. Yet those words twisted in her throat, swallowed back. Such an absurd tale. Had she not lived it, she would not have believed it herself. If she spoke it aloud, her mother might think her possessed, perhaps even summon a throng of shamans to exorcise her. However, Yunxi had her own methods to convince her mother of the truth in her words. She lifted her head from her mother's embrace, glancing at Lady and then at her somewhat flustered uncle standing nearby. They were her closest kin, alongside Ling Fengjun, who silently approached. Though he said nothing, his presence was undeniably strong, and Yunxi did not shy away from him. "Mother, I have something of utmost importance to share with you and uncle." Chapter 14. I swear, madam, and was momentarily taken aback. She and listen to me. Speak your mind. Dukin scratched his head and added, "Why are you being so mysterious, my girl?" And Yunxi and Appo's voice was grave as she grasped Madam and Appo's hand with a slight pressure. "You must be cautious of my father and Rushue and her mother." Madam and raised her gaze to her daughter, contemplating deeply. "Yunxi, your father spoke as he did for the sake of her three brothers' futures. Offending the crown prince indeed poses significant risks." And Yunxi shook her head. "I and Appo's am not referring to that matter. I unintentionally overheard a conversation between Rushue and her mother. They mentioned that my father had already betrothed himself to her mother before marrying you, and that Lu Yinyang is not just a performer, but rather a clandestine mistress maintained by my father." Madam N's face displayed shock, and Yunxi's words were incredulous. "Yunxi, are you certain of this?" And Yunxi replied, "Would I lie to you, mother? If it were not the case, I wouldn't have spoken so boldly to father today. He and Lu Yinyang have long had a connection. Only after Rushue's arrival did he bring them into the household. Moreover, it was Lu Yinyang who orchestrated the incident years ago when you fell into the icy lake." Madam was engulfed in memories, her heart trembling violently. She had always trusted her daughter, and thus did not dismiss Yunxi's claims as mere fabrications. Dukin was now ablaze with fury, his voice low and simmering. "How outrageous! And Qing, that scoundrel, has been such a hypocrite all these years, hiding such malevolence behind a facade of innocence." Uncle Lin cared little for the family matters at hand. He had always held disdain for N's father. When a marriage proposal was made, he vehemently opposed it. Unfortunately, Madam N was drawn to Qing's diligence and capabilities, which had swiftly elevated him to the position of deputy general within a few years, promising a bright future. The old marquis also regarded Qing highly, believing him to be a man of both valor and wisdom, thus paving the way for his daughter to wed him and allowing him to become a great general. Although he had seen battle, he had only fought minor skirmishes that posed little risk, accumulating merit until he remained in the capital. Having revealed everything she knew, Yunxi felt a measure of relief. Madam N, clearly convinced of her daughter and Appo's truth, finally gathered her senses after a lengthy contemplation and spoke in a weary tone. She and Appo's, "Do you possess any evidence?" And Yunxi shook her head. "I have no evidence." Her eyes shone intensely as she gazed at Madam N. It was not that Madam N doubted her daughter's words. She was merely probing for the underlying truths. Without evidence, it would be troublesome to expel the mother and daughter from their home. At this, Yunxi could not help but smile. Her mother indeed believed her and heeded her counsel. Even if General and were to take their side, the head of the household remained her mother. Her previous trust in them had granted them undue status and influence. Yet now, they were still vulnerable. and Yunxi had faith that her mother could handle them with ease. Madame and Apos' expression softened considerably. She and Apos, I had no idea you bore such burdens. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I could have assisted you. And Yunxi replied, I only learned the truth the day before my wedding. Furthermore, Enrushue has long been involved with the crown prince. Mother, observe her closely in a month to see if she is with child. What? Madame and stared at Yunxi in utter shock. Are you suggesting that Enrushue and the crown prince have already? Yes. It was before my wedding with the crown prince. Tears glistened in Yunxi and Apos' eyes, as if she bore an immense grievance. Even if the prince did not come to claim her, she did not wish to marry him. She found them utterly repugnant. And Yunxi and Apos' words incensed Madame, her cheeks flushing with anger, while Duke and could only hastily intervene. Those shameless scoundrels! Even as the crown prince, he should not engage in such disgraceful conduct. Madame and Apos' face fluctuated between hues of anger and embarrassment, her eyes reddening with fury. The audacity! I have always treated Enrushue as my own daughter, never once neglecting her or her mother, yet now, one seeks to usurp my husband and the other my daughter and Apos' fiancé. What a pack of ingrates! And Yunxi feared for her mother's health. She chose her words carefully, refraining from revealing everything from her past life, knowing that Madame was frail and might succumb to illness from the shock. That would be an unbearable loss. Mother, please do not let your anger consume you. Take care of your health. From now on, neither of them should be permitted to come into contact with any medicines. Upon hearing this, Madame's eyes gradually regained their clarity. She nodded and said firmly, I understand your words, but what of you and the prince? At that moment, Ling Fengjin had approached Yunxi and Apos' side. And he spoke slowly, his voice melodious. Both Madame and Duke felt a wave of anxiety upon seeing the regent. We pay our respects to the prince. My daughter, Madame, hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. And Yunxi smiled reassuringly. Mother, the prince will not harm me. I am safer here in the royal residence. He can protect me. If I return with you, the crown prince will undoubtedly retaliate. Hearing this, Madame suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. She had never fathomed that her daughter was ensnared in such perilous circumstances, beset by foes on all sides. Unable even to trust her own father, she felt she had failed as a mother. Prince, I entrust my daughter to your care. Ling Fengjin, in a good mood, spoke with a calm demeanor. Of course, Madame felt somewhat reassured by his acceptance. Prince, do you truly have feelings for she and Apos? This was her greatest concern. If Yunxi angered the crown prince, and Ling Fengjin were to turn against her, what would happen to her daughter? Ling Fengjin perceived the worry in Madame Anne's eyes regarding Yunxi. Out of respect for elders, he took Yunxi's hand, his gaze steady and sincere as he addressed both Madame and Duke. I swear. Chapter 15. The sole wife Madame and Duke Angwa were both rendered speechless. However, they observed that Ling Fengjin did not cease his words, but instead turned his gaze toward Yunxi, his expression gradually softening. She will henceforth be the sole wife of this prince. Should anyone defy this oath, their fate shall be most tragic. And Yunxi hastily raised her hand to silence Ling Fengjin. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her voice trembled. Your Highness, I trust you. There is no need for such oaths. The prince accomplished with such ease what even the crown prince could not. For in his heart, there was nothing else but her. This woman before him was his only desire in this lifetime, and he would hold her close and never let go again. Madame could not help but smile. The regent prince and Apos' commitment to her daughter brought her some solace. This is good, very good. With the regent prince and Apos' support, my daughter and Apos' future will undoubtedly be more favorable. Regardless of the true depth of his feelings, at least for the time being, my daughter will be safe. The pressing matter at hand was to attend to the affairs of the family. Together, Duke Angwa and Madame took their leave. Yet, as they exited the gates of the royal residence, Madame suddenly collapsed, darkness enveloping her vision. This scene startled Duke Angwa. Linglong, what has happened to you? He dared not delay, nor did he inform anyone at the palace, hastily carrying Madame back to the Duke and Apos' residence. Surely, Her sudden fainting spell was due to overwhelming sorrow, and she had not wanted Yunxi to perceive her distress, having been steadfast until now. If he were to inform Yunxi at this moment, it would only cause her worry, and upon awakening, she would surely chastise him. And Yunxi remained oblivious to her mother and Amp, Oppos, as sudden collapse. In high spirits, Ling Fengjin took her back to her chamber to continue their meal. He rose and said, "After the crown prince returns to the palace, he will undoubtedly seek an audience with the emperor. I shall also make my visit. You should rest well in your room." This time, Yunxi did not protest. The urgent tasks she had to complete were already done, and now she needed to carefully plan her next steps. "Upon your return, Your Highness." By the way, at this juncture, Yunxi suddenly smiled softly and inquired, "Does Your Highness now believe that Yunxi genuinely wishes to stay?" Ling Fengjin replied leisurely, "I believe a little." And Yunxi raised her head, her smile radiant, asking, "A little? How much is that?" She demonstrated with her thumb and forefinger, leaving only a minuscule gap between them. Ling Fengjin, upon seeing this, felt his gaze deepen, his eyes burning with intensity as he beheld Yunxi. This girl. He suddenly bent down and pressed a kiss to Yunxi's forehead. The kiss was fervent, yet it managed to calm her. "Good," he murmured, his gaze still imbued with desire as he looked at Yunxi. "I shall return shortly." With that, he stepped outside, and Yunxi did not pursue him. As soon as he exited the room, 4 figures knelt before Ling Fengjin. "We pay our respects to Your Highness." Ling Fengjin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice icy. "Keep a close watch on her. She must not leave the royal residence." Regardless of whether Yunxi had truly changed due to the crown prince's betrayal or was merely feigning for his benefit, Ling Fengjin remained indifferent. His only concern was the outcome. The subordinates understood. The court was likely in disarray, and Ling Fengjin had to take charge. Sealing information and suppressing the ministers were tasks that required his direct involvement. After Ling Fengjin left, Yunxi was left alone in her chamber. Chunyu, having tidied up the remnants of the earlier chaos, stood at the door alongside another maid named Xiaoyu, closely monitoring Yunxi's every move. Today, she could do nothing but lie on the bed, attempting to organize her tumultuous thoughts. In her previous life, she had been confined to this very room for an entire month. That month had not afforded her the freedom she now enjoyed. She had not only been unable to leave, but had also been shackled. Recalling those past scenes, Yunxi felt an urge to cover her face, her cheeks reddening further. At that time, Ling Fengjin had truly been excessively cruel. In their previous life, they had tormented each other for over 2 years, only to open their hearts to one another just before death, fully accepting each other. That fleeting sweetness had been far too brief for Yunxi, so ephemeral that it led her to believe it was merely a beautiful illusion, a fleeting bloom. She had even pondered, had she known that loving Ling Fengjin could be so wonderful, why had she not fallen for him sooner? Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. "Let me in." "Miss, the prince has commanded that no one is to." "Get out." The woman and Oppos' voice was sharp, and disregarding the objections, she entered the room. Leaning against the bedside, Yunxi raised her gaze slightly and beheld the face of the figure at the door. Clad in a gown of pale yellow, the beautiful woman approached Yunxi, her face betraying concern. "Sisterin, are you well?" The worry on the woman's face did not seem feigned. Yet Yunxi could not suppress a cold laugh within, for she recognized this woman even if she returned to ash. She was Ling Fengjin and Amp, Oppos, as cousin, the legitimate daughter of the residents, Chu Wanran. Yunxi maintained her composure and politely inquired, "Oh, it is you, Sister Chu. What brings you to the Jun Wangfu?" Chu Wanran displayed a hint of distress. "Miss Ru Shui entrusted me to seek you out. I consider Ru Shui's sister, and you're like a sister to me as well. Seeing you in distress, how could I stand idly by?" Chu Wandan va Oppos, et what sauda nut. Based on her tone and past attitudes, there was no apparent flaw. Thus, in her previous life, Yunxi had never doubted Ru Shui, believing that Chu Wanran had indeed come to assist her. Yunxi chuckled softly, "Oh, Sister Chu has come to help me?" Chu Wanran glanced over her shoulder at the guards and maids, noting that none dared approach. After all, She was Ling Fengjin and Amp, Appo's close cousin and often delivered items to the palace, making her one of his more trusted acquaintances. Yes, sister, I will surely find a way to rescue you. And Yunxi and Appo's expression turned curious as she tilted her head to observe Chu Wanran. She uttered words that starkly contrasted with those from her previous life. Who said I wish to leave? For a brief moment, Chu Wanran's expression froze, and as she sensed the cracks in her facade, and Yunxi found the scene immensely entertaining. The handsome Ling Fengjin was the most striking man in the entire Bailing Kingdom. Not to mention the current regent prince. His status was unparalleled. Why would I wish to leave him? Chu Wanran seemed momentarily stunned, remaining in place, unable to respond for quite some time. Chapter 16. To substitute, her lips quivered slightly as she struggled to articulate a coherent thought. Sisterin, is it not Prince Taizi whom you admire? And Yunxi wore a deeply pained expression, her tone imbued with a sense of frustration akin to a tempest brewing within. That was in my naive past. Ever since I laid eyes on His Highness, the King of Jin, I have been utterly captivated, and my heart has long since been ensnared by him. Even Yunxi herself felt her cheeks flush with heat and an electrifying shiver run down her spine at her own admission. The very utterance sent waves of dismay crashing upon Chu Wanran, who had secretly harbored feelings for Ling Fengjin. Her complexion turned pale. Disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at Yunxi. Sisterin, you had previously declared your affection for Prince Taizi, and now you claim it is for the king. How can you so easily shift your affections, falling for one man after another? And Yunxi lifted her gaze gently, her beautiful eyes glinting with a frigid intensity, yet her expression bore a hint of surprise as she regarded Chu Wanran. Suddenly, she tilted her head slightly, a smirk dancing at the corner of her lips. However, the smile did not reach her eyes as she countered. Why should I not be free to change my affections? Chu Wanran was taken aback, unable to fathom Yunxi's candidness. How shameless could this woman be? Flustered, Chu Wanran lowered her head to mask the turmoil brewing within her. But this is truly, amidst her inadequate vocabulary, she struggled to find the words that could perfectly encapsulate the gravity of the situation. The mere thought of the past, where Chu Wanran had schemed to sow discord between her and Ling Fengjin, made Yunxi feel a wave of nausea. Chu Wanran was one of Ling Fengjin and Appo's few relatives. Years earlier, two princesses had been sent from a small kingdom in the west for political marriage. One became a favored consort, while the other achieved the status of prime minister's wife. The two beauties had captivated hearts and woven countless tales of admiration, only to be tragically claimed by fate. Thus, Chu Wanran enjoyed the privilege of freely entering the royal residence, regarded as a distinguished cousin by the servants of the King of Jin. To the public, she was the epitome of grace and charm, a paragon among the noble women of the capital. Yet, Yunxi, having lived a second life, had long seen through the facade, recognizing that she and Rushiwei were cut from the same cloth, truly devoted sisters. Sister Chu, are you suggesting that I am indeed a woman of fickle affections? Yunxi astutely articulated her thoughts. Chu Wanran was startled, hastily shaking her head. Sister, that is not what I meant. I merely believe such behavior is inappropriate. What is inappropriate? Yunxi narrowed her eyes, her gaze penetrating into Chu Wanran and Appo's very soul. Or is it that the prospect of my marriage to the king incites your jealousy? Absolutely not. Chu Wanran blurted out, her response immediate and instinctive, as though she had been struck. The color drained from her face. Taking a deep breath, she continued, I am here purely out of goodwill, wishing to assist sister and in escaping the clutches of my cousin, with no ulterior motives. Yunxi scoffed inwardly, dismissing Chu Wanran's claims as insincere. With a sorrowful countenance, Chu Wanran intertwined her fingers, lowering her head in a sigh. I simply do not want to see sister and suffer. What you may not be aware of is that my cousin's obsession with you stems from a different reason. Here it comes. Yunxi felt an uncomfortable sensation stirring within her. She remained silent, fists clenched tightly, listening intently as Chu Wanran pressed on. My cousin once adored a woman whose appearance bears a striking resemblance to yours. Few know of this, but I have seen her likeness with my own eyes. If you doubt my words, I possess her portrait." Chu Wanran paused, emphasizing her point. "This portrait was painstakingly crafted by my cousin himself. I took it secretly from his study, and I implore you not to disclose this to anyone. Should you require further proof, I could accompany you to his study to verify." Chu Wanran had evidently come prepared, drawing a portrait from her sleeve and unfolding it before Yunxi. The woman depicted was undeniably exquisite, her features closely mirroring Yunxi's own. It was rare to find such striking similarities between two individuals. And Yunxi had experienced this moment in her previous life. After being captured by Ling Fengjin, enduring what she perceived as torment, she had misjudged him due to his reticence, leading her to harbor deep-seated misunderstandings. In her most desperate hour, Chu Wanran and Appo's appearance had seemed like a beacon of hope. Chu Wanran had even endeavored to help her escape the royal residence, yet all attempts had been in vain. In a bid to gain her trust, Chu Wanran had shared this tale, and indeed, Yunxi had later discovered numerous portraits hidden away in Ling Fengjin's study, each a testament to his past. In a narrative that Chu Wanran wove, Yunxi was merely a substitute for Ling Fengjin's beloved, driven to obsession by the loss of one who had long since departed. Everything appeared so logical, ensnaring her in a web of belief. In that moment, Yunxi thought Ling Fengjin, the regent of Bailing, was nothing short of a deranged fanatic, her hatred and aversion toward him only deepening. Who could have foreseen that the likeness captured in those portraits was, in fact, her own? The reason for the slight discrepancies lay in the fact that he had painted her not as she was now, but as she had been, snapping back to the present. And Yunxi met Chu Wanran's earnest gaze. She bit her lip, her fingers trembling as they clutched the portrait. Chu Wanran stood silently before her, patiently awaiting the moment when Yunxi would unravel. Chapter 17. The Prince and Appo's first love is. Yunxi was initially taken aback, her eyelashes fluttering as she displayed an expression of disbelief. Seeing her stunned into silence, Chu Wanran immediately assumed a sympathetic demeanor, attempting to console her. "The prince has already found someone he cherishes. You and Appo's merely a substitute. Sister it would be wise to withdraw now and avoid entangling yourself in this murky situation. I will find a way to assist you." Before she could finish, Yunxi interjected, "Is there such a good fortune?" At that moment, Chu Wanran and Appo's face stiffened in shock as the tables had turned. She was now the one taken aback. Glancing down, she observed Yunxi and Appo's face transforming into one of delight. Yunxi carefully folded the painting and sought a suitable place on her person, even contemplating keeping it close to her heart. Chu Wanran and Appo's voice was dry as she inquired, "Sister, what are you doing?" "Of course, I am safeguarding the portrait." Yunxi and Appo's actions were exceedingly peculiar, leaving Chu Wanran at a loss for how to respond. "Why do you wish to conceal it?" Yunxi lifted her gaze, resting her eyes on Chu Wanran and Appo's face, and exclaimed, "Oh, you don and Appo's, to understand. Since I am a substitute, I must fulfill the role adequately. I shall have Chun Yu assist me in beautifying myself, so I resemble the woman in the portrait more closely. That way, the prince will surely favor me more." Chu Wanran was rendered speechless. "Sister, how can you so willingly degrade yourself? You must realize that the crown prince holds you in great affection, and you are soon to become his consort. If you remain in the prince's residence, any chance with the crown prince will vanish." Chu Wanran still harbored hopes of leveraging the crown prince to salvage the situation. However, she had not witnessed Yunxi and Appo's disdainful interactions with the crown prince. Otherwise, she would never have uttered such words. After securing the portrait, Yunxi perched herself on the edge of the bed, raising an eyebrow and suddenly displaying a hint of hostility. "Zhu Wandang, I have already stated that the one I adore is the prince. Your incessant mentions of the crown prince before me must have ulterior motives. Are you attempting to sow discord between me and the prince?" Chu Wanran was unprepared for Yunxi's retort, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Your silence confirms my suspicions. You wish to drive me out of the prince and Appo's residence. Your intentions are indeed nefarious. Sisterin, you misunderstand. I have no such intentions. Chu Wanran sought to maintain her facade of benevolence before Yunxi. Yet, Yunxi dismissed her trust entirely, seizing a nearby vase and shattering it on the ground. You all harbor ill intentions and seek to sever my bond with the prince. Get out. All of you leave. Yunxi erupted in fury, catching Chu Wanran off guard. The shards of the vase scattered chaotically, some embedding themselves into Chu Wanran's exposed skin. Chu Wanran cried out, her face contorted in pain as her maid rushed to steady her, who was on the verge of collapsing. Miss, the maids gasped as they noticed a shard lodged in Chu Wanran and Appo's wrist alongside scratches on her face. Thankfully, her dress concealed the worst of her injuries. Miss, please bear with it. I will fetch some ointment. Fuming with indignation, Chu Wanran lifted her head, only to find Yunxi standing, coldly regarding her. What? Are you still here, waiting for the prince to return so you can compete with me for his affections? Yunxi and Appo's boldness left Chu Wanran flustered. Sisterin, what are you saying? I would never. Yunxi's gaze softened slightly, but bore no hint of apology for her earlier actions. She strolled over to another vase, grasping its slender neck. Sisterin, you should rest. I shall take my leave. Fearing further outbursts from Yunxi, Chu Wanran did not hesitate, allowing her attendants to assist her from the room. Once the room was clear, Yunxi set the vase down and glanced at a shard stained with Chu Wanran and Appo's blood on the ground, a smirk creeping onto her lips. It had been deliberate. With her skill, she had managed to injure without leaving any evidence of malice. After all, in her previous life, she had sparred with Ling Fengjin for over 2 years, honing her combat skills through countless failures. Though she had once been formidable among her peers, it had merely been due to training. She had never taken a life or seen battle. However, 3 years later, she had transformed. The first 2 years had been filled with testing one another, but in the last year, she had fought alongside Ling Fengjin on the battlefield, emerging victorious, evolving from an ordinary woman into a capable general. Initially, she had secretly practiced assassination techniques to kill Ling Fengjin, achieving her highest record of attempting to stab him 3 times in a single day, all of which ended in failure. Then she had endured humiliation, confined to her chambers for 3 days without leaving her bed. Yet, with each setback, she had grown more determined, relentlessly pursuing Ling Fengjin, leading him to jest that she intentionally provoked him, perhaps in anticipation of the subsequent punishments. Yunxi covered her face. Past memories were too painful to revisit. This phase of her life was undoubtedly a dark chapter in her previous existence, but thankfully, no one would remember, nor would anyone recall. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a sudden pang of sorrow shot through her chest, and her eyes reddened. Had it not been for her father and Appo's betrayal upon returning to the capital, her fate with Ling Fengjin might have been entirely different. Placing a hand over her heart to quell the unexpected grief, images of Ling Fengjin, bloodied and battered, flooded her mind. The man who had loved her so deeply was irrevocably gone. All the love and strife they had shared now resided only in her solitary memory. Ling Fengjin. How she missed him. Time passed quietly, and it was only after a considerable while that Chu Wanran managed to tend to her wounds. Being a pampered young lady, she made the servants and Appo's lives miserable as they applied the ointment, wailing and cursing, rendering them too intimidated to speak. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Miss. His Highness Prince Jean has returned. Her cousin, Chu Wanran and Appo's eyes brightened instantly. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, quickly, lead the way. I must see him. Ling Fengjin had been gone for approximately 2 hours. As dusk settled, the evening glow painted the sky in layers of color. Just as Ling Fengjin was about to step into the courtyard, he was confronted by Chu Wanran, her injuries meticulously bandaged, presenting a pitiful sight as though she had endured multiple traumas. Cousin, Ling Fengjin furrowed his brow. What happened to you? His voice was neither warm nor cold, carrying an unmistakable sense of distance. Young Chu Wanran had long grown accustomed to the other person in Appo's demeanor. She lifted her head and forced a smile, saying, Wanran heard that Miss N is at the Wangfu, so I specifically came to pay her a visit. In the next moment, Ling Fengjun and Amp, Oppo's expression turned icy. His gaze imbued with a warning. Wanran, you should be well aware of what is permissible and what is not within the Wangfu. Chu Wanran pressed her lips together, feeling a deep ache in her heart at his cold words. How could her cousin think so poorly of her? Throughout her life, when had she ever harmed him? Chu Wanran defended herself internally, lowering her gaze to conceal her resentment. With a voice tinged with grievance, she replied, I came here simply to offer some consolation to Miss N, urging her to heed my cousin's advice and to refrain from dwelling on trivial matters. Yet, to my astonishment, she was unappreciative and even struck me when I declined to relay a message to the Crown Prince. Chapter 18. Secrets or words were nothing but fabrications. Chu Wanran understood Ling Fengjun and Oppo's character well. He was domineering and ruthless, incapable of tolerating any dissent. Regardless of why Yunxi had caught his eye, she now belonged to him, and he would never permit her to harbor thoughts of another. Even if her words failed to yield the desired effect, they would certainly cause Yunxi some distress. After all, how dare she show her displeasure in front of her and even injure her? Chu Wanran caressed her own face and was delighted to see Ling Fengjun's expression grow even colder. What message did you relay to her? He inquired. She replied, pausing for effect. She mentioned nothing of consequence, only insisted that I tell His Highness to wait for her, as she still wishes to become his consort. Chu Wanran was acutely aware of the repercussions her words would have on Yunxi. She decided to linger by the door, eager to witness the unfolding drama. She could hardly wait to hear Yunxi and Oppo's cries of despair, perhaps even her pleas for mercy. Ling Fengjun and Oppo's eyes turned increasingly frigid as a trace of indifference flickered within them. Did she truly say that? Juwandan notet fati sali. Indeed, Ling Fengjun and Oppo's countenance betrayed no emotion. He merely instructed Chu Wanran, remain here. He ordered his other subordinates to keep watch over her. Unbeknownst to her, danger was soon to descend. Yet she awaited the spectacle with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, Yunxi had already sensed the commotion outside and heard the approaching footsteps. Typically, Ling Fengjun would visit the courtyard in the evening, so she was surprised by his early return, well before dusk. She sat in a chair by the window, gazing towards the entrance, and sure enough, she spotted Ling Fengjun's imposing figure. Dressed in a black python-patterned robe, he radiated an unparalleled nobility. His footsteps were steady and powerful, his posture upright like a pine tree, and Yunxi found herself captivated by his handsome visage. Seeing Ling Fengjun again sent a tremor of longing through her very being. She rose and stepped outside to greet him. Your Highness, why have you returned so soon? She smiled, tilting her gaze upwards. Ling Fengjun approached her, his expression unreadable, and halted before her. Return to your chamber. His voice was calm and steady. As she grasped his wrist, the servants, witnessing the chill on his face, retreated from the courtyard. The door closed behind them, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. Once inside, Yunxi spoke leisurely. Chu Wanran came by earlier, claiming she wanted to help me escape. Ling Fengjun paused at the door upon hearing her words. What else did she do? Yunxi met his gaze, allowing him to hold her hand. She showed me a portrait she had stolen from your study, saying I bear a striking resemblance to your beloved. Unlike in her previous life, she felt no hesitation. If something displeased her, she would voice it, taking the initiative to strike first. A pack of ill-intentioned wolves surrounded her and Ling Fengjun, leading to their mutual deception and misunderstandings in the past, entangling them in a web of confusion. Without a moment's hesitation, she produced the portrait and thrust it before Ling Fengjun. Little did Chu Wanran know that her warning to Yunxi to keep silent would be so easily exposed. The image lay clearly between them. Ling Fengjun's gaze fell upon the portrait, initially surprised, before his expression shifted to something more peculiar. Yunxi stifled a laugh, tilting her head to better discern his current demeanor. As Ling Fengjun held the portrait, he swallowed hard, about to speak when he suddenly noticed Yunxi's eyes welling with tears. She threw herself into his embrace, her voice choked with emotion. Is it only because of my resemblance to your beloved that you have brought me back? If that is the case, you may treat me as her substitute. I shall not feel sorrow." Her words belied her apparent lack of distress, as tears streamed down her face, soaking Ling Fengjin's garments. He stood rigid, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Yunxi and Appo's emotional outburst, his thoughts in disarray, his eyes betraying a myriad of emotions. "No," he began. "What do you mean?" And Appo's. "No," and Appo's. And Yunxi pressed, compelling him to speak. Ling Fengjin lowered his gaze, feeling the warmth of her softness in his arms. He lifted his hand gently to rest upon her head. Though the truth was difficult to articulate, he was left with no choice but to reveal this small secret. Chapter 19. The Revelation of the White Moonlight. Ling Fengjin and Appo's gaze was profound as he pulled Yunxi to sit beside him on the bed, deftly shutting the door behind them. In the intimate confines of the room, Yunxi could distinctly hear the rapid beating of her own heart, each thrum resonating in her eardrums. "I shall enlighten you," Ling Fengjin said. And Yunxi and Appo's eyes glimmered with a hint of moisture, her doe-like gaze fixed intently on him. "Then, may I request His Highness to elucidate? I wish to have the opportunity to hear your explanation. Some words must be spoken in advance." After a brief silence, Ling Fengjin nodded slightly. Very well. He was not one to disregard reason. At this, Yunxi and Appo's lips curved into a smile, poised to hear the tale, though she had already heard it in her previous life. Yet, she yearned to listen once more, for it contained the rare, genuine sentiments expressed by Ling Fengjin. In later times, he would resolutely refuse to utter such words again. Ling Fengjin lowered his phoenix-like eyes, contemplating the painting before him. For years ago, at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet beneath the plum tree, I encountered you. And Yunxi's bright eyes widened. Ling Fengjin was now 26, 9 years her senior. 4 years prior, at the age of 22, he had met her when she was 13. Indeed, she had attended the Empress Dowager and Appo's banquet and had strolled through the plum grove, where she had incidentally dealt with a few scions of noble families. As this memory dawned on her, and Yunxi and Appo's cheeks flushed, and she lifted her head to inquire, "But what relation does that have to the lady in this portrait?" Ling Fengjin and Appo's lips parted slightly, his gaze deepening. "When you were pursued by the palace guards, you leapt from the wall and landed directly in my arms, vowing to repay my life-saving grace." And Yunxi fell silent, recalling her lack of decorum in that moment. Yet, if Ling Fengjin had not brought it up, she might have entirely forgotten, for that night was shrouded in darkness, and in her haste to escape, she had not taken note of who had caught her. Ling Fengjin did not allow Yunxi much time for reminiscence. "Tomorrow, I shall lead my troops into battle. I have not had the chance to see you again in these years of warfare, yet I have occasionally sketched your visage as you grew, lest I forget your face." From the very beginning, it seemed she had inadvertently entangled herself with Ling Fengjin. He gazed deeply into Yunxi and Appo's eyes, his tone resolute. "Thus, your life has long been entwined with mine." And Yunxi found herself speechless once more, for Ling Fengjin truly grasped the crux of the matter. With the issue of the portrait resolved, she boldly rose, wrapping her arms around his neck in a gesture of intimacy, tinged with a hint of seduction. "Does this mean, Your Highness, that you harbor no affections for another, and have always cherished me?" Ling Fengjin remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together, visibly at a loss for words. And Yunxi, undeterred, leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Your Highness likes me, and I, too, hold feelings for you. Is this not a cause for mutual delight?" Ling Fengjin raised an arm, gently guiding her to sit securely on his lap, rendering her immobile for the moment. His voice carried a chill. "Axi, any pretense or deception before me is futile. Even if you harbored thoughts of harming me, I would remain unfazed." And Yunxi arched an eyebrow, unperturbed. "It seems Your Highness is blissfully unaware of your own allure." Ling Fengjin fell silent, caught off guard by her current tactics. A moment and Appo's lapse in composure could lead him into her snare, and he feared being led astray by this cunning little vixen. While his affection for Yunxi was undeniable, He remained rational and composed, for he was not a man known for his benevolence, but rather one feared for his ruthlessness. And Yunxi remained seated on his lap, continuing, "Has Chu Wanran departed? If not, she could be summoned for a confrontation." At her words, Ling Fengjin glanced toward the door and suddenly raised his voice. "Bring in the young miss." "Yes." The response echoed abruptly from the entrance, and Yunxi recognized these were the elite guards Ling Fengjin had meticulously trained, who remained hidden until summoned. Chu Wanran stood at the threshold, patiently awaiting her fate, even having a chair brought over for her to witness the unfolding drama. However, two guards armed with blades approached her, stating, "The prince requests your presence." "Young Mississippi me? What does he want me for?" Chu Wanran and Appo's expression was momentarily perplexed. "Please, you and Amp. Appo's, well, understand once you enter," they urged, and a sense of unease crept over her. Following them into the courtyard and then the room, she found Yunxi lounging leisurely on the bed, her posture relaxed and at ease, an image starkly contrasting with what Chu Wanran had anticipated. Ling Fengjin and Amp. Appo's voice pierced the air with chilling clarity, striking at her heart as he posed a direct inquiry. "Chu Wanran, tell me, did you steal this painting?" "The painting?" Chu Wanran and Appo's demeanor shifted. She instinctively glanced at Yunxi, recalling her prior admonition not to divulge this matter. And Yunxi spoke softly, "Miss Chu, I have shared everything you told me with His Highness." This revelation struck like a bolt from the blue. Chu Wanran's expression tightened, her body trembling with suppressed anger. "And Yunxi, you." Yet, Ling Fengjin did not grant her the opportunity to rebuke Yunxi, instead pressing, "Why deceive me? I did not. Everything I said was true." Chu Wanran and Amp. Appo's eyes brimmed with emotion, her throat dry with anxiety. Regardless, she would never admit to lying. For Ling Fengjin abhorred deceit above all else. "That painting was indeed shown to Yunxi, but I spoke nothing but the truth. You have affections for another, not her." Ling Fengjin regarded her thoughtfully. His previous compassion for Chu Wanran, stemming from their shared loss of mothers, had blinded him to her transformation into a fabricator of tall tales. "Regardless of the truth of your words, the theft of my property is a grave offense." Chu Wanran, do you plead guilty? Chapter 20. A slap in the face. Chu Wanran's legs went weak, and she instinctively retreated a few steps, gazing into Ling Fengjin's icy eyes. She realized that from the very beginning, her cousin had never believed her words. Her attempts at sowing discord were nothing more than the antics of a foolish clown. Seeing that Chu Wanran had ceased her futile attempts at justification, Ling Fengjin pronounced her sentence without hesitation. "As your elder brother, it is my duty to discipline you. Bring forth the punishment." And Yunxi and Amp, Appo's eyes flickered. Ling Fengjin was indeed ruthless, showing no mercy even to his only cousin. Yet, she found it delightful. "No, cousin. Please Don and Amp, Appo's." Two maids approached and restrained Chu Wanran. All the servants by her side were promptly expelled from the room, as if to avenge Yunxi. Ling Fengjin ordered Chun Yu to take action within the chamber. Chun Yu took a long, ruler-like implement without hesitation and struck it directly against Chu Wanran and Appo's face. A slap would leave even the most delicate cheek bruised, let alone the use of such an instrument. "Ah!" A cry of anguish escaped Chu Wanran and Appo's lips. Yet Chun Yu did not relent. Strike after strike, it wasn't long before what was once a fair face transformed into a swollen mess. Chu Wanran could barely make a sound, her teeth loosened, and two had even fallen out. When it seemed she was on the brink of unconsciousness, Ling Fengjin finally waved his hand. His voice was cold and devoid of mercy. "From this day forth, you shall not set foot within the Jin Wangfu. Escort her out." Dizzy and bloodied, Chu Wanran and Appo's expression became numb. Having been publicly humiliated and expelled, she felt stripped of all dignity. As she hazily lifted her head, she caught sight of the mocking smile at the corner of Yunxi and Appo's mouth. In that moment, Chu Wanran clearly understood the scars on her face and her current expulsion from the manor were all part of a scheme to lead her into a pit of despair. "And Yunxi." Each syllable dripped with extreme loathing, yet all she could emit was a muffled, bloodied sound. And Yunxi chuckled. Miss Chu, remember this lesson and be more wise in the future. Chu Wanran was carried out of the Wangfu by her own servants. Ling Fengjin turned to see in Yunxi sticking her tongue out at Chu Wanran and Appo's retreating figure, reminiscent of a mischievous girl from years past. He had not been captivated at first sight. Prior to their chance encounter, Ling Fengjin was already aware of Yunxi and Appo's esteemed reputation. Even though rumors were controlled, what news could escape his notice? Ling Fengjin had watched over Yunxi for a long time, witnessing her transform into the stunning beauty she had become. He had silently observed her from the shadows, even arranging for the masters who taught her music and arts. When Yunxi noticed Ling Fengjin's gaze, she immediately composed herself. Does your highness believe me now? Ling Fengjin's expression remained inscrutable, revealing no signs of emotional upheaval. It was as if dealing with Chu Wanran was merely a trivial matter. Yes, I believe you. Upon hearing this, Yunxi understood that earning Ling Fengjin's trust was a long and arduous journey. Nevertheless, she was determined not to let misunderstandings mar their relationship. Since your highness trusts me, please grant me one request. Do not confine my freedom any longer. Of course, if you are still concerned, you may accompany me or send someone to watch over me. Do as you wish. And Yunxi spoke earnestly. She truly despised the thought of being confined within these walls, rendered powerless like a caged bird. There were still matters to resolve at the general and Appo's residence, and with her mother's gentle nature and her brother and Appo's infrequent visits, she feared for her mother's safety amidst potential dangers. Ling Fengjin narrowed his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Let us see how you perform. And Yunxi stared at the man before her cheeks flushing slightly as she leaned in, gently brushing her lips against his. Her soft lips bore a warm and sweet fragrance, akin to freshly baked pastries. As Ling Fengjin grasped her waist, preparing to lean closer, he heard Yunxi involuntarily let out a soft groan. She had exerted herself too much the night before and still felt a lingering pain in her back. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes. Ling Fengjin noticed immediately, setting her down gently at the bedside and arranging the covers for her. Rest now, recover your strength, and I shall grant your request. And Yunxi blinked, lying quietly on the bed as she watched Ling Fengjin extinguish the other candles in the room, leaving only a small oil lamp by the bed. It was clear he did not intend to leave, but rather took a seat nearby, bringing with him documents from the study. Feeling somewhat reassured, the extremely fatigued Yunxi finally closed her eyes. She was soon engulfed in a nightmare, reliving the harrowing moments before her demise. It was the third year of her marriage to Ling Fengjin. Together, they had ventured onto the battlefield. After more than half a year of warfare, the southern Qi kingdom suffered a significant defeat, its spirit broken. The 2-year-long conflict finally came to a halt. Throughout the battles and the mutual support they provided each other, the bond between Yunxi and Ling Fengjin deepened rapidly after their misunderstandings were resolved. Having endured hatred and resentment, and weathered the trials of life and death, Yunxi was now able to completely surrender herself to this man. With the tension of the battlefield behind them, 2 months after returning to the capital, she found herself with child. At that time, she had already meticulously prepared a surprise for Ling Fengjin, intending to share the joyous news with him at his upcoming birthday banquet. Alas, she would not live to see that day. In early April, during the Qingming festival, on the anniversary of her mother and brother Appo's passing, her father invited her to pay respects at their graves. Chapter 21. The grief of losing a child, never anticipating the treachery of her father. On that fateful day, she was poisoned by the very tea he had served her, collapsing to the ground. It was the first time Yunxi witnessed the grotesque visage of her biological father, alongside her half-sister, who initially feigned grief at their mother's grave. Racked with excruciating abdominal pain, her garments soaked in a cold sweat, the agony rendered her vision dim and her mouth filled with a metallic sweetness. Just ahead lay the earth that cradled her mother and brother. Yet, amidst such despair, she distinctly heard the words exchanged between Rushiwe and General and Father. This poison was personally given to me by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. While it may not cause her immediate demise, it will gradually corrode her internal organs, leading to eventual organ failure and death. During this time, Yunxi can survive at most 2 more days. This poison is incurable and irreversible, impervious even to the might of the highest celestial beings. Should the regent prince attempt to rescue her, I assure you, neither of them will emerge unscathed. At that moment, the usually gentle and delicate Yunxi spoke with a venomous malevolence. She heard her father and aunt, Appo's voice. Yunxi, this is rather cruel. After all, she is my daughter. We should grant her a swift end. Father, are you feeling pity? Do you recall how you promised my mother? To secure a position for the lady of the Marquis's house, my mother endured countless indignities, nearly sacrificing her life to deceive your wife. Now that I am about to become the crown princess, you will soon hold the title of duke, and my mother will be the duchess. This is an unprecedented wealth for our family. You must not show weakness or mercy. Your father had his reasons, and Yunxi's tone softened, and she grasped her father's hand. Father, I understand the efforts you have made for us. Who could blame my mother for her lowly status? Having such a father as you is already a blessing for us. We only need to take this final step. The crown prince loves me dearly, and assisting him is, in essence, aiding ourselves. Very well, my dear Yunxi, I shall heed your wishes. At that moment, Yunxi was oblivious to whether her heart or her abdomen ached more intensely. She writhed in pain upon the ground. Even her breaths felt agonizing. Soon, she sensed a warm stickiness beneath her. Crimson blood seeped forth, and the child she had so dearly hoped for was lost. She had not even had the chance to tell Ling Fengjin of the child they had conceived together, nor had she named the unborn. Betrayed by those she held closest, Yunxi lay on the ground, slowly struggling. Upon realizing the calamity that had befallen her child, she crawled desperately towards her father. Bloodied hands grasped his garments, still clinging to a flicker of hope that he might show her some compassion. Father, I beg of you, spare me. I bear your grandchild. Yet her fingers were ruthlessly pried apart. Her father frowned. Yunxi, how could you conceive the child of the regent prince? He is a traitor to Bailing, lawless and cruel. The common people harbor a deep-seated hatred for him. How could you carry his offspring? And Yunxi's voice dripped with scorn. Indeed, sister, who would have thought you harbored a vile spawn? Let us dispose of it, sparing us the trouble of its existence. And Yunxi was bewildered. Why do the people speak of Ling Fengjin in such derisive terms? Bailing could survive without an emperor or a crown prince, but could not do without Ling Fengjin, were it not for his tireless efforts, leading seasoned warriors in a battle. Where would Bailing find its current peace and prosperity? With blood-red eyes, she lifted her gaze, void of any illusions. Father, the true traitors, the disloyal and unfilial ones are you. All of you. Seeing her still capable of defiance, and Yunxi stormed forward, viciously trampling her face. And Yunxi, who permitted you to insult my father and me? At this juncture, you still fail to recognize your own position. It is laughable. Even if Ling Fengjin is cautious and formidable, you are his weakness, making him all the more vulnerable. And Yunxi clawed at the ground, struggling with all her might. However, the poison sapped her strength. Even a woman lacking the strength of a chicken could not escape. The guards of the general and Appo's estate, long positioned for this moment, rushed forth, binding Yunxi, heedless of her grim condition. Impatient, and Yunxi cast a disdainful glance at Yunxi, commanding, "Take her away, and send word to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Inform him that our scheme has succeeded, and he must quickly arrange a trap. This time, we shall ensure the elimination of Regent Prince Ling Fengjin." Fury filled in Yunxi's eyes. She had bitten her lip, the taste of iron flooding her mouth. Even a tiger does not consume its offspring. Father, why do you treat me thus? General unregarded Yunxi, a flicker of guilt in his gaze. Yet, this fleeting compassion resembled a cat weeping over a dead mouse, insincere and devoid of warmth. And Yunxi stepped forward with a cold smile, revealing a truth that left Yunxi speechless. And Yunxi, it is not just you. Your mother and your brother's deaths were not mere accidents. I served your mother like a maid, and every potion she ingested passed through my hands. Though I dared not poison her directly, I substituted her medicine with harmless herbs, ensuring she would never recover. As for your 3 brothers, they were ensnared by the crown princess agents, expertly disguised as battlefield casualties. Chapter 22. The aftermath of a love potion, and Yunxi was ensnared in a nightmare, as if she had plunged into a murky abyss. No, please no. Ling Fengjin, startled by the sudden sounds emanating from the bed, sprang to his feet and hurried to her side. Shi, he called softly, hoping to rouse her. Yet, Yunxi remained unresponsive, seemingly entranced by her torment. Her lips were pale, and beads of sweat adorned her forehead, the dampness clinging to her hair. Fearing for her well-being, Ling Fengjin swiftly lifted her from the bed, cradling her tightly in his embrace. Someone, he shouted to the outside. Immediately, a servant entered. Your Highness. Ling Fengjin and Amp. Appo's expression was grave as he focused intently on Yunxi and Amp. Appo's state. Her cheeks were flushed, and when he placed his fingers on her forehead, he felt an intense heat radiating from her. Even her breath was warm. She was ill. Summon Dr. Gu, he commanded without hesitation. Yes, Your Highness. The servants hurried off to fetch the physician. As the regent, it was relatively easy for him to summon a doctor, yet he remained wary of others. Before long, an elderly physician arrived, carrying a medicine box. The late hour had taken a toll on Dr. Gu, who appeared disheveled, with unkempt hair and his clothes askew, buttons mismatched. Your Highness, I am here, he announced. Ling Fengjin immediately stepped aside to allow him space. Dr. Gu, please examine the princess consort. Dr. Gu paused, astonished. The princess consort? Which one? He had not heard of the regent and Appo's marriage. Ling Fengjin narrowed his eyes, unwilling to elaborate, instead fixing a cold gaze upon Dr. Gu. The physician shuddered, realizing his oversight. Forgive my forgetfulness. I shall treat the princess consort at once. He quickly approached the bed wherein Yunxi lay, her face nearly scorched from fever, and extended his hand to take her pulse. After a moment, Dr. Gu's expression softened. Your Highness, the princess consort appears somewhat weakened, as if she has consumed a considerable amount of medicinal herbs that have depleted her vital energy. His voice trailed off as he cast an odd glance at Ling Fengjin. Ling Fengjin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor icy as he shot back a look that conveyed his displeasure. What do you mean by that? Dr. Gu, sensing the gravity of the situation, replied earnestly. Your Highness, while the princess consort is indeed robust, excessive use of such substances may harm her foundation. Should her constitution be compromised, conceiving in the future could become exceedingly difficult. We must prevent any further occurrences. Ling Fengjin grasped the implication of Dr. Gu and Amp. Appo's words, his countenance darkening. It was the love potion. He had dispatched his subordinate to observe in Yunxi, and upon hearing that something was amiss, he had acted swiftly to intervene. He had never intended for the crown prince and Appo's marriage to proceed smoothly. It was merely a matter of time before he took action. This union was destined to be his. As the night grew colder, the potion and Appo's effects combined with the sweat made her susceptible to chill. The illness was not insurmountable. Dr. Gu assured him that a few days of herbal remedies would suffice to restore her health. Upon hearing this, Ling Fengjin's expression eased slightly. He could not divulge the full circumstances to Dr. Gu, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Prepare the medicine and ensure the concoction is delivered promptly. Yes, Your Highness, Dr. Gu replied, not daring to voice any objections. He promptly exited to prepare the medicine. A young maid, Chunyu, entered with water and a handkerchief. However, Ling Fengjin interjected. I shall take care of this. Yes, Your Highness. Dismissing Chunyu, he turned his attention to Yunxi, whose eyes were tightly shut, clearly in distress. His lips pressed together in silence as he gently applied the damp handkerchief to her forehead, hoping to alleviate her discomfort. Just as he withdrew his hand, a feverish grip seized his wrist. She held on with an intensity that suggested he was a treasure of immense significance to her. Don't leave. Please don't abandon me. In her dream, the body of her beloved grew colder, and the scene around her warped further into distortion. And Yunxi and Appo's voice was hoarse, filled with heartbreaking sorrow, a depth of emotion that would move anyone who heard it. Who was she calling for? Her voice was steeped in longing, as if she could not let go of someone even in her dreams. Was she yearning for the crown prince, Ling Changyue? After all, he was the one who tore them apart, fully aware of Yunxi's affections, yet employing forceful means to keep her by his side. He had resorted to such despicable tactics, willing to confine her like a caged bird, a prized possession. Despite the crown prince and Appo's wrongdoings, Yunxi had cherished him for years, inevitably leading to her profound sorrow. Ling Fengjin felt his body stiffen, unable to move, as Yunxi's grip on his wrist grew unbearably hot. "Ashi," he murmured, allowing her to hold his hand, his tone gentle, as if offering comfort. "I will not forsake you." Yunxi cried in her dream, her emotions overwhelming. The images were etched in her memory, impossible to erase. She clutched Ling Fengjin's wrist tightly, leaving a clear imprint of her fingers on his skin. "Your Highness, the medicine is ready." Dr. Gu sent word that the medicine had been prepared. Ling Fengjin personally took the bowl, sitting beside her to cool it before feeding her spoonful by spoonful, easing the bitter liquid onto her parched lips. The night stretched on without sleep. Chapter 23. The Art of Witchcraft. The following day, Yunxi was beset by an excruciating headache. The chaotic images from her dreams had vanished, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with a blinding light. As she slightly moved her body, she discovered that someone lay beside her. Ling Fengjun and Appo's clothes were wrinkled, and his normally meticulously groomed hair appeared disheveled. She froze for a moment before gently rising. Her slightest movement stirred Ling Fengjun from his slumber. He opened his eyes, instinctively pressed the back of his hand against her forehead, and, finding no feverish heat, relaxed his expression, inquiring, "Do you still feel unwell?" Yunxi was momentarily taken aback by his sudden warmth, feeling both honored and bewildered. "No, I'm fine now." Ling Fengjun nodded slightly, his gaze softening further. Yunxi observed the disheveled appearance of Ling Fengjun, who bore the remnants of fatigue evident in his dark under-eye circles. It dawned on her that he must have cared for her throughout the night while she was ill, just as her heart swelled with gratitude. A hurried knock sounded at the door from Chunyu. "Your Highness, urgent news from the Marquis's residence. It concerns Madame and..." Both individuals in the room were momentarily stunned. Yunxi quickly raised her gaze, demanding what happened. "My mother was perfectly fine yesterday," Chunyu promptly replied. The people from the Marquis and Appo's residence reported that Madame and fainted shortly after leaving the palace yesterday. They summoned a physician, but there has been no improvement throughout the night, which is why they rushed to inform us. Ling Fengjun straightened his attire and declared, "I shall bring several more physicians." The physicians from the royal hospital were notoriously difficult to summon, yet Ling Fengjun insisted on bringing additional ones. Yunxi rose hastily, her expression grave, her palms clammy with sweat. It was her fault. She had been too anxious and should have conveyed these matters to her mother gradually, allowing her to prepare herself mentally. "Your Highness, I must see my mother." Ling Fengjun and Appo's gaze fell upon Yunxi and Appo's pale face, noting her lingering weakness despite the fever subsiding. However, the determination in her eyes was compelling. "Prepare the lady for her attire," he commanded. "Yes." Chunyu promptly called for Chiu to assist, and the two young maids hurriedly dressed Yunxi. After applying a touch of rouge to mask her pallor, Yunxi stood up, momentarily swaying. A strong arm reached out from beside her, lifting her effortlessly from the ground. She blinked in surprise as she found herself cradled in Ling Fengjun and Appo's embrace. His arms were sturdy and powerful, and despite his slender appearance, they were wrapped in layers of muscle. Yunxi, feeling slightly unsteady, was carried into the carriage, which sped towards the Ngwa Marquis and Appo's residence. Upon arrival, she regained some strength and, guided by the servants, entered the estate with Ling Fengjun and the summoned physicians. The 6 physicians, led by Gu Tai, exchanged anxious glances. This scene was reminiscent of only a few occasions in the palace when illness struck. The servants of the Marquis's residence were taken aback by the sudden influx of so many physicians. As the procession entered the main courtyard, the Marquis of Ngwa was frantically pacing, distressed over his sister's condition. Upon seeing the crowd at the entrance, he halted in disbelief. His gaze turned to Yunxi. Are these physicians? And Yunxi nodded. They were summoned by His Highness. Uncle, how is my mother? The Marquis hastily replied. She is inside. Please, esteemed lords, proceed. Gu Tai, the head of the royal hospital, along with the other 5 esteemed physicians, were typically difficult to summon for their own health issues. To have 6 of them present at once was extraordinary, considering the entire royal hospital housed merely a handful of physicians. Ling Fengjun, unfazed, addressed Gu Tai. Thank you for your diligence, Gu Tai. Not at all, Gu Tai replied, weary from a sleepless night. I was pulled from my bed this morning. Although I am honored to assist. He respectfully entered the room, gathering the group around Madame and Yunxi followed, urging, I implore you, Gu Tai, to examine my mother thoroughly. Her ailment has persisted for some time without improvement, and I hope you can enlighten me on the cause. Though she suspected the involvement of Yunxi and her mother in this predicament, Gu Tai promptly assured, rest assured, Your Highness, we shall exert our utmost efforts. Upon hearing Gu Tai address Yunxi as Your Highness, the other physicians exchanged astonished glances but refrained from commenting, focusing instead on their duty to heal. After a while, Gu Tai's expression grew serious as he addressed Yunxi. On the surface, Madame appears to be suffering from a deficiency in vitality and is likely unconscious due to emotional distress. However, among us, there are those well-versed in peculiar arts. And after extensive examination, we have detected anomalies within her body. Yunxi and Appo's heart raced, her breath catching in her throat as a chill ran through her. What abnormalities? Even the Marquis's heart raced at this revelation. Gu Tai continued, there is a distinct swelling in the veins of Madame and Appo's wrist, suggesting something is amiss within her meridians. Her eye sockets appear sunken, and her lips and tongue are excessively pale. While these symptoms might be mistaken for a common ailment, the truth is more sinister. Madame has been afflicted with a form of witchcraft poison. Yunxi and Appo's pupils dilated sharply. Although she had anticipated this outcome, fury surged within her. The Marquis exclaimed, someone is attempting to harm my sister? Gu Tai pursed his lips, his tone growing colder. We, though well-versed in medicine, possess little knowledge of this arcane art. The origins of this witchcraft lie in the western regions, where many sorcerers once resided. Decades ago, a small nation in the west fell, and those who practiced such dark arts vanished without a trace. He paused, a hint of lamentation in his voice. Were it not for the unusually high number of physicians present today, it may have been impossible to uncover the true condition of Madame and Yunxi instinctively glanced towards the door. Ling Fengjun stood outside, refraining from intruding, allowing the physicians to focus on their task. If one were to seek the most skilled healers in Biling, they would undoubtedly turn to the royal hospital. Had it not been for Ling Fengjun and Appo's ability to summon so many physicians today, she might have been unable to save her mother. Merely finding 1 or 2 physicians would have proven futile. With a grave expression, she inquired of Gu Tai, is there a remedy for this witchcraft? Yunxi sifted through her memories from a past life, certain that the culprits behind her mother and Appo's plight were the Lu concubine and her daughter. However, the Lu concubine likely lacked the knowledge to execute such dark arts herself. It was possible she had obtained them from another source. Who then had provided them with such malevolent means? Yunxi closed her eyes in deep contemplation, suddenly snapping them open with a piercing gaze, her demeanor icy. She had discerned the identity of the perpetrator. Chapta Haimutu, I see. Do not weep, this poison originates from the western regions and is undoubtedly connected to that area. Both the King of Fire and Chu Wanran's mother are princesses from there, and it is highly probable that they brought some local specialties with them. Thus, it is likely that Chu Wanran is responsible for giving it to Yunxi. Dr. Gu said, it is somewhat challenging, yet not without solutions. Coincidentally, several of my colleagues are present today. The princess may wait outside, and the old servants will ensure that Madame awakens. Yunxi and Appo's heart brimmed with joy, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Perhaps with this, her mother and Appo's ailment could be thoroughly cured, and in 2 years, she would not succumb to illness but remain by her side. She and the Duke of N stepped outside, relinquishing the room to the esteemed physicians. At that moment, Regent Ling Fengjin stood in the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back. Upon noticing Yunxi approach, he narrowed his gaze slightly. "Ashi, how's your aunt now?" Has the physician reached a conclusion? With reddened eyes, Yunxi lifted her head, biting her lip as she gazed at Ling Fengjin, remaining silent. Ling Fengjin, sensing something amiss, furrowed his brows. Is the illness quite severe? A pang of anxiety gripped him. Could it be that bringing so many physicians was in vain? Yunxi, unable to voice her thoughts, merely shook her head to convey her overwhelming emotions. In the next instant, she opened her arms and suddenly threw herself into Ling Fengjin and Appo's embrace. At that moment, a singular thought filled her mind. How fortunate it is to have Ling Fengjin. The Duke observed this scene, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. It was the first time he witnessed his niece displaying such a vulnerable demeanor. For as long as he could remember, Yunxi had always been a resolute girl, adept with swords and martial arts. Although she was becoming increasingly beautiful, her penchant for wearing pink and her fierce demeanor made her formidable. It was hard to imagine her acting coy. Any young man who dared to gaze at her would likely receive a beating. Yunxi clung tightly to Ling Fengjin and Appo's waist. Her voice choked with emotion, her shoulders trembling slightly. "No, Dr. Gu and the others have a way. They say my mother's condition is not dire." Upon hearing this, Ling Fengjin and Appo's expression relaxed slightly. His demeanor remained composed as he gently brushed Yunxi and Appo's hair. "Then why weep?" His fingertip lightly traced her eyelashes, catching a tear that clung to his finger. Yunxi replied, "Dr. Gu mentioned that it was fortunate many people were present today. Otherwise, he might have misdiagnosed my mother's illness on his own." She recalled overhearing this during Dr. Gu's discussions with the other physicians. Ling Fengjin, upon hearing this, wore an indifferent expression. That old man must not be very skilled, hence his excuse. Fortunately, Dr. Gu is not here. Otherwise, he would surely bristle at that remark. Yunxi couldn't help but giggle, her tears subsiding, although her eyes still held a hint of redness. Reluctant to release her hold on Ling Fengjin, she savored the comforting sensation of his waist. However, concerned about her mother and Appo's health, she modestly withdrew her arms and wiped her eyes. "Dr. Gu instructed me to wait here, assuring me that he would certainly cure my mother." Ling Fengjin nodded gently. "That is good. These physicians are exceptionally skilled. It would be quite difficult to summon them without the prince's intervention." His eyes brightened slightly as he patted Yunxi's head. As noon approached, everyone waited in silence for news from within the room. Meanwhile, Dr. Gu and the other physicians were diligently tending to Madame Min. One physician sat at the bedside, carefully positioning silver needles on specific acupoints. Others prepared herbal remedies and wrote prescriptions, working in perfect harmony. These seasoned physicians had collaborated for many years, usually operating independently, but this occasion saw them unite in purpose. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. Dr. Gu, as the lead coordinator, kept a vigilant watch over Madame and Appo's condition. Suddenly, he noticed the veins in her wrist becoming particularly pronounced, as if something were moving within. His expression turned grave as he commanded, "Quickly, pierce the fingertip and apply the prepared medicine." "Yes, we must be cautious. Do not rush, to avoid any lingering poison." The others wore expressions of concern, proceeding methodically to extract the toxic blood from her fingertip. Drops of blood fell into a pre-prepared bowl, and soon, a foul-smelling black fluid emerged. Though not abundant, it was strikingly visible, sending shivers down their spines. As the black blood flowed out, the physicians and Appo's faces relaxed, and one praised another. "Dr. Zhao, who would have thought that you, the youngest among us, possess such knowledge? You are quite impressive." A plain-looking middle-aged man scratched his head sheepishly. "I just happen to know a bit, thanks to the guidance of my esteemed seniors. I am relieved that this lady is all right." The majority of the poison was successfully expelled from Madame and Appo's body by the physicians and Appo's specialized techniques. Her complexion visibly improved. The most critical step had succeeded. Now, They merely needed to administer some internal medicines and attend to the aftermath. Once the physicians completed their tasks, they exited the room, and the Duke of N promptly approached, instructing the household staff to escort these esteemed individuals to the guest hall where a meal had been prepared for them. And Yunxi, unable to contain her excitement, entered the room with Ling Fengjin. Only Dr. Gu remained, and he stroked his beard, gesturing to the prescription on the table. Princess, simply follow this prescription for the medicine 3 times a day. After a period of treatment, once the residual poison has cleared, her health will surely improve. A heavy weight seemed to lift from Yunxi and Appo's heart at that moment. Thank you, Dr. Gu. Dr. Gu smiled warmly. It is my duty, but I must remind you, the poison affecting Madame and was deliberate. You must uncover who is responsible, otherwise there may be a next time. And Yunxi clenched her teeth. I understand. She was aware of who had committed this act. This enmity would not go unavenged. After imparting his final instructions, Dr. Gu departed with his medical bag, leaving the space for Yunxi and Ling Fengjin. Yunxi hurried to the bedside, her gaze fixed on Madame, and, it is all right. My mother will never leave me again. Suddenly, Madame and Appo's fingers twitched slightly, and her eyelids fluttered. Chapter 25. The Remarriage Ceremony? Yunxi was filled with astonishment. Mother. Upon hearing her daughter and Appo's voice, Madame slowly opened her eyes. The piercing light compelled her to blink, and only after a moment could she discern the figure seated beside her bed. Sheen? Her voice was frail and hoarse. Yunxi hurriedly responded, the medicine has been prepared. Please drink it first. Taking the medicine brought by the servants of the Ho residence, Yunxi personally fed it to Madame N. After consuming the physician and Appo's concoction, Madame N was finally able to rise. She gazed at Yunxi and Ling Fengjin, smiling as she said, Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern regarding my ailment. Ling Fengjin replied nonchalantly, it was merely a trifling effort. Inviting half of the court physicians over was indeed something only the prince could regard as a mere gesture. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. It was the Marquis of Ngua, who had rushed back upon hearing of Madame and Appo's awakening. He appeared slightly flushed from his hurried walk, yet his tone was filled with respect towards Ling Fengjin, for he dared not overlook the regent and Appo's contributions. Madame and Appo's expression changed in surprise. She and realized how much she owed the prince. Yunxi glanced at Ling Fengjin, her eyes sparkling with joy. Their gaze met briefly before he averted his eyes. For Axie and Appo's sake, Aunt need not dwell on such trivial matters. Madame chuckled, turning to her daughter. In that case, she and Appo's, you should express your gratitude to His Highness on my behalf. Yunxi and Appo's cheeks flushed slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with uncontainable delight. Seeing the closeness between his niece and the regent, the Marquis felt a weight lift from his heart, fully supporting this union. However, matters were not destined to be so straightforward. The sound of a cane echoed from outside, and everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the entrance. Upon hearing the cane, Madame and Appo's expression shifted, her pallor deepening. Yunxi recognized the approaching visitor, and the room fell silent as 2 figures entered the main hall. The foremost figure was an elderly woman, perhaps in her 50s, dressed in a deep purple skirt, her white hair accentuated by a cane, adorned with a jade ring that exuded opulence. A younger woman accompanied her, assisting her as they entered. Upon seeing them, the Marquis stepped out of the inner chamber to greet the elderly lady with utmost respect. Mother, Madam, what brings you here? Yunxi recognized the 2. The elder was the late Marquis's widow, Madame Du, while the younger was her aunt. As a lady of a distinguished family, Yunxi also performed the customary greeting. She and Appo's pays her respects to her grandmother and aunt. Aunt Lucia smiled, saying, I heard you encountered some trouble, resulting in the cancellation of your wedding banquet with the crown prince. It brings me relief to see you well. Yunxi smiled back, aware that her aunt and Appo's words were merely polite niceties. Aunt Lucia had always resented her mother for taking advantage of the Ho residence, often claiming that a married daughter was like water poured away. She would secretly warn both mother and daughter to avoid returning to the Marquis's house. Of course, in the presence of her uncle, she dared not express such sentiments and feigned deep concern for them. "Thank you for your concern, Aunt. I am quite well now." Aunt Lucia feigned disappointment, saying, "I had hoped to see you become the crown princess, bringing glory to our family. Now that you have returned, when will you hold the wedding with the crown prince?" The Marquis quickly interjected, "Madam, this is a private matter for she and Oppose." However, Madame Du frowned, addressing the Marquis coldly. "How can this be a private matter? It concerns the future of our family." As the Marquis, Don and Oppose, do you possess the foresight to recognize this? The Marquis, chastised by Madame Du, felt his composure falter. "Mother, this matter is not as simple as you think." Madame Du scoffed. "What could possibly be complicated? The crown prince is a national heir. For this girl to wed him would be an immense fortune for our family." And Yunxi and Oppose's downcast eyes grew increasingly cold. Madame Du was a woman obsessed with status and prestige, a true troublemaker within the Ho residence. When her mother's biological mother passed away, the late Marquis, concerned for the welfare of his 3 young children, married Madame Du, the younger sister of his late wife, as his second wife. Initially, she was devoted, but after having her own son, she lavished all the good fortune of the family upon him, while her son, now 30, remained a useless layabout. Only a few stepsons, grateful for her past care, treated her kindly, yet she wielded this favor to dominate the Marquis and Oppose's household, bringing her niece Lucia into the house as the principal wife. Even back then, her mother's acquaintance with General and was facilitated by her. And Yunxi replied calmly, "The wedding will not be held. I wish to annul my engagement with the crown prince." At these words, Madame Du nearly erupted with rage. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The Marquis immediately positioned himself between Yunxi and Madame Du mother. "There are reasons for this. Allow me to explain at a more opportune time." Yet, Madame Du had no intention of listening. "Where's Du Linglan? Bring her to me. How has she raised such a wayward daughter?" The commotion outside the hall was clearly audible within the bedroom. Ling Fengjin paused mid-sip of his tea, his expression darkening. Just as he prepared to rise, Madame had already descended from her bed. Addressing him, "I apologize for the disturbance, Your Highness, but this is a matter of my family that I shall handle." Ling Fengjin, hearing this, silently resumed his seat, his interest in tea dissipating. Madame N, feeling somewhat weak, was assisted by her maid as she approached the door, where she spotted her stepmother. The Marquis signaled her to retreat to her bed, assuring her he would handle the situation. This was a silent understanding that had persisted between the siblings since childhood. Madame N was aware of her stepmother's harsh disposition. Yet having been doted upon by her father and elder brothers, she had cultivated a gentle character. "Oh, madam, how my daughter conducts herself is not for you to concern yourself with." Upon hearing Madame and Oppose's sarcastic retort, Madame Du and Oppose's anger flared. Suddenly, she shoved the Marquis aside, causing him to stumble back unceremoniously. Madame Du stepped forward, raising her cane to strike Madame N. "Clearly, I have failed to discipline my daughter." And Yunxi quietly lowered her body, extending her foot into Madame Du and Oppose's path. In the next moment, the elderly lady, stumbling on her 3-legged cane, found herself toppled to the ground. Chapter 26. To marry the prince, Madame Du lost her balance, her cane flying from her grasp as she fell to her knees before Madame N. This scene rendered the assembly silent, and it took the eldest Anne a moment to react, hastily rising to assist. Old Madame. The maidservants who followed also rushed to help, and with a flurry of hands, they finally lifted the fallen matriarch. The Marquis of an end Oppose's beard trembled with suppressed laughter, his struggle evident. And Yunxi approached her mother with concern in her voice. "Mother, you're still unwell. Please return to rest and do not bother with them." Madame N smiled, aware that her daughter was standing up for her. The elderly Madame Du, already frail, felt her bones protest painfully from the fall, gasping in discomfort as she sensed her structure threatening to collapse. Once she regained her composure, her face twisted with fury. "Du Pingjiang, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and expel Du Linglan and her daughter. How dare they lay hands on their elders?" Such disgraceful behavior. The Marquis even frowned, still smiling as he looked at the old lady. Mother, what are you saying? Linglan is my sister, and Yunxi is my niece. This Nguo Marquis household is their home. How could I possibly expel family? Madame Du's anger flared further at his words. Are you disregarding my commands? The Marquis remained unfazed, her words falling like a punch against cotton. Ineffective and meaningless. I cannot heed every word of my mother. If this got out, people would think I'm still an infant. Your injuries are serious. Someone, please escort my mother back to rest. As he commanded, a maid entered to assist in taking Madame Du from loose end amp, oppose, as grasp, seemingly intent on forcibly removing her. Seeing the Marquis and amp, oppose, as demeanor, Madame Du, exasperated, exclaimed, Did you not see that Yunxi deliberately harmed me just now? The Marquis blinked in confusion. When did this happen? Madame Du replied. It seemed he suddenly remembered, realizing, oh, it was when you stepped on Yunxi and amp, oppose, as foot as you approached. You were rather careless. You could not have missed her sizable foot. He turned to Yunxi, asking, Yunxi, does your foot hurt? Your grandmother is elderly and did not see. Do not hold it against her. And Yunxi replied with a smile, I understand that grandmother did not do it on purpose. Madame Du, tout bien juré, felt her temper rising with each exchange. Seeing her nearly speechless with anger, the Marquis continued, Your health is frail. Do not roam about unnecessarily. Stay in the household and enjoy your twilight years. I shall honor you as a dutiful son. As several maidservants began to lead Madame Du away, the Marquis maintained his smile, and Yunxi, observing the scene, found it rather amusing. Her uncle appeared simple and somewhat coarse, yet he unhesitatingly stood by her and her mother, clearly discerning the bonds of kinship. Let me go. I am fine. Madame Du struggled a bit, but the maidservants were cautious, allowing her to break free. Her face was ashen, realizing the Marquis had firmly sided with the two women. Yet, she had more pressing matters to discuss with the Marquis. She adjusted her wrinkled attire, wincing as her knees throbbed, limping forward. The Marquis paused, sensing that his mother had more to say. I absolutely will not permit Yunxi to break off her engagement. And Yunxi raised her gaze, her expression icy as she regarded Madame Du and interjected, Yunxi is my daughter. If she wishes to break the engagement, you have no right to interfere. Madame Du's aged and murky eyes fixed on Madame. What audacity does this girl have to think she can break an engagement? General approached me last night to discuss this matter. He disapproved, and so do I. What grounds does she have for such an action? Her meaning was clear. The Marquis household would obstruct the marriage dissolution, and with General Anne's disapproval, and Yunxi's desire to break the engagement was merely fanciful. Despite her age, Madame Du was still the matriarch of the Marquis household. Her opposition to the engagement dissolution presented a significant obstacle for Yunxi. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from within the room. The grounds for her confidence come from me. Madame Du was startled, having not realized there were others present in the chamber. She and the eldest aunt turned to see a figure emerge, draped in a dark robe adorned with golden patterns, signifying immense nobility. Adorned with a golden crown, his extraordinarily handsome face was complemented by piercing dark blue eyes that surveyed the assembly. Ling Fingjin's entrance commanded everyone's attention. Madame Du recognized him instantly, her eyes widening in shock as she struggled to find her voice, trembling as she knelt with Lucia. This humble servant pays respects to the regent. Despite her previous bravado, Madame Du understood well who was worthy of reverence and who was not. She had never anticipated the regent and oppose as presence here. Her hurried arrival left no time for servants to inform her. Ling Fingjin did not instruct them to rise, observing their trembling reverence with a cold smile, recognizing their opportunism. I have decreed that, she shall break off her engagement. Do you have any objections? Madame Du was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp why the regent was involved in this matter. As an intercourt lady, she was not as privy to information as those in the political arena, and she was unaware that the one who had abducted Yunxi was the regent himself. Those in the court who knew the truth dared not speak of it, and thus, the tale of Yunxi's abduction by the regent circulated only within their confines. general and had not divulged the full details to Madame Du, merely stating that Yunxi had inexplicably decided to break her engagement publicly. Of course, this humble servant does not dare to dispute the regent's words. Madame Du's complexion turned pale, her mind clouded as she merely echoed Ling Fengjin's statement. With a single command, Ling Fengjin quelled the room. His tone, icy yet laced with menace, felt as though a blade rested against their throats. The one she is to marry is me. Whoever dares to obstruct her engagement dissolution is opposing me. Chapter 27. The infertility of the regent upon hearing this news. The elderly matriarch of the Du family was momentarily rendered speechless. Her spine stiffened, disbelief coursing through her. The regent intends to marry Yunxi? This was truly the most astonishing revelation she had ever encountered. Compared to the crown prince, the regent now wielded far greater power. The matriarch trembled as she spoke. It is indeed my ignorance. I beseech your forgiveness, your highness. I was unaware it was you. Had I known, I would have surely. Surely what? Ling Fengjun and Appo's brows knitted, his gaze radiating a chilling intent. The matriarch and Appo's scalp prickled in fear, yet she forced herself to continue. I would certainly send this girl to you. In the capital, Ling Fengjun was known among the ladies of the inner chambers as the living embodiment of death. She had heard of how a young son of Minister Zhou had once disrespected the regent and met his end by a swift blade while on horseback. Despite Minister Zhou's attempts to seek justice from the emperor, the matter was ultimately buried, never to resurface. This son had been the favorite of the minister, yet his life was extinguished without consequence. How could she not be terrified of such a man? Ling Fengjun's eyes were cast downward, a cold smirk gracing his lips. When he lifted his gaze, he found Madame and the Duke of staring at him in shock. Confusion flickered in his eyes, yet the Duke smiled broadly. It must be the regent. Madame was genuinely taken aback. She recalled her earlier conversation with Ling Fengjun, urging him not to interfere in the affairs of the Duke and Appo's residence. Had she known that a single word from the regent could render the troublesome matriarch obedient, she would never have spoken as she did. As she pondered this, she heard Ling Fengjun say, "Aunt, I did not intend to meddle in the Duke's family matters." This statement made Madame feel a twinge of embarrassment. "No, it is fortunate you have stepped in, your highness." After all, the matriarch was their stepmother. The weight of filial piety rendered them powerless against her. The matriarch was filled with unspoken grievances, kneeling on the ground alongside Lucia. They dare not move, even as their knees began to ache, waiting for Ling Fengjun to permit them to rise. Ling Fengjun merely nodded slightly, not seeking credit. He had only spoken the truth. Nothing more. The day is waning, Ling Fengjun remarked, indicating he wished to escort her back to the residence. After all the commotion, it was already noon. With Madame recovering, Yunxi felt no further concern. "Very well, I shall return with you, your highness." The matriarch and Appo's eyelids twitched. Instinctively, she turned to look, and Yunxi was set to return with the regent? To where? As she glanced over, she saw Ling Fengjun taking Yunxi and Appo's hand, leading her out. The intimacy of their gesture was unmistakable, unbothered by the presence of others, as if declaring his claim over her before all. Once the regent departed, the matriarch collapsed onto the ground, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Lucia was not faring any better. "Mother, when did Yunxi become involved with the regent? If this is the case, my engagement to the crown prince is surely doomed." It was no wonder that girl had been so audacious. She had someone backing her now. Her wings had indeed grown strong. The Duke of escorted the guests out, while Madame still recovering, remained behind. Upon hearing their discussion, her expression immediately turned cold. "Mother, sister-in-law, you should now realize who stands behind she and Appo's. If you truly provoke that individual, your heads may not remain attached." The matriarch and Appo's complexion paled. "Do not be so smug. Who does not know that the regent was injured on the battlefield and is incapable of bearing children? What good will it do for Yunxi to marry him? A woman without children is ultimately abandoned once the regent tires of her." Taking a deep breath, she continued with a coaxing tone, "Marrying the crown prince would be far more advantageous. Once he ascends the throne and has children, she could be the esteemed empress. As her maternal grandmother, I only wish what is best for her. Does she not understand how many women vie for the title of crown princess? Though the matriarch and Apos' character left much to be desired, her arguments were not without merit. Upon hearing her mention the regent and Apos' infertility, Madame and Apos' expression darkened. Her fingers, which hung at her sides, clenched slightly. This was a truth she had nearly forgotten, as it had not been discussed in ages. The regent had been injured in battle 5 years prior, and upon his return, the physicians had confirmed his inability to father children. Though outsiders were unaware of the severity of his injuries, the fact remained that he had not been seen with a woman in years. At the age of 26, while other royal offspring were plentiful, he remained utterly alone. It was precisely this that allowed the emperor to place his complete trust in him, entrusting him with significant power. Knowing that even should Ling Fengjun usurp the throne, the absence of heirs greatly diminished the likelihood of rebellion. Was she truly to marry such a regent? A woman without children has no security. Madame furrowed her brow, an inexplicable worry for her daughter and Apos' future creeping into her heart. Yet she spoke softly. As long as the regent holds affection for Sheer, it matters not. He could always adopt heirs, as the princess of the regent, whether biological or not, would bear little difference. If the position of crown princess is so desirable, and my daughter does not wish for it, then so be it. You and Yunxi truly are mother and daughter, both naive and short-sighted. The matriarch scolded angrily. Madame smiled gently, her eyes still warm. The regent is a fine man. He has always supported she and Apos', and it is evident he sincerely cares for her. This is certainly preferable to marrying a beast who shows no humanity. Madame's words held a deeper meaning. Perhaps she was referring to the crown prince, who had betrayed in Yunxi, or possibly General and Madame, and learned from the matriarch that General and had arrived the night before. He must have heard about her daughter's fainting spell, yet he had not come to check on her, instead preoccupied with thwarting her attempt to break off her engagement. Previously, Madame had never doubted General. She understood that men often became busy with external affairs, neglecting home life. However, now, all those seemingly trivial matters began to replay in her mind. For instance, Chapter 28. The concubine's rise over the wife. She once noticed a hairpin atop Lu Yinyang's head, a treasured heirloom that had once adorned the mother of General Lin. It was meant to be bestowed upon her, the legitimate wife. Upon inquiring why Yunxi had gifted the hairpin to Lu Yinyang, he claimed it was too trivial, unworthy of her, thus passing it to another. Each year, on the 9th day of the 7th month, he would promptly return home, only to stealthily visit Lu Yinyang's quarters that night. For over a decade, through storms and trials, she had assumed it mere coincidence. Yet as time unfolded, she began to perceive troubling patterns. After some investigation, she discovered that the 9th of July marked Lu Yinyang's birthday. Yet General had never remembered her own. There were countless details, gradually weaving a suffocating web around Madame, and throughout their years of marriage, she had feigned ignorance for the sake of their children. Attributing his affections to Lu Yinyang's alluring beauty and youth. As long as life persisted, she could endure. However, this revelation pierced her heart like a thorn. And Yunxi was her Achilles and Apos' heel, and she would not allow anyone, not even General Lin, to harm her. His public threat to sever ties with Yunxi cut deeply into Madame's heart, seeing that Madame was impervious to reason. Old Madame left in a huff alongside the lady of the Marquis and Apos' residence. Upon returning from seeing off guests, Marquis found Madame seated in her chamber, her countenance troubled. "Linglan, what troubles you?" he inquired. Madame had herself adorned in clean attire, applying a touch of powder to mask her wan complexion. "Brother, I must return to the General and Apos' residence." The Marquis, taken aback, quickly replied, "The Marquis has ample vacant room. Do not concern yourself with old Madame and the others. I shall ensure they do not disturb your recovery." Hearing her brother and Apos' tender concern brought a smile to Madame and Apos' lips. "Thank you for your kindness, brother, but as the matriarch of the General and oppose, as household. Should I linger outside for too long? I fear someone may usurp my position. The Marquis discerned the implication in her words. Then, once you're feeling better, madam, and shook her head. Let us go. Take me back. As Yunxi and Ling Fengjin boarded the carriage to return home, they found the area before the Wang residence bustling with activity. Your Highness, you have returned at last. It is Eunuch Wu from the palace delivering the imperial edict personally. Upon hearing the phrase imperial edict, Ling Fengjin's expression darkened slightly. He cast a glance at Yunxi and said, Shi, you should enter first. Without needing to guess, Yunxi understood the reason for Eunuch Wu's visit. The crown prince had undoubtedly lodged a complaint upon his return, and now the emperor was aware of the entire situation, likely seeking to confront Ling Fengjin. The act of abducting the future crown princess could not simply be brushed aside. As Ling Fengjin prepared to dismount, Yunxi grasped his wrist firmly, her expression grave. Your Highness, allow me to accompany you to the palace. The imperial edict surely requires my presence. If I do not attend, it will be tantamount to defying the emperor and oppose, as command. Ling Fengjin regarded her thoughtfully, his gaze deepening. It matters not. I shall explain matters to my brother. If explanations held weight, there would be no need for imperial law, Yunxi countered. Understanding that Ling Fengjin's actions stemmed from a desire to protect her, she resolved not to hide behind him in this storm. Should she marry the prince? It was her wish. The matter of the annulment was instigated by her, and her absence would render it unjust. Thus, she must clarify her stance. Her voice was resolute, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Ling Fengjin. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded slightly, attempting to trust her once more. Every reaction she displayed was a novel experience for him. I shall take you with me. Eunuch Wu had been waiting for some time, clad in the garb of a chief eunuch, dusting his hands with a feather duster, his face round and smooth. Upon the arrival of the regent, he instantly donned a sycophantic smile, bypassing the formalities to respectfully present the edict. Your Highness, the emperor requests your presence in the palace, likely due to your abduction of the crown princess. While speaking, Eunuch Wu cautiously glanced at Yunxi, pondering what kind of captivating presence could have attracted both the regent and the crown prince. Ling Fengjin accepted the edict, quickly scanning its contents before dismissing it to a nearby attendant, who hastily took it, trembling with anxiety. To the palace, Eunuch Wu promptly led a throng of attendants to escort the prince and Yunxi into the carriage they had prepared. Inside, Yunxi sat quietly beside Ling Fengjin, surrounded by guards dispatched from the palace. Ling Fengjin remained silent, his demeanor icy. As the carriage jolted along, drawing nearer to the palace, Yunxi suddenly reached out, placing her hand within his palm. Her touch was warm, exuding a subtle, indescribable fragrance that was quite pleasant. Ling Fengjin turned to her, their eyes locking, and saw her sparkling gaze and gentle smile, unfazed by the tension. Your Highness, may I inquire what troubles you? She asked, sensing his unease. In response, he tightened his grip on her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. I ponder whether bringing you to the palace was the right decision. I would not mind weathering any storm outside if it meant keeping you safe at home. He was prepared to face any challenge, unafraid of the consequences. Yet the current predicament diverged sharply from his original plan. He feared Yunxi might slip from his grasp, rendering his preparations futile and leaving him with nothing. This outcome was intolerable for Ling Fengjin. His fingers found their way to the nape of Yunxi's neck, as if that touch could quell his rising agitation. Yunxi nestled comfortably against him, her enchanting gaze affirming that she would ensure he did not falter. With a soft voice, she leaned down to place a gentle kiss upon the back of his hand, a soothing gesture that eased the tension in Ling Fengjin and oppose's muscles. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. They had arrived at the palace. Eunuch Wu respectfully led the way, guiding them into the Yunxi hall. Yunxi was no stranger to this place. Her composure remained steady. However, upon entering, her gaze met that of the crown prince, Ling Changyue, who stood in the center of the hall, equally surprised to see her. Chapter 29. Suing the crown prince at the top sat a figure clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe. The current emperor of Bailing, though not yet 50, appeared significantly older than his peers, with graying temples and a pallid complexion that bore a sickly hue. Upon the entrance of the two, the emperor gently waved his hand, dismissing the eunuchs standing guard on either side, leaving only Eunuch Wu to serve him. "Your Majesty, we pay our respects," the brothers intoned. Ling Fengjin remained stationary, merely bowing slightly, while Yunxi dared not be so casual, instead prostrating herself before the sovereign. "Subject pays homage to your Majesty." The emperor's voice, though somewhat ethereal, was gentle and devoid of any anger. "Rise." And Yunxi stood, her head bowed as she positioned herself beside Ling Fengjin. The emperor chuckled softly. "It has been but a blink since I last saw you, Missin. How you have grown. I recall a few years past, when you were but a fierce little girl, having left my princes, save for the crown prince, at your mercy." And Yunxi was taken aback. She had not expected the emperor to reminisce about those days. "At that time, I was merely a child, unaware of propriety. I have since been punished for my transgressions, your Majesty, so please refrain from jesting about it." "Ah, Yutfurfudi, why should I punish you for that? When General returns to court, I shall speak with him. If I had such a lively daughter, I would scarcely have the heart to scold her." The emperor's words were surprisingly affable, resembling those of a kind elder, entirely devoid of any pretense. Since her entrance, and Yunxi had not heard a single word of reprimand from him. "Your Majesty is gracious. I acknowledge my faults, and punishment is deserved." The emperor smiled, shifting the conversation to the present. "Your engagement to the crown prince has been arranged for many years, fulfilling my late father's final wish. Although his intentions elude me, I take this matter to heart, which is why I bestowed this union upon you both. You seemed quite pleased at the time. Why the sudden change of heart?" And Yunxi's heart sank. Indeed, the emperor and Appo's purpose was to address this very matter. The earlier pleasantries were but a prelude to his inquiry, aimed at uncovering her reasons and encouraging her to speak freely. Yet, she was no longer that naive girl of her youth. She had perished once, returning from the depths of despair as a vengeful spirit. At that moment, the crown prince, Ling Changyue, turned his gaze towards Yunxi, his voice softened. "Yunxi, I know you were coerced by the regent to make that decision. Today, Father has declared that as long as you are unwilling to annul the engagement, we may hold the wedding anew." His tone seemed sincere, as if he were a man striving to redeem himself. And Yunxi could not help but let out a cold laugh. He played the role of a devoted suitor quite convincingly before the emperor. Suddenly, she knelt before the emperor, her voice quivering with emotion. "There is something I implore your Majesty to address fairly." Her fervent outcry elicited varied reactions from those present. Ling Fengjin's lips tightened, his gaze fixed upon the kneeling woman, a hint of unease stirring within him. The crown prince's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise gracing his features, a shift indicating that things were changing. And Yunxi was not as heartless as she had claimed the day before in the royal residence. She had harbored feelings for him for so many years. How could they vanish overnight? It must be that Ling Fengjin had threatened and manipulated her, leading her to doubt the relationship between him and Yunxi, resulting in her unwarranted words. With the emperor present, she would undoubtedly seek to extricate herself from the regent's grasp. The emperor nodded lightly. "Child, should you have grievances, speak to me. As the sovereign, I will not allow anyone to bully you." His words hinted at a deeper meaning, and he instinctively cast a glance at Ling Fengjin. After entering the Yunxi hall, Ling Fengjin remained cold and silent, his deep blue eyes observing the unfolding scene with an intensity that seemed to bore into Yunxi's back, ignoring the varied thoughts of those around her. And Yunxi spoke directly. "The one who has wronged me is none other than His Highness the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince and Appo's concealed smile froze on his lips, while Ling Fengjin and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. Even the emperor straightened in his seat, his previously benevolent gaze turning grave. "Child, raise your head and tell me how the crown prince has wronged you," the emperor commanded, his tone serious. And Yunxi lifted her gaze slightly, though she did not meet the emperor's eyes directly. Instead, she allowed him to perceive the sorrow and injustice etched upon her countenance. She bit her lip gently, her expression a portrait of profound anguish. The crown prince stood unprepared, bewildered by how the situation had taken such a turn. Why, at such an opportune moment, did Yunxi not ally with him against Ling Fengjin? Even if Ling Fengjin was the regent, the person on the throne remained his father. If he could seize upon Ling Fengjin as faults, his father would have reason to reprimand him, even if it did not result in any severe punishment. Yunxi, I believe I have done nothing to wrong you. Why do you repeatedly malign me in front of others? Could it be that the regent has bewitched you into siding with him? The crown prince and Appo's pallid face betrayed his hurt, and Yunxi narrowed her eyes. She had initially planned to wait over a month before exposing his affair with Rushua and Appo's child serving as irrefutable proof. However, she could no longer afford to wait. As long as the engagement remained, a sense of discomfort pervaded her being. In her previous life, this farce had been faced solely by Ling Fengjin. She had no concept of the immense sacrifices he had made to keep her in the manor, ensuring her name was inscribed upon the jade plate, merely to make her the legitimate princess consort of the regent. Reflecting on her former self, utterly indifferent to that title, she now regarded her past naivety with disdain. And Yunxi suddenly forced a bitter smile. Your Majesty, my desire to annul the engagement stems from reasons I find difficult to voice. I refrained from speaking earlier out of consideration for His Highness. The Emperor's tone remained steady. Child, if you do not voice your concerns, how can I advocate for you? If the fault truly lies with the Crown Prince, I shall see to it that he receives due punishment. Would that be acceptable to you? The Emperor and Appo's demeanor was remarkably warm and friendly. Yet Yunxi could distinctly sense that he had no intention of allowing her to dissolve the engagement with the Crown Prince. Chapter 30. The Prince and Appo's proposal. If Yunxi were to witness the Crown Prince clandestinely meeting with another woman, would the Emperor possibly advocate for her? The Crown Prince and Appo's face paled. And Yunxi, such claims are utterly unfounded. This prince has always upheld his integrity. Do not speak baseless accusations before Father Emperor. And Yunxi lowered her head, her fingers tightly clutching the hem of her gown, her shoulders trembling slightly. She swore that every word she uttered was the truth. Should there be any falsehood, she would willingly accept any punishment. What she spoke was indeed devoid of deceit. After all, in her previous life, she had witnessed their secret encounters more than once. It was Ling Fengjin who had taken her to witness it personally, hoping to persuade her to give up hope. At that moment, she realized she had always been a pawn, despised and used by the Crown Prince, who had never intended to marry her. The Crown Prince and Appo's chest heaved slightly as he immediately bowed to his father. This son has never engaged in such behavior, and Yunxi must be under some malevolent influence to perceive me in this light. I beseech Father Emperor to see clearly. He insisted that Yunxi and Appo's words were mere fabrications, claiming she had been deceived into tarnishing his reputation. Though anger simmered within him, he refrained from revealing that Yunxi was shamelessly planning to elope with the regent. He remembered his father and mother's prior admonitions and held his tongue. If Father Emperor learned of his reluctance to marry Yunxi, he would surely face reprimand. Thus, it was imperative to shift the blame onto her, allowing him to withdraw from the engagement with honor. He aimed to stand on the moral high ground, ensuring that Yunxi and Ling Fengjin would be left in disgrace, thus alleviating his resentment. Emperor Bailing narrowed his eyes, leaning back in contemplation before inquiring, "Where did you witness this? Are there any witnesses or tangible evidence?" And Yunxi pressed her lips together, pondering before she slowly responded, "There are no witnesses, for I am the sole observer. However, I possess tangible evidence." The Crown Prince could not help but chuckle derisively. Evidence? He and Rushua had always been cautious in their secret meetings, fearing exposure. How could there be any evidence? What evidence do you speak of? Seeing the Crown Prince and Appo's scornful gaze, and Yunxi understood he was convinced that no incriminating evidence could be revealed. But what he did not know was that she had been reborn. If the Crown Prince and Rushua had indeed left behind any evidence aside from that child, it would be, and Yunxi spoke softly on the eve of the wedding. The crown prince scaled the wall and engaged in a passionate rendezvous with my half-sister and Rushue in the general's residence's back garden. I witnessed a tassel from the crown prince and Appo's jade pendant fall there. This incident had occurred not long ago. She had discovered it while passing through the garden, where a maid was digging the soil to transplant some flowers. At that moment, she noticed a deeply hidden blue silk thread. Due to its unique material, she had picked it up, studied it, and later discarded it, only to inadvertently find that the crown prince and Appo's jade pendant bore the same tassel. Eventually, she had heard them confess to meeting in that garden each night, their shameless trysts nearly causing her to retch. Now that she had just been reborn, this event had transpired only a few days prior. She believed that with a thorough search, some clues could surely be uncovered in the garden. The young crown prince's expression twisted, his gaze betraying a hint of panic. The emperor fell silent, and the hall was enveloped in an oppressive stillness. And Yunxi knelt, her upper body straight, her frail figure appearing quite forlorn. Upon hearing in Yunxi's words, Ling Fengjin's eyes sharpened, casting a menacing glare at the crown prince, infused with an unmistakable intent to kill. "Father, I have never acted as such. One cannot solely rely on Yunxi and Appo's words. I have not held her association with Uncle Jean against her. How could she tarnish my reputation?" The crown prince, unable to contain himself, finally voiced his thoughts before the emperor. The emperor and Appo's complexion paled, and he suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, raising a hand to cover his mouth, revealing a palm stained crimson. Eunuch Wu was startled and hurriedly wiped the emperor and Appo's hand. "Your Majesty, please do not be angry. Your health is paramount." The emperor waved his hand, regaining his composure before instructing Eunuch Wu to step back. "I understand. Eunuch Wu, summon someone to investigate. Dig 3 feet deep in the garden to find the evidence that the girl has mentioned and bring it to me." "As you command." Eunuch Wu rushed out to order the guards to search without delay. Cold sweat dripped from the crown prince and Appo's forehead as his gaze darted to his waist. Yet the tassel beneath the jade pendant was so dense that it was impossible to discern if a thread was missing. How could one possibly tell? He had previously instructed his subordinates to inspect the scene, but the night was too dark. They might have overlooked something. The truth was, having committed that act, cold sweat now trickled down his brow. At merely 18, anxiety gnawed at him. Once the emperor had arranged for the investigation, his gaze returned to Yunxi. "Rise. Do not kneel any longer. Now tell me, why did you stay at the Jean Prince's residence these past 2 days?" And Yunxi was eager to stand and, upon hearing this, promptly complied. Before she could speak, Ling Fengjin interjected, "This matter has nothing to do with her. It was I who abducted her, compelling her to remain in my residence." And Yunxi turned sharply to look at Ling Fengjin, her lips moving slightly. He stepped in front of her, his broad back resembling a steadfast mountain, instilling a sense of security. With him by her side, and Yunxi felt shielded from any storm. Her fingers clenched, her heart racing with emotions. "Your Highness." The emperor and Appo's voice brimmed with fury. He had not anticipated Ling Fengjin's brazen admission of his wrongdoing, abducting the crown princess and disrupting the crown prince's wedding. "This is how you, as an imperial uncle, conduct yourself?" Ling Fengjin met the emperor and Appo's gaze, his own unyielding. "Your Majesty, I have previously stated my intent to propose to the general and Appo's residence. Why did you refuse?" "You, cough, cough, cough." The emperor was infuriated, succumbing to another bout of coughing. The crown prince, now utterly fraught with anxiety, could only wonder whether the returning guards would indeed bring the evidence and Yunxi had spoken of. His concern for the emperor's health now overshadowed. "The reason for my refusal lies in the late emperor and Appo's edict. Ling Fengjin, you may disregard your elder brother and Appo's command, and for your military merits, I may overlook it. But do you dare defy the late emperor's will?" The 2 men argued openly, and Yunxi, listening to the emperor's words, felt a thunderous rumble in her mind. So, Ling Fengjin had indeed intended to propose. Yet, he had not been granted permission. Chapter 31. The brazen Ling Fengjin's voice. cold and devoid of emotion, asserted, "Naturally, I would not dare to defy." The Northern Ling Emperor felt a moment of relief, believing that Ling Fengjin had come to his senses. But the next moment, "Thus, I have ceased to seek the imperial decree for marriage and instead resorted to seizing the bride." The Northern Ling Emperor was taken aback, having never encountered such shamelessness. He felt that he would eventually be driven to his demise by Ling Fengjin's audacity. Were it anyone else who dared speak to him in such a manner, he would have ordered their immediate execution without hesitation. Yet this was Ling Fengjin, the regent of Northern Ling, and also its guardian deity. He permitted him a measure of capriciousness, even entrusted the governance of the realm to him. However, some matters could not be overlooked, and the prince's marriage was one of them. The edict of the late emperor must be observed. No one, not even Ling Fengjin, could contravene it. A forced marriage, devoid of legitimacy, and with the young lady of the infamily not consenting, was this not tarnishing the purity of a woman? If one truly cherished her, such underhanded tactics would only lead to her ruin. The Northern Ling Emperor spoke earnestly. This time, before Ling Fengjin could respond, and Yunxi interjected, "I am willing, your majesty." Yunxi is willing. The Northern Ling Emperor was left speechless. The prince's face turned a deep shade of anger, wishing he could eliminate the audacious Yunxi who dared to interject. "Father, did you hear what Yunxi just said? Clearly, she has shamelessly seduced the royal uncle and slandered me." This is simply Yunxi raised her gaze, unafraid, and met the prince's eyes. "How can these two matters be conflated? Your Highness, having betrayed the engagement, it is only natural that I should develop affections for Uncle Jean. I am now utterly disillusioned with you, and I implore His Majesty to grant my request for an annulment." The Northern Ling Emperor appeared pained, saying, "Child, are you implying that you wish to annul your engagement with the prince and marry King Jean instead?" And Yunxi, bold and audacious, replied, "Yes, your majesty." Upon hearing this, the Northern Ling Emperor did not erupt in anger, but rather softened his tone. "I have heard that you have harbored feelings for the prince for quite some time. If he has indeed erred, I shall punish him. You need not let such trivial matters provoke you." The Northern Ling Emperor still believed that Yunxi's words were merely spoken in anger. He was generally satisfied with his son, who possessed both beauty and grace, standing out among noble youths, as he was of a similar age to Yunxi and had yet to take any concubines. He was not like those debauched youths who squandered their time in frivolity. He was well versed in both literature and martial arts, and, as the heir apparent, he believed no woman could resist the allure of being the crown princess. And Yunxi shook her head, understanding that polygamy was commonplace among royalty. Even if the prince had taken a concubine before her marriage, she had no grounds to object. Yet, the prince's actions were intolerable. He had dallied with her half-sister in their home before Yunxi's wedding, not only bringing her shame, but also disgracing the royal family. The prince trembled with rage, unable to contain his fury. "And Yunxi, you are speaking utter nonsense." And Yunxi met his gaze defiantly. "In my family's garden, no male outsider is permitted. If anything belonging to the prince were to be found there, would it not validate my claims?" The atmosphere in the empty Yunxi palace grew exceedingly silent. Even the emperor hesitated to speak. After what seemed an eternity, the Northern Ling Emperor finally nodded slightly. "If what you say is true, I shall certainly punish the prince heavily and compensate you for this grievance." And Yunxi's voice was resolute. "I only wish to annul my engagement with the prince." The Northern Ling Emperor, however, maintained a firm stance. "Child, I can assist you in punishing the prince and can suppress any rumors that may tarnish your reputation. However, I cannot grant your request for an annulment." And Yunxi was taken aback, lifting her face to gaze at the emperor, forgetting all decorum. "Your Majesty, my heart no longer harbors feelings for the prince, nor do I wish to marry him. Surely the prince feels the same. Rather than endure mutual disdain, why can you not allow for an annulment?" The Northern Ling Emperor replied, "I have already stated, your marriage to the prince was decreed by the late emperor. No one in Northern Ling may contravene the late emperor's will. You are the designated crown princess, and no one can undermine your status. Do you understand?" And Yunxi's lips turned pale. It seemed she had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Seeing the prince's pained expression, she realized he too had likely made considerable efforts toward annulment, only to be forced to feign affection for her. What secrets lay beneath this facade? Ling Fengjin, upon hearing the emperor's words, displayed no change in expression, as if he had anticipated this outcome. And Yunxi quietly approached Ling Fengjin, locking eyes with him. Had he foreseen this result? Was that why he had not allowed her to approach when boarding the carriage? After a moment of contemplation, she summoned her courage to inquire. Your Majesty, may I ask the reason? She wished to uncover the truth behind her obligation to marry the prince. However, have I not already informed you? It is due to the late emperor's edict. Is that truly the only reason? And Yunxi pressed further. The northern Ling emperor nodded, unhurried and unperturbed. Indeed, realizing she would gain no answers from the northern Ling emperor, and Yunxi felt a sense of frustration. The northern Ling emperor continued, should you choose to annul the engagement, it would be deemed insubordination, a grave offense punishable by extermination of 9 clans. Do you still possess the audacity? And Yunxi felt a chill wash over her. Ling Fengjin noticed her face turn ashen, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. His fingers, resting at his side, tightened slightly. Suddenly, in front of the emperor, he pulled in Yunxi into his embrace. She is not disobeyed. It is I who have forcefully taken her. This is the only way. If he wished to be within Yunxi, he had no choice but to disregard the law and seize her. And Yunxi felt the strength of his embrace tightening around her waist. The regent was drawing her close, as if to shield her from the world. The emperor's expression shifted, yet he spoke sternly. King Jin, if you wish to shield her from my wrath, you must bear all the blame yourself. Ling Fengjin met the emperor's gaze, his dark blue eyes swirling with tumultuous emotions. Upon hearing the emperor's intent to punish Ling Fengjin, the prince immediately perked up. His eyes filled with anticipation. Just then, footsteps echoed from the entrance, as a young eunuch announced, Your Majesty, those sent to the general's residence in search of evidence have returned. Chapter 32. Finding evidence. Prince Ling Changyue was momentarily engulfed in darkness, his heart in disarray. How could he have returned so swiftly? Although the general and Appo's residence was not far from the imperial palace, a round trip would typically require at least half an hour, suggesting that very little time had been spent searching within the general and Appo's estate. An overwhelming sense of unease loomed over him, akin to a guillotine poised precariously above his head, ready to descend at any moment. Should this matter be substantiated, not only would he be unable to conceal his affair with Yunxi, but it would also tarnish his reputation in the court. As a crown prince, he could not allow such a blemish upon his honor. After a brief moment, the lead guard entered hastily, kneeling in reverence in the grand hall. Your Majesty, we have meticulously searched the back garden of the general and Appo's residence, and indeed discovered some items for your perusal. Upon uttering these words, a heavy silence enveloped the room. The prince's legs weakened, and he swayed slightly. Raising his gaze, he fixated on the messenger guard, gritting his teeth until they audibly ground against one another. And Yunxi too regarded the situation gravely. This evidence was equally crucial for her, the singular opportunity to extricate herself from her predicament. Elder Eunuch Wu stepped forward, instructing the guard to place the retrieved items onto the tray he held. The guards, uncertain of which item constituted the evidence, had gathered a haphazard assortment from the garden. The items were unrefined and still bore traces of soil, which Elder Wu himself carried over for the emperor to inspect. The prince and Appo's complexion turned ashen, his heart racing so fiercely that he could almost hear the pounding within his chest. The emperor cast a glance, his eyes settling upon a shard of broken jade at the forefront. What is this? Elder Wu, being well versed in such matters, examined the material and noted, it appears to be a fragment of jade, aged, as evidenced by the scratches upon it. It is not a recent break. Then, this is not the item in question, replied the emperor, surveying the tray further. Beneath him, the prince and Appo's back was drenched with sweat from anxiety. The tray also contained several strands of thread. Elder Wu scrutinized them carefully and remarked, these are merely threads from ordinary coarse fabric, and a few strands of a woman in Appo's hair. Suddenly, Elder Wu's voice faltered as his gaze fell upon the final thread, which exhibited a faint bluish hue. The thread was caked with dirt, but he did not mind. Using his handkerchief, he cleaned it, revealing its true nature. Your Majesty, this thread seems to correspond with what Misen described. The tassel was distinctly different from an ordinary thread, thicker and more exquisite. The Emperor and Apos' expression darkened slightly as he fixated upon the blue tassel. Prince, do you have anything to say? The Prince and Apos' voice turned icy. Father, this item cannot prove anything regarding me. It could just as easily belong to someone in the General and Apos' residence who has been consorting with another man, and Misen has merely implicated me. And Yunxi recognized that the prince would not concede. Such a tassel was not an item that an ordinary household could afford. This kind of tassel was hand-woven, adorned with fine golden threads, and crafted from silk reserved for tributes. Aside from royal kin, no noble family could lay claim to such a tassel. The prince glared at Yunxi, seething. It is merely a worthless thread. It bears no name, and it could very well be evidence of my uncle's clandestine dealings with you. And Yunxi's expression darkened. Did the prince dare to search the Eastern Palace? If they examined the tassels he frequently wore, Wooden and Apos, to be evident whether he had misplaced. Why should the prince acquiesce to a search based solely on her word? The prince and Apos' voice, filled with ire, trembled slightly. He had never anticipated that he would leave behind such a minor flaw, only for Yunxi to uncover it. Enough of this bickering. The emperor's voice suddenly interrupted, halting the confrontation between the prince and Yunxi. The prince and Apos' heart raced. His breath quickened as he feigned an expression of grievance. Father, I am wronged. This item is absolutely not mine. The emperor paid little heed to the prince and Apos' protestations, but instead commanded, Elder Wu, take a few individuals to the Eastern Palace and investigate this matter thoroughly. Your servant shall obey. Elder Wu promptly rose, summoning a few young eunuchs to hasten outside the Grand Hall. Upon witnessing this, the prince instinctively cast a glance, feeling parched and anxious. Within the Eastern Palace, the attendants who regularly managed his garments and accessories were well aware of where his belongings were stored, each one a valuable item, all meticulously catalogued. Thus, should Elder Wu seek them out, it would require little time, especially with the prince caught off guard. After a brief interlude, Elder Wu returned with a multitude of jade pendants and tassels, having collected 20 to 30 items. Your Majesty, these are the jade pendants and tassels that His Highness has recently worn. The Emperor examined them, comparing the materials to the single thread. It was not difficult to discern that the Prince and Apos' tassels were composed of nearly identical materials. Such items were exclusive to a few princes within the palace. Outsiders would possess entirely different objects. The Emperor's mind was already made up. He slowly raised his gaze, setting the items down with a decisive thud. At this point, further contemplation was unnecessary. That fallen tassel belonged to the prince. How could such a personal item be found within the General and Apos' garden? This matter was worthy of deep reflection. Prince, I have confirmed that this item is indeed yours. Do you have any further arguments? The prince knelt, swallowing hard. And Yunxi, in contrast, exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. She exchanged a knowing glance with Ling Fengjin, discreetly wiping the perspiration from her palms. However, Ling Fengjin lowered his voice, cautioning Axie, be wary, you may strike back. And Yunxi furrowed her brow slightly, raising her gaze towards the prince, just as he began to speak. Father, since Misen witnessed the moment I lost the item, why did she not speak up then? Instead, she delayed until now, prompting you to send someone to investigate and uncover evidence. I believe this is all part of her scheme to frame me and conveniently dissolve our engagement. The prince and Apos' eyes were reddened as he lifted his head, his fists clenched tightly. How can I notice the loss of a single thread from my tassel? It is possible she stole it and discarded it in the garden. I implore you, Father, restore my name. And Yunxi lowered her eyes, her expression inscrutable. At this juncture, it was astonishing that Ling Changyue remained obstinate. He was the one who had pushed her into this corner. Chapter 33. The verification of the guarding powder, the Emperor of Bailing cast a profound glance toward Yunxi, who slightly lowered her eyes, a cold glint flickering in their depths. What the Crown Prince asserts is truly laughable. Do you think I refrained from speaking at that moment to afford you the opportunity to obliterate the evidence? As for your claim that I pilfered the tassel from you, it is evident that the thread was forcibly yanked, not severed by scissors or any other cutting tool. How could I have stolen it without your highness noticing? The Crown Prince, Ling Changyue, felt a flicker of surprise within. How could Yunxi be aware of all this? On the day he had clandestinely met with Yunxi, he had arranged for his subordinates to be vigilant at every entrance, ensuring that no one could intrude and witness their encounter. Yet, the general's residence was in Yunxi's home. Who could say there wasn't a secret passageway hidden away? He bit his lip, filled with regret. Even if he was reluctant to wed Yunxi, he could not allow her to seize a handle against him and tarnish his reputation. Should one wish to steal, there are always ways. Perhaps you have longed to marry Uncle Jean, which is why you concocted such a deceitful tale. And Yunxi, you and Uncle Jean are brazenly together. Anything you say, my father would never believe. And Yunxi shook her head, exuding a sense of resignation. I have spoken no untruth. If this tassel cannot serve as evidence, then I beseech the Emperor to summon Yunxi to verify her identity. As a daughter of the general's household, she has been well educated and remains unmarried. Confine her boudoir. If she has indeed lost her virtue, it would affirm that my words bear no falsehood. The Emperor of Bailing listened quietly from his elevated position, refraining from interruption. Seeing Yunxi present another point, he nodded slightly. Bring that girl forth as well. A jolt surged through the Crown Prince and Appo's heart upon hearing Yunxi and Appo's intention to involve Yunxi. Anger flickered in his eyes, turning his lips a shade of blue. Yes. Eunuch Wu descended to execute the order. In the palace, they awaited patiently, and the guards swiftly escorted Yunxi from the general and Appo's residence. Accompanying her was general and surrounded. Yunxi was brought to the entrance of the Yangxin Hall. Her eyes filled with confusion and fear as she instinctively sought her father and Appo's gaze. Father, what is happening? Why does the Emperor suddenly wish to see me? General raised his hand, affectionately patting Yunxi's head. You go in first. Your father will wait for you here. All right. Yunxi nodded obediently, though her expression remained troubled. A vague sense of foreboding lingered within her. Under Eunuch Wu's guidance, she stepped into the vast hall. Her delicate figure knelt within, too intimidated to raise her head. This subject greets the Emperor. From above, the Emperor's voice resonated. Yunxi, what is your relationship with the Crown Prince? This question left Yunxi utterly bewildered. Her thoughts halted, feeling as though time itself had frozen around her. Yet, the Emperor's voice continued to echo in her ears. On the eve of the Crown Prince's impending marriage, did you engage in illicit relations in the garden of your household? Seeing his father pose such an unrelenting and pointed question to his beloved, the Crown Prince interjected. Father, how can you expect an unmarried woman to answer such an inquiry? Is it not mortifying? This instinctive defense caused the Emperor to furrow his brow slightly. However, upon hearing the Crown Prince's voice, Yunxi quickly knelt, exclaiming, I have no relationship with His Highness and have never engaged in such impropriety. The Crown Prince felt a slight relief wash over him. He was not afraid of Yunxi's slander. No matter how much evidence she possessed, as long as he adamantly denied it, they could not convict him. But Yunxi was vulnerable. With no power or influence, she was merely a concubine and Appo's daughter from the general and Appo's household, with no one to protect her. His heart ached as he gazed at Yunxi, noticing the red mark forming on her forehead from her repeated blows. His fingers clenching at his side until his nails dug deep into his palm. Had Yunxi not exposed their secret, events would not have escalated to this point. The Emperor raised an eyebrow. Then I shall refrain from questioning further. Bring forth the verification. These words left the Crown Prince speechless. That was not his intent. However, two imposing matrons approached, seizing Yunxi and Appo's arms. Yunxi, filled with panic, cried, What are you doing? Release me. Miss, we are here under the Emperor and Appo's decree to conduct a verification. Please cooperate and come with us. Upon hearing the word verification, Yunxi and Apos' eyes widened in horror. Trembling, she turned to the crown prince, her gaze pleading. How could this be? She shivered, her hands and feet turning icy, as if she were a lifeless corpse. Yet the palace matrons showed no leniency, forcibly pulling her into an adjoining chamber. Seeing this unfold, Yunxi and Apos' eyes darkened. She had not anticipated that her words would wield such power, prompting the emperor to make such a decisive ruling. His handling of the matter evidently favored her, seemingly intended to placate her and dispel any thoughts of canceling the engagement. What merit did Yunxi possess that would garner such attention from the emperor? In the kingdom of Biling, every unmarried noblewoman bore the guarding powder. A mere glance would reveal the truth. Yunxi found herself encircled by 3 strong palace matrons, 2 of whom pinned her shoulders, forcing her into a chair. Her already delicate figure turned pale. No. Do not touch me, get away. Her cries of struggle echoed from the adjacent room. The youthful crown prince's eyes reddened, fixated on the direction of Yunxi's chamber. His loathing for Yunxi intensified, wishing he could eliminate her. How could she treat her so? Yunxi was, after all, her sister. How could she be so heartless, even against her own sibling? Indeed, she was a woman of wicked disposition, as Yunxi had described. And Yunxi's nature was akin to that of a venomous serpent. One matron seized the sleeve of Yunxi and Apos' garment and forcefully tore it apart, revealing her arm beneath. The matron scrutinized intently, her gaze suddenly freezing as it settled on a particular spot. Outside, the onlookers awaited the outcome. The examination did not take long. Perhaps a little over a cup of tea in Apos' time. Eventually, one of the matrons who had entered the room emerged, bowing her head as she knelt in the great hall. The emperor inquired, "What is the result?" "Your Majesty," the matron replied, "we have conducted a thorough examination, and this young lady's guarding powder." Chapter 34, Self-Destruction. As the words left her lips, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Yunxi and Apos' heart brimmed with doubt as she suddenly raised her gaze. The crown prince, however, visibly relaxed, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Without waiting for others to react, he proclaimed, "Father, you have heard her. Miss Yunxi is innocent." Yunxi and Apos' fabrications have tarnished her reputation and are simply unforgivable. Yunxi, deep in thought, felt an unexpected calm wash over her. The incident involving Yunxi had long transpired. If the matron had not discovered it, there must be another reason at play. Ling Fengjin and Apos' gaze was as profound as the ocean, yet he suddenly leaned closer to Yunxi and Apos' ear and whispered, "Axi, do not be afraid." His expression was cold, yet his eyes were tranquil, devoid of any turmoil. His demeanor quelled the restlessness in Yunxi's heart, sharpening her focus as she devised a plan to navigate the current predicament. The matron must be examining Yunxi's token of purity. If the token remained intact, the matron would be so certain of her innocence. However, once the token was lost, it could never be restored unless... Her eyes sparkled with realization as a smile graced her lips, and her demeanor relaxed. Ling Fengjin narrowed his eyes, concealing the sharp intent hidden within. Yunxi stumbled out from a nearby chamber, her face pale and gripping her tattered gown. With her disheveled hair and lips bitten in distress, she knelt back in the Yunxi hall. "Your Majesty, I am wronged," she wept, tears streaming down her cheeks, her eyes filled with humiliation and grievance. "My purity has been tarnished today. I can no longer bear to live in this world. I am willing to die to prove my innocence," she declared. Suddenly, she pushed herself off the ground and charged towards a nearby pillar, the very one beside the crown prince. Seeing his beloved rush toward danger, despair etched on his face. He sprinted to catch her just before she collided with the pillar. Miss Yunxi and Ling Fengjin watched the unfolding drama. Yunxi, now in the crown prince's embrace, struggled fiercely, crying out, "Please, your highness, release me. My honor is damaged." How can I face the world? Let me die. The crown prince and amp. Appo's eyes turned crimson, cold sweat beading on his forehead from sheer fright. He had nearly lost his beloved in the hall. Miss Rushua, the ones who wronged you are still alive. How can you even think of dying? You have done nothing wrong. Why should you bear this infamy? He glared fiercely at Yunxi. Father, even now you stand by this woman? Her slander has nearly led to Miss Rushua and amp. Appo's demise. How is she any different from a murderer? Emperor Biling remained unfazed, his demeanor steady. Aside from Ling Fengjin, few could provoke his ire. The nature of the crown prince and amp. Appo's relationship with Rushua was of little concern to him. Thus, he calmly replied, Shao Shi, your evidence is insufficient. And as I have stated, I have already verified this woman and amp. Appo's purity as per your claims. And Yunxi responded nonchalantly, I am aware of a method to fabricate a token of purity. Her revelation left Rushua stunned into silence. Her gaze wide with disbelief as her trembling hand clung to the crown prince and amp. Appo's sleeve. How can Yunxi know so much? The crown prince sensed in Rushua and Appo's anxiety and understood the cause. And Yunxi, at this juncture, you still refuse to repent. And Rushua lowered her lashes, a fleeting glimmer of malice flickering in her eyes. Unfazed by the crown prince and Appo's harsh words, and Yunxi continued, if we meticulously cleanse the false token from Rushua, the truth will undoubtedly emerge. Emperor Biling nodded. Very well, I shall trust you once more. Bring forth the necessary individuals. The matron and her aides moved forward, but the crown prince shielded Rushua behind him. No one shall touch her. Seeing this, and Yunxi could not help but chuckle. If your highness insists there is no connection with Rushua, why then do you protect her? The crown prince and amp. Appo's heart sank, his cheeks flushing with anger. If Rushua were to be examined again, she would surely meet her end, and he could not bear to see an innocent girl harmed by her. And Yunxi scoffed. Since when did the crown prince become so concerned for others? I had not noticed. Emperor Biling spoke slowly. Crown prince, should you continue to shield this woman, I shall interpret it as a confession of guilt. Father, the crown prince exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face as he turned to Emperor Biling. His father's lack of support left him feeling utterly powerless. However, he could not allow them to take Rushua away. If her guilt were confirmed, he would be trapped in an impossible situation. Just as the matron and her aides approached, a woman's authoritative voice rang out from outside. Stop! The commanding tone silenced the palace attendants, rendering them motionless. Emperor Biling looked up, his brow furrowing slightly upon seeing the newcomer. Cough, Empress, what brings you here? And Yunxi discreetly turned her gaze to the newcomer. A regal figure clad in opulent phoenix robes entered, adorned with a golden nine-tailed phoenix hairpin, exuding grandeur. Her striking makeup and flowing gown trailed behind her as she entered the Yunxi hall, accompanied by a retinue of maidservants. If I had not come, I fear I would have missed such a riveting performance, she said gracefully, halting before the crown prince. Observing him protectively shielding a woman, her brow furrowed slightly. I have heard of the events that transpired. Emperor Biling, bowing respectfully to the empress, inquired, What are your thoughts, empress? She cast a discerning glance at the crown prince and Rushua before stating, I wish to speak privately with a young lady from the family. May I have your permission, your majesty? And Yunxi had already proclaimed the falsity of Rushua's token. With another examination, the truth would be unveiled. Yet, both the emperor and empress were acutely aware of the veracity of Yunxi's assertions. Before the truth was fully exposed, the royal family wished to maintain a faade to preserve their dignity. Upon hearing the empress and Appo's request, Emperor Biling sighed slightly. Since the empress has such intentions, I shall permit it. Do take the time to counsel that girl. As his words fell, Ling Fengjin interjected, This matter has yet to reach a conclusion. What does the empress intend to take action? The empress paused, momentarily taken aback, as two young eunuchs carrying water buckets entered the hall. King Yun, what are you planning to do? Chapter 35. The Vermilion Mark is a lie. Ling Fengjin and Appo's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on Rushua, who was hiding behind the crown prince. He chose not to respond to the Empress and Appo's inquiry. Instead, he issued a direct command to the two young eunuchs he had summoned. Wash her, at once. As the regent, Ling Fengjin had his own people within the palace. The two eunuchs hurriedly approached the hall, each carrying a bucket of water, and without hesitation, they doused Yunxi in front of the emperor and empress. And Yunxi screamed. The crown prince quickly turned, intending to shield her in his arms. However, his body could not withstand the deluge. The icy water cascaded down, drenching both of them completely. The crown prince struggled to open his eyes, nearly choking as he coughed. Just as he reached up to wipe his face, another bucket of water followed. And Yunxi, too frightened to scream, shut her mouth and eyes tightly, fearing that even a slight opening would invite the relentless water into her mouth and eyes. After being doused with two buckets, both the crown prince and Yunxi trembled uncontrollably. The weather was still chilly in early March, and their faces had turned pale. Despite the signs of warming outside, the water was frigid, freshly drawn from the well. The empress was taken aback by this scene, her face contorted with anger as she glared at Ling Fengjin. Regent, how can you act in such a manner? Ling Fengjin raised his gaze, addressing the emperor. Your Majesty has already permitted the washing away of the false vermilion mark on Yunxi and Appo's arm. Why halt the process merely because of the Empress and Appo's arrival? I have stated that I wish to discuss matters with Missen. It would not be too late to act once our conversation concludes. The Empress attempted to argue, but Ling Fengjin and Appo's actions incensed her further. Several attendants hastily produced handkerchiefs to wipe the crown prince and Appo's face, while others rushed in to help clean up the puddles on the floor. And Yunxi observed the unfolding drama with astonishment. Ling Fengjin and Appo's every move was unexpected, even to her. However, accustomed to his disregard for decorum, she found this particular spectacle hardly surprising. Drenched in cold water, and Yunxi received no assistance from the attendants. The crown prince, in a flurry of concern, seized the handkerchiefs from their hands and carefully wiped Yunxi and Appo's face. Yet, while her face was cleaned, her hair continued to drip incessantly. Yunxi, are you all right? And Yunxi and Appo's delicate and frail visage had turned stark white. She trembled, raising her gaze, her eyes glistening with tears. Your Highness, I am fine. You need not worry. Her words belied her appearance, which suggested she was on the verge of collapse. The crown prince felt a pang of heartache. He gritted his teeth, wishing to take her in his arms right there in public. What are you all waiting for? Quickly fetch some clothes for Miss Yunxi. The attendants exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed, their eyes pleading for the Empress's guidance. Your Majesty, there are no suitable garments for Miss Yunxi in the palace. The Empress pursed her lips, exuding exasperation. Go to my quarters and bring something for her to change into. She cannot appear before the emperor in such a state. Understood. One of the matrons rose to procure clothing for Yunxi. However, Ling Fengjin interjected after they had been thoroughly drenched. Your Majesty, now that the water has been procured, shall we not uncover the truth? The emperor, who had been observing with interest, straightened in his seat at Ling Fengjin's call. He spoke in a grave tone. Bring them here to investigate. With that simple command, the matrons, who had ceased their actions, returned to forcibly separate Yunxi from the crown prince. And Yunxi, taken aback by the escalation, clutched her arm desperately, struggling against their grip. Let go of me. Your Highness, please. She sobbed and cried out, but the matrons, irritated by the hassle of taking her to a nearby room, pulled her with such force that they tore her already damaged sleeve. A portion of her arm was exposed, revealing the remnants of the vermilion mark, which, after being washed, showed signs of smudging. Those 2 buckets of water were not mere plain water. They had been mixed with certain substances. When Yunxi had claimed the vermilion mark was false, Ling Fengjin had already deduced the means by which it had been applied, prompting him to order his men outside to fetch water that could wash away the mark. Otherwise, no mere palace matrons possessed the capability to unearth the truth. And Yunxi was well aware of this, initially intending to share the formula for the concoction with the matrons when Ling Fengjin preemptively resolved the matter. It was only he who dared to publicly drench the crown prince. "Your Majesty, the vermilion mark is false," one of the matrons exclaimed, gripping Yunxi's amp, Oppo's arm. The emperor and empress turned their attention simultaneously, while the crown prince's expression grew inscrutable. After struggling for a long while, the truth was finally revealed. He clenched his jaw, his body wavering, his mind unable to process the implications. The empress approached, her gaze fixated on Yunxi's amp, Oppo's fair arm, where the red had been smeared away, revealing that it was not a genuine vermilion mark, but rather something else entirely that could be easily wiped away. And Yunxi felt her strength dissipate, collapsing against the matron's and Oppo's arms, her eyes filled with despair and confusion. From the very beginning, she had no inkling of how the situation had spiraled to this point. A fierce glint flickered in the empress and Oppo's eyes. "Your Majesty, how could the crown prince be enamored with such a shameless woman, one who has lost her virtue?" Upon hearing this, Yunxi and Oppo's eyes widened in terror as she looked at the empress. "No, Your Majesty, I did not." She wished to assert that she and the crown prince shared mutual affection. Yet, due to their differing statuses, they could not be together, leaving her to watch in envy as her legitimate sister ascended to that position. Why, when they were both daughters of generals, was there such a vast disparity in their statuses? She felt the heavens had been unfair. The empress lowered her eyes, her voice calm and unyielding. "This woman has no connection to the crown prince. She must have consorted with some rogue man and seeks to cling to him." The empress and Oppo's words were a blatant defense of the crown prince. Even if this woman had lost her purity, there was no evidence to prove that it was the crown prince and Oppo's doing. And Yunxi smirked, fully aware of the true nature of these royal figures. Even when confronted with evidence, they could maintain their deceitful facade. Such skill was unparalleled, had the crown prince chosen to acquiesce. Using the empress's words as a means to extricate himself, and Yunxi and Oppo's existence would have posed no threat to his position. Yet, he found himself in opposition to the very empress meant to protect him. Chapter 36. The confession. In this moment, for the sake of his beloved, the crown prince knelt on both knees. The young prince lowered his proud head, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "I, your son, have indeed been intimately involved with General and Oppo's illegitimate daughter, and Yunxi. I implore you, my esteemed father and mother, to bless the love that exists between Yunxi and me." As he spoke, the prince bowed his head to the ground, and Yunxi and Oppo's gaze trembled slightly. Witnessing the prince and Oppo's demeanor caused a subtle shift in her expression, her eyes glimmering with profound joy. And Yunxi, observing this scene, raised an eyebrow in surprise at the prince's unexpected sense of responsibility. For a woman she despised, she was ruthless and would go to any lengths to eliminate her, even resorting to drugging her to ruin her life. Yet for Yunxi, he genuinely cherished her, daring to oppose the empress for her sake. What a splendid performance this was. The empress was utterly taken aback, not anticipating her most cherished son would utter such words. Her eyes turned icy, a flush of anger spreading across her face. Prince Ling Chongyue remained prostrate, his forehead pressed to the ground. "I apologize, mother, for disappointing you. Yet, Yunxi is of utmost importance to me. I beseech you not to harm her." The empress was seized by a surge of anger, her body swaying unsteadily. A nearby maid rushed to support her, concern etched on her face. "You not only disappoint me, but you will also disappoint your father and the entire court, as well as the people of this realm. As the heir apparent, how can you act so recklessly and invite ridicule upon yourself?" The prince remained bent over, earnestly admitting his fault. "It is all my fault. I willingly accept all blame. I simply do not wish to marry Yunxi. The one I desire is Yunxi. I want only her to be my crown princess." This heartfelt declaration left the hall in stunned silence. The empress nearly succumbed to the shock of his words, gasping for breath before she could respond. This woman come from a lowly background. She is merely an illegitimate daughter. How could she possibly be worthy of your princely status? It can be said that without the connection to the Marquis and Oppose. Household. The daughter of a general does not even qualify to be with the crown prince. Furthermore, in Yunxi and Amp, Oppose. S identity serves as a bridge between the Marquis of Angua and the general and Amp. Oppose. S household. The prince and Amp. Oppose. S voice was somber. Over being an illegitimate daughter. I love Ruxue for who she is, not for her status. The empress's gaze fell upon Ruxue's pitiable and delicate face. Her damp hair framed her features, accentuating her vulnerability. Noticing the empress and Amp, Oppose, S scrutiny, and Ruxue quickly lowered her head, her voice filled with sorrow. I am aware that enticing the crown prince is a grave sin. Please, your majesty, do not blame him. All fault lies with me. I am willing to die to atone for my sins, unwilling to hinder the crown prince and Amp, Oppose, S future. Her voice was gentle and understanding, as if she were prepared to sacrifice everything for the prince, even her life. Upon hearing Ruxue and Amp, Oppose, S words, the prince sank even lower, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, profoundly moved. This was his beloved, incomparable to the likes of Yunxi. She was gentle and kind, an attentive listener to his troubles, supportive and talented in poetry and music, his true confidant. Mother, if you order Ruxue to be killed, it would be akin to killing me. The empress was speechless, and Yunxi, observing the empress's plight, empathized with her. Any mother would find such a son to be a source of immense frustration. The crown prince, a future ruler, appeared ready to forsake everything for a mere woman. A character like this would inevitably become a foolish monarch, even if he ascended the throne. The empress and Oppose's face drained of color as she instinctively assessed the emperor and Oppose's expression. As expected, the emperor and Oppose's demeanor was stern and severe, devoid of any emotion, rendering it impossible to gauge his thoughts. Nevertheless, the empress understood that the prince's words had undoubtedly incensed the emperor. Prince, do you truly believe these words honor the years of cultivation by your father? As the heir to the throne, your focus should be on the state, not on trivial romantic entanglements. Your actions are utterly. The empress was so enraged she lost her words, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. Yet the prince remained resolute, his forehead pressed to the ground, determined to stay there until the empress acquiesced. Unable to persuade him, the empress knelt beside him, addressing the emperor above. Your Majesty, I have failed to manage the crown prince, and I bear my own guilt. After a lengthy silence, the northern emperor finally spoke. It seems that what the girl Yunxi said is indeed true. The crown prince has wronged her. And Yunxi, sensing a resolution was near, lifted her head. Her eyes filled with hope as she gazed at the northern emperor. If he simply annulled the engagement, even if he decreed Ruxue as the crown princess, she would not mind. Such a pair was destined to be together and should not bring misfortune upon others. The northern emperor raised his gaze, first looking at Yunxi. What punishment do you wish to impose upon the crown prince? Yunxi was momentarily taken aback. I do not wish to punish the crown prince. I only desire to annul this engagement. The northern emperor lowered his eyes. Is there truly no room for negotiation in this matter? Yunxi also knelt. I humbly implore your majesty to annul the engagement. The facts were clear. The crown prince had betrayed the engagement before the wedding. The regent and Amp, Oppose's actions in seizing the bridal sedan chair were not in Yunxi and Amp. The regent would certainly not stand idly by. The northern emperor and Oppose's thoughts were tumultuous, his expression contemplative. If I refuse, it would create a deadlock, and you would likely remain discontented. Perhaps it would be best for both sides to step back a little. Yunxi raised her gaze, her heart racing with anxiety. How can I step back? The emperor shook his head as he looked at the crown prince. He then raised his gaze again, narrowing his deep-set eyes. If you wish to annul the engagement, it is not impossible, but you must fulfill one condition I set forth. Yunxi and Amp, Oppose's mood feeling the weight lift off her shoulders. As long as the emperor relented, there was still hope. She wished to marry Ling Fengjin openly and without secrets, to become his rightful wife. Ling Fengjin listened intently to the emperor and Amp, Oppose's every word, his expression calm, yet beneath his placid demeanor lay a tempest of emotions. Your Majesty, please proceed. and Yunxi urged anxiously. She believed the emperor would not ask her to do anything impossible, for then the promise would hold no value. The northern emperor stroked his chin, his gaze falling on a trace of blood between his fingers, and a slow smile crept across his lips. Chapter 37. The Imperial Edict. It is not a difficult request. I merely ask that you refrain from meeting with Regent Ling Fengjin for 3 years and that you do not marry anyone else during this time. Once the 3 years have elapsed, if you still have no intention of becoming the crown princess, I shall grant you the freedom to marry whomever you desire. How do you find this proposal? The voice of Emperor Bailing was clear and gentle, imbued with a solemnity akin to a divine decree. His gaze fixed intently upon Yunxi, as if offering her a promise, awaiting her response. However, Ling Fengjin and Amp, Oppo's expression darkened, his eyes cooling. 3 years without seeing her? I cannot consent. The emperor chuckled. You have been away on campaign for years without returning. During that time, you have not seen her. Why can you not bear to part now? Ling Fengjin and Amp, Oppo's demeanor tightened, his gaze grave. The circumstances now differ from those of the past. In what way do they differ? I have stated that during these 3 years, she shall not marry another, so you need not worry about her not waiting for you. After 3 years, you shall be free to openly take her as your wife, and no one shall impede you. The emperor's voice remained steady, tinged with a tone of negotiation. He had already made considerable concessions, allowing them a reprieve. And Yunxi bowed her head, silently contemplating the implications of the emperor's words. Truth be told, this was not an overly difficult condition for her to meet. The emperor's word is law. If necessary, she could request a written edict as proof, and he would surely not go back on it. Yet, for reasons unknown, an unease settled within her. Why 3 years? It should be noted that in her previous life, both she and Ling Fengjin perished in September 3 years hence. The time that remains is merely 3 years and 6 months. Raising her gaze, her eyes clear and unwavering, she gently shook her head and replied, I must beg your majesty and Oppo's pardon. I cannot agree to this condition. The emperor and Oppo's expression instantly darkened, his fingers lightly tapping the table as he looked down upon Yunxi. Ling Fengjin's eyes flickered with a glimmer of something ominous upon hearing her declaration. His fingers, resting at his side, tightened subtly, his focus firmly locked on Yunxi. He could never relinquish her. At that moment, the empress turned her head slightly, still kneeling beside the crown prince. Now, she seemed inclined to interject. Missin, His Majesty has already shown you considerable forbearance, even willing to contravene the late emperor's edict to grant you this opportunity. If you remain unsatisfied, it may appear that you are taking undue advantage. And Yunxi replied, I cannot guarantee that I will not meet with His Highness, the prince. The emperor nodded slightly, understanding her point. Very well. I shall not restrict your meetings with the prince. However, there is a stipulation. Henceforth, you two must pretend to be strangers in the presence of others. It must not be suspected that you share any intimacy. Should you violate this, I shall revoke my decree and command you to marry the crown prince immediately. His words carried an air of coercion, laden with palpable threat. The threat of an emperor was something Yunxi could not afford to bear. Thus, she found herself unable to refuse, left with no choice but to acquiesce. As for whether she would adhere to the emperor and Oppo's stipulations, was it even possible? Slowly lifting her gaze, concealing all emotions beneath a calm exterior, she affirmed, I shall comply with your decree. She was merely complying, not consenting. Ling Fengjin and Oppo's eyes darkened further, signaling a foreboding transformation. Not permitting him to marry? Who had the authority to dictate such a thing? He turned to Yunxi and asked, Axi, do you not wish to marry me? Yunxi smiled softly, glancing at Ling Fengjin and blinking, her voice resolute. I must marry you openly, and I desire the grandest wedding you can arrange. Why wait 3 years? Agreeing to the emperor's condition was merely a temporary measure to stave off the old emperor's pressure to wed the crown prince. As for the future, Yunxi smirked inwardly. What if a new emperor were to take the throne? Who would care about a prior edict? Who could dictate her marital status? Upon hearing her words, Ling Fengjin seemed to discern her unspoken thoughts, his gaze softening considerably. He slightly smiled, as if he too was in accord with Yunxi and Amp. Oppose, as sentiments. Very well. Since you have agreed to marry me, I shall place my trust in you one last time. After 3 years, Axie shall be my legitimate wife. The crown prince, kneeling nearby, seethed with fury as he listened to their exchange. Although he had long known of Yunxi and Amp, Oppose, as affections for another, witnessing her deliberate display of affection with the prince was infuriating. His anger was further fueled by his parents and Amp, Oppose, favoritism towards Yunxi. He could not comprehend the allure she held over them, especially as someone who had already lost her virtue to the prince. What made Yunxi so special that she garnered such attention, especially in comparison to Yunxi? The emperor proclaimed, "If that is the case, let this matter be settled. For the next 3 years, you shall maintain your status as the crown prince and Amp, Oppose, as fiancé. This position shall remain yours. You cannot refuse." With such words spoken, Yunxi had no grounds to dispute. The marriage had yet to be annulled, so she would assume this identity for the time being. After all, she would not be marrying the crown prince, and the betrothal would dissolve automatically after 3 years. Moreover, she could leverage this situation to her advantage, and then, "Your Majesty, words alone hold no weight. I request a written decree." The emperor paused momentarily, then could not suppress a chuckle. "Ah, you are quite astute. But can I truly deceive you with my word? You would not deceive me, yet I lack proof, and fear others may not believe me." And Yunxi responded with utmost reason. The emperor nodded. "Wu Gonggong, bring forth the edict." "Yes, your Majesty." Wu Gonggong prepared the edict, ground the ink, and respectfully awaited the emperor and Amp, Oppose, as command. The emperor wrote swiftly, inscribing the conditions they had discussed. "Here, take a look." Wu Gonggong handed the edict to Yunxi. Ling Fongjin stood beside her, both observing the document together. And Yunxi cherished this edict, for it represented her opportunity to extricate herself from this engagement through legitimate means. The future had shifted. This time, she would undoubtedly free herself without hesitation, reclaiming her autonomy. In her previous life, she had fallen victim to schemes due to her unawareness of Anne's father's machinations. This time, however, she remained vigilant, refusing to fall prey to similar plots, thus harboring no anxiety regarding the impending conspiracy 3 years hence. After reviewing the edict, Ling Fongjin affirmed, "The edict is in order." The emperor had not altered its contents. Everything aligned with their prior agreements. And Yunxi carefully stored the edict, then bowed deeply, proclaiming, "I thank your Majesty for your graciousness." The emperor and Amp, Oppose, as countenance remained stoic, as if granting her the edict had been a trivial affair. "Child, you remain the crown prince and Amp, Oppose, as fiancé. Thus, I grant you the authority to deal with any woman who attempts to seduce him. Just a hint, there is no waiting for 3 years. They marry in 3 months. And a child follows, as the regent has no intention of adhering to the agreement." Chapter 38. Kneeling and pleading for mercy, and Ru Shui's expression instantly froze. At that moment, the prince and Amp, Oppose, figures seemed to be frozen as well. Without waiting for Yunxi to respond, he spoke. "Father, you must not do this. Are you not condemning Ru Shui to death?" And Yunxi and Amp, Oppose's heart was as cruel as it could be. If Ru Shui fell in her hands, she would surely. The Northern Ling Emperor interrupted him. "How dare you speak to me like this? Father, I implore you, punish me instead. I forced Ru Shui to be with me. She is innocent in this matter. Why can you forgive Uncle Jean, yet not your own son?" The prince was frantic. If Ru Shui fell into Yunxi and Amp, Oppose's hands, he could not bear to think of the consequences. Seeing the prince and Amp, Oppose, and Yunxi couldn't and Amp, Oppose, T helped but curl her lips into a smile, a cold glint passing through her eyes. Having been granted a second chance at life, she was determined to take revenge. "Uncle, I must marry. Everything Ru Shui had done to her in her past life, she would repay 100-fold. Death? That would be far too lenient." The Northern Ling Emperor and Oppose's gaze turned icy as he said in a deep voice, "What do you have to compare with your uncle?" The prince was at a loss for words. his throat choked with 1,000 unspoken sentiments. Jean, the uncle, was a once-in-a-century genius, excelling in both literary and martial prowess. A true prodigy. As a teenager, he had already led troops in a battle, decisive in his actions, commanding respect from all. The Northern Ling Emperor was also a ruthless monarch. Yet he allowed Ling Fengjin to ascend to the position of regent, solely to ensure the prosperity of the Northern Ling Kingdom during his illness. Though I may not match Uncle Jean, I am still your son. I beg you, my father, to show mercy. The Northern Ling Emperor replied, a son's failures are the father's fault. You have committed such a grave mistake, and yet you dare to speak? Your affairs will be dealt with later. Silence. His voice was cold and indifferent, making the prince feel as though his heart had plunged into a frigid abyss, shivering from the chill. And Yunxi's eyes flickered. Your Majesty, may I act however I wish towards this person? The emperor nodded slightly. Even if you desire her life, with a word, I shall have her dragged away to face execution. And Yunxi's eyes visibly brightened. But Ru Shui felt her strength drain away, as if she were teetering on the brink of death. Sister, I am sorry. Ru Shui was foolish and did not understand. Please, for the sake of our sisterly bond over the years, spare me. And Ru Shui knelt before Yunxi, trembling uncontrollably. She was truly terrified, afraid that with a single word from Yunxi, her life would be forfeit. Had it been before, she would never have believed that Yunxi would harm her, but now Yunxi and Appo's temperament had changed so drastically, she seemed like a different person. The prince was filled with anger, yet when he raised his head to look at Yunxi, he suppressed all his fury. And Yunxi, if the one at fault is me and you wish to target me, I have nothing to say. I accept any punishment you deem fit. But Ru Shui is your own sister. She has grown up with you. Can you truly bear to harm her? And Yunxi raised an eyebrow. Having not uttered a single word yet, these two were already exchanging emotional appeals while simultaneously threatening. Was sisterly bond. Here was a sister enticing her elder sister's betrothed while attempting to ruin her sister's reputation. Did such a good sister truly exist? Upon hearing the mention of drugs, and Ru Shui's composure began to unravel. She looked up in confusion, her eyes wide with innocence. Sister, what are you talking about? What drugs? Her feigned innocence was displayed to perfection. In her previous life, Yunxi had been deceived by her guise, believing that the drugs had been administered by Ling Fengjin. Seeing her still play the innocent, Yunxi stepped closer, standing before the kneeling Ru Shui. She leaned slightly, pinching Ru Shui and Appo's chin. The prince, witnessing this scene, immediately grew anxious, protective of his beloved, and swiftly rose, forcefully removing Yunxi's hand. What do you intend to do to Ru Shui? Yunxi was momentarily stunned, glancing at the redness on her hand. It was not severe, it was not without pain. She raised her gaze, cold eyes locking with the prince's, but sensed a figure approach. Placing a hand on the prince and Appo's shoulder, Ling Fengjin and Appo's fingers tightened around the prince and Appo's shoulder blade. A searing pain surged through the prince, distorting his features as he gasped in agony. He felt as if his shoulder would shatter under the immense pressure, forcing him to bend his knees in submission. Ling Fengjin glanced at the prince, halting his steps before him. Who allowed you to touch her? The prince and Appo's eyes reddened from the pain, unable to move his shoulder, could only look up to meet Ling Fengjin and Appo's gaze. In terms of strength, he was no match for Ling Fengjin, who could easily overpower him with a single finger. Uncle Jean, how dare you harm the crown prince? Ling Fengjin couldn't and Appo's to be bothered. If you dare to make another move, I assure you your shoulder will truly be shattered. The empress rose, hastily instructing the attendants to bring the prince closer. It is merely a matter of dealing with a woman. What business do you, the crown prince, have in this? Do you not see that your father is already angered? Several young eunuchs seized the prince and Appo's arms and legs, even holding onto his waist to prevent him from escaping. The prince struggled desperately, enduring the pain in his arm. Mother, Ru Shui is in danger. The empress turned her gaze coldly. Her death is of no consequence. Allowing my son to be so foolish over such a woman is truly a disaster. Being with her will surely lead to your demise. Mother, please let them release me. And Yunxi intends to harm Ru Shui. The empress was nearly beside herself with rage, wishing to silence the prince. She said nothing, instead focusing her gaze on Yunxi, keen to see what she would do now that no one was obstructing her. After all, Ru Shui was her biological sister. If she were to kill her, she would have a great deal of explaining to do to General Lin. Therefore, the empress was not concerned about the loss of life. Suddenly, she heard Yunxi inquire of those around her. May I ask, does anyone have a knife? Preferably a sharp dagger. At this, the crowd fell silent, some even instinctively shuddering. The prince was momentarily speechless, forgetting to speak. Meanwhile, Ru Shui and Appo's face had turned pale, frozen in place. The atmosphere in the hall became tense with silence. And Yunxi scanned the surroundings for a long time, seeing no one respond, her brows furrowing in frustration. This was the emperor's Yunxi palace. It was likely that even if someone had a dagger, they would not dare to present it to her. She understood. Ling Fengjin suddenly produced an object from somewhere, a blade about the size of a palm, smaller than a typical dagger. May I use this? Chapter 39. How filthy Ling Fengjin's actions rendered the assembly speechless. Even the emperor of Bailing swallowed hard at that moment. The empress's complexion changed dramatically as she questioned Ling Fengjin. Prince Jin, why have you brought such a weapon into the palace? Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Ling Fengjin's eyes. With a slight parting of his lips, he replied, the dagger is somewhat cumbersome. The empress was momentarily at a loss for words. Was that truly her inquiry? That is not what I meant. I am asking why you are carrying a weapon. Everyone who presents themselves before the emperor must be searched beforehand and are forbidden from bringing any sharp objects. Yet, Ling Fengjin not only brought one, but also displayed it before all. Raising an eyebrow, Ling Fengjin remarked, the emperor decreed long ago that I may present myself without removing my armor or disarming. Surely the empress is not unaware of this? The empress fell silent, instinctively glancing at the emperor. Seeing him nod slightly, she promptly lowered her head and ceased speaking. However, her hands trembled lightly, feeling that the emperor's protection of Ling Fengjin was exceedingly excessive. This was hardly the demeanor of a subject. The emperor might as well have relinquished the throne for Ling Fengjin to occupy. And Yunxi blinked in surprise, realizing there was such a reason behind it. Thus, Ling Fengjin was permitted to bring a blade into the palace. Such favor could only stem from the emperor's absolute trust. Otherwise, how could he disregard his own safety? For the suspicious emperor of Bailing, such a decree was indeed rare. Nevertheless, Yunxi did not wish to delve into these past intrigues. Her sole focus was to address the matter of Ru Shui before her. With a slight smile, she approached Ru Shui and said, Ru Shui, the emperor has spoken. Your life is now in my hands. Having fallen in her grasp, how could she possibly let it go easily? In that moment, Ru Shui dared not show any disrespect toward Yunxi. With a pitiful expression, she raised her head and pleaded, Sister Yunxi, I beg you to spare Ru Shui. Her pale fingers reached out to grasp Yunxi's skirt. However, Yunxi stepped back, saying, do not touch my clothes. You are filthy. This statement caused Ru Shui to tremble slightly. She glanced at her hands, which were soiled from mingling with the dust on the ground. Indeed, they were quite dirty, and Ru Shui felt utterly helpless and horrified, realizing that the emperor's words had cast her into despair. The crown prince was now preoccupied with his own troubles, and no one could save her. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she cried, Sister, we are family. If you kill me, how will the world see you? How will father see you? And Yunxi smiled, I truly do not care how others perceive me. I only desire your demise. She toyed with the dagger in her palm, which appeared exquisitely delicate, and she wielded it with ease. Here's the deal, Ru Shui. For the sake of our sisterhood, I shall grant you a chance at life. Upon hearing this, hope flickered in Ru Shui's eyes. Surely, Yunxi was merely jesting. Aside from usurping the crown prince, she had not committed any other offense against her. The crime did not warrant death, and Yunxi had always been soft-hearted, treating her kindly since childhood. She would never truly wish to kill her. It had to be a moment of anger. Sister, if you say so, I will certainly, and Yunxi smirked. First, you must kneel and bow 100 times, and with each bow, declare yourself a wretched person. And Rushua's face turned ashen in an instant, as she sat dazed on the ground, resembling a statue. And Yunxi's demand was akin to trampling her dignity into the dust. If she were to comply, what difference would it make from being killed? Furthermore, the crown prince was watching from a distance. How could she allow him to witness such a disgraceful display for the sake of survival? The crown prince's voice rang out sternly. And Yunxi, do not go too far. Know when to stop. And Yunxi replied with a smile. I do not comprehend how to know when to stop. Perhaps His Highness would care to teach me? His eyes reddened as he attempted to break free from the grasp of the palace attendants. However, they were resolute, unwilling to defy the Empress's orders. The Empress observed the scene coldly, showing no intent to intervene. Since it was the Emperor's decree, she merely needed to watch. At this juncture, regardless of how Yunxi tormented Rushua, it was a private family matter, and Yunxi had little patience to prolong the encounter with Rushua. I will count to 3. If you do not comply, I shall request the Emperor to have you executed. And Rushua was taken aback. And then she heard Yunxi declare, 3 enough, you have no chance, I will do it. I will do it. And Rushua felt a jolt of panic. Hadn't she said she would count to 3? Yet, Yunxi had only spoken 1 number before threatening her life. Alarm bells rang in her mind, realizing that Yunxi was likely not jesting. Struggling to support herself, she attempted to rise from the ground when a young eunuch's announcement echoed through the air. Your Majesty, General requests an audience. The Emperor of Bailing, who had been watching the spectacle with his chin resting on his hand, nodded in response. Let him enter. After all, he is an elder, and these 2 are his daughters. He should witness the outcome. And Yunxi's gaze sharpened as she immediately turned to face the entrance. And Rushua's face turned pale as she knelt before Yunxi, her eyes now glimmering with hope. Father had arrived. She would be safe. Surely, she would be safe. General entered, led by the young eunuch, and knelt directly in the center of the great hall. Having waited for a considerable time without seeing his daughter emerge, he inquired and soon learned that she was in trouble inside. Old Minister pays respects to your Majesty. The Emperor of Bailing waved his hand. General, and please rise. As for what has transpired, allow your daughter to explain. General and stood up, turning to see a figure crawling toward him, who then clung to his leg, weeping bitterly. Father, you have finally come. And Yunxi wants to kill me. Please save me. General was taken aback and immediately pulled Rushu up from the ground, turning to glance at Yunxi, who stood not far away. Yunxi, what nonsense is this? Rushua claims you wish to kill her. What is the meaning of this? Upon seeing General enter, Yunxi's face remained impassive, her eyes emanating a terrifying chill. She seduced the crown prince and drugged me. Is it wrong for me to want her dead? And Rushua shook her head vigorously. That is not true, father. Although I have some feelings for the crown prince. I never intended to usurp sister's position as the crown princess. The accusation of drugging is utterly unfounded. I am wronged, father. And Rushua cried out desperately, her panic palpable. General seeing his daughter drenched and her clothes clinging to her, felt a wave of pity wash over him. At that moment, palace attendants brought forth garments, and General quickly draped a cloak over Rushua's shoulders. Yunxi, you have not clarified the situation. How can you wish to kill your own sister? This is a human life, your sister with whom you have grown up. And Yunxi's heart was as cold as ice. General's words stirred not a ripple within her. All that remained was profound derision. What a fine sisterly bond. Such sisterhood was one she could not afford. It is the Emperor who has granted me the authority to deal with her. Do you intend to defy the Emperor's decree, father? Chapter 40. The death by staff. General upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. He hastily turned and knelt once more before Emperor Bailing, pleading, Your Majesty, I have but 2 daughters. To witness them turn against one another would be tantamount to taking my life. If word of this were to spread, it would tarnish your esteemed reputation. With his head bowed to the ground, his forehead bore a multitude of bruises. And Rushua quickly mimicked her father in Appo's actions, kneeling beside him and bowing her head. Bowing before the Emperor was not a disgrace. she had no intention of apologizing to Yunxi. The emperor furrowed his brow, initially eager to observe the unfolding drama and to gauge in Yunxi's capabilities. However, he had not anticipated General An's intervention. As a venerable official, he could hardly disregard the general and Appo's plea. General An, you have failed to instruct your illegitimate daughter, allowing her to commit the grave error of enticing the crown prince. Should I not impose punishment? Your Majesty, I beseech you, it is I who have failed to educate my daughter. If punishment must be meted out, it should be directed at me. I willingly accept all blame. My daughter is young and naive, having been captivated by the crown prince and Appo's remarkable presence, and her sins do not warrant death. General and Appo's words carried a semblance of logic. The emperor stroked his chin thoughtfully, conceding, indeed, that is true. And Yunxi caressed the dagger in her palm, feeling its warmth emanating from her grip. General An's heart eased slightly. Your Majesty, your wisdom is unparalleled. But I have already promised Yunxi that if I were to retract my decree, it would imply that I have broken my word. The expressions of Yunxi, General An, and the crown prince shifted simultaneously. And Yunxi observed their faces contort with anguish, suppressing a laugh at their dismay. Ling Fengjin, sensing the tension, interjected, since General An admits to shared culpability, why not offer your lives in atonement? And Yunxi silently raised her hands and feet in agreement. General An's back stiffened, his voice rising, Your Majesty, please show mercy. I have served the Northern Ridge for many years, loyal to the throne, and even if my contributions have been minimal, my sacrifices do not merit death. His voice trembled with desperation. The emperor, stroking his beard, appeared visibly troubled. What should he do? If he could not placate Yunxi, he would have much to answer for. The ball was once again in Yunxi and Appo's court. Seeing his pleas to the emperor go unanswered, General An felt despondent. He turned, revealing a large red mark on his forehead, and faced Yunxi, who wore an expression of impatience. What did she want from him? Her intent was to end Yunxi's life, and before doing so, she desired to crush her spine and humiliate her thoroughly. Only then would her rage be quelled. Xiao and Appo's, I implore you, utter a word of forgiveness for your sister. Whatever you desire, I shall endeavor to compensate you. Moreover, Yunxi has always cared, who regards her as her own daughter. Should you take her life, your mother will be heartbroken. And Yunxi smiled faintly. My mother will only mourn the blood on my hands. General An rose, a smile of sycophantic charm plastered across his face. My daughter, I understand your anger and grievances. In the future, I shall compensate you tenfold. I shall also discipline Yunxi to ensure she learns her lesson. Do not hold her actions against her, all right? He spoke with the tone of a loving father attempting to negotiate. And Yunxi had always heeded his words, even showing him utmost respect before her wedding. He could not fathom that Yunxi would be so resolute in demanding her sister's life. Yet he was mistaken. General An found no trace of emotion in Yunxi's eyes, not even a flicker of compassion. She appeared as cold as the depths of hell, filled with a dense darkness, and there was the unmistakable aura of death. The absolute intent to kill sent a shiver down General An's spine. A man who had experienced the battlefield firsthand. The last 6 months of warfare had forged Yunxi into a force to be reckoned with, stripping away the softness of youth, leaving only a decisive killer. Your Majesty, I implore you to execute Yunxi. She had initially contemplated tormenting Yunxi further. After Yunxi had exhausted her efforts to plead for her life, she would deliver a swift strike with the dagger she had just acquired, informing her that if she could withstand the blow and still live, she would overlook the incident as if it had never occurred. However, General An's interference made her feel that such convoluted machinations were unnecessary. A swift death for Yunxi would suffice. At her words, General An's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at her incredulously. And Yunxi lifted her gaze, meeting his stare. I intend to kill her, and you cannot stop me. General An Appo's heart raced, nearly causing him to faint from rage. You have lost your mind. And Yunxi, she is your sister, and you would murder your own flesh and blood. Never before had he felt such fury. His eyes bulged, fists clenched. Were they not in the emperor and Appo's palace, surrounded by royalty, he would have struck her. General was skilled in martial arts, and his slap would not be trivial. And Yunxi wished to convey to General that she would dare to kill even her own father. Now, with Ling Fongjin as her support. Had it not been for the extreme taboo of patricide, she would have done so. However, she recognized the need to consider her reputation. For her lord was destined to become an emperor, and she could not allow any stain to mar his name. As her thoughts wandered, she stole a glance at Ling Fongjin, only to find him fixated on her. A warmth surged within her, causing her to forget the emperor and Appo's warning against growing too close to him. Ling Fongjin gave her a subtle nod, indicating that whatever she chose to do was inconsequential. He would stand by her side. It was as if, regardless of how much chaos and Yunxi unleashed, he would bear the consequences for her. This sense of security compelled Yunxi to surrender everything to him. Indeed, she shared a sisterly bond with Ruxue. In revealing her heartlessness to the world, killing even her own sister would not bode well. Contemplating this, she uttered, "Perhaps I should reconsider." General and Appo's flushed face finally calmed slightly. His teeth gritted as he said, "It is good that you understand. Should Ruxue perish, the entire capital will know you as the bloodthirsty sister who killed her own kin, and you will find it impossible to secure a place in society." And Yunxi appeared to conceive a brilliant idea. "Your Majesty, what if we did this instead?" Chapter 41. And Ruxue could hardly bear it, as Emperor Bailing inquired with great interest, "What do you wish to do?" And Yunxi curled her lips into a smirk. According to the laws of the land, what crime doesn't Ruxue commit by enticing the crown prince and disturbing the rightful heir? The emperor narrowed his eyes, glancing at the nearby eunuch Wu. Understanding the implications, eunuch Wu responded, "She shall receive a beating, determined by the severity of her offense." And Yunxi expressed her satisfaction with eunuch Wu and Appo's words. "Eunuch Wu, how many strokes do you believe in Ruxue deserves?" Eunuch Wu lowered his head, his expression grave, and replied, 50 strokes. And Yunxi spoke up, "Your Majesty, let us adhere to the law. My previous words were merely in anger. I would never truly wish for my sister and Appo's life." Upon hearing in Yunxi and Appo's righteous declaration, and Ruxue was left dumbfounded. Though she had never witnessed the punishment herself, she had heard tales. The court and Appo's punishment was no trifling matter. Even a robust man could easily perish under 50 strokes. For a frail woman like her, 50 strokes would undoubtedly lead to her demise. Was there truly any difference from a death sentence? None. "Father, I cannot withstand 50 strokes. I will surely die." She turned once more to General, who felt an ache in his heart, his forehead beaded with tension. Just as he was about to speak, and Yunxi preempted him, "Father, did you hear? I do not seek her death. I entrust everything to the laws. Should you speak ill of me again, you would be defying the court and Appo's laws." General and Appo's lips quivered, but he ultimately refrained from pleading further. And Yunxi regarded the two with a bemused smile, noting the pallor of Ruxue's face, her lips ashen, and a coldness crept into her gaze. The crown prince, having finally escaped his restraints, rushed to Ruxue, lifting her from the ground. "Do not fear, Ruxue. I will ensure your safety." And Ruxue clung to the crown prince's wrist as if grasping a lifeline. The two seemed on the verge of embracing in front of the entire court. The emperor frowned, concealing his wrath beneath a veneer of calm. "Proceed according to the law." Eunuch Wu bowed respectfully before stepping out to summon preparations. And Ruxue looked up urgently, her voice trembling. "Your Highness, please save me." The crown prince and Appo's expression darkened as he spotted guards entering the chamber, swiftly positioning Ruxue behind him for protection. The empress, witnessing the scene, commanded her attendants. "What are you waiting for? Bring the crown prince here." "Yes." A flurry of maids and matrons charged forward. Yet this time, the crown prince was prepared and would not be easily subdued as before. He retreated within Ruxue, and when someone lunged at him, he kicked out, sending the matron sprawling far away. Ling Fongjin seized Yunxi and Appo's wrist, pulling her back a few steps to the edge of the great hall. The Yunxi hall was vast, providing ample space for the crown prince to demonstrate his prowess. The palace servants who were struck lay moaning on the ground, while the empress was consumed by anxiety. Eunuch Wu, accompanied by guards, entered the hall. 2 guards attempted to drag and Yunxi away, but the crown prince defended her fiercely. As the empress's attendants tried to restrain him, he fought back, toppling them to the ground. In an instant, the hall was filled with cries of agony, wails of pain, and the sounds of a fierce scuffle. And Yunxi and Ling Fengjin stood by, enjoying the spectacle, mentally applauding the unfolding drama. Suddenly, Emperor Bailing rose abruptly, sweeping his sleeve. Summon more guards. A larger contingent of guards rushed in, quickly subduing the crown prince. Crown Prince, have I been too lenient, allowing you the audacity to commit such disgraceful acts in this hall? The crown prince, pinned down, knelt before the emperor. The empress immediately interjected, Your Majesty, it is my fault for not keeping him in check. The emperor, unable to contain his anger, coughed several times, his gaze turning icy. Taken Yunxi away for punishment. No, Your Majesty, I am her father. I bear responsibility for her misdeeds. Punish me instead. I willingly accept her punishment. General and Amp, Oppose. S voice echoed throughout the hall. This declaration left Yunxi momentarily stunned, her gaze filled with derision as it fell upon General and Oppose, S retreating figure. So he was a good father, albeit not to his own children. And Yunxi quickly protested. Father, you mustn't. You are of advanced age and cannot withstand this. I shall bear the punishment myself. Internally, she scoffed, finding the scene of paternal devotion and filial piety utterly distasteful. The emperor and Oppose, S gaze deepened as he regarded the trio. General and, as a father, your failure to discipline your daughter carries weight. Therefore, you shall bear 30 of the 50 strokes meant for her. General and stiffened but promptly knelt. Thank you for your grace. And Yunxi chose not to speak further. The emperor and Oppose, S words were pleasing to the ear, yet his intent had never been to take a life in this matter. His suggestion to place in Yunxi and Oppose, S fate in her hands was merely a means to appease her anger and divert blame from the crown prince. Ling Fengjin sensed in Yunxi and Oppose, S rising emotions, his gaze revealing a hint of menace as he gently patted her taut back. Upon hearing her punishment reduced from 50 strokes to 20, and Yunxi and Oppose, S pale visage regained a flicker of life. As several guards dragged them out of the room, General and continued to express his gratitude to the emperor. Though 20 strokes would still leave Yunxi severely injured and bedridden for a month. At least her life was spared. As Yunxi was led away, the crown prince, held down and unable to move, shouted, Yunxi. His voice faded as she was taken outside. Soon, anguished cries echoed through the hall. Ling Fengjin escorted Yunxi to the doorway, where they stood on the steps, observing the punishment. Even the crown prince was brought out, and there, Yunxi and General were forcefully restrained, the thick rods striking their backs mercilessly. Chapter 42. The betrothal with so many eyes upon them, the executioners did not dare to slacken their efforts, vigorously striking with their clubs. At first, Yunxi could still manage a few cries, but soon, a piece of wood was forced in her mouth, reducing her to muted groans. General faced a similar fate, enduring an additional 10 blows. By the 10th strike, Yunxi was already bloodied and battered, her garments soaked in crimson. Being a woman, it was out of the question to remove her skirt, complicating her treatment. Every tearing motion would be accompanied by excruciating pain. Yunxi ultimately lost consciousness from the beating. By the final blows, she had completely succumbed to oblivion. The prince, witnessing the dire plight of his beloved, could no longer maintain his composure, his eyes reddening with despair. General fared little better. Though he did not faint, he managed to roll off and kneel on the ground, barely holding himself upright. Thank you, Your Majesty. For your mercy, he uttered. The Emperor of Bailing replied, General, the punishment has concluded. Return and tend to your wounds. There is no need for you to attend court in the coming days. Thank you, Your Majesty, General managed to say, but he could not rise thereafter. The astute eunuch Wu arranged for the severely beaten father and daughter to be taken back to the general's residence. Standing at the door with hands clasped behind his back, the emperor glanced at Yunxi. I have delivered the punishment. Are you satisfied with this outcome? And Yunxi replied, it was merely a few strikes, superficial injuries. The actual punishment has yet to be administered. The emperor raised an eyebrow. You, my dear girl, hold a grudge quite tenaciously. And Yunxi continued, indeed they were struck. Yet the matter remains unresolved, and Ruxue and the prince must find a conclusion. Then I shall hear your opinion, the emperor said, his gaze fixed upon her, eyes deep with contemplation. Unfazed by the prince's furious stare, and Yunxi boldly declared, and Ruxue is unworthy of his highness. Perhaps she should become a nun. And Ruxue aspired to be the crown princess? What a dream! Her words were indeed surprising. While others remained silent, the prince was the first to react. Father, Ruxue is already mine. I am willing to take responsibility for her. Now that the punishment is complete, I intend to marry her into the Eastern Palace. The emperor frowned. Are you intent on causing further chaos? This time, Ling Chongwei was resolute. If you do not acquiesce, I shall kneel here until you do. Should Ruxue be sent to a convent, then I shall become a monk myself. And Yunxi observed the queen's complexion shift between shades of green and white, her lips nearly trembling with suppressed mirth. How amusing, such immaturity from the crown prince. Yet, and Yunxi found herself puzzled, having grown up alongside the prince. They had once shared mutual affection. He had not always been this way. In their youth, the prince was gentle and courteous, approachable and talented. Anyone who had encountered him would praise him as a remarkable young man. He diligently studied statecraft, excelling in both literature and martial arts, standing out among his peers, even if not quite reaching the heights of Ling Fongjin. Why had he devolved into a lovesick fool, willing to forsake his throne and life for Ruxue? No, something was amiss. Had her judgment of character ever been so flawed? The queen swayed slightly. Her son intended to become a monk. The crown prince of a mighty nation wished to renounce his title for such folly. Had it not been for the palace attendants supporting her, she might have tumbled down the steps. The emperor, gazing down at the kneeling prince, questioned, what manner of women exist in the palace that you should fixate on her? The prince pressed his lips together. I will marry no one but her. For her, you would forsake your status as prince? This time, the prince fell silent, failing to respond immediately. And Yunxi felt her lips twitch. If the prince had acquiesced outright, she would have deemed him completely deranged. I will not, the prince finally exclaimed, as if awakening to a realization. Since you wish to remain prince, whom you marry is at my discretion. Should you dare oppose my will again, I would not hesitate to appoint another heir. The gravity of this statement was alarming. The queen gasped, nearly fainting. Your Majesty, the prince is but a child. I shall surely discipline him upon our return. Please be merciful. Changing the heir is a grave matter that could incite turmoil. You must think carefully. The emperor cast a casual glance at the queen and chose not to pursue the topic further. Very well. The prince has erred gravely and shall be punished. He is to be confined to the Eastern Palace for 2 months, barred from leaving his quarters. Those who fail to supervise him while he clandestinely left the palace shall face death. The queen sighed in relief upon hearing this. What are you still doing? Quickly thank your father. The prince, face darkened, bowed in gratitude. Thank you, father. He was the crown prince, and the emperor had no intention of imposing severe punishment upon him, merely venting his ire on those around him. The queen hurriedly instructed that the prince be taken away, regaining a semblance of her former composure. Once a regal figure, she now appeared to have aged a decade in an instant, her vitality seemingly drained. After moistening her dry lips, the queen proposed, Your Majesty, now that matters have mostly settled, I would still like to speak privately with Missen. She turned to Yunxi, forcing a smile. You are to be my future daughter-in-law. I assure you, I will protect you. As the queen, her words bore weight. And should Yunxi refuse, it would be a slight to the queen and Amp oppose, s dignity. And Yunxi lowered her gaze. What does Her Majesty wish to discuss with me? Seeing Yunxi acquiesce, the queen finally relaxed. Missen, please follow me. The emperor's gaze also fell upon Ling Fongjin. I too have matters to discuss with Prince Jin. You may go. And Yunxi and Ling Fengjin exchanged glances before reluctantly parting ways, each following their respective sovereigns. The queen led in Yunxi to the imperial garden, dismissing the surrounding attendants. As they walked, she spoke, "From our first meeting, I felt an immediate kinship with you. You are betrothed to the prince, and I consider myself your future mother-in-law. Once you enter the palace, I shall ensure you have my support." The queen's words were kind and her demeanor warm, devoid of pretense. However, Yunxi held no interest in the prince. "Your Majesty and Appo's kindness is appreciated," and Yunxi replied, understanding the queen and Appo's intentions. The queen sighed. "It is indeed disappointing that the prince has let you down. But do you know why the late emperor arranged your betrothal to the prince?" Chapter 43. The late emperor and Appo's edict. And Yunxi was indeed perplexed. Crown Prince Ling Changyue was merely a year her senior, and their marriage had been arranged while they were still infants, though she only learned of it in her teenage years. At that time, following the death of the late emperor, an edict was presented to the ministers declaring her, Yunxi, as the future crown princess. Consequently, Yunxi faced various jealousies and schemes from the noble ladies in the capital, yet she was not one to be easily trifled with. Anyone who bullied her would receive a swift retort, causing those ladies to avoid her path, resorting only to whispering slanders behind her back. May the empress clarify. The empress seated Yunxi beside her in a shaded pavilion. "Sit down, and I shall explain everything to you." In the Yangxin Hall, the emperor set up a table for drinks, facing Ling Fengjin. With no one else present, the atmosphere grew somewhat relaxed. "Yunvang, do you know that your actions in seizing the crown princess are tantamount to a grave crime?" Ling Fengjin nodded. "I am aware, knowing yet still committing the offense. That warrants an even harsher punishment." The emperor and Appo's voice brimmed with ire as he regarded his younger brother, a surge of frustration rising within him. "What punishment does your majesty intend for this subject?" Ling Fengjin and Appo's fingers delicately gripped a cup, his gaze contemplative. After a moment of silence, the emperor declared, "You shall be confined to your residence for 2 months to reflect." Ling Fengjin subtly lowered his gaze, his long lashes casting shadows over his eyes. Spending 2 months at home with Axie was not objectionable. However, Axie might resist. Her nature abhorred confinement, and should he forcibly detain her, she would undoubtedly be angered. Seeing Ling Fengjin lost in thought, the emperor narrowed his eyes, sensing that his brother was contemplating something significant. He gently massaged his temples. "Yunvang, you're no longer a child. What skill is there in coveting your nephew and Appo's fiancé? Moreover, are you not injured and incapable of producing heirs? Keeping a woman by your side only hinders her. She could become the empress, while remaining with you offers her little benefit." With the demeanor of an elder brother, he earnestly advised, "I repeat, Yunxi is my chosen crown princess. I hope you will think carefully about the consequences of abducting her." Finally, Ling Fengjin lifted his head, locking eyes with the emperor. His presence was unwavering. "But what if I am prepared to bear those consequences?" The emperor was taken aback. I do not comprehend why the late emperor left such an edict, nor do I fathom why your majesty insists on Axie becoming the crown princess. But she is mine, and I will not relinquish her." Ling Fengjin and Appo's tone was resolute, his gaze chillingly profound. "The 3-year agreement was established between the emperor and Axie, not with me. What I choose to do is beyond your jurisdiction, elder brother." The emperor furrowed his brow, feeling a wave of bitterness rise in his throat. As if he might spit blood, he steadied his emotions. "Junwang, are you disregarding my words? This is a royal decree. Do you intend to defy it?" Ling Fengjin nodded. "This subject has defied your edicts more than once. Had it not been for our years of brotherly affection, your temperament would have long warranted my execution." Ling Fengjin smirked, recalling how the emperor and his second brother vied for the throne. Had he not supported the former, the throne would likely belong to the latter by now. This statement left the emperor silent for a considerable time. The former second prince had been exiled to a barren frontier, never to rise again, while he remained upon the throne, undeniably owing that to Ling Fengjin's support. Yet, voicing such sentiments in this context bore an air of threat. "Have I not treated you well over the years?" If another dared to speak to me thus, they would have lost their head by now, the emperor retorted coldly. Ling Fengjun maintained his composure. Your Majesty does not spare my life out of gratitude for my past contributions. It is due to my significance to Bailing. Should I perish, chaos would ensue. The crown prince is still young, and you are too ill to manage the realm. Hence your forbearance toward me. Am I not correct? His words pierced through the facade of brotherly affection, revealing the underlying truth. The emperor and Appo's eyes flared with anger, exposed for having his thoughts laid bare. He did not act against Ling Fengjun, allowing him to speak freely, precisely as he had articulated. Suppressing his emotions, the emperor and Appo's fingers turned pale as he grasped the teacup. Jun Wang, let us set this matter aside for now. Surely, you do not wish for the infamily girl to be harmed. Why not? Over the next 3 years, let both you and the crown prince rely on your merits, and see whom she chooses to marry after that time. Ling Fengjun and Appo's eyes remained inscrutable. Axi would undoubtedly choose him. Why impose a 3-year limit? He posed a question that Yunxi had long wished to ask. The emperor gazed down at the teacup without taking a sip. I may only have 3 years left to live. Once I am gone, I shall concern myself with nothing. But as long as I draw breath, this union cannot be allowed to falter. Ling Fengjun squinted, attempting to discern whether the emperor spoke truthfully. Then why must Axi be chosen as the crown princess? The emperor smiled, now calm, yet his eyes sparkled with cunning. Once Yunxi becomes the crown princess, you will understand. This statement ignited a flicker of darkness in Ling Fengjun and Appo's gaze, a burgeoning intent to kill. What if I do not live to see that day? The emperor studied Ling Fengjun deeply before offering a smile. You are not so young anymore. I have many eligible maidens here. Would you like to choose one? You may take your pick, or even all of them. In the imperial garden, the empress spoke slowly. Years ago, the late emperor and the old marquis of the Du family joined forces to establish the dynasty. The old marquis once saved the late emperor and Appo's life, which is why the late emperor decreed that you, the old marquis and Appo's granddaughter, be betrothed to Changwei. And Yunxi raised an eyebrow. Am I to be treated as a mere child? If that is the case, why not refer to me as his daughter instead of granddaughter? The empress and Appo's expression stiffened slightly. If the daughter of the infamily were to become empress, what would become of her? At that time, I was already the emperor and Appo's principal wife. Allowing the Du family miss to become a concubine would have been somewhat inappropriate. And your mother was unwilling to enter the palace. And Yunxi listened attentively, yet she did not believe a single word from the empress. A life-saving grace need not be repaid through marriage. The empress hesitated momentarily before chuckling. Of course, that is only one aspect of the reason. Chapter 44. She was pregnant in her previous life, and Yunxi displayed a perplexed expression. Are there other reasons? The empress nodded. There is also the matter of military power. If the crown prince were to marry you, the Duke of an Appo's tens of thousands of troops would have to support the crown prince and Appo's ascension. As a descendant of the late Duke, your future offspring would be the next heirs to the throne, and the family would thus possess half the realm, a mutually beneficial situation. For military power? And Yunxi mused, finding this explanation somewhat plausible, especially since her uncle had indeed mentioned certain aspects. Yet, that alone was insufficient to warrant such overtures of friendliness from the royal family. She understood that mere military alliances would not suffice to secure the empress's favor. Her maternal grandfather had passed away many years ago, and she had only met him in her childhood. Now, the head of the family was her uncle, Du Pingjiang. Seeing that Yunxi was beginning to believe her words, the empress and Appo's lips curled into a gentle smile. If you can assist the crown prince, I can assure you that your son will also become a prince. As a woman, you must consider your future. If you marry Wang Jin, not only would you be unable to bear children, but once he tires of you, your life would be utterly miserable. What I say to you comes from the heart. I'm not trying to harm you. And Yunxi was momentarily taken aback. What did the empress just say? That Ling Fengjun is unable to bear children. Her eyes widened with disbelief and astonishment. But she, had been pregnant in her previous life. Noticing in Yunxi and Apos, as shock, the empress continued with a furrowed brow. This news is known only to a select few in the palace. It is entirely normal for you to be unaware of it. Do not wait until it is too late to regret your choices. And Yunxi remained silent, merely lowering her head as her shoulders trembled slightly. The empress, mistaking her demeanor for sorrow, approached and patted her shoulder. Do not hesitate. Becoming the crown princess and bearing royal heirs is undoubtedly the best path for you. With her head bowed, and Yunxi tightened her grip on her clothes, striving not to laugh. The regent incapable of fathering children? It was utterly ludicrous. She had witnessed it herself. He was in perfect health. Who could have spread such a rumor? Raising her gaze, and Yunxi replied, Your Highness, I appreciate your good intentions, but the crown prince has his heart set on another. I cannot impose myself upon him, and can only wish him happiness. The empress and Apos' expression grew grave. With my support, was a mere concubine. I will never allow her to enter the eastern palace. And Yunxi and Apos' lips subtly curled. Such flattering words were merely for her own benefit. Your Highness, if I were to lose this status, would you still wish for me to be the crown princess? The question caught the empress off guard. After a moment, she chuckled. Missin, your words are quite amusing. If you did not possess this connection, I would certainly not choose you. Some are born with a silver spoon. It is destiny. A vague thought suddenly flickered in Yunxi and as if struck by a revelation. Destiny. That phrase felt eerily familiar, as though she had heard it somewhere before. Seeing Yunxi lost in contemplation, the empress poured her a cup of tea, her smile soft and gentle. What I have said may not be well received by outsiders, which is why I have brought you to this secluded place. Marrying the crown prince offers you only advantages. It is only by holding power that one can secure their future, is it not? Though the empress's smile was warm, her words dripped with ambition. With a glimmer of expectation in her eyes, she awaited Yunxi's response. Yunxi grasped the teacup but did not sip. Instead, she appeared thoughtfully engaged in the empress and Apos' discourse. The empress, unhurried, sipped her tea while patiently awaiting Yunxi and Apos' reply. In the royal garden, the scenery was delightful, with the fragrant peach blossoms of March and various flowers poised to bloom. Yunxi gazed at the blossoms, seemingly lost in thought once more. Your Highness, I have already expressed my stance before the emperor. The empress replied leisurely. I do not concern myself with your response to the emperor. I only wish to persuade you to reconsider. Once you agree, I will arrange for another wedding within a month. Yunxi gently shook her head, her eyes reflecting regret. The empress's insistence was indeed for her benefit, yet Yunxi's heart belonged elsewhere. She did not believe that marrying the crown prince would be superior to being with Wang Jin. The empress and Apos' smile faltered slightly, her brow furrowing in concern. Is there truly no room for negotiation? You may propose conditions that I can fulfill. I assure you, I will comply. My condition is to annul the engagement with the crown prince, and the sooner, the better. Her words left the empress visibly saddened. Lowering her gaze, disappointment filled her eyes. I had hoped to gain a favored daughter-in-law, but it seems I was mistaken. If you wish to marry Wang Jin, then you are my adversary. Yunxi observed as the empress waved her hand, and several matrons entered from the garden entrance. These women were robust, appearing to be trained fighters. Casting a wary glance at the empress, Yunxi stood up, her eyes fixed on her. Your Highness, you promised you would not harm me. The empress smiled slightly. How could I harm my future daughter-in-law? Alas, you are not. Yunxi understood. The empress was resorting to coercion. However, she felt no fear. Her gaze icy as she regarded the approaching figures. Should they dare to attack, she would ensure chaos ensued. Noticing Yunxi and Apos' grave expression, the empress said with a smile, Do not be afraid. I am not unreasonable. I would not resort to such crude tactics, but... Her tone paused as the matrons surrounded Yunxi, one of them producing a booklet before her eyes. Chapter 45, A Piece of Evidence. The Queen continued. General, and has garnered numerous advantages over the years in secret from this palace. This tome chronicles his misdeeds. As a daughter, you ought to peruse it, for each entry constitutes a grave crime that could lead to the annihilation of his clan. And Yunxi raised an eyebrow and took the tome, scrutinizing its contents with growing trepidation. Upon turning to the first page, her lips involuntarily twitched. A deep chill swept through her, and the murderous intent within her intensified. In October of last year, General and deliberately released a traitor, receiving a bribe of 100,000 taels of silver. In May, while escorting disaster relief funds, he colluded with officials from the Ministry of Revenue to embezzle 50,000 taels. 3 months prior, he assisted Minister Zhou in destroying evidence of his son's heinous crime of murdering an innocent girl, even silencing witnesses. This thick volume detailed countless atrocious acts that could cost him his head 100 times over. This was her father. She had always known General and was not as simple and upright as he appeared, but she never imagined he could be so repulsive. The realization that his blood coursed through her veins left Yunxi pale, her stomach churning. She covered her mouth and retched a few times. Observing her reaction, the queen, ever attentive, offered her a cup of tea. Do not take it too much to heart. I assure you, this evidence resides solely within my knowledge. Outsiders remain oblivious. Once you marry into our family, we can consider your father and aunt Oppo's actions as if they never transpired. How's that sound? The queen smiled gently, her demeanor unchanged since Yunxi and aunt Oppo's arrival. And Yunxi gripped the tome so tightly that it crumpled under her fingers. The contents merely recorded the deeds. There were no additional evidences, suggesting the queen intended to convey that they held leverage over her, compelling her obedience. General was undoubtedly aware of this. Thus, he had been ardently pushing for her to wed the crown prince, as it directly influenced his career. And Yunxi steadied her expression and replied, if this information were to come to light, those implicated would not fare well either. The queen lowered her gaze. They are merely pawns. Disposing of them is inconsequential. I shall not be implicated, but you will be. After all, General is your father, and blood is thicker than water. You cannot escape it. And Yunxi narrowed her eyes, addressing the queen, Your Majesty, it seems you have not afforded me a choice. With a smirk, the queen replied, I am known to pursue my objectives by any means necessary. I can grant you time to contemplate, but by the end of this month's spring banquet, I require your response. And Yunxi narrowed her eyes further. And if my answer remains unchanged by then, the tome of incontrovertible evidence would be presented to the emperor, leading to the annihilation of the family, men executed, women relegated to servitude. And Yunxi clenched her fists tightly. Was she to have less than a month to deliberate? The spring banquet, a significant event where all noble ladies and dignitaries would gather, was approaching, and even the Empress Dowager would be present. The queen likely intended to unveil this matter at that time, forcibly tying her fate to that of the crown prince. As her thoughts spiraled, a palace maid rushed in. Your Majesty, the regent has arrived. We could not stop him. Before she could finish, Ling Fengjin had already reached the entrance of the imperial garden. And Yunxi and aunt Oppo, the oppressive gloom that had settled in her heart dissipating instantly. The queen stood, gesturing for several matrons to disperse, and smiled. The prince is indeed cautious. Does he fear I might harm Missen? Ling Fengjin replied coldly. It is getting late. I shall escort Axie home. The queen chuckled lightly, unperturbed. This is the first time I have seen the prince so concerned for a lady. Our conversation has concluded. Missen, I hope you contemplate well upon your return. I await your favorable response. The last two sentences were delivered in a barely audible tone, laden with implication. And Yunxi hurried to Ling Fengjin and aunt Oppo's side. Her grip on the tome crumpled in her hand. Prince, have you come specifically to fetch me? Ling Fengjin glanced down. It is not for you. Could this prince fetch anyone else? And Yunxi and aunt Oppo's eyes sparkled with delight. Ling Fengjin scrutinized her closely. The queen did not impose anything upon you. And Yunxi shook her head, handing him the tome. No, she merely presented me with this. Ling Fengjin opened it, and his expression grew grave. He understood the significance of this tome. Axie, how could you so carelessly show this to others? And Yunxi replied, I am unafraid to show it to the prince. This tome is not unique. Concealing it from you would be foolish. Ultimately, it would lead to mutual destruction. She had stated her desire to eliminate any misunderstandings with Ling Fengjin, Thus she would face any challenges alongside him. Prince, do you have any solutions? Chapter 46. An irreparable situation. Ling Fengjin did not inquire further. He merely tucked the booklet away, his tone gentle. Do not worry. This matter shall be resolved by me. And Yunxi could not help but smile softly. I knew that the prince would surely find a way. Ling Fengjin narrowed his eyes slightly, his phoenix-like gaze deep as an abyss. He raised his hand to gently caress Yunxi and Amp, Oppo's head. You have done well. Had you concealed this from me, it could have led to dire consequences. And Yunxi felt a sense of reassurance as she listened to Ling Fengjin and Amp, Oppo's praise. The empress had already departed with her entourage. While the two were conversing in a secluded corner of the imperial garden, and Yunxi suddenly heard a voice approaching from a distance. Third prince, slow down. And Yunxi, the one calling her was a handsome youth of 17 or 18, roughly the same age as Yunxi. She widened her eyes in surprise as she spotted the third prince, dressed in plain attire with his hair untamed, running toward her. Confused, she thought, what brings him here? And Yunxi, Uncle Jean. Upon getting closer, the third prince, Ling Changyu, froze upon seeing Ling Fengjin standing beside Yunxi. The third prince had familial ties to the Nguo Marquis, making him a sort of distant cousin. He turned back to his pursuing attendants and commanded, I wish to discuss important matters with my uncle and Misson. You may withdraw. With his subordinates dismissed, the third prince immediately turned to Yunxi and Ling Fengjin. What are you two doing hiding here? Though young, the third prince was strikingly handsome, his eyes resembling blossoming peach blossoms, well known for his frivolous ways in the capital. In their childhood, Yunxi often sparred with him, forming a bond over time. His charming yet roguish nature had led Yunxi astray on more than one occasion. Ling Fengjin and Amp, Oppo's thoughts turned cold at the recollection, his fists itching to strike. The third prince, perceptive as ever, sensed the murderous intent in Ling Fengjin and Amp, Oppo's gaze. With a calm tone, Ling Fengjin spoke, We are engaged in a serious discussion, Changyu. What could necessitate such secrecy? The third prince feigned innocence, his expression filled with genuine curiosity. Ling Fengjin and Oppo's face darkened. If it is indeed serious, why should I disclose it to you? Seeing his the third prince quickly forced a smile. All right, I shan't and Oppo's. T pry any further. And Yunxi Kuden and Oppo's. T helped but chuckle inwardly. It was clear that the third prince had faced Ling Fengjin and Oppo's wrath before. She raised an eyebrow. What did you come here for? The third prince perked up. I heard about the incident at the Yunxi Palace. Is it true that you fled a marriage due to the crown prince and Oppo's clandestine affair with your sister? And Yunxi looked up and asked, and then? The third prince blinked his alluring eyes. I told you the crown prince is no good. You should not marry him. In the past, you insisted he was a talented youth, worthy of your affection. Before he could finish, Yunxi kicked out at him, knowing well the power behind her kick. The third prince stepped back defensively. And Yunxi, why are you hitting me? Her face darkened as she snapped, Shut your mouth. Stealing a glance at Ling Fengjin, she noticed his serious demeanor, his expression inscrutable. A wave of anxiety washed over her, recalling the foolish words he had overheard her say in the past. Surely, things could not end well. Ling Fengjin and Oppo's voice was calm. Continue, what else did you praise the crown prince for? And Yunxi froze, sneaking a glance at Ling Fengjin's side profile. His lips were pressed tightly together, and his eyes bore an air of authority. The third prince suddenly recalled something, his eyes lighting up. Oh, and you exchanged tokens of affection with the crown prince. Do you still have that token on you? And Yunxi felt as if she had cursed the third prince in a past life to be subjected to his relentless teasing. Ling Fengjin and Oppo's gaze shifted to Yunxi, emphasizing the words, tokens of affection with an unsettling deliberation. And Yunxi and Oppo's back broke out in a cold sweat. She had put forth great effort to convince Ling Fengjin that she had severed ties with the crown prince. Yet here was the third prince fanning the flames. She resolved to cut ties with him. What token? I don and Oppo's. Remember, her words were sincere. The memory of the token had faded over the years. If not for the third prince's sudden reminder, she might have forgotten altogether. Ling Fingjin's lips curled into a smile, yet his eyes remained devoid of warmth. What was this token? And Yunxi strained her memory, finally recalling, I believe it was, The third prince interjected, I know. It was a wind chime that the crown prince bought for you at the Mid-Autumn Festival. You cherished it and even hung it above your bed. And Yunxi lamented her poor choice of companions. Ling Fingjin stepped forward, prompting the third prince to instinctively retreat. Ling Fingjin and Appo's voice was unnaturally gentle as he asked, You came to find in Yunxi just to share this? The third prince, quick to respond, declared, Of course. I came to comfort her and invite her to drink together in a few days. Drink what? Ling Fingjin and Appo's gaze turned icy, making the third prince feel as if he were staring into a frozen lake. Repeat that. I won't drink anymore, he stammered, glancing at Yunxi. With Ling Fingjin present, certain topics were better left unsaid. Let us reschedule for another day. Seeing him attempt to escape, Yunxi gritted her teeth. You wait right there. The third prince fled with remarkable speed. Once he was gone, the atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Ling Fingjin turned to Yunxi, his expression softening. Yet, this gentleness sent shivers down her spine. She felt utterly innocent. It had been 3 years since any thoughts of tokens of affection had crossed her mind. She was truly wronged. Upon returning home, she would dispose of any remnants. Ling Fingjin seemed to wait for her to voice her thoughts. He turned and strode out from the corner, heading toward the general and Appo's residence. The matters concerning the booklet and the token of affection needed resolution at the general. It was urgent for him and in Yunxi to secure the evidence related to those cases mentioned in the booklet. As dusk fell, the two exited the palace and boarded a carriage bound for the general and Appo's residence. Inside the carriage, Yunxi fidgeted with her fingers, feeling somewhat guilty and unwilling to speak. Once they reached home, she planned to destroy any mention of the token, proving her intentions through her actions. Throughout the journey, Ling Fingjin watched Yunxi intently, his gaze filled with unspoken words. After a long pause, he finally spoke, From now on, do not follow the third prince into any mischief. Yunxi quickly raised her hand, swearing to the heavens, I was young and foolish before. I promise I will no longer associate with him. It would be better for her to confront him every time they met. Ling Fingjin and Appo's lips pursed, his eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions as he regarded Yunxi. Upon arriving at the entrance, Yunxi glanced up at the golden characters inscribed on the blue plaque, General and Appo's residence, which shone brightly. Standing there, she felt a moment of disorientation, as if she had stepped through time. No, it is indeed as if a lifetime has passed. 2 of the 3 elder brothers have perished in battle, and the frail and ailing third brother will undoubtedly not survive her demise. Chapter 47. Consumed by jealousy. Knock, knock, knock. The doorkeeper inside heard the knocking, and the vermilion gate was pushed open. Miss. The person inside was first taken aback upon seeing Yunxi, then immediately exclaimed with delight, Quickly, inform the madam and the general. The young lady has returned. Hearing the servant's words, Yunxi instantly surmised, My mother is back? The madam returned afternoon, the doorkeeper replied honestly. Yunxi glanced at Ling Fingjin, who had followed her. Your Highness. Ling Fingjin showed no sign of leaving. He strode to the entrance and declared, Having heard of the general's injury, this prince has come to inquire after his health. The doorkeeper instinctively looked at the speaker, and in the next moment his legs went weak and he knelt directly. Greetings, Your Highness. The gatekeepers of the capital had all seen the visages of some important figures, especially one as unforgettable as Ling Fingjin. Now that it was already dark, the guard were completely unaware of why the regent had suddenly graced them with his presence. Someone had already rushed inside to deliver the message. However, there was no way for General and to come out and greet him. Yunxi said, There and Appo's. No need for such formalities. I can escort Your Highness inside. The two stepped into the courtyard. Ling Fingjin had no intention of actually visiting General Lin. He was merely using it as an excuse. Moreover, he had come empty-handed. Where do you reside? Ling Fingjin suddenly inquired. Yunxi paused, pointing to a courtyard located more to the south. Over there, not far. Ling Fengjin cast a glance at her. This prince also wishes to see just how precious the Indamp, Oppos, love token Indamp, Oppos, that the crown prince gifted you truly is. And Yunxi, what a calamity. How could she have guessed so many things would happen later when she was younger? The general Indamp, Oppos, mansion was vast, and the courtyards were not adjacent to each other. But there was only one path to the inner courtyard. Madame and emerged with her entourage. Siva Oppos, Zuva Oppos, Zebak. She looked up and saw Ling. She hastily curtsied. Greetings, your highness. Madam, they're Indamp, Oppos. There's no need for such ceremony. This prince has merely come to inquire after General and Indamp, Oppos. Health, Ling Fengjin said courteously. Madam and lowered her head, unsure of how to react. If she had an Amp, Oppos, she already heard about what had happened in the palace. That general was beaten because of the regent. She might have. This humble woman will send someone to attend to you. No need to trouble yourself. Missing can lead the way, Ling Fengjin replied. And Yunxi discerned Ling Fengjin's intention and immediately grasped Madame N's wrist. Mother, I'll escort his highness over in a moment. You're still unwell. Quickly go and rest. Madame N nodded hesitantly. Then, you must properly attend to his highness. If they're in Amp, Oppos, anything, just instruct the servants. Yes, please return quickly. After seeing Madame N off, and Yunxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to Ling Fengjin. I and Amp, Oppos, already received the imperial decree, so I can end Amp, Oppos. T appear too familiar with your highness in front of outsiders. Is it not inappropriate for your highness to follow me home like this? Ling Fengjin said in a deep voice. This prince is here to visit the sick. And Yunxi was speechless. Understood. I am here to show you the way. Ling Fengjin, seeing that no one was around, directly grasped in Yunxi and Amp, Oppos' hand, pulling her into her courtyard. The servants in the courtyard were absent because Yunxi had not returned. So it was empty, and the servants had been transferred elsewhere. Ling Fengjin closed the courtyard gate behind him, pulling Yunxi toward her bedchamber. And Yunxi was dragged into the room. Your highness, please slow down. Ling Fengjin, Kuden, and Oppos. Wait a moment longer, heading straight for her bedside, and, sure enough, spotting a wind chime hanging there. And Yunxi, seeing this, swallowed involuntarily, her steps faltering backward. She had only been reborn for a few days. Although her actions should have earned some of his trust, even Yunxi herself was an Amp, Oppos. Sure how jealous Ling Fengjin would become. Ling Fengjin scrutinized the wind chime for a long while before taking it down. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. Indeed, not bad. Ling Fengjin uttered these words, then raised his eyes, looking into Yunxi's eyes. Do you like this thing? Without a second thought, Yunxi snatched the wind chime, smashing it onto the ground. The not-so-sturdy wind chime shattered, scattering pieces everywhere, and Yunxi stomped on them fiercely. Your highness, do you see? If you an Amp, Oppos, not satisfied, I'll tear it to pieces. Ling Fengjin looked at his empty palm, then at the miserable fate of the wind chime on the ground, and the corners of his lips slowly rose. His eyes were filled with obvious delight, and he pulled Yunxi into his arms. Axie, and Yunxi and Oppos' cheeks flushed instantly as she was pulled over, her mind involuntarily replaying those unspeakable scenes from her previous life. Her eyes were moist, carrying a hint of anticipation. Now, do you believe that I no longer have feelings for the crown prince? Ling Fengjin raised an eyebrow. This prince never doubted you. Then why did you put on such an accusatory front? And Yunxi was puzzled. If Ling Fengjin didn't and Oppos, suspect that she still harbored feelings for the crown prince. Was the cold aura he exuded upon his return all an act? Ling Fengjin lowered his head slightly, drawing closer to Yunxi and Amp, Oppos, his eyes. This prince is jealous. Jealous of what? And Yunxi blinked lightly, but before she could ask for clarification, a cool kiss landed. Outside the window, it was completely dark. Night had fallen, and only a faint candlelight illuminated the room. The dim light fell on the two, casting a beautiful silhouette on the window, and Yunxi was a little breathless. her hands unconsciously gripping Ling Fengjin and Appo's shoulders, afraid of falling due to her legs giving way. A large hand gripped her waist, and, in the next moment, the world spun as she was lifted from the bedside onto the bed, then laid down. Her clothes loosened, and a cool breeze blew against her neck. And Yunxi and Appo's body was hot, and the cold wind sent a shiver down her spine, instantly sobering her up. She quickly pushed against Ling Fengjin and Appo's chest, breathing slightly. "Your Highness, this is the General's mansion." Ling Fengjin's handsome face was close at hand. His dark blue eyes now seemed pure black. The candlelight was dim, the atmosphere just right. And Ling Fengjin gazed into Yunxi and Appo's eyes. "Wherein and Appo's, you bold enough to tease this prince before? Are you afraid now?" As he spoke, he didn't in Appo's stop his movements, reaching for Yunxi's belt. But at this moment, a strange fragrance wafted around them, growing stronger and stronger. And Yunxi was stunned, unable to help but ask, "What an amp Appo's, that's that smell." Although the scent was a bit strange, and Yunxi felt that she had smelled it somewhere before. Ling Fengjin was the first to react, a flash of coldness appearing in his eyes. He adjusted in Yunxi and Appo's clothes, then rose and looked at the broken wind chime on the ground. The wind chime had been crushed by Yunxi, and some scattered powder had spilled out, the fragrance emanating from it. Only because it had been sealed tightly before. The leaked scent was similar to the incense in the room, so it had gone unnoticed. Ling Fengjin said, "It's Hanji fragrance." And Yunxi's eyes widened instantly. Hanji fragrance was also known as sterility fragrance in the palace, something often used by courtesans. If a woman smelled it by her side for many years, it would be difficult for her to conceive. The presence of such an object in a brothel is rather commonplace. Yet to find it within the chamber of a young lady is quite peculiar. And Yunxi cast a glance at the wind chime and couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. "Is it the crown prince?" After uttering his name, she shook her head slightly. It could not be him. When the crown prince gifted me this item, there had been no animosity between us. Clearly, there is another individual who is aware of my habit of keeping the wind chime by my bedside and has surreptitiously inserted this fragrance into it. Ling Fengjin's gaze turned icy as he bent slightly to collect the powder and the wind chime from the floor. "Whoever it is that and she suspects, I shall assist you in avenging this grievance." A smile played on Yunxi and Appo's lips as she contemplated the fact that this object had been hanging by her bedside for several years, suddenly realizing something profound. Chapter 48. The Regent and Appo's medicine. It is no wonder that in her previous life, Yunxi and Ling Fengjin were together for several years without conceiving a child. Only after Ling Fengjin sought out a renowned physician to restore her health did they finally have offspring. It turns out it was not his inability, but rather that she had been unknowingly harmed by others. With the truth now revealed, Yunxi felt her emotions become rather complex. The medicine administered on the day of her grand wedding, and this particular potion, must have been concocted by the same individual. And Ruxue likely lacked such cunning. And the true orchestrator of the situation was undoubtedly Aunt Lu. Ling Fengjin narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in his gaze. "It is getting late, Axie. We should pay a visit to General." And Yunxi had the same intention. She quickly tidied her attire and arranged her hair before leading Ling Fengjin to the courtyard where General was recuperating. At that moment, the room was brightly lit. Several maidservants spotted Yunxi and Appo's arrival and immediately bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Mississippi." Their voices were loud, clearly alerting those inside the room. She merely nodded slightly and strode in alongside Ling Fengjin. As they reached the threshold, Aunt Lu had already emerged. With a gentle and alluring demeanor, she exuded an undeniable charm, even in her advanced years. Her every gesture was captivating, a testament to her origins from brothel. "I did not expect you to visit at this hour, Mississippi. I was just attending to the General and could not welcome you properly." Listening to Aunt Lu and Appo's soft-spoken words was quite comforting, as if she had practiced this demeanor intentionally. And Yunxi smiled, reflecting once regarded as a benefactor by herself and her mother, had deceived them for so many years. It was astonishing how completely she had manipulated their lives. Even the indifferent general and had shown unwavering devotion to her, willing to shield her daughter from harm. Truly, she had remarkable skills. Aunt Lu, you are too modest. We are family, after all. There is no need for such formalities. I heard that my father was injured, and I wish to see him. Aunt Lu paused, clearly aware of the circumstances surrounding General and Amp Appo's injury. She observed in Yunxi and Amp Appo's calm demeanor, as if the matter did not concern her, which momentarily betrayed her emotions. What on earth is this girl thinking? When did she become so inscrutable? Please, miss, do enter, Aunt Lu thought, stepping aside to allow them entry. And Yunxi and Ling Fengjin entered the room, where the scent of medicinal herbs for treating wounds filled the air. General and lay pallidly on the bed, occasionally groaning in pain. Recovering from such an injury meant sleepless nights and the constant threat of infection. Standing by the bedside, and Yunxi smiled gently. Father, your daughter has come to visit you. Hearing her voice, General slowly opened his eyes and turned his head. Bloodshot and filled with fury, he erupted upon seeing Yunxi. What are you doing here? You wish for my demise. Get out. And Yunxi was not angered by his harsh words. Rather, it was a relief compared to witnessing his feigned concern for her. How can you say such things, father? You are injured, and I have come to express my filial piety. If others were to learn that I did not visit my own father after such a serious injury, what would they say? General coughed violently, the action aggravating his wounds and causing him intense pain. Leave. I do not wish to see you. With his grievous injuries, he had no desire to engage in pleasantries with Yunxi. However, she turned to Aunt Lu, saying, Aunt Lu, you have cared for father all day. You must be weary. Allow me to take over. Aunt Lu quickly interjected, I am not tired, and such duties should not fall to the young lady. I merely wish to fulfill my filial duties and earn a good reputation. Do you think it wrong for me to do so? And Yunxi insisted. Aunt Lu and Appo's smile tightened. Your kind intentions are appreciated by both the general and myself. It suffices that your heart is in the right place. There are many servants in this household. You need not worry yourself further. That simply cannot be. Seeing my father injured leaves me unable to eat or sleep. I shall stay here tonight to watch over him. You may return with the others. And Yunxi was resolute in her decision to remain. Ling Fengjin stood beside her, his presence commanding enough to catch Aunt Lu's attention. She feigned ignorance of his identity and cautiously inquired, Miss, who is this gentleman? And Yunxi glanced sideways and replied, He is the regent of the realm. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu immediately knelt. General, realizing the situation, could only remain in bed and said, Please forgive me, Your Highness. I am unable to get up to pay my respects. Ling Fengjin smirked slightly, his tone nonchalant. No need for that. I have come to inquire about General and Amp Appo's injuries and brought along some excellent healing medicine. He produced a vial from his sleeve and placed it on the nearby table. General and Amp Appo's countenance shifted dramatically. The regent showing such kindness? And Yunxi called to a nearby attendant. What are you standing there for? His Highness has brought medicine. Hurry and administer it to my father. The attendant immediately bowed and entered the room, but Ling Fengjin added, One person may not suffice, Axi. Call in 2 more attendants. And Yunxi was puzzled by Ling Fengjin's intentions, but felt a sense of anticipation for the unfolding scene. General, sensing danger, protested, Your Highness, there is no need. The physician has already treated my wounds. Ling Fengjin replied, My medicine differs from theirs and will expedite your recovery. Huh? General and Amp Appo's eyes widened slightly. And Yunxi summoned 2 more attendants, then stepped outside with Ling Fengjin, feeling it would be best not to witness what was to come. Not long after, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the room. The pain inflicted was so severe that even a seasoned general could not endure it, far worse than a mere beating. General, Aunt Lu and Amp Appo's heart raced with concern, and she hurried inside, exclaiming, Release the general. Do not administer any more medicine. She quickly realized that Ling Fengjin had not come merely to deliver medicine, but rather to exacerbate the situation. If all the medicine was applied, General would likely suffer unbearably. And Yunxi could not help but stifle a laugh. She turned to Ling Fengjin and quietly asked, "What kind of medicine did you bring?" Ling Fengjin lowered his gaze slightly. "It is indeed a healing medicine, but how does it cause such suffering?" And Yunxi was incredulous. Ling Fengjin's lips curved into a subtle smile, his handsome features illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a deity cloaked in light. "This medicine is typically used on prisoners subjected to severe torture. It has excellent healing properties, but is far more agonizing than the punishment itself." And Yunxi and Appo's eyes widened in surprise. Is there more of such a wonderful remedy? She contemplated sending some to Enrushue. Ling Fengjin and Appo's eyes narrowed slightly. "I only brought one vial in my haste. What a pity," and Yunxi lamented. Ling Fengjin gazed at the darkening sky, adorned with countless stars. Yet he showed no inclination to depart. "Axi, prepare a room for me." And Yunxi, puzzled, asked, "Will the prince not return to the palace?" Ling Fengjin replied matter-of-factly, "It is too late. The roads are perilous. Besides, I must search the general and Appo's residence tomorrow. The back and forth would be cumbersome." And Yunxi was left speechless, finding his reasoning quite compelling. Yet, as the foremost master of the Northern Ling, could such words truly escape his lips? In all of the Northern Ling kingdom, who could pose a greater danger than he? She refrained from further comment and, in a gesture of hospitality, arranged for Ling Fengjin to stay in the guest room. However, barely had she settled into sleep than he stealthily entered through the window in the dead of night, cradling her in his arms as they both slumbered until dawn. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight broke over the general and Appo's residence, and Yunxi discovered the space beside her was already cold. It seemed he had departed early, likely out of concern that someone from the general's household might stumble upon them, thereby tarnishing her reputation. A smile crept onto her lips as she quickly freshened up and made her way to Madame and Appo's courtyard. Madame appeared to be in good spirits, her complexion radiant, seemingly unaffected by general and Appo's woes. Upon seeing Yunxi, she promptly invited her to partake in breakfast. "I have already sent food to the prince," she added. And Yunxi nodded in acknowledgement and said, "That is good. By the way, mother, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Madame, and looking particularly vibrant due to her recent recovery from the poison, encouraged her, "Speak freely, my child." And Yunxi placed a wind chime upon the table, revealing two matters of concern. First, just before her wedding procession, someone had delivered a cup of drugged tea to her. Second, within the wind chime, someone had concealed a fragrant herb intended to ensure her line would not continue. And Yunxi wasted no words, relaying everything straightforwardly to Madame. Upon hearing this, Madame felt her appetite vanish. She immediately set down her chopsticks, her expression icy. "Who did this?" she inquired sharply. And Yunxi responded, "Enrushue and Lady Lu." Anticipating this revelation, Madame called out, "Summon Lady Lu at once." Enrushue, gravely injured and unable to rise from her bed, remained in a daze. Calling for her would be futile. The servants promptly went to fetch her, and soon Lady Lu arrived with several attendants. Upon noticing only Madame and Yunxi present, she wore a smile, feigning ignorance as she asked, "Sister, did you call for me?" Her demeanor was somewhat frail, clearly having had a restless night, exuding a sickly sweetness. However, Madame and Appo's expression was frigid, displaying no hint of warmth. "Lady Lu, are you aware of your transgressions?" Lady Lu, whose full name was Lu Yingxuang, immediately bowed, sensing Madame and Appo's ire. "Sister, I do not know what has angered you. Please enlighten me." Madame pointed at the wind chime on the table. "Is this fragrant herb you're doing?" Lady Lu and Appo's face turned pale, her lips trembling. She feigned an expression of innocence so masterfully that Enrushue appeared utterly inept by comparison. "Sister, what are you implying? Do you suspect me of harming the eldest daughter?" Madame N's voice was icy, for her daughter was her Achilles' heel, and she would not permit anyone to harm her. Though of a gentle disposition, she was fiercely protective of her children, a trait common among the Du family. "We shall soon ascertain the truth. Fetch me the key to Lady Lu and Appo's chamber." Lady Lu and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. Sister, madam, and scoffed coldly. As the matriarch, I need no permission to search the chambers of concubine. With her head bowed, Lady Lu clenched her fingers tightly, her long nails leaving imprints upon her palm. She murmured, Sister and amp, oppose. Words hold truth. In your eyes, I am but a servant. Feel free to search as you please. She feigned a look of grievance. Yet, ever since believing in Yunxi and oppose, words, madam, and had shown her no kindness. Clearly, her daughter was far more trustworthy than anyone else. Moments later, a maid approached with a report. Chapter 49, Divorce Madam. Nothing has been found. Lady Lu and oppose. Chamber is impeccably tidy, devoid of even a single hair. Lady Lu appears to have anticipated this response, as she immediately kneels on the ground, tears welling in her eyes. It is unclear who has incited discord before the elder sister, uttering such slanderous words against the younger sister. The younger sister is wronged and implores the elder sister for discernment. Madam N's expression is exceedingly cold. She is not adept at navigating the intrigues of the inner court, aside from the somewhat harsh old Madame Du. She has never faced substantial threats due to the protection of her two elder brothers. After marrying into the general and amp, oppose, residence, she has presided over her household. And throughout the years, general and has taken no other concubines, leaving only Lady Lu by his side. Lady Lu, appearing quite honest, has never caused any disturbances, allowing Madame and to lead a relatively comfortable life. However, with a sudden turn of events, Madame and must now stand tall to shield her daughter from the storm. With the search yielding no results, Madame and lowered her gaze in contemplation and then turned to Yunxi. Yunxi immediately interjected, Mother, how could such a harmful object be left in her chamber? It must surely be hidden away. Madame and gave a slight nod. Squinting her eyes as she questioned Lady Lu, reveal the hiding place, lest I be compelled to resort to more severe measures. The mistress need not provide excessive justification to discipline her concubine. Lady Lu knelt, tears streaming down her face, declaring that if the madam wished to rid herself of her, she need not concoct excuses. She could simply dismiss her outright. Madam N's patience waned. Since you refuse to speak, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Bring forth the whip. Lady Lu was taken aback, completely unprepared for the drastic shift in Madame and amp, oppose, demeanor. After her visit to the Wang residence, Madame had shown her no favor, leading Lady Lu to suspect that perhaps she had inadvertently exposed herself. Yet, upon reflection, she could not discern any flaws in her previous conduct. Upon hearing Madame N's intent to whip her into confession, Lady Lu and oppose's heart raced, and she hastily raised her tear-streaked face, pleading, Sister, I do not know what wrong I have committed. Regardless, the household knows that the younger sister is your savior. If you were to beat me without cause, it would surely invite gossip, branding you as envious and unjust. Yunxi grasped her mother's wrist, urging, Mother, there is no need for such punishment. Yunxi had already devised a plan for this scenario. Lady Lu was meticulous in her actions, leaving no incriminating evidence. However, Yunxi, being a reborn individual, was privy to some of her secrets. Rising, she gazed down upon the kneeling Lady Lu and stated, The general and amp, oppose, you could not possibly discard such a precious medicinal item after a mere use. It must be concealed in a very obscure location. Upon hearing Yunxi and amp, Lady Lu inexplicably felt a sheen of sweat form in her palms. After encountering Yunxi last night, she sensed something amiss about her demeanor. Although she retained her identity, the incongruity stirred her suspicions. Since you assert this, then present the evidence. If you can place it before me, I shall have no retort. Do not fret, my lady. I have already dispatched someone to search, Yunxi reassured her. What? Lady Lu exclaimed, her expression one of bewilderment as she looked at Yunxi. The latter, with a slight smirk, regarded her with icy eyes. How could she have arrived without preparation? To punish a concubine without evidence would tarnish Madame Anne's reputation, branding her as a jealous woman. This was not her intention. She still intended to facilitate a divorce between her mother and General N. Even in dealing with such trifles, she could not afford to sacrifice her mother's entire life. Just as you sent someone to search her courtyard, they should be returning shortly, Yunxi declared. No sooner had she spoken than footsteps echoed from outside. Lady Lu turned her head to see a familiar tall figure appear before her. Upon seeing Ling Fengjin and Amp, Oppo's face, she felt a wave of darkness envelop her. Her fingers trembled involuntarily, and a sense of unease intensified within her. Why would the regent assist in Yunxi so recklessly? Could it be that in Yunxi and Amp, Oppo's transformation was due to the regent and Amp, Oppo's influence? Regarding this most enigmatic prince within the capital, Lady Lu found it unsurprising that he could know anything. With him backing her, and Yunxi truly had the power to act with impunity in the capital. And Yunxi promptly approached the entrance to greet him. "Your Highness, have you found any leads?" Ling Fengjin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slightly inclined. Immediately, one of his subordinates entered and placed a redwood box on Madame N's desk. This was discovered in a secret chamber within the General and Oppo's residence. And Yunxi smiled. "Lady Lu, I did not expect you to conceal these items within the General and Oppo's secret chamber. How did you know of its existence?" Madame and Oppo's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this, not merely because evidence had been found, but because that evidence was hidden in the General and Oppo's secret chamber. What did this signify? It indicated that Lady Lu was aware of the chamber and Oppo's existence, casting her in a light akin to that of the true mistress of the General and Oppo's residence. The only person capable of concealing such a place from her was General and himself. Thus, it implied that all of Lady Lu and Oppo's actions were sanctioned by General and, although she had prepared herself to some extent, the visceral evidence lay bare before her eyes delivered a profound psychological blow. General and had been her companion for over 20 years. And Yunxi observed her mother's pallor. Her heart ached, and she rushed to support her. "Mother, I understand your distress, but enduring prolonged pain is worse than facing the short-lived agony." Her own eyes glistened with unshed tears. The actions of General and were indeed monstrous. Lady Lu's lips quivered, yet she lifted her gaze, her voice calm. "I am entirely unaware of this matter. If it is indeed a secret chamber within the General and Oppo's residence, then the General must also be aware. If I dare to harm the eldest daughter, how could I possibly hide such items therein?" She continued to evade responsibility. However, Madame had grown weary of her protests. The pivotal figure in this affair was not Lady Lu, but rather General. Ling Fengjin spoke, "And I can arrange for General to be brought here." Madame paused for a moment in silence. "No need. I shall see him myself." Rising unsteadily, she was clearly agitated. And Yunxi quickly supported her mother, instructing the servants to bring Lady Lu along. Lady Lu trailed behind as they made their way to the place where General was recuperating. He had not slept through the night, and his demeanor was less than favorable. At that moment, there was another person in the room. Madame halted, calling out to the figure within, "Mother-in-law." Upon hearing this, and Yunxi noticed an elderly woman seated beside General and Oppo's bed. The elderly woman was impeccably dressed. Her dark purple skirt vibrant and meticulously arranged, even sporting a touch of powder on her face. She frowned and remarked, "Why have you brought so many people? My son is ill, and you do not come to care for him personally. One wonders what purpose your marriage to my son serves, as you show neither tenderness nor concern. If it were not for Ying Shuang, who knows how ill my son might have become." Old Madame and enjoyed asserting her authority, often speaking harshly. However, over the years, there had been little actual conflict, and generally, Madame would endure such remarks. She need not pay her respects to the old matron, for the two had seldom met over the years. However, today, Lady Yin was already brimming with ire. Even the gentlest of souls may find their patience tested in such circumstances. "Mother-in-law, the General has sustained injuries, yet I too have been unwell, even lapsing into unconsciousness. It was only through the efforts of numerous physicians summoned by the prince that I regained consciousness. Why had I not seen either of you come to inquire after my well-being before this?" Lady Yin and Oppo's words momentarily stunned the old matron, whose countenance darkened immediately. "The General is occupied with affairs of state, and you have plenty of servants attending to you. What cause do you have for such dramatics? The general's injuries are a matter of great importance, while you, perpetually ailing, cannot compare your condition to his. Lady Yin, incensed, felt a bitter laughter escape her lips, her pallor deepening. Her lips quivered slightly, and the disappointment in her eyes became increasingly pronounced. At that moment, a cold female voice pierced through the tension behind Lady Yin. Given your advanced age, why have you not taken the initiative to dig a grave for yourself? Living is but a squandering of resources, and it would spare your children the burden of your existence. Chapter 50. Worse than beasts. Lady Yin was taken aback, rising to gaze at the speaker. And Yunxi strode forward, her icy eyes surveying the room, showing no respect for Lady Yin. How dare you, a mere junior, criticize me? Lady Yin fumed, scolding. Such unfilial behavior is utterly disgraceful. And Yunxi could not help but let out a derisive laugh. General N's father had passed away early, leaving him to rely on Lady Yin for many years, which made her prioritize her son above all else. She was particularly harsh towards her mother, often getting jealous over trivial matters, believing her mother was usurping General N's affection. Over the years, she had favored concubine Lu, even instructing her on how to manipulate circumstances to keep General N from staying in his mother's quarters. I am merely returning your words about my mother. My mother is the matriarch, the lady of this General and Appo's residence, and her status is far superior to that of your son, and Yunxi retorted. Lady Yin frowned, sensing the hostility from the crowd outside, feeling humiliated by Yunxi and Appo's brazen defiance. My son is a general. Of course, he is the most important. And Yunxi found it amusing. That is true for you, but for me, my mother holds the utmost significance. Hearing her daughter and Appo's defense, and Madame felt her grievances dissipate somewhat, though her anger remained. Everyone else has left. I have matters to discuss with General N. The maids and nurses glanced at Lady and speak quickly. They need to attend to the general, Lady Yin urged, and Madame hesitated, then stood at the door, straightening up to address the general. What is the truth of the secret chamber behind a rockery? Why was I unaware of its existence until now? Silence enveloped the room. General N, clearly awake, lay in bed, yet after Madame and Appo's inquiry, he remained unresponsive for a long while. Lady Yin, seeing her son's stillness, rushed over protectively. Try to push Madame out. My son is injured and needs rest. No one is permitted to disturb him. She stepped out of the room, even shutting the door behind her. Inside, General Yin furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. Although unaware of the events transpiring, he knew he could not admit any knowledge of the secret passage. His expression darkened as he wrestled with his thoughts. Outside, Yunxi observed Lady Yin blocking the way, a smirk playing at her lips. Her gaze fell upon a wrought-tan chair in the corner of the courtyard. Striding over, she seized the chair and swung it, crashing it against the window. The loud noise startled Lady Yin, who trembled slightly. Yunxi, what are you doing? Yunxi clapped her hands, a smile gracing her lips. What am I doing? I'm simply calling my father awake. Such a racket. How could he not hear? If he remains asleep, I shall procure some drums and bang them right here. Ling Fengjin spoke softly. No need to buy, we have some. Yunxi turned to see his subordinates, thoughtfully bringing over several large drums. Some even respectfully handed her drumsticks. Yunxi's eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you, Your Highness. Ling Fengjin returned the gesture, maintaining an air of elegance before others. No need for thanks. They belong to your residence. This statement felt somewhat peculiar, or rather, tinged with envy. Yunxi glanced at the drumsticks in her hands, suddenly perceiving them as a hot potato. These drums had been prepared for her wedding just days prior, with the crown prince. She awkwardly laughed, then turned to strike the drum. The resounding boom echoed, causing hearts to leap. Lady Yin attempted to intervene, but was blocked by the servants brought by Madame, her face stern. Such a commotion should have roused the general. I must clarify this matter. Just then, a weak voice emerged from within. All right, you may all come in. Hearing her son's voice, Lady Yin shifted aside, and Madame glanced at her, leading in Yunxi and her subordinates, who were holding concubine Lu, into the room. Given the family nature of the affair, Ling Fengjin, as an outsider, remained seated at a side table prepared for him, quietly resting. Inside, General N turned his head with difficulty, smiling at Madame. My dear, seeing me so gravely injured, I must have dozed off inadvertently. And Madame stood at the bedside instead of sitting, staring at the man she had lived with for decades, the news weighing heavily on her. I can ask again, General, do you know anything about the secret chamber by the rockery? Concubine Lu knelt on the floor, her expression tense. Raising her head, she locked eyes with General and, biting her lip and blinking. He instantly grasped her meaning, yet his gaze reflected turmoil as he replied to Madame, what secret chamber? And Madame, taken aback by General and Amp, Oppose, denial, coldly laughed, you need not play the fool with me. That secret chamber lies beyond the rockery. Shall I carry you there to see for yourself? General and Amp, Oppose, mind was in disarray, yet he remained remarkably clear-headed. What are you saying, my dear? How could I doubt your words? However, I truly do not know of any secret chamber. This is the first I've heard of it. Seeing General and Amp, Oppose, bewildered expression, which appeared genuine and devoid of any flaw, and Madame was momentarily at a loss. It was Concubine Lu who informed me, claiming you built the chamber. If you do not believe me, you can ask her. General and turned towards Concubine Lu. What did you say? Concubine Lu lowered her head, a shadow crossing her eyes. She quickly bowed her head to the ground. Please, General, help me. They are conspiring to frame me. This exclamation momentarily stunned Madame. Concubine Lu, what grievance do you have? Concubine Lu, with tear-filled eyes, lifted her head, her voice soft and weak. It was the Madame who found a secret chamber and discovered some medicines that had appeared in the young Miss and Amp, Oppose, room, claiming that I was the one who placed them. She crawled a few steps closer to the bed, grasping General and sleeve. Shuang knows nothing. She only knows that if the General does not intervene, she will never see him again. Thus, she claimed that the secret chamber was built by the General. General and hastily attempted to smooth things over. My dear, there must be some misunderstanding here. Concubine Lu has always been honest and diligent in the household. Even the servants speak well of her. She has suffered greatly and cannot bear children. She poses no threat to you. Can you not show a little leniency? Concubine Lu wept as she spoke. I know I have been a source of irritation to my sister. She must have wanted to eliminate me long ago. I have taken the General's affection, and it is natural for her to resent me. But how could she wrongly accuse me of harming the young miss? I truly did not do such a thing. The exchange continued, each trying to deflect blame. Yet, how could that be possible? And Yunxi watched the two with ease, remarking to herself how skilled they were. Concubine Lu portrayed the role of a wronged, lowly woman with remarkable flair, and Madame's expression remained taut. What is the truth regarding that secret chamber? General N suddenly seemed to recall something. My dear, when we purchased this estate, the previous owner was also a wealthy merchant. Perhaps it was he who established it as a refuge from calamity, which is why our household remains in the dark about it. You see, as the matriarch, if I were to use silver to commission the construction of a hidden chamber, no matter how discreetly I did so, it would inevitably come to your attention. Wouldn't it? Though his complexion appeared frail, his voice was remarkably gentle. Throughout the years, he had never raised his voice when conversing with Madame N. Consequently, those in the court who witnessed such a rough man yielding to his wife often mocked him, calling him henpecked, while in the eyes of the noble women, Madame N enjoyed a life of respect from her husband and filial piety from her children. As Madame N listened, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Memories flooded her mind, and looking at General N before her, she felt an overwhelming sense of estrangement. In that moment of revelation, her husband had already perished. General, is what you say truly the case? General N grimaced as he propped himself up. Of course it is true. I can swear to the heavens. Very well. Madame N lifted her gaze, fixing her eyes upon his. Then swear that if this hidden chamber is linked to you, you shall meet a fate worse than death. Upon hearing this, the elder lady grew anxious. How can you compel the general to swear such a dire oath? Du Linglan, do you not remember he is your husband? Madame N offered a bitter smile, stating that precisely because she remembered, she could not help but grant him chance after chance. If you refuse to swear, I shall assume you are merely deceiving me. Noticing her seriousness, General An felt an overwhelming rage. He instinctively glanced at Yunxi beside him, thinking that she must have instigated Madame and otherwise. How could his gentle and considerate wife, with whom he had never quarreled, suddenly turn against him? It seemed everything had changed since Yunxi had been abducted by Ling Fengjin. Madam, I swear, if there is even a hint of falsehood in my words, let me. He deliberately slowed his speech, hoping Madame and would intervene. She surely did not wish for him to make such an oath. Yet, Madame and remained silent, watching him intently, showing no sign of interruption. And Yunxi, entertained by the unfolding drama, offered a playful suggestion. Why not say it? General An paused, then raised his hand once more, declaring, if there is even a single lie, let me meet a fate worse than death. With steely resolve, he uttered the vow. The moment he finished, he felt his heart race, a profound sense of guilt washing over him. Sweat broke out on his palms and forehead, and the wounds on his back throbbed painfully due to the perspiration. Madame, and utterly disheartened, closed her eyes, her figure swaying slightly. And Yunxi and Appo's expression turned grave. While she harbored no feelings for General An, her mother did. She could watch the unfolding drama, but her mother was intrinsically involved. The thought of severing decades of companionship would undoubtedly be akin to peeling skin from bone. She gently embraced her mother's frail form. Mother, you still have me. And 3 brothers. Even without him, you shall lead a good life. No, you will lead an even better life. She whispered softly in Madame and Appo's ear, suddenly winking playfully. Mother, let me help you find someone better, younger, and more handsome. You can have as many as you desire. Initially, Madame had been steeped in sorrow, but upon hearing Yunxi's words, her face flushed with embarrassment, and her grief diminished. You little rascal, how shameless. Seeing her mother tease her, Yunxi felt a wave of relief. As long as it alleviated her mother's pain, she was willing to forego her dignity. After all, only the 2 of them were privy to the earlier exchange. Mother, do not be sad. What do you plan to do now? Madame and glanced at General An, who awaited her response with eager anticipation, before looking at Lu Yinyang, who was weeping by the bedside, clutching General An and Appo's hand. With a sigh, she declared, we must find evidence. General An and Appo's eyes widened in alarm. My lady, I have already sworn an oath. Do you still not trust me? Madame and shook her head. General, even if you claim that the hidden chamber was constructed by her in secrecy, I might be inclined to believe you. However, to defend her, you would utter such falsehoods. She chuckled softly, the bitterness evident in her smile. Since the individuals you genuinely care for are only her and our youngest daughter, disregarding the life and death of our eldest, then perhaps I should withdraw from this household altogether. General An felt a surge of panic. He endured the pain and attempted to rise from the bed, but such a simple action proved impossible. He could only stretch out his arm to grasp the corner of Madame and Appo's garment. His face maintained a beseeching smile, his eyes filled with obsequiousness. My lady, you cannot make such accusations without justification. If you truly believe I have wronged you, please voice your grievances. I shall amend my ways. His demeanor was deeply humble, evoking a sense of genuine remorse. Madame and Appo's lips twitched. I cannot tolerate a woman who harms my daughter remaining in this household. General An hesitated, replying, this matter can be negotiated, but Lu Yinyang has committed no grave offense. To cast her out would tarnish your reputation, and you would not wish our children's mother to bear the stigma of jealousy, would you? It would affect their futures. His tone was persuasive, leaving even Madame and momentarily speechless. And Yunxi, however, interjected with a smile. My mother has never been jealous. Why should she bear such a reputation? Furthermore, it is you, General, who has strayed, taking a concubine and bringing home an illegitimate daughter. What right do you have to criticize my mother? How could one sink to such depths of shamelessness? No, he was not human. To call him a beast would be an affront to animals. Ling Fengjin raised his hand gently, signaling someone behind him to step forward and place an object in the room. Mother, the evidence has arrived. Let's see how these 2 will defend themselves now. Chapter 51. The divorce document. Everyone in the room turned their gaze towards the object brought in by Ling Fengjin's attendant. It was an utterly ordinary stone brick. General appeared bewildered and looked at Ling Fengjin, asking, "Your Highness, what is this?" Ling Fengjin remained silent, but one of his servants solemnly replied, "General, this was pried from the wall of that secret chamber. Any skilled craftsman would discern that this chamber was constructed no more than 5 years ago, making it a recent addition. You have resided here for 2 to 3 decades, so it cannot possibly belong to the former owner." General felt his face flush with embarrassment as the lie was exposed before him. The atmosphere grew increasingly somber. Concubine Lu ceased her tears, merely lowering her head with a few sobs. Madam inquired, "General, how do you intend to explain this?" General realized he was cornered. He had no idea when the secret chamber had been built, nor could he fathom how someone could investigate it so precisely. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and he wished he could faint. However, he had to confront the matter at hand. "Madam, yes, I constructed that secret chamber. I concealed it from you, which was wrong of me, but please allow me to explain. I built it out of fear that one day calamity might befall the estate, providing a refuge." As he spoke, General N's eyes reddened, and he began to slap his own face, producing sharp, resounding sounds. While inflicting pain upon himself, he observed Madam N's reaction, only to find her expression utterly indifferent. "Was it you who harmed Yunxi?" General froze, halting his self-inflicted punishment. His face flushed from the blows. In an effort to appease Madam, and he struck himself with considerable force. "Madam, Yunxi is my daughter. How could I possibly harm her?" he insisted. Madam pressed further, but the harmful poison was retrieved from the secret chamber, which is an undeniable fact. General N's gaze flickered before he turned to Concubine Lu. He was truly at a loss. Madam no longer trusted his words. Concubine Lu felt the weight of General N's gaze, and her heart raced. She opened her mouth, her eyes filled with panic and anxiety. The blame could not fall on the general. However, she could not shoulder it herself either. If she admitted guilt, the consequences would be dire, and being cast out of the household would be the least of her worries. "It was I who did it." Suddenly, a frail voice interrupted, as the old matriarch stepped forward and declared loudly, "What you refer to as poison was concocted by me. Are you planning to expel me?" Madam was taken aback. Raising her head to look at the old matriarch, the old matriarch continued, "We are all family. Why create such turmoil over a trivial matter? This is something I did. Do as you will." General was deeply moved, gazing at his mother with respect. Thankfully, she intervened. Otherwise, today's inquiry could have spiraled out of control. Madam N's face flushed with rage, alternating between shades of green and red. However, Yunxi remained calm and unperturbed. She glanced at the old matriarch and asked, "Matriarch, do you truly admit to this?" The old matriarch appeared unconcerned, as she was the elder of the household. What could Yunxi do to her? Yet, Yunxi smiled. "Now that we have both witness and evidence, Your Highness, it is time to apprehend them." Ling Fengjin offered no explanation to the stunned onlookers, simply issuing an order, "Take them away." 2 guards, having been prepared, strode in from outside, seizing the old matriarch's arms. The old matriarch was bewildered. "What are you doing? Where are you taking me?" The guards kindly reminded her, "Matriarch, you are to be taken to the authorities. Administering poison that endangers lives is a grave offense." The old matriarch exclaimed, "I want to go. I don't want to go." "Son, stop them." General unable to rise from the bed, displayed a look of terror, raising his head to plead with the regent. "Your Highness, please spare my mother. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding." Ling Fengjin, with hands clasped behind his back and a frosty demeanor, replied, "I act in accordance with the law. There are plaintiffs and defendants. Where is the misunderstanding?" General N's face turned pale. "Plaintiff? Who is the plaintiff?" "It is I." And Yunxi stepped forward unapologetically. Her countenance bore a chill, her eyes devoid of emotion. Prior to seeking trouble with General N, she had meticulously crafted a series of plans, and this was merely the beginning. General N was taken aback. "And Yunxi? She is your grandmother." General N was nearly driven to fury, glaring at Yunxi with venomous eyes. And Yunxi smiled. "She admits to poisoning me. I do not possess such a venomous heart as a grandmother. I wonder if the old matriarch, after spending a few days in jail, will enter standing or leave lying down. Her words carried a hint of foreboding. The old matriarch, though brave in her admission, feared for her life. It wasn't me. I didn't administer the poison. The old matriarch stammered, her frail hands trembling. General, in witnessing his mother's impending arrest, grew anxious. Your Highness, my mother would never do such a thing. It cannot be her doing. I implore you to see reason. He instinctively sought to defend his mother. Ling Fongjin raised an eyebrow, his phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. Then who did it? The room fell into an unnerving silence. General and could hear the frantic pounding of his own heart. He glanced at concubine Lu and then at the old matriarch. Finding himself at a crossroads, concubine Lu's lips quivered. Yet just as General was about to speak, she declared, "The poison was indeed administered by me." She rose from the ground, her gaze resolute. Concubine Lu firmly grasped General's hand, her eyes reflecting a mix of determination and plea. However, she said nothing further. Under General's watchful gaze, she turned to the others and spoke, "Do not arrest the old matriarch. Take me instead." And Yunxi, however, chimed in with a smile. "You lie. You just stated that you knew nothing, and it was the old matriarch who poisoned me." Concubine Lu bit her lip. If the old matriarch were arrested and something happened to her outside, General would surely hold her accountable. However, if she confessed now and saved the old matriarch, General would think her considerate and still harbor feelings for her, seeking a way to rescue her. At most, she would only suffer a few days of hardship in prison. Concubine Lu felt like a prey preparing to leap into a trap. Aware of the impending danger, she nonetheless felt compelled to jump. Lowering her head, she murmured, "It is not poison, but a type of incense known as Hanji Xiang. It does not endanger life, merely makes it difficult to conceive. If you doubt this, the authorities can investigate." And Yunxi stepped closer to concubine Lu, casting a shadow over her. Concubine Lu instinctively took a few steps back, her gaze wary as she looked at the unfamiliar girl before her. And Yunxi inquired, "Why do you choose to act in this manner?" "Because." Aunt Lu pressed her lips together. "Because I despise the young lady. I wish to ruin her." As she spoke, she lowered her head and knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. "The young lady is far too exceptional, and I cannot compare to her in the slightest. Thus I harbor jealousy towards the lady and the young lady, leading me to commit such a grievous error. I implore the young lady to forgive my momentary folly. Madam, and rebuked, your momentary folly could ruin my daughter and Appo's entire life." Aunt Lu crawled before Madam and, raising her tear-streaked face in a pitiful plea, "Madam, I am bewitched, considering the life-saving grace I once received from you. Please grant me this one mercy, and I shall never dare to repeat my mistakes. If I spare you, who will spare my daughter? If this had been discovered sooner, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kulme, take her away, and ensure she never sets foot in the General's residence again." The guards released the old lady and dragged Aunt Lu away. Her cries for mercy echoed at the entrance, while General remained silent, observing the scene without utterance. Madam and Appo's legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. But a servant hastily supported her, allowing her to sit in a chair within the room. Finally, General spoke, his voice weak. "Madam, since we have identified the true culprit, should we not consider this matter settled? Calm yourself. Do not let your anger harm your health. Look at me. I'm grievously injured and unable to rise to comfort you." Madam felt a sharp pang in her heart, akin to being pierced by a needle. As General portrayed himself as woefully tragic, the more he feigned misery, the more painful her heart felt. She shook her head. "General, let us part ways." Those 5 words weighed heavily on her lips, yet upon uttering them, she felt a sense of liberation. In that moment, General N's eyes widened in disbelief. Summoning strength he did not know he possessed, he pushed himself from the bed, even as pain contorted his face. He staggered forward, grabbing Madam N's wrist. "Madam, what do you mean?" And Yunxi pulled her mother back, causing General N to stumble and fall to the ground, looking as disheveled as a stray dog. Madam N gritted her teeth and spoke clearly. "I wish to divorce you." General and felt his mind go blank, nearly seeing stars from shock. You wish to divorce me? Yes, you secretly constructed a hidden chamber, colluding with a concubine to harm my daughter. I cannot tolerate such betrayal. And Yunxi encouraged her mother. Moreover, the poison you suffered from was also inflicted by Aunt Lu. He never intended to live harmoniously with you. He sought to harm you and seize everything you possess. Madame N's heart grew colder. She nodded, her pallid face betraying her resolve. I shall prepare the divorce papers and send them to you shortly. By tomorrow morning, I will depart. And Yunxi hurriedly interjected, Mother, why must you leave? This is your home. I have heard that this general and Amp Oppo's residence was bestowed upon you by grandfather. General N was once a mere vice-general, without even a residence of his own. If anyone should leave, it should be him. Madame N slightly inclined her head. You speak true. This residence belongs to me, and it is he who should depart. General N bit his lip until it bled. Madam, we have shared decades of affection. Such a significant matter, and the children remain unaware. How can you be so resolute in your words? Madame N shook her head. I am not being rash. I have contemplated this for a long time. I cannot forgive any of your actions. What have I done, madam? Speak honestly. Have I not fulfilled my duties as a husband and father over the years? Ask anyone outside. I have done my utmost. Madame N glared at General N, realizing, if not for her daughter and Oppos, as reminders, she would have remained oblivious to his cold-heartedness towards her and their children. Indeed, to outsiders, he appeared loyal, patriotic, a devoted husband and father, never engaging in socializing or taking multiple wives, undeniably a good man. General Ann's eyes brimmed with hope as he implored, Madam, what more do you desire? I have erred, but who among humanity is without fault? You must grant me a chance. Madame Anne retreated further, distancing herself from him. They have 4 children and decades of shared experiences, yet she had been the fool all along. She had been foolish for years, and could not afford to continue this path, ultimately harming herself and her children. In my eyes, you were unfaithful even before Yunxi was conceived, bringing mistresses and illegitimate daughters into our home, while I foolishly believed Aunt Lu saved me. General interjected, Madam, so many years have passed. The incident of Aunt Lu saving you was witnessed by many. Even if she erred, you cannot be so merciless. Others will accuse you of ingratitude. Madam and Amp Oppo's expression turned cold. It was all a fabrication. You and Aunt Lu conspired to deceive me, orchestrating a spectacle. General Anne retorted, Madam, do you possess any evidence for such claims? Her voice faltered. With so many years past, how could she produce any proof? Yet, what of evidence? I know the truth. Suddenly, General Anne chuckled bitterly. Madam, when did you become this way? How can you doubt me based on a few words and seek to divorce me? Decades of affection can be dismissed so easily, and a life-saving grace forgotten, merely to soothe yourself with such excuses? And Yunxi, witnessing her mother and Amp Oppo's profound sorrow, snatched the divorce papers from the hands of a nearby maid. To avoid prolonging the inevitable, she threw the papers before General in enough talk. My mother has made her decision. General, and please place your seal. Chapter 52. Insurrection. General and Amp Oppo's gaze swept over the separation agreement presented before him, his eyes blazing with fury. My lady, hearing General and Amp Oppo's voice, Lady Anne lowered her gaze, nodding slowly. General, after decades of matrimony, it is best we part amicably. General and Amp Oppo's face paled, his fingers trembling as he clutched the document. Lady Anne was resolute, seemingly unmoved by his words. He was unwilling to separate. I object, my lady. I refuse to divorce. General and Amp Oppo's eyes were bloodshot as he tore the agreement to shreds. And Yunxi produced another copy. Tear away. I and Amp Oppo's had many prepared. General and nearly fainted from Yunxi and Oppo's actions, but his robust constitution and years of training kept him lucid. My lady, my injuries are yet to heal. To cast me out now would invite censure. Whatever discord exists between us, might we postpone this discussion until I recover? Furthermore, such a matter requires careful deliberation with family and friends. Our children are away. This news would undoubtedly distress them. Lady and Amp, Oppose. S resolve wavered at the mention of her sons. She turned to Yunxi, her voice raspy with fatigue. Your father speaks wisely. Your brothers will return next month. We shall convene as a family and discuss this matter then. And Yunxi countered, Mother, grant him no opportunity. General and was exasperated by Yunxi's inflammatory remark. Lady and offered a wan smile. Rest assured, I want and Amp, Oppose T. However, we must consider your brothers and Oppose sentiments. They are grown and deserve to be informed. And Yunxi conceded, acknowledging the validity of her mother and Oppose's words. Her three brothers held their father in high regard, as she once had. Without her past life and Oppose's experiences, she would have dismissed any claim that her father would one day seek her demise. Let us set a precise date. The third day of next month should see my eldest brother and Oppose's return. We shall discuss the division of assets then as well. General and Oppose's countenance relaxed slightly, his anxiety abating. With time, he believed he could dissuade Lady and from seeking a separation. For the sake of their children and grandchildren, she must remain. However, Yunxi approached her father with another separation agreement in hand, seizing his wrist without ceremony. Yunxi, what are you doing? General and protested, struggling to break free. Yunxi, leveraging her strength against his weakened state, forcibly smeared his hand with ink and pressed it onto the agreement. By the time General comprehended her actions, Yunxi had already secured the signed document. Now that the decision is made, the imprint is but a formality. All his machinations thwarted. General trembled with rage, nearly overcome with fury. Yunxi carefully stowed the agreement. Mother, I shall safeguard this document. It will simplify matters when the time comes to evict them next month. We need only announce it in the presence of my brothers. Lady N, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment, Yunxi. General exclaimed. And Yunxi, you seek to destroy our household and family. Why would you do this? And Yunxi, buoyed by the acquisition of the separation agreement, retorted coldly, you are the architect of this discord. Had I not intervened, you and Consort Lu would have been responsible for my mother's and my demise. Consort Lu is now in custody. Once her confession of poisoning is obtained, she shall meet her end. General started in surprise. You seek her life. She sought my mother and Oppose's life, a life for a life. In the previous timeline, Consort Lu had succeeded. Her mother had already perished once. Retribution was warranted. Without allowing General further protest, Yunxi grasped her mother and Oppose's hand. Mother, let us retire to our chambers. Lady nodded, departing without expression, despite General N's pleas. Observing Lady N's tightly clenched fist and the tears streaming down her face, Yunxi gently wiped away her tears. Mother, do not weep. You have me, your brothers, and our uncles. I know, Lady N replied, wiping her eyes. I am grieved, and I lament the dissolution of so many years, but he is wicked. I was blind and mistaken. Do not speak thus, mother. They are treacherous and deceitful. You are merely kind and trusting. Lady N, comforted by her daughter and Oppose's words, found solace. Although this episode would leave a lasting scar, it would eventually heal with time. Yunxi noticed Ling Fengjin in the courtyard, her eyes crinkling in a smile. Your Highness. Ling Fengjin looked up, his voice gentle. Is there anything further I can assist with? Yunxi shook her head. Your Highness has already done so much. Without Ling Fengjin's men, locating the secret passage would have been impossible, and the evidence could not have been presented so readily to those two wily old foxes. Lady N echoed her gratitude. Without your Highness and Oppose's presence, this matter would not have been resolved so easily. This was the General and Oppose's manner, surrounded by his guards. Had he flown into a rage and ordered the guards to protect Consort Lu, the situation would have been dire for Yunxi and her mother. But with Ling Fengjin's authority, General N dared not utter a word, forced to watch Consort Lu's arrest and his own dismissal, aware that she was addressing the regent. Lady N felt constrained. It is nearly midday. Would your Highness care to stay for a meal? Regretting her offer, Lady N feared that the general's meager fare would offend the regent, accustomed to the delicacies of the royal court. As she hesitated, Ling Fengjin accepted. I accept your kind invitation, madam. Delighted at the prospect of remaining longer, Ling Fengjin drew near to Yunxi, whispering, as a token of my gratitude for your assistance, I have prepared a gift. Ling Fengjin and Appo's eyes flickered with anticipation. Upon hearing about the betrothal token exchange between Yunxi and the crown prince, his jealousy had long since reached a boiling point. Now, upon learning that Axi intended to present him with a token of gratitude, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. Madam, and instructed the servants of the general and Appo's residence to prepare a luncheon for the prince. And Yunxi, accompanied by Ling Fengjin, made her way to her courtyard, beneath a resplendent peach tree in full bloom. The tree, adorned with lush blossoms and sprawling branches, rendered the surrounding scenery exceptionally beautiful. As Yunxi approached the grand tree, she retrieved a spade and began to dig. Ling Fengjin stood behind her, observing her movements. After a while, Yunxi wiped her forehead and unearthed a small box, brushing off the dirt atop it with a smile before presenting it to Ling Fengjin. Your Highness, do open it and see. It contains something of value. Ling Fengjin and Appo's curiosity was piqued. He applied gentle pressure with his fingers to open the somewhat decayed box, revealing a key within. Axi, what is this? Yunxi glanced around to ensure no one was watching before replying. Before my grandfather passed away, he summoned my 3 brothers and me to his chamber and bestowed upon us each an item, stating that if the due and in families ever face calamity, these items could save our lives. She understood fully what this key represented. Ling Fengjin furrowed his brow, inspecting the exquisitely crafted key engraved with ancient patterns. This must hold greater value for you. Axi, you should not give it to me. And Yunxi, however, shook her head with a smile. It was meant for you, Your Highness. Ling Fengjin was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze was piercing as she looked at him, her voice unwavering. Your Highness, have you never considered the prospect of becoming an emperor? Upon hearing this from Yunxi, Ling Fengjin and Appo's expression darkened slightly as he swiftly led her to a more secluded location. Axi, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? And Yunxi exhibited no fear. She did not wish to be controlled, nor to find herself trapped in a fate similar to Ling Fengjin's past life. The crown prince has long harbored animosity towards you, and with the emperor and Appo's health deteriorating, it is likely he will not last much longer. Once the crown prince ascends the throne, his first order of business will undoubtedly be to eliminate you. She grasped Ling Fengjin and Appo's broad hand that held the key. I do not wish for you to come to harm. Ling Fengjin's gaze darkened as he met Yunxi's eyes for a moment. He had indeed contemplated every word she spoke. The emperor had not moved against him, partly due to the Empress Dowager and Appo's protection. The northern Ling kingdom could not be without him. Now, with the borders tranquil, he had been summoned back to the capital, akin to being imprisoned within the imperial city. Yet, should war erupt, he will be the first to be called back to the battlefield. Axi, you must ensure that no one but myself hears this. And Yunxi, upon receiving this response, suddenly smiled. Your Highness, it seems you now hold leverage over me. Should you disclose my words to another, I would undoubtedly face death. Ling Fengjin's pupils constricted sharply as he realized the implication of Yunxi's actions. Rebellion is a crime punishable by the annihilation of one's clan. And Yunxi, however, smirked, her eyes deep with meaning. But you, Your Highness, are part of my clan. If death must come, let us meet our end together. Her words caused Ling Fengjin's eyes to shimmer with unshed tears. He extended his arms and enveloped the seemingly frail woman in his embrace. And Yunxi did not resist, listening quietly to the rhythm of his heartbeat. She continued softly, my grandfather once accompanied the late emperor into battle and stumbled upon a gold mine. This key can unlock a hidden chamber where he stored his amassed wealth and a treasure map. This revelation had only come to her in her previous life. At the tender age of 10, she had been oblivious to its significance. No one knew what this key represented, but Yunxi did. It symbolized wealth beyond measure. Ling Fengjin tightened his grip on the key. You are entrusting this to me? And Yunxi raised an eyebrow. Does the prince not appreciate my token of affection? Ling Fongjin was taken aback. With this fortune, rebellion would become increasingly feasible. He lowered his gaze, remaining silent, yet his heart raced with excitement. This token, I find it rather appealing. And Yunxi and Appo's lips curled into a smile, contemplating the gravity of inciting rebellion. What a charge that would be. Should it be revealed, it might very well induce shock. This matter required careful deliberation, and she needed to inform her brothers and uncles of her intentions. It was a matter that affected their entire clan. She could not disregard their sentiments. Suddenly, Yunxi heard her name being called from outside. Elf und Apos, The familiar voice grew closer. An expression of delight illuminated her face as she paused the discussion of rebellion and hurried outside. At her doorstep stood a figure clad in moonlight, a young man in splendid attire, wearing a feather crown, his long hair cascading freely, exuding a gentle and handsome demeanor, akin to a refreshing breeze under the moonlight. And Yunxi immediately exclaimed, "Third brother." The young man smiled, his lips curving into a warm smile that made his face even more amiable, radiating warmth like a spring breeze. He paused, waiting for Yunxi to reach him before affectionately ruffling her hair. His autumn water-like eyes, despite their deep black pupils, held an unusual depth. Elf und Apos, It has been a long time. Are you well? Her third brother was 3 years her senior, the sibling who had spent the most time with her, sharing the deepest bond. However, he was frail and unable to practice martial arts, opting instead to pursue literature under the tutelage of the most learned scholars in the capital. After such a long separation, Yunxi felt a surge of excitement, suppressing her happiness as she replied, "Third brother, I and Apos am well. When did you return?" And Yunha smiled gently. "I just arrived. Upon hearing you were home, I came to see you immediately. Are you pleased?" And Yunxi could not help but chuckle. "Of course, I am delighted." And Yunha raised his gaze, greeting Ling Fongjin, who had walked up behind Yunxi. "Greetings, Regent King." Yet Ling Fongjin replied, "Weren't you at home on the day of the grand wedding? It hasn't been that long since we last met." And Yunha smiled slightly, showing no hint of discomfort. Indeed, perhaps a day apart feels like 3 autumns. With she and Apos missing, I was genuinely worried, which made time seem to stretch endlessly. No, he truly had not seen she and Apos, for a very long time. Chapter 53. The second reborn, although in Yunha and Apos' words left Yunxi feeling somewhat perplexed. She chose not to dwell on it. "Just in time for your return, third brother. Mother has arranged lunch for us. Let us go." And Yunha gazed at Yunxi with eyes filled with tender affection, as if her every word was gospel. He nodded slowly, his hand resting on her shoulder, instinctively tightening slightly. Still smiling gently, he beckoned the two to the front courtyard for their meal. "Your Highness, please this way." The trio did not linger further. Along the way, Yunxi recounted the happenings in the palace and the residence. Third brother, and Rushiwe tried to seduce the crown prince and was punished. And Yunha smiled knowingly. Indeed, she deserves it. And Yunha patiently listened as Yunxi shared the significant events of the past few days. "Aunt Lu poisoned my mother and me. I had her arrested." "Well done." Noticing that her brother showed no sign of anger, Yunxi lifted her gaze to him. "I even persuaded father and mother to divorce. You wouldn't Apos, blame me, would you?" And Yunha and Apos' lips curled into a faint smile, his expression calm and unbothered. "As long as you and mother are happy, that is all that matters. I believe eldest brother and his second brother feel the same." And Yunxi felt warmth spread through her heart. She knew third brother would support her. "I fear that eldest and second brothers might be upset upon hearing this. They will not be angry. If you're concerned, I shall speak to them on your behalf. That one and Apos, be necessary." And Yunxi lowered her gaze slightly, her eyes shimmering with a hint of light. Just as they approached the guest hall, she suddenly leaned closer to Yunha and whispered, "Third brother, the one I like is actually the crown prince." And Yunha paused in his steps. He glanced at Ling Fongjin and replied, "Yes, I can see that." This revelation caused Yunxi and Apos' cheeks to flush slightly. The rumors outside cannot be trusted. The crown prince is a good person. His act of taking me away was to assist me. Had he not been there, I cannot imagine the fate that would have befallen me. She spoke the truth. Although Ling Fengjin's methods were somewhat extreme, which she failed to comprehend in her previous life. Reflecting now, without him, she would have surely exposed herself at the banquet. That version of herself would have been utterly ruined for this lifetime. Furthermore, to keep her by his side, Ling Fengjin had unknowingly paid an immense price. It was evident from how difficult it was for her to annul her engagement now. In Yunha and Appo's features were refined, his smile gentle before he turned, bowing slightly toward Ling Fengjin. Your Highness, I shall entrust my younger sister to your care from here on. This statement brought great comfort to Ling Fengjin, who perceived the third young master of the general and Appo's manner as a paragon of talent, truly deserving of the title of the finest scholar in the capital. Third young master, you flatter me. And Yunha graciously gestured for them to take their seats, and everyone promptly entered the room. Madam and had long prepared the meal, warmly welcoming the regent. After the meal, Yunxi personally escorted Ling Fengjin from the general and Appo's manor. Your Highness, in the past few days, please send someone to the address I mentioned to retrieve the items with the key. Do not forget my words. Ling Fengjin nodded slightly, then unexpectedly leaned down to kiss her forehead. Understood. With this step taken, it signified a determination to contend with the royal family of Bailing. The path of rebellion was set before him. Watching the royal carriage depart, Yunxi turned to find Yunha standing right behind her. She noticed a subtle shift in his aura, one that would be difficult for an unfamiliar person to detect. Brother. Yunha came back to himself and smiled. Do you feel reluctant? Teasingly, Yunxi replied, not at all. It's not like I want to see him again. Yunha suddenly coughed discreetly, his gaze carrying a deeper meaning. If you like him, it would be best to be together sooner rather than later. Yunxi patted her brother and Appo's shoulder, her eyes bright with a smile. Great minds think alike. Returning to his own chamber, Yunha retrieved a booklet from the drawer of his bedside table. Upon opening it, he found it filled with numerous significant future events. His fingers brushed over a few lines. In the 43rd year of Tian Sheng, on September 25th, the emperor of Bailing passed away that night, plunging the nation into mourning, and the throne was passed to Crown Prince Ling Chongyue. Yunxi and Ling Fengjin perished together in the cave of Yuling Mountain, their fingers intertwined in an eternal clasp. On the first day of the first month in the 44th year of Tian Sheng, Ling Chongyue ascended the throne, marrying Rushua, the legitimate daughter of the general's manor, as his empress. Subsequently, corrupt officials ran rampant in Bailing, and the citizens were filled with grievances. In May of the 50th year of Tian Sheng, the third prince's clandestine forces surfaced, leading to a decade-long chaotic civil war that devastated Bailing, while the southern Qi army regained strength and began their northward advance. In the 63rd year of Tian Sheng, Bailing fell, and southern Qi unified the realm, with Crown Prince Bailey Yunha ascending as emperor. Yunha raised a hand to cover his mouth, coughing heavily, yet his gaze deepened with shadows. Sheer, I shall never let you die again. When Rushua opened her eyes from unconsciousness, she felt as if her body were falling apart. Her complexion was pale, and she immediately called for a maid. Someone. Her voice was hoarse, and her throat felt parched. Second miss. A maid entered, bowing her head as she stood by the bed, awaiting instructions. Remembering how brutally she had been beaten the previous day, and Rushua's eyes flashed with venomous resentment. Where's my mother? Bring her to me. She had sustained severe injuries to her lower back and lacked General An's robust constitution, rendering her completely immobile. The young maid hesitated. Second miss, your mother cannot come. She has been taken to the Ministry of Justice. What did you say? And Rushua's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze trembling with shock. The room fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the doorway as the door was pushed open. A familiar figure appeared before Rushua. It was Yunxi. Upon seeing Yunxi, Rushua immediately concealed the malice in her eyes, adopting a pitiful expression. Sister, you came to see me. Yunxi stood at the door, silhouetted against the light. Hearing Rushua call her, she slightly curled her lips into a smile. Yes, I am here to see you. She strode confidently to the bedside and took a seat without waiting for an invitation. And Rushiue's pale face was tense, her grip on the quilt tightening. Sister, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. I will never associate with His Royal Highness again. Will you forgive Rushue? Her voice quivered, and her eyes quickly filled with tears, as if Yunxi had wronged her terribly. And Yunxi nodded, almost without hesitation. Very well, I forgive you. The instant those words left her lips, and Rushue, who had been sobbing, froze in disbelief. Seeing Yunxi's ambiguous smile, she abruptly realized something and asked with confusion, Sister, you are not joking with Rushue, are you? Was it not you who first played a jest on me? And Yunxi tilted her head, her face a mask of puzzlement, as if her statement was perfectly reasonable. This remark left Rushue's lips trembling, utterly at a loss for words. And Rushue, I have several questions for you. Answer them truthfully. And Rushue lowered her head, biting her lip in silence. And Yunxi did not wait for her to respond before continuing. What poison did you and your mother use on my mother? Where did you acquire such methods? And Rushue remained silent, looking pitiful. Sister, I do not understand what you are saying. Do you not understand? And Yunxi cast a glance at the maid standing in the room and spoke. I wish to tend to my sister's wounds personally. You may leave. Yes, the maid replied, not lingering, and quickly exited the chamber. And Yunxi rose, her tone measured. I have sent your mother to the Ministry of Justice. I suspect her days will not be pleasant in the coming days. Would you care to pay her a visit? A wave of terror washed over Rushue, who pleaded, Sister, I have done nothing wrong. You cannot have me captured. And besides, Father would never allow it. You speak of your father? He has received 30 lashes and can barely rise from his bed. Does he have the capacity to concern himself with you? And Rushue and Appo's lips turned pale. I am your sister. Should you harm me, you will surely face condemnation. Sister? And Yunxi scoffed. That will soon be a thing of the past. Even general and will soon be cast from the family. As a mere illegitimate daughter. What right do you have to remain in the general and Appo's residence? Without an ounce of pity. And Yunxi approached the bed, lifted the covers, and pulled down on Rushue and Appo's trousers. And Rushue trembled with shame, letting out a panicked scream. Sister, please don't. Don't touch my wounds. And Yunxi had no intention of applying medicine. Instead, she pressed her hand against the injured area, twisting it mercilessly. And Rushue nearly fainted from the pain, the agony compounding. A wretched scream echoed in the room, but the maids outside remained silent, fully aware of who held authority in the household. Before long, and Rushue and Appo's tears and snot soaked the pillow, her sobs racking her body. I'll tell Father. I'll tell him, she cried, utterly distraught. And Yunxi's voice was cold. Will you speak or not? The current in Rushue was still somewhat naive, her methods lacking compared to the woman she would become in 3 years. Reduced to tears, and Rushue lost all semblance of defiance. I will speak. I will. She sobbed as she confessed. The poison you mentioned indeed came from my mother. It has nothing to do with me. As for its origins, I truly do not know. And Yunxi chuckled. Oh, how true it is that birds of a feather flock together. In times of peril, they scatter. Rest assured, I will send your confession to the Ministry of Justice. And Rushue's complexion turned ghostly. It was my mother who envied the madam, but I am innocent. Everything I said is true, sister. Please, don't hit me anymore. And Yunxi pressed on. Answer my question, and I shall refrain from striking you again. When did you first meet the Crown Prince, and how did you entice him? This was not mere gossip. Her curiosity was piqued. Amid her tears, and Rushue recounted, it was 4 years ago at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. I twisted my ankle, and the Crown Prince, being kind-hearted, bandaged it for me. He knew he was to be betrothed to you, and he harbored dissatisfaction, believing you to be fierce and lacking in decorum, unlike a refined young lady. Thus, he spoke to me at length. And Yunxi raised an eyebrow at this revelation. If Rushue's words were to be believed, the Crown Prince must harbor disdain for her. Yet, how could she reconcile this with his past kindness, as if he were a protective elder brother? How could she have developed feelings for him otherwise? Skepticism clouded in Yunxi's gaze as she narrowed her eyes, her voice icy as she demanded, You truly did not do anything to the Crown Prince? Nothing. What could I possibly do to him? And Rushue exclaimed, her eyes trembling violently. Noticing her demeanor, and Yunxi's lips curved into a slow smirk, her expression frosty. It appears you still withhold the truth. As she prepared to strike again, an elderly voice interrupted. Stop. And Yunxi, release Rushue. The old matriarch burst into the room, accompanied by several matrons. In agony, and Rushue cried out, Grandmother, save me, I am dying. And Yunxi glanced leisurely at the old matriarch, slightly furrowing her brow. Grandmother, what brings you here? The old matriarch trembled with rage. Rushue is still unwell. How can you be so cruel? I heard the screams from afar. Do you wish to commit murder? And Yunxi smirked. I am simply aiding my sister with her medicine. Which of your eyes witnessed murder? If Rushue were to perish, it would be only after enduring substantial torment. Someone, take the eldest miss away. Several matrons rushed forward to seize Yunxi. However, before they could lay a hand on her, the voice of Du Linglan rang out from outside. Du Danglong, flanked by several guards, entered, causing the old matriarch and her entourage to freeze in fear. Standing at the doorway, Du Linglan and Appo's icy gaze fell upon Rushue on the bed and the old matriarch beside her. She commanded, throw both of them out of the residence. To dare lay hands on my daughter before my eyes is a death wish. The guards promptly advanced, dragging Rushue from the bed to the floor. And Rushue cried out in pain, while the old matriarch and her accompanying matrons were swiftly apprehended. Du Linglan, I am your mother-in-law. How dare you treat me this way? After a day and night of rest, with Yunxi at her side easing her spirits, and mother had gained clarity. With a calm demeanor, she replied, Old matriarch, do not forget that I have divorced General and the decree has been written. From now on, we have no ties, and you are no longer my mother-in-law. For so many years, even if you are divorced, I remain your mother-in-law. How can you be so unfilial? Du Linglan was unfatzet. Her voice remained soft, yet her words were cutting. Call me unfilial if you must. Throw them all out. The old matriarch was dragged from the room by two guards. Ignoring the old matriarch's furious protests, and Yunxi said, Mother, please wait. I have one final question for her. And Rushue, bewildered and still grappling with the rapid turn of events that had befallen her, lay rigid on the floor. Seeing Yunxi approach, she whispered, What is the meaning of a phoenix's destiny? Chapter 54. The innate fate of the phoenix in her previous life, just before her demise. There were moments when she would awaken from her stupor and coincidentally overhear a conversation between Rushue and her father. And Rushue expressed her envy towards her innate phoenix fate, a birthright that bestowed upon her an unparalleled nobility. However, at that moment, Rushue merely mentioned it in passing, and Yunxi, too weak to endure, could not catch what else Rushue had said thereafter. And Rushue felt an icy chill envelop her, as if the secrets of her heart had been laid bare. Yet, she could not speak of it, even unto death. What exactly did sister mean by phoenix fate? And Rushue lowered her head, biting her teeth tightly. Aware that her adversary would not easily divulge the truth, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Yunxi and Appo's sighs. She scrutinized Rushue and Appo's visage, contemplating how best to elicit a response from her. And Rushue, under the weight of her gaze, felt a prickling sensation at the nape of her neck, her resolve unwavering. Even if you were to beat me to death, I would not yield an answer. After a moment of silence, and Yunxi slowly spoke, Mother, cast her out. Du Linglan waved her hand dismissively. Several guards from the manor immediately seized Rushue, dragging her and the old matriarch out into the courtyard. The door of the general's residence swung open, and the figures were unceremoniously thrown to the ground. And Rushue, clad only in a simple white robe, lay prostrate on the street, unable to rise. Her countenance was one of terror as she cried out. As an unmarried woman, appearing thus on the street was akin to running naked. There were many passers-by on the road who, upon witnessing the commotion at the general's gate, halted in their tracks to gawk. Who were those people? Along with the old matriarch and Rushue, there were several of the matriarch's handmaidens. These individuals had served the old matriarch for years, being her most trusted confidants. Du Linglan had no desire to retain them. She was no longer madam and wished to rid herself of all the filth associated with the infamily. The old matriarch, having fallen to the ground, felt stars dancing before her eyes. Supported by two handmaidens, she rose and began banging on the general's door. "Let me in. Do not go. You are casting out your own mother-in-law. You are unfilial, utterly unfilial." She heard the murmurs of the crowd around her. Was that not the old matriarch of the infamily? How could she be thrown out so brazenly? And a woman sprawled on the ground. Wasn't she the second young lady of the infamily? To be cast out in such a state. Surely the second young lady would find it hard to show her face again. It was evident that she had offended the head matriarch. Madame was known for her kindness, treating the servants well. For someone with such a gentle disposition to be driven to this state, it was likely that both she and her granddaughter had committed some grave misdeed. You are right. Look at that old woman still pounding on the door. She used to carry herself with such dignity, and now she's out here. What a disgrace. The comments grew louder, a cacophony of gossip. The old matriarch and Apo's face flushed crimson as she realized she was the center of attention, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. Yet, she did not resort to outright disgrace. Instead, she hunched her back, wiping her tears while tremblingly stating, "Regardless of the circumstances, I am still your elder. Du Linglan, open the door. Your actions today have turned our General's residence into a laughingstock for all of the capital to see." Regrettably, the door of the General's residence remained firmly shut, unmoved by her pleas. The crowd grew larger, and despite the old matriarch's throat growing dry from shouting, no one emerged from within. And Yunxi, already grievously injured, felt the weight of countless gazes upon her and curled into a ball, hiding her face. The handmaidens exchanged bewildered glances, seeing the old matriarch reduced to such a state. "Old madam, there are more and more people gathering. Perhaps we should retreat for a moment?" If it were not for the fact that the indenture contract still rested in the old matriarch and Apo's hands, they would have certainly fled. Fuming, the old matriarch's face turned an ashen hue as she gasped, "Let's go to the capital as magistrate. I will sue Du for unfilial conduct." The handmaidens, with no choice left, replied, "The magistrate is that way. We have no carriage and must walk, old madam. And the second young lady is still lying on the ground. She may fall ill." The old matriarch retorted, "Why haven't you lifted her up yet?" One of the handmaidens complied, hoisting Yunxi onto her back, just as the once closed door of the General's residence swung open. A figure emerged from within. The handmaidens and Apo's eyes brightened upon recognizing the newcomer, the third young master of the General's residence, and Yunha. Third master. One handmaiden stumbled forward, carrying Yunxi towards him. And Yunxi, seeing the gentle and refined gentleman before her, felt her eyes redden. Third brother, with his elegant demeanor and kind heart, had never looked down upon her. The illegitimate daughter. And Yunxi, sobbing, called out for help from behind the handmaiden. "Brother, I do not know what I did wrong to be cast out. Please help me." The young man's expression remained unchanged, exuding utmost kindness as he spoke in his usual soft tone. "Yunxi, you have entangled yourself with sister's betrothed, causing mother to be angry. I cannot intervene in that matter, but you are still my sister. I will arrange a temporary residence for you and grandmother." Seeing the growing despair in Yunxi's eyes, he gently reassured her, "Rest assured, once mother's anger subsides, I will surely plead your case, or when father recovers, he will send for you to return." His words were delivered with both reason and emotion, sounding remarkably sensible, even if Yunxi felt a twinge of discomfort. The onlookers, having overheard this exchange, began to revel in the unfolding drama, their expressions reflecting a mix of intrigue and excitement. So, it was the brazen, illegitimate daughter who dared to seduce her legitimate sister and aunt. Apo's betrothed. No wonder the engagement with the crown prince had been annulled. It seemed there was more to the story than previously thought. Wasn't and Amp. Apo's had said that the eldest daughter of the infamily had eloped. Such gossip felt like a distant memory now, overshadowed by this new revelation, especially since the illegitimate daughter had not denied it. And Yunha's casual remark had laid bare the reason behind Yunxi and Apo's expulsion, tarnishing her reputation. Yet, and Rushue remained oblivious, viewing in Yunha as her only salvation. He had always treated her kindly. Surely he would not abandon her now. "Thank you, brother. I shall rely on you," she implored. The old matriarch limped forward. "Yunha, let grandmother in. I must see your father." "That may not be possible." "Why not?" The old matriarch shot him a furious glare, and Yunha replied calmly, "Father is still recuperating. Mother has instructed that he not be disturbed. I am your grandmother. Must I see permission to see my own son?" Seeing the old matriarch's eyes glisten with tears as she shouted at the doorway, and Yunha interjected, "You were just about to bring people to confront Yunxi," which frightened Mother. "She fears you may cause harm upon your return." The onlookers were captivated by this exchange. In just a few sentences, they grasped the circumstances that led to their expulsion. It was clear now. The old matriarch had intended to confront the legitimate daughter, and Yunha sighed, his eyes filled with resignation. "Madame Lu intended to poison my mother, and father is still protecting her. Mother's anger is justified. Grandmother, please bear with it for now. If anything arises, I will take care of both you and Rushue." The whispers surrounding them dissipated in an instant, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. The news of the concubine poisoning the matriarch and general in favoring his mistress over his wife was indeed sensational. Old Madame sensed an unusual atmosphere, yet she felt no inclination to ponder the thoughts of onlookers. "Yunha, take grandmother to the yamen. I must report this." And Yunha approached and gently patted Old Madame on the shoulder. "Grandmother, this endeavor is futile. After all, my mother and father signed the divorce papers yesterday, severing all ties. Even if you go, the outcome is unlikely to be favorable, and would only provide the entire capital with fodder for ridicule regarding you and my father. Allow me to escort you back to your residence for some rest." He gestured invitingly. Soon, a carriage was brought forth, and the onlookers parted slightly to create a path. Upon seeing the carriage, Rushue clutched at the opportunity, urging those around her to hasten. Old Madame contemplated in Yunha's words and reluctantly complied, boarding the carriage. And Yunha discreetly smiled and followed her inside. "Grandmother, Rushue, please come with me." In a nearby room, Yunxi and her mother were engaged in conversation when a knock interrupted them. "Enter." A maid, head bowed, reported, "Old Madame and second miss have been taken away by third young master. The onlookers have dispersed as well. Du she posed momentarily surprised." "That child, Yunha." And Yunxi lowered her gaze, deep in thought. Her brother would not have gone out of his way to assist them. Yet Du Shi shook her head. "Your brother has a kind heart, and he is quite soft-hearted. After all, he shares over a decade of affection with Rushue, and Old Madame is his grandmother. I fear he may not be able to harden his heart. I merely wish to avoid any rifts between us as mother and child, and between you and your brothers." And Yunxi, however, held a different perspective. A knowing smile crept across her face. "Mother, you worry too much. Third brother is undoubtedly on our side. How could he assist outsiders?" A thought flashed through her mind. "I believe third brother has his reasons for acting this way. If we simply cast him out at the gate, with so many witnesses, those unaware of the truth will surely blame you for being unfilial. But if third brother intervenes to explain, it could sway public opinion. You know well that in this city, words can be as lethal as weapons." Du Shi smiled, her expression visibly lightening. "If that is the case, then all is well. I only wish for your safety and to expel those vile characters from our home. As for your father, when your eldest and second brothers return, we shall see him out of the house." And Yunxi embraced her mother tightly, feeling her frail back beneath her arms. "Do not worry, mother. I will protect you from now on." Du Shi felt a wave of comfort wash over her as she returned the embrace. Meanwhile, Yunha led Old Madame and Rushue to the entrance of an impressive estate. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by a picturesque scene, with wide courtyards and servants emerging to welcome them, all wearing expressions of joy. And Rushue, her curiosity piqued, inquired, "Brother, is this your residence?" And Yunha hesitated a moment before responding, "Not exactly, but it can serve as a temporary abode for grandmother and you." And Rushue felt a wave of relief. The surroundings were far from inferior to the in-family home. Staying here to recuperate would undoubtedly be preferable to facing the unhinged mother-daughter duo daily. "Thank you, brother. Grandmother, let us go inside," she urged, impatience evident as she nudged her maid. The maid, reluctant to speak out, bore the burden of Yunxi without complaint, even as she endured some discomfort. As Yunxi guided them, a servant opened the courtyard doors, leading them deeper into the estate, traversing a considerable distance to reach the main residence. The journey showcased the estate and Appo's vastness, with lush trees lining the path and vibrant flowers adorning the surroundings. Just as Yunxi relaxed her expression, she spotted a figure seated within the open doors of the main residence. The distance closed rapidly. The man in Appo's visage became starkly clear to Yunxi, sending a chill coursing through her. "Run! Take me away! I cannot stay here! Hurry!" She struggled desperately against her maid and Appo's back. The maid, unable to maintain her hold, faltered, causing Yunxi to tumble to the ground. Dazed, but undeterred by the pain, she began to crawl away, her frantic movements eliciting pity from onlookers. Yet Yunxi maintained his gentle, composed demeanor, positioning himself in front of Yunxi, blocking her escape. "Where do you intend to go, Yunxi?" His voice was cool and melodious, imbued with the tender affection of a brother for his sister. "This is your temporary residence. Do you not like it?" And Yunxi lifted her gaze, disbelief etched across her features as fear seeped deep within her bones. At that moment, a man clad in black robes emerged from the courtyard, his dark blue eyes resembling a bottomless ice well. And Yunxi rasped, "Brother, why? Why is the regent here?" And Yunxi inclined his body and bowed to Ling Fengjin. "Your Highness, I have brought her as requested. I must return to report to Shi'er." The tenderness in his voice lingered as he spoke her name. Ling Fengjin nodded slightly. "Thank you." Chapter 55. The Secret of Yunxi, my lord. There is no need for such formality. I am merely fulfilling my younger sister Shi and Appo's request. Ling Fengjin handed a letter to Yunxi. "Last night, I interrogated Aunt Lu and am delivering this to Shi on behalf of His Highness." And Yunxi accepted the envelope with an impassive demeanor. "Very well." And Yunxi watched in disbelief as her once trusted elder brother handed her over to Ling Fengjin. And Yunxi departed without a backward glance, offering her not a second glance. At this moment, old lady and was utterly bewildered, her aged, wrinkled face contorted with confusion. What is happening? Why has Yunxi left?" Ling Fengjin turned, casting a brief glance at the two women. "Guards, take them away." "Yes, my lord." Surrounding guards approached, their gazes cold and menacing as they led old lady and several maids away. And Yunxi was dragged into another room, where the metallic scent of blood assailed her senses upon entry. Gripping her arms, she forced her gaze toward the center of the room. There, Aunt Lu was bound and helplessly tied to a frame, her clothes stained crimson with blood, her pupils dilated in horror, as if she could already envision her own grim fate. "No, I refuse to go in. Father, save me, father." Yet upon turning back, she was met only with Ling Fengjin and Appo's icy countenance. "This prince is graciously reuniting you mother and daughter. You should be grateful." And Yunxi's face turned ashen, her body collapsing weakly to the ground. Despite the excruciating pain from having recently received 20 lashes, her instinct for survival drove her to bow before Ling Fengjin. "My lord, please spare me. I do not know how I have offended you. I beg you, let me go. I am willing to do anything if you would only forgive me." As she spoke, she raised her tear-stained face, fingers nervously clutching her garment. The implication was unmistakable. If Yunxi could entice the regent, it suggested the regent was not entirely indifferent to the charms of women. Perhaps this could be leveraged, but in the next moment, the regent delivered a merciless kick, and Yunxi collapsed, unconscious. Ling Fengjin cast a disdainful glance at the unconscious Yunxi, his expression one of disgust. "You dare presume?" And Yunxi exited the courtyard and climbed back into the carriage, securely tucking away the letter intended for Yunxi. The driver, a young lad who had served him for many years, inquired, "Young master, shall we return to the residence now?" And Yunxi inclined his head slightly. "Yes." The young servant, puzzled, asked, "When did you acquire such a grand estate?" "Lady and Miss Tu are indeed fortunate to have you looking after them." and Yunha smiled faintly, surprised by the servant's perception of him. However, it was reassuring that someone was caring for them, allowing him to feel at ease. The carriage sped along, faster on the return journey. The crowd outside had dispersed, and then Yunha entered the courtyard directly, heading towards the residence of Madame du Madame. The third young master has returned, a maid announced as Du rose hastily. I must go see him. And Yunxi promptly stepped forward to support her mother's arm. I will accompany you. Upon reaching the entrance, and Yunha had already stepped inside. He bowed respectfully to his mother, saying, "Mother." Du gestured for Yunha to sit beside her on a stone bench. "Where have you taken old lady in Rushua?" And Yunha lowered his gaze, replying, "They expressed a desire to report to the authorities, and to prevent any damage to your reputation, I have temporarily sent them to a residence in the outskirts." Madame Du explained, "Do not blame me, my son. I did this to ensure peace in our household." And Yunha smiled gently, his eyes warm. "Whatever mother decides, as her son, I shall always stand by your side, especially since they are indeed at fault." And Yunxi exchanged a knowing glance with Yunha before seeking Rushua. She had already informed her brother of her plan to have them sent to Ling Fengjun. It would be challenging to extract information from Rushua publicly. However, if Ling Fengjun intervened, even the most obstinate would yield. And Yunha raised his gaze, meeting in Yunxi's eyes. Before he could speak, Yunxi asked, "Did the regent send any messages through you for me?" And Yunha paused, his hand hesitating before producing the letter. He chuckled lightly. "Could it be that you two are truly in sync?" And Yunxi blinked, perhaps. And Yunha placed the letter in her hands. "Here, take a look." Without hesitation, and Yunxi unfolded the letter in front of both Yunha and Madame Du. The latter's expression turned suspicious, sensing her children had conspired behind her back. "Is this a letter from the regent?" And Yunxi affirmed, "Yes, it contains the confessions provided by Aunt Lu." As she read Aunt Lu's admissions of heinous deeds, her eyes turned icy with rage. And Yunha, standing by, also absorbed the contents of the letter, already suspecting its implications. After a moment, Yunxi seethed. Aunt Lu and father were together long before he met mother. This revelation reminds me of Rushua and the crown prince, like mother, like daughter. Madame Du's complexion paled at her words, and Yunha's voice turned grave. Father has concealed this well. She claimed that the person general and intended to marry was her, but the family deliberately concealed this to exploit your status and ascend through the ranks. Madame Du's lashes fluttered, trembling slightly. She forced a bitter smile. "So that is how it was. There is something even more despicable. She nearly caused your death. Her original intent was to push you directly into the icy lake to drown, but she was found out and had to jump in to rescue you. Ever since, she has paraded this around, using it as leverage to gain your favor for all these years." And Yunxi crumpled the letter in her hand. The bloody truth laid bare before them. Madame Du felt her breath hitch for a moment, and Yunha's gaze bore into Yunxi's eyes, his lips parting as he mirrored her indignation. "She deserves punishment." And Yunha's words brought a flicker of comfort to Yunxi. She had long known of these transgressions and had warned her mother, but reiterating it in front of Yunha was meant to ensure he understood the truth, to prevent being deceived by the seemingly delicate mother and daughter. After all, her brother's nature was far too gentle and kind. Having just delivered the two to the regent, and Yunha inquired, "She and Appos, how do you wish for them to meet their end?" And Yunxi hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Before she could respond, and Yunha continued, "Dismemberment by 5 horses, pierced by 1,000 arrows, or perhaps turned into a human puppet? Which method do you deem most suitable?" His tone remained steady, yet his gaze was serious as he regarded Yunxi. After a brief silence, she finally responded, "Then let them all be executed." And Yunha's eyes crinkled with a smile. He then reached out, gently ruffling Yunxi's hair. "Very well, I shall heed your wishes." And Yunxi took his jest lightly, viewing it as a means to lift her and her mother's spirits. Clutching the confession filled with densely packed writing, she suddenly noticed the final line. Aunt Lu stated that she was merely acting under someone else in Appos' orders. Though Yunxi had anticipated this, upon reading those words, she could ascertain that in both her past and present lives, it seemed as though someone was orchestrating a grand chess game. She was but a significant piece upon this board. Were it not for her opportunity to live again, her fate would likely have remained firmly grasped in another's hand. In fact, from the moment she revealed her so-called phoenix destiny, she had been ensnared in a web of conspiracy. She slowly lifted her gaze to Yunxi before her. Third brother, you are the most astute. Can you guess who is behind the manipulation of Aunt Lu to harm our family? And Yunxi was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he parted his lips, his voice gentle. This person possesses numerous cunning methods, to the extent that even Aunt Lu remains unaware of their identity. They are undoubtedly formidable, someone of high rank and authority, most likely from the palace. And Yunxi pondered for a moment. She began to methodically investigate those who bore a grudge against the family and the Marquisate. The result was overwhelming, far too many to consider. Thus, she resolved to scrutinize those who stood to gain the most. The individuals who would benefit significantly from the disruption of her engagement with the crown prince could only be the second prince and the concubine. Furthermore, the concubine was the daughter of the Chu family from the state residence, and she was also the maternal aunt of Chu Wanran. And Yunxi suddenly spoke again. She and Oppose do not easily trust anyone from the palace. And Yunxi could not help but look up at Yunxi. She sensed that her third brother seemed to know something more. However, just as she was about to voice her thoughts, and Yunxi suddenly succumbed to a more severe fit of coughing, his shoulders trembling, his form frail, as if he could be toppled by the wind at any moment. Madame Du, unable to mourn over Aunt Lu's testimony, quickly turned her worried gaze towards her son. And Yunxi also expressed her concern. Third brother, how are you? Have you been taking your medicine properly? She gently took Yunxi's pulse, her eyes instantly revealing her apprehension. His pulse was weak, and he seemed utterly depleted within. Despite years of being nourished with the finest medicine, it had not yielded any improvement. Yet, Yunxi waved his hand dismissively. There is no need to worry about me. I will not perish. At least, not until I am certain that Yunxi is safe. And Yunxi frowned. Do not speak of dying. You are still so young, far from that fate. And Yunxi chuckled softly. She and Oppose, you are correct. Madame du Instructed en Yunxi, you should take your brother back to rest. I will summon the household physician to prepare medicine for him. Understood. And Yunxi assisted Yunxi back to his room, helping him sit upon the bed, and personally poured him a cup of water. After he drank, his complexion improved slightly, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Your health is poor. In the future, if anything arises, simply send someone to handle it. There is no need for you to attend to matters personally. And Yunxi set his teacup aside. I cannot trust others to handle these tasks. It is not a significant matter. And Yunxi muttered quietly. And Yunxi, however, smiled gently. The tasks you entrust to me cannot be deemed trivial. And Yunxi felt warmth in her heart. Her third brother was the most important family member she had ever known, and she wished for nothing more than his safety. Once she resolved her father's affairs, she would seek out a renowned physician to treat her brother's ailment. Despite having summoned countless doctors from the palace over the years, none had been able to remedy his condition, and she found it hard to fathom how. In her previous life, Yunxi had managed to survive alone after her death. Sheer, this is for you. And Yunxi suddenly seemed to recall something, retrieving an item from beneath his pillow. It was a small pouch, bulging with contents. And Yunxi, intrigued, opened it. What is inside? And Yunxi smiled faintly. Having endured prolonged illness, I have become somewhat knowledgeable in medicine. In my idle time, I concocted some poisons and antidotes for your protection. The pouch contained various small vials, each labeled meticulously, detailing their effects and classifications. And Yunxi counted. Though the vials were small, there were at least a dozen within the pouch. Third brother, you are skilled in medicine? And Yunxi chuckled and nodded. I have learned a few things. And Yunxi and Oppose's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then what about your own illness? And Yunxi shook his head. I am well aware of my own body. This condition is innate and cannot be treated by ordinary medicine. However, do not worry. A solution will present itself, just as in my past life, when I, despite being the most ailing, ultimately persevered until the end. He had witnessed his family depart one by one, powerless to intervene. He refused to accept such a fate again. The household physician hurriedly arrived at the general and Oppose's residence, bringing with him a medicinal kit to prepare a tonic for Yunxi and Oppose, health, which Yunxi attentively administered to him. Observing the usually gentle and refined young lord grimacing and turning pale, she could not suppress a chuckle. "Third brother, you still detest bitterness. I prepared some candied fruits for you in advance." And Yunhe swiftly seized the candied fruit and popped one into his mouth. He released a breath, as if rejuvenated. You're truly kind to me." And Yunxi smiled brightly. "You are my third brother. If I do not care for you, whom shall I care for?" Upon hearing this, and Yuna and Appo's gaze flickered momentarily as he sat at the head of the bed, watching Yunxi bustle about for him. He recalled the time when a young girl had cared for him tirelessly for 3 days and nights after he contracted a cold, refusing to leave even when the servants urged her to. As she departed, she would admonish him like an adult to dress warmly in the cold, and even offered him her own prepared warming stove, choosing to endure the chill outside herself. What kind of brother would not cherish such a sister? He naturally held her dear. If she and Appo's were to discover that they were not biologically related, that there was no blood tie between them, he could not help but wonder if she would still acknowledge him as her brother. An impulsive wave surged within him, and Yunhe parted his lips. "Sure, I wish to tell you something." Chapter 56. The incurable affliction. Yunxi set down the medicinal bowl in her hands and turned to glance back. "Third brother, what is it?" The words lingered on Yunhe and Appo's tongue, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing the thoughts that occupied his mind. Being her old, Yunhe smiled and said, "My medical skills are commendable. If your esteemed prince truly suffers from some incurable ailment, he may seek my assistance." And Yunxi blinked. Her cheeks suddenly flushed. "Third brother, how can you believe such rumors?" And Yunhe chuckled softly, covering his mouth. "So, it is merely a rumor? I was led to believe. All the tales outside are false. There is no such matter." And Yunhe maintained his smile, though a flicker of uncertainty danced in his eyes. "Very well, I shall not mention it again." And Yunxi covered him with a quilt. "Rest early, third brother." She rose, leaving the room, extinguishing the excess candles and leaving only a single oil lamp by the bedside. The room dimmed, and Yunhe heard the sound of the door closing. He leaned against the headboard, shutting his eyes, yet his hand clenched tightly in his sleeve. Upon returning to the courtyard, as Yunxi entered her room, her gaze sharpened. Alert, she directed her attention to a specific spot and inquired without hesitation, "Who goes there?" A shadowy figure, having been discovered, swiftly descended from the rooftop, charging directly at Yunxi. In that fleeting moment, had she reacted a heartbeat slower, she would have undoubtedly been seized. She retreated a step, her hands deftly gripping the wrist of the assailant, preventing him from grasping her neck, and then she launched a powerful kick to his abdomen. And Yunxi and Appo's movements were precise and efficient, devoid of any superfluous actions. Each strike was accurate and forceful. Even the assailant was caught off guard by her capabilities. The blow to his midsection forced him to stumble backward, colliding with a pillar. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Yunxi. And Yunxi, equally startled, recognized the assailant's formidable skills. Among those she had encountered in her previous life, only the palace's shadow guards possessed such prowess. "Is he from the palace?" Her eyes bore into the figure before her. She then kicked a nearby chair, barricading the door to prevent anyone inside from escaping. Faced with such a shadow guard, she felt entirely confident. She could not allow him to flee and endanger others within the estate. However, to the shadow guard, Yunxi appeared inexplicably terrifying. They had labeled her merely a young lady of a noble family with rudimentary martial skills. How could she be so formidable? Moreover, as she closed the door, her expression was not one of fear, but bore a hint of a smile. At that moment, the roles of hunter and prey had reversed, leaving the armed shadow guard in bewilderment. With a step forward from Yunxi, the guard retreated cautiously. She refrained from approaching further into the darkened room, where only a sliver of moonlight illuminated the area near the window. And Yunxi and Appo's ears perked up, attuned to the sounds around her. Suddenly, she heard a whistling sound approaching and instantly performed a backbend to evade it. Grabbing a nearby vase, she hurled it toward the direction of the incoming projectile. With a resounding crash, the vase struck the assailant's head. He emitted a muffled groan and retreated into the shadows of the room. and Yunxi flexed her wrists and demanded, "You are from the palace. Who sent you? Are you here to kill me or to capture me?" The shadow guard remained silent, leaving in Yunxi's voice the only sound echoing in the room. She narrowed her eyes, her exquisite features tinged with anger. "If you refuse to speak, I shall compel you to do so." Suddenly, she charged toward a corner of the room. Having lived there for many years, she was far more familiar with the layout than the intruder. Ascertaining the garden damp, Oppo's position, she launched her attack. Her combat skills, honed on the battlefield, coupled with her innate talent in martial arts, forced the shadow guard to retreat continuously. Unfortunately, lacking a weapon, she could not dispatch him outright. She pursued as he dodged, but she managed to land another kick, sending him crashing through a window. Though dazed, the guard quickly regained his footing, leaping gracefully into the night. Without hesitation, Yunxi continued her pursuit. The shadowy figure scaled walls and dashed through rooftops, escaping her courtyard and hastily entering another yard, soon vanishing from sight. Yunxi stood atop the wall, gazing at the now empty courtyard where the assassin had vanished, a sense of foreboding settling in her heart. This was General Oppo's estate. The sudden appearance of the black-clad assassin had not roused any guards at the General Oppo's residence, suggesting he had not entered from outside, but had been concealed within the general's own estate. The notion of palace shadow guards hiding within General Anne's residence sent a shiver down her spine. She leapt down from the wall, landing within the confines of General Oppo's yard. In an instant, several guards surrounded her. "Who goes there?" Yunxi did not shy away, but stood quietly, watching as the guards approached with lanterns, illuminating her presence. One of them exclaimed in surprise, "Miss?" Yunxi narrowed her eyes and nodded slightly. "What are you doing here?" "We thought there was an assassin," one guard replied. Yunxi declared, "Indeed, there was an assassin. One just fled past here. Did you not see him?" At her inquiry, the guards exchanged puzzled glances, all displaying expressions of confusion. "No, we only saw you." Yunxi raised her gaze, her eyes cold as she scrutinized the brightly lit room nearby, the chamber where General Anne was recuperating. "No assassin? Did you see anyone else enter that room?" One guard responded. "Someone did pass by earlier, but he was merely a servant attending to the general." Having gleaned the information she sought, Yunxi strode purposefully toward the room where General Anne rested. She kicked the door open with a resounding crash, causing the entire room to tremble. Inside, General Anne, reclining on the bed, startled, raised his head to see who had intruded. "Yunxi? What brings you here at this hour?" General Anne's face shifted from surprise to a hint of joy. "I have been contemplating some matters these past few days and wish to apologize to you, but my injury hindered me. At last, you have come. What is the meaning of this?" Yunxi scanned the room, finding no one else present. Disinterested in her father and Oppo's ramblings, she swiftly pulled back the covers from his bed. Chapter 57. A gift for Yunxi. General Anne was startled by Yunxi and Oppo's sudden movement, feeling an immediate chill envelop him. The cold wind swept in from outside, causing his complexion to fluctuate between shades of pale and ashen. "Is there no one here?" Yunxi asked, having confirmed that no assassin was hiding beneath the bed. General Anne queried, "What exactly are you doing in my chamber?" Yunxi. His room was immaculately tidy, with no space large enough to conceal a living person. Standing at the bedside, Yunxi focused her piercing gaze on her father's face. "Speak. Where is the assassin hiding?" "What assassin?" General Anne retorted, his forehead throbbing with anger. Cautiously, he pulled the blanket back over himself. "Why are you here, causing such a ruckus in the dead of night?" Yunxi narrowed her eyes, recalling the secret room her father had constructed in the estate. There must be more than one such room. Over the years, General Anne had secretly amassed considerable wealth while maintaining a facade of poverty, even relying on her mother's dowry to sustain the household. Determined, Yunxi began to search through the room, shattering a vase on the table and tossing books from the shelves onto the floor. Yet, her efforts proved fruitless. She was no expert in discovering hidden mechanisms and could only rely on luck and her keen observation skills. General Anne bellowed towards the outside. "Someone, escort the young lady out." "Yes, General." The guards in the residence promptly obeyed. Armed and carrying torches, they rushed in, their expressions laden with trepidation as they fixed their gaze on Yunxi. "Miss, the general requests that you leave at once," one of them stated. And Yunxi replied firmly, "I have said, I am here to find the assassin. Until I capture him, I shall not leave." General snorted derisively. "Aside from you and me, there is no one else in this room. And Yunxi, do you suspect that I am the assassin?" She shot him a disdainful glance. "You are worse than an assassin." General was taken aback, his voice rising in indignation. "Explain yourself. What do you mean by that?" And Yunxi smirked. "An assassin may risk their life. But you have no shame." Furious at her insolence, General struggled to rise from the bed. "Bring me the family law. Today I shall teach my daughter a lesson." A nearby guard approached to dissuade him, saying, "General, you have not yet recovered from your injuries. It is best not to move around excessively." Seething with rage, General's gaze fell upon the long knife at the guard in Appo's waist. Suddenly, he reached out and drew it from its sheath. With a sharp sound, the blade gleamed ominously in the candlelight, its edge glistening coldly. "Is this how you speak to your father?" And Yunxi, raising an eyebrow, and Yunxi replied, "I have no desire to converse with a beast." The surrounding guards were left speechless, utterly astonished by the young lady and Appo's audacity. It would indeed be alarming. As expected, in the next moment, everyone witnessed General and Appo's face turned crimson with fury. His hand trembled as he wielded the knife. Moments ago, he had merely intended to intimidate Yunxi, but now, a murderous intent brewed within him. In a surge of rage, General lifted the knife and swung it at Yunxi. Outside the room, Shi, having heard the commotion, hurriedly made her way over, witnessing the unfolding scene. The knife aimed directly at his daughter. In the grip of sheer terror, Shi and Appo's mind went blank, her legs giving way, and she collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, a servant beside her caught her, preventing injury. When she regained her senses and rose shakily, her voice trembled with fear. "Miss, are you all right?" "Madam, the young lady is unharmed, do not worry." Shi and Appo's mind buzzed as she hurried to the doorway, expecting to find a scene of bloodshed. Instead, Yunxi stood there, unscathed, while General N's knife had struck the adjacent pillar, leaving a deep gash. After barely managing to deliver the blow, his wounded body succumbed to fatigue, barely able to remain upright. Upon seeing Shi enter, he froze, the knife clattering to the floor with a metallic clang. She and Appo's Shi rushed forward and embraced Yunxi, her face pale and tear-streaked, clearly terrified. "I am fine, mother," Yunxi assured her, grasping her mother's icy hand and then casting a glance at General, whose expression was equally troubled. Flustered, he stammered, "Madam, I merely intended to scare her. I never wished to harm her. This child is infuriating, and I was left with no choice." The guards present lowered their heads in silence, having witnessed the General and Appo's true intent. Had Yunxi not dodged swiftly, that strike would have landed not on the pillar, but on her neck. And Yunxi had already sensed the commotion outside. With Shi bringing a number of people, she had been alert. Thus, she deliberately provoked General at this critical moment. Even if he were not the mastermind behind the assassin, General was complicit, perhaps even aiding the perpetrator. Such a man must be shown to her mother in a light that would lead to utter disappointment, ensuring that after his demise, her mother would not grieve. Gripping Yunxi and Appo's hand, Shi turned to glare at General, her eyes reddened with fury. "I witnessed you attempt to kill my daughter." General quickly interjected, "Madam, you are mistaken. Just ask the others. How could I commit murder in plain sight?" Shi, typically gentle-natured, had never been this enraged. Her fragile form shielded Yunxi from view, her gaze towards General devoid of any affection. "Out of respect for our years together, I allowed you to recuperate in this home, yet you seek to harm my daughter. And Qing, I must have been blind to have chosen you." The confession of concubine Lu and the events of that night struck Shi like a double blow, obliterating any remnants of affection she had harbored for General. Meanwhile, Yuna had also heard the commotion outside. Awakened from a light slumber, He hastily donned his clothing to rush to the main courtyard, only to be met with the scent of blood. A tall figure clad in black robes stood in his courtyard, a lifeless body sprawled at his feet. Ling Fengjun, with his slender, jade-like features marred by a trace of blood, raised his phoenix-like eyes to meet Yunha and Amp, Oppo's gaze. I cannot approach. I kindly ask the third young master to deliver this person to Yunxi. Chapter 58. Divorce. And Yunha was utterly astonished. Your Highness, who is this man? Ling Fengjun replied. He is an assassin. I was a bit too forceful and accidentally killed him. This man was sent by the crown prince. He dispatched shadow guards to protect Yunxi, completely unaware that the assassin would conceal himself within the general and Oppo's residence. Thus, when they attacked Yunxi, they were oblivious to the danger. It was only after both individuals emerged from the room that the palace guards noticed the assassin's presence and hastily informed me. Ling Fengjun was naturally furious. He would not let this matter rest easily. The assassin belonged to the inner palace and Oppo's dark guards. And Yunha lowered his gaze slightly and nodded, I will convey the truth. After giving his instructions, Ling Fengjun turned on his heel and swiftly vanished into the shadows. His martial prowess was exceptional, and no one in the residence noticed his comings and goings. Suddenly, Yunha called out to the empty courtyard, come forth. At his command, a shadowy figure appeared beside him, kneeling on one knee. I pay my respects to the young master. And Yunha regarded the figure coldly. An assassin has infiltrated the residence. Did you notice anything unusual? Yes. The man in black, clad in night gear, possessed a formidable presence. Why did you not protect Miss Shi? And Yunha and Oppo's typically gentle demeanor was tinged with anger at this moment, his features sharpening. The question was bold, yet the man remained impassive. Our sole duty is to ensure the safety of the young master. Other matters are irrelevant to us. We will not act recklessly and expose our identities, nor defy our master's orders. The black-clad figure spoke in a flat tone, devoid of any hint of remorse. Upon hearing this, Yunha's expression grew even colder. Are you here to protect me, or to monitor me? The young master is exceptionally astute. It is our negligence that has allowed you to discover our presence. The man kept his head bowed, his face devoid of expression. Though he did not directly respond to Yunha and Oppo's inquiry, his meaning was clear. Both protection and surveillance were in effect. Had Yunha and Oppo's life not been in jeopardy, they would not have revealed themselves. And Yunha furrowed his brow and stared intently at the man in black. If I were to command you to act, would you obey? In response to the young master, no, our only concern is your safety. And Yunha understood that his inquiry was futile. In his previous life, when he believed he was destined to perish, these individuals had appeared and taken him away. From that day forth, he learned of his true identity. These enigmatic assassins from the southern Qi kingdom possessed extraordinary martial skills and could take on hundreds alone. Now, before he had ascended to the position of crown prince, wielding the authority to command legions, he had to ensure Yunxi and Oppo's safety until the dust settled. A smirk curled upon his lips as he coldly remarked, do you know that when the two princesses from the western regions entered the palace, they brought with them many treasures, one of which was a life-sharing curse? If one party dies, the other must also perish. Coincidentally, that curse went missing from the palace and fell into my hands. This revelation caused the kneeling black-clad assassin to look up in shock. And Yunha continued with a chilling demeanor. Therefore, if Yunxi dies, I too shall perish. Do you comprehend? His words were resolute. The man in black remained silent for a long moment. The young master need not deceive us. We are always vigilant, monitoring your every move. You would have no opportunity to act without our knowledge. If that were the case, the consequences would be dire. Should anything happen to you, the hidden assassins of Bailing would all meet our doom. And Yunha chuckled lightly, his expression composed. If you do not believe me, so be it. He did not elaborate further, nor did he issue any orders to protect Yunxi. Everything was left unsaid, and Yunha and Oppo's gaze turned frigid as he stared at the lifeless body on the ground. The thought that this person had attacked Yunxi stirred a deep, icy wrath within him, a desire to dismember the corpse. However, more pressing matters demanded his attention. He promptly summoned the servant who attended to him daily. The servant, Lin Shan, who had previously driven in Yunha, was startled upon seeing the body in the courtyard. "Third young master, where did this corpse come from?" And Yunha replied solemnly, "This man attempted to assassinate the young lady and has been slain by the residents and Appos, as guards. First, take the body to the main hall, and then report to the authorities." "Understood." Lin Shan did not dare to delay, trembling as he lifted the corpse from the ground. Though slender, the servant possessed considerable strength and accompanied Yunha to the main hall. At this moment, within General and Appos' chamber, events had spiraled out of control. Yunxi spoke resolutely. "Yunxi, I have given you time out of respect for the father of our children, but your actions today have truly disheartened me." General and suddenly knelt before Dushi. His eyes were red-rimmed as he implored, "Madam, after so many years of marriage, is this how you perceive me? I was merely angered and used the knife to frighten Yunxi. How could I truly harm her? She is perfectly fine, not a hair harmed. You cannot condemn me for such a trivial matter. Still making excuses? Do you think I'm blind? Can you not see how deep the knife wound is?" Dushi and Appos' voice was cold. "There is no need for further words. Our relationship as husband and wife ends here. Pack your belongings and leave tonight." And Qing looked at Dushi in disbelief. "Madam, you may be angry, but such words should not be spoken." With a fierce gaze, Dushi declared, "I know everything. You and concubine Lu have long been entangled. You only flattered me for my status, hoping to marry me. Among all the young talents who sought my hand in marriage, I chose you. I must have been blind." General and was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he pushed himself off the ground and stood tall. As a guard came to assist him, when he raised his head again, Dushi seemed to regard him as a stranger. The gentle, devoted husband now wore a cold, calculating expression. This chilling demeanor struck Dushi's heart with trepidation. "Is this your true nature?" General and brushed off the dust from his clothes. "It seems you will not reconsider." Dushi tightened her grip on Yunxi's hand. "Now that the words have been spoken, there is no turning back for us." General and pursed his lips, silent for a moment. If there is to be a separation, it should be I who initiates the divorce. He no longer feigned innocence. The truth was laid bare. At this moment, General and was a stark contrast to the weeping, pleading man he had been before. "Dushi Apple, eslips trembled slightly." "What did you say?" General and Appos' gaze was piercing, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Madam, there is one thing I have concealed from you for many years. Today, since you have acted without regard, I am compelled to speak these words." Chapter 59, Not by Blood Dew, and Yunxi stared intently at General and the revelation of his true nature left Yunxi completely unfazed. The old Marquis had long since passed away, even though the family was thriving. General and had never been particularly intimidated by the Marquis due to his years of service. Furthermore, over the years, he had secretly worked under the Empress and Appos' family, amassing vast wealth and securing a backup plan, which only emboldened him further. Even if he did not reveal himself now, he would inevitably do so 3 years hence. It was she who had thwarted General and plans, forcing him to unveil his true self prematurely. "What do you wish to say?" Du pressed. The General's eyes brimmed with helplessness, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Madam, do recall, 17 years ago, as I was about to depart the capital to lead troops in a battle, at the farewell banquet on the eve of my departure. Who was the man you spent the night with?" "Du was momentarily stunt." Her pupils trembled slightly, an ominous premonition taking root in her heart. And Yunxi, unaware of the matter General and referred to, furrowed her brow, squinting at her mother. "What man?" Du's lips drained of color as she raised her gaze and asked. "General, I was with you the entire day. I worried for your safety and drank more than I should have. Then what? Do you not recall?" Du clenched her fingers tightly into her palm, a look of dread and apprehension crossing her face. And Yunxi embraced her mother's arm. "Mother, do not heed his words. He speaks nonsense." Though Yunxi's reassurances improved Du's complexion slightly, trepidation lingered in her heart. For indeed, she could not recollect. "It was you who escorted me back to my chamber. Aside from you, there could have been no one else present. I did escort you to your chamber, but outside, colleagues sought me, and I ended up drinking with them the entire night. If the madam does not believe me, I can summon all those who dined with me that night to testify. Du S mind whirled, as if struck by a thunderbolt. She felt her legs weaken. Were it not for Yunxi supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. The next morning, I found your health to be in disarray. And you mentioned how I had been too rough with you the previous night, to the point that you could scarcely attend my farewell. My heart bled for you, and I refrained from revealing the truth, not wanting to cause you sorrow, for I believed you were utterly unaware. Silence. And Yunxi was incensed, noting the guards surrounding them. Yet General seemed utterly unconcerned with his mother-esque dignity, uttering whatever came to mind. Were it not for her need to support her mother and prevent her from making a reckless decision, she would have lunged at General and to deliver a sound thrashing. Yet General had no intention of halting his tirade. A flicker of malice flashed in his eyes. Madam, after all these years of marriage, I have endured your indiscretions, valuing familial harmony and never once broaching the subject. I even regarded our daughter as my own. Were it not for the fact that Yunxi is not my flesh and blood, would I have, in a fit of anger, sought solace in drink and fathered a child with Shuang? A bitter smile appeared on Du's lips. So you blame me? General replied. I have always considered your feelings, even suspecting that some audacious scoundrel had taken advantage of you, climbing into your bed. I have interrogated all your guards and servants, yet I could not uncover the identity of that rogue. It seems I have been deceived and kept in the dark all these years. You wish to divorce today? Is it because you have forgotten your husband in the presence of another? Du's eyes widened, her voice rising. Stop. I have not. I have never committed such acts. How could Yunxi not be your child? She bears no resemblance to me whatsoever. I have said it, yet you do not believe me. I shall fetch witnesses. Many saw what transpired that night, and Yunxi too was taken aback. Yet upon learning this truth, she found herself inexplicably untroubled. So, does this mean I am not his daughter? Du turned her gaze to Yunxi, her heart in turmoil, unable to face her own daughter. If this were true, what would become of Shi? How could she remain in the capital, knowing the whispers that would follow? Elfia, I am so sorry. Her lips trembled as she sought to explain, but found words escaping her. Tears began to fall unbidden from her eyes. Seeing Du in such a state, General N's lips curled slightly in satisfaction. He lowered his gaze and declared, You have so disregarded your marital duties, you have already violated the 7 reasons for divorce. Today, I shall publicly announce my intention to divorce. And Yunxi could no longer contain herself. She pulled a nearby matron over to support Du, then stepped forward to confront General In, landing a powerful punch. Caught off guard by Yunxi's sudden outburst, General In fell to the ground, his vision clouded. Before the guards could react, and Yunxi's fists rained down upon him like a storm, her strikes intent on delivering fatal blows. In the blink of an eye, General In's face was a canvas of red and bruises. Save me. Someone pull her away, General In cried. Had he been in good health, he might have retaliated. But weakened and injured, he could only endure Yunxi's assault. The onlooking guards finally sprang into action, rushing forward to restrain Yunxi. Du was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, her voice trembling. Elfia, you. And Yunxi quickly turned, offering her mother a smile. Mother, he isn't my father. I am so happy. I just wanted to celebrate with a few punches. Du looked on in astonishment. Shia, could it be that you are so distraught you've lost your senses? Shia, it's all my fault, had it not been for. And Yunxi interrupted. I never blame you, mother. It is not your fault at all. Du's gaze fell, her arms trembling. She felt sullied to her core. If Yunxi dared to speak of such matters today, then he must be speaking the truth. Seeking witnesses would only serve to humiliate her further. Moreover, that night had indeed been peculiar, yet she had been in a daze, unable to recall anything clearly. All she remembered was waking the next morning feeling as if trampled, utterly miserable, and previously, Yunxi had never treated her in such a manner, prompting her to utter a few harsh words. Chapter 60. Illegitimate child in that era, a woman and Appo's reputation for chastity was paramount. Once General and broadcasted this matter, she feared she would have no face left to live in this world. And Yunxi clutched her mother's wrist tightly, her heart surging with hatred like a tumultuous tidal wave. And Qing, she wanted him dead, obliterated from existence, just like the vow he had once made himself. Mother, listen to me. And Yunxi embraced her mother and Apos. Trembling form. Madame Du raised her eyes, but her gaze lacked luster. She and Apos, her lips quivered, unable to utter a single word. A state that caused in Yunxi immense heartache. If such a person truly exists, then he must have orchestrated it. Mother, you must believe my words. She wanted to plant this seed of hatred in her mother and Apos' heart. Only by venting her emotions could she find some solace. Madame Du lowered her gaze slightly, her expression calming down somewhat. Seeing her mother's condition improve, and Yunxi continued, Mother, you were extremely vulnerable after becoming intoxicated. Unless someone deliberately sent a person into your room, it would have been impossible for anyone to enter at will. The servants in your room must have been deliberately dismissed by someone with ulterior motives. You mustn't Apos, punish yourself for the mistakes of others. As in Yunxi and Apos' words became clearer and more logical, Madame Du, initially caught in the throat, gradually came to her senses. Her daughter was right. This was not her fault, and she should not blame herself. At this moment, General and Apos' face was swollen like a pig in Apos' head, and even speaking caused him intense pain. Protected by his personal guards, his eyes were fixed on the mother and daughter with a sinister gaze. He had always seen Du Linglan as nothing more than a tool, harboring not a shred of affection, only resentment. Back then, he had painstakingly risen through the ranks to become a lieutenant general, elevating the family to prominence. He became the most esteemed member of the family, basking in everyone and Apos' adoration and respect. Initially, when he approached Du Linglan, he had admired her, finding it a matter of great pride to win the favor of a lady from a distinguished family. However, the old Marquis of Angua and Apos' manner had repeatedly humiliated him, even sending him to perilous locations. On several occasions, he had nearly perished, never to return. And the suggestions to send him to fight in those dangerous places had all been orchestrated by the old Marquis. How could he not harbor resentment? I am a master of this manner, Du Linglan. Don and Apos, forget what the plaque hanging on that gate says. This is the General and Apos' residence, and as the General, I am the only one. General and spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze malevolent and venomous. Seeing him dare to provoke her mother, and Yunxi's gaze turned icy and sharp, her eyes like daggers. Without my mother, what kind of general would you be? All right, there's something I'd like to show you. As she spoke, she produced the booklet that the Empress had given her earlier and slammed it directly onto General N. General N was startled, thinking Yunxi had thrown some kind of hidden weapon. He dodged clumsily, but the booklet fell to the ground, revealing a page detailing the evil deeds he had committed. Some of the guards with keen eyes quickly scanned the contents and immediately paled. General N frantically picked up the booklet and, after flipping through a few pages, roared, And Yunxi, where did you get this thing? And Yunxi curled her lips, her voice frigid. It doesn't in Apos' matter where I got it, but everything in it is true. General and Apos' heart was in turmoil. The booklet recorded everything in meticulous detail, and if investigated, it would inevitably lead to some clues. Could it be that you fabricated this to scare me? And Yunxi curled her lips. If you dare to divorce my mother and not leave the General and Apos' residence, this will be presented to the Emperor tomorrow morning. I mean what I say. General and Apos' heart turned cold, and his face paled. If you dare to do that, no one in the entire General and Apos' residence will escape. And Yunxi smiled, her expression indifferent. Then we'll all die together. General N was speechless. And Yunxi had truly gone mad. However, and Yunxi's eyes were resolute, without a trace of panic or anxiety. The earnestness in her dark pupils made it clear that she was serious. She was willing to fight to the death. And Yunxi was not afraid of death. But he was. This item could not have appeared out of thin air. The only person who knew about these things was the one in the palace. Could it be that the Empress had given it to Yunxi? Cold sweat broke out on General and Apos' forehead. He was anxious, his gaze shifting between Yunxi and Madame Du. This matter must not be known to others. Guards, escort the madam and the young lady back to their rooms. General lowered his gaze, his voice icy. The guards who had been watching the spectacle had no choice but to obey the general and oppose orders. Yes. But before they could act, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside, and Yunxi and Appo's figure emerged from the darkness, leading several servants to stop outside the room. What happened? Why are there so many people here? General instinctively turned to look at his son upon hearing his voice. The guards made way, allowing Yunxi to enter the room smoothly. Yunxi, why are you here? Yunxi covered his mouth and coughed lightly. The spring night was still a bit chilly, and he had dressed too lightly when he went out. I heard from the servants that something had happened here, so I came to take a look. Yunxi immediately said, "Third brother, leave now and report to the authorities immediately. General wants to harm me and mother." General and Appo's expression changed, and he glared fiercely at Yunxi. He still wore a mask of pretense for Yunxi. His third son was just a bookworm with a weak constitution. There was no need to involve him. Anyway, his frail body wouldn't and Appo's last long, so there was no need to create additional trouble. Yunxi, go back. Your father just has some things to say to your mother and your sister. It has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with me? And Yunxi and Appo's eyes flashed with a hint of malice as he listened to General and Appo's words. He had already overheard what the other party had said in the room, and he had simply chosen this moment to enter. The young man was gentle and composed, with a refined and detached demeanor. He merely raised his eyes slightly, his light-colored pupils gradually deepening. General, and if you dare to harm a single hair on my mother and sister today, I guarantee you will never leave this room. The expression on General An's face froze. His bruised and swollen face was filled with astonishment. Yunxi, I am your father. Your mother is having an affair with a wild man and gave birth to that bastard Yunxi. How can you still side with them? Chapter 61. The murder of wife and daughter upon hearing General and berate Yunxi as a wild child. A shadow of gloom filled Yunxi's eyes. Yunxi was inside the room, while Yunxi stood at the door, separated by several guards of the general's residence. She noticed her elder brother drawing a dagger from his sleeve, and her eyes widened in alarm. Third brother, don't act impulsively. Yunxi was not skilled in martial arts. If he wielded that knife, he might harm himself. General An's temper flared upon seeing the glint of the blade in Yunxi's hand. Do you intend to make a move against me? Yunxi remained silent, but a thought had already taken root in his mind. To liberate his sister from this man, he could reveal his identity and orchestrate the assassination right here, allowing his hidden assassins to eliminate him. As long as General or his men dared to strike, those assassins would undoubtedly wipe them all out without leaving a trace. However, he realized that after such an act, he would bear the guilt of murdering his own father and could no longer remain by she and Appo's side. Forced to depart with the assassins, he was reluctant to leave unless absolutely necessary. Just as Yunxi hesitated, a guard rushed in, reporting to the general. There are numerous officials outside, claiming they have received reports of an assassination attempt to the residence. The expression on General An's face shifted. Who reported this to the officials? Yunxi raised his gaze. It was I. General An shot a disappointed glare at Yunxi, his expression instantly turning icy. Everyone, follow me outside to welcome them. As for Yunxi and Madame Du, assign a few men to watch over them, and do not allow them to leave this room. Yes, General. Madame Du felt a surge of anger as General and ordered his subordinates to monitor her and Yunxi, tears welling in her eyes. She tightly grasped her daughter's hand, her wrist trembling, worry etched across her face. Yunxi hurried to them, saying, "Sure, the assassin has been slain by the prince. He instructed me to bring you the body." He helped his mother sit on a nearby chair, gently flexing his wrist to ease the tension. After listening to her brother and Appo's account, Yunxi and Appo's eyes sparkled with understanding. I see. Third brother, since you are here, please guard mother while I go take a look. Yunxi was alarmed, but there are guards outside. Won't it be dangerous for you to go out? Yunxi shook her head. No, I have a plan. She lifted a chair and abruptly smashed it against the window. With a loud crash, the window frame shattered, startling the guards outside, who rushed over, knives drawn, warily surveying the room. Yunxi leaned closer to the window, smiling at the guards. Her beauty was already captivating, and this smile rendered her enchanting, causing the guards to momentarily falter in their grip on their weapons. "Miss, the general has given orders that you cannot leave." One of them spoke politely. Although they were unaware of the events transpiring within the household, they were still the general and Appos, as subordinates. And Yunxi beckoned one of them closer. "Come here." The guard, wary yet hesitant, took a few steps forward, reassured by her beauty and the absence of any weapon in her hand. The others remained on guard, ready to intervene should anything go amiss. "Why are you so tense? I merely wish to show you this." As she spoke, and Yunxi produced a banknote of 100 taels of silver from her bosom. For these guards, who earned merely 3 taels a month, this was a small fortune. Upon seeing the note, the approaching guard instinctively swallowed hard. "There's more." And Yunxi counted the number of guards outside. "A total of 500 taels. You may divide it among yourselves. If you handle this well, I will give each of you an additional 100 taels. What do you say?" The prospect of such wealth lit up their eyes, revealing their inner conflict. They served the general, yet Yunxi was also a lady of the household. "Miss, what do you intend for us to do?" "It's quite simple. Allow me to go out and meet the officials, and you will recount everything that transpired here to them, exactly as it happened." The lead guard's heart raced. "But wouldn't that offend the general?" And Yunxi smiled. "My uncle is the Duke of Angua. Do you think he would let this matter slide if he knew what transpired today? You must decide whether to assist me or to aid a dying man." The guards were torn, uncertainty etched on their faces. Meanwhile, General N was receiving several officials from the judiciary to investigate the assassination. The body lay before them. Ling Fengjun, clad in resplendent attire, stood at the forefront, his expression frosty and severe. At this moment, General N wore a facade of politeness and respect. "One minor affair. How could I trouble you to come personally?" Ling Fengjun's lips parted slightly, his voice chilling. "Who was the intended target of this assassin?" General N hastily replied, "Naturally, the target was. I was the target." And Yunxi suddenly interjected from behind. To the astonishment of the crowd, she pushed through and stood before Ling Fengjun, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, I was the one who reported this. The assassin was in league with General N. He aimed to kill me, and not only me, but also my mother and brother. I barely managed to escape. I implore your Highness to uphold justice for me." And Yunxi and Appos' expression was frantic, her demeanor pitiful as she recounted General N's heinous actions. General N stood frozen, utterly unprepared for her declaration. "What nonsense are you spouting?" He turned to Ling Fengjun. "Your Highness, my daughter is merely jesting. How could I ever contemplate harming my wife and daughter?" And Yunxi glanced at the guards accompanying her, who were standing behind Yunxi. This matter was indisputable. They had all witnessed it firsthand. The guards she pointed to immediately displayed expressions of trepidation. Ling Fengjun turned his gaze to them, an aura of intimidation emanating from him. "Miss and Appos' claims, are they true?" General and Appos' heart sank as he scrutinized his subordinates. His eyes filled with menace and his tone icy. "You must speak the truth to His Highness. There must be no embellishments, understood?" His words were both a warning and a threat. The guards trembled and knelt before them, speaking in unison. "We witnessed it with our own eyes." After the young lady exposed the assassination plot, General N was enraged and brandished his knife. Had it not been for her quick reflexes, she would have been dead by now. Upon hearing this, General N felt as though a thunderclap had shattered his mind. His voice turned dark. "What are you saying?" Chapter 62. The body aflame. General N could scarcely believe the betrayal of his subordinates, who had been by his side for so long. At such a critical moment, the several guards dared not lift their heads to meet General N's gaze, who among them was unaware that the General and Appos' present stature was wholly reliant on the Nguyen Marquis. Now, the young lady had the prince backing her, and the madam had the Nguyen Marquis as her support. General N was utterly isolated and vulnerable, with such a clear incentive and power as their foundation. What merit was there in speaking the truth? Ling Fengjun slightly raised his gaze, coldness flickering in his eyes. Such morally bankrupt individuals, intent on harming their wife and child, deserve to be punished. "Seize him," he commanded. The guard behind him rushed forward and forcefully restrained General into the ground. The other guards of the General and Appos' mansion dared not oppose the officials, standing frozen and at a loss. General, in grievously injured, was entirely incapable of resistance. He cried out in anguish, "Your Highness, please see through this. And Yunxi has wronged this general." And Yunxi's voice floated to General An's side. "Is it truly a wrongful accusation?" A careful examination of the assassin and Appo's identity would reveal the truth. Surely, many within the mansion have seen this face. The hidden guard had masqueraded within the general's mansion for days, posing as a servant attending to General, and someone turned the body's head, allowing the other guards to see clearly, and many gasped in shock. Initially, they had believed in Yunxi was lying, setting up General in. Yet now, with the identity of the assassin laid bare, doubts began to surface regarding whether General had indeed given the order. And Yunxi understood well that this assassin was not arranged by General, but was, in fact, the prince. However, tracing this individual back to the prince would prove challenging. The royal palace's hidden guards bore no obvious markings or evidence, all having committed unsavory deeds on behalf of the royal family, since capturing the prince was not feasible. And Yunxi placed the blame for the assassination squarely upon General in collaborating with Ling Fengjin to detain him first. The rest could be addressed later, once in the dungeon. It would be simple to deal with the aftermath. General An's eyes turned crimson as he comprehended that he had fallen into a trap. To extricate himself, he could only expose the prince, yet he could not bring himself to do so. The prince and the queen's family were his support. As long as he held on to some of their secrets, they would not easily relinquish him as a pawn. Lowering his head, General said. This general was unaware of the assassin and Appo's identity. He disguised himself for so many years that even I could not see through him. Ling Fengjin, however, did not grant General the opportunity to explain. "Take him away." "Yes, Your Highness." A group of men swiftly bound General, who was then pushed out. As he walked, he continued to shout his innocence. Ling Fengjin did not rush to depart. He dismissed his own guards and General and subordinates. Standing alone with Yunxi in the courtyard, the two exchanged glances, and Yunxi and Appo's eyes sparkled with mirth. Her previously tense nerves relaxed upon seeing him. She took a few steps towards Ling Fengjin and embraced his slender waist, pressing her cheek against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat quicken. Ling Fengjin stood tall, adjusting his posture slightly, as if fearful of inadvertently disturbing Yunxi's comfort. His long fingers grazed the ends of her hair. He wished to caress her further, but hesitated, appearing apprehensive of being pushed away. Although they had shared a night together, it had merely been to detoxify Yunxi. She had been unconscious, and one could say he had acted forcibly. Though he had never regretted his actions, he feared it might create an awkward rift between them. "I have come late," he murmured. And Yunxi blinked, still not releasing her hold on him. After all, they were alone, hidden from prying eyes. "It is not late. The timing is perfect." Ling Fengjin lowered his gaze, a flicker of fear crossing his phoenix-like eyes. "I did not expect an assassin to infiltrate your chamber. Had you lacked the ability to protect yourself, I shudder to think what the outcome could have been." And Yunxi lifted her head, a smile gracing her lips. "I will not become Your Highness and Appo's weakness." Her voice was resolute, recalling her past life, where her actions had led to Ling Fengjin and Appo's demise. She silently vowed to protect him in this life. Even at the cost of her own life, she wished to see him ascend to the highest position, ensuring no one could harm him ever again. Ling Fengjin slightly averted his gaze, his dark blue eyes softening. "I know." He inhaled the fragrant scent of her hair, which brought him a sense of peace. Gently, he placed his hand around her waist. Unable to contain himself any longer, he leaned down and pressed a kiss upon her delicate lips. On this spring night, the kiss bore a fervent warmth, causing Yunxi to feel a sudden weakness wash over her. In an instant, an unusual sensation surged from her heart, and her eyes widened in shock as her cheeks flushed crimson. "What is happening?" she thought, her expression shifting as she raised her hand to touch her face. Her cheeks burned, and a fire seemed to dance within her core. She hurriedly concealed her current state. "Your Highness, I may be unwell." Ling Fengjin's expression hardened as he reached out to touch Yunxi's forehead. Indeed, it felt slightly feverish, and under the flickering light, her cheeks blazed with color. The symptoms were reminiscent of the last time. Yet, mere days had passed since her previous episode. He quickly raised his hand to check her pulse, and his expression turned grave in an instant. "I will take you to see a doctor." He swept her up into his arms. And Yunxi, rendered weak and limp, buried her head, unable to speak, yet her arms subtly brushed against Ling Fengjin and Appo's neck. Her eyes glistened with moisture, and her expression carried an alluring charm, an exquisite temptation. And Yunxi herself was bewildered by her condition. After all, she had not experienced such things in her previous life. It felt as though a small flame was igniting within her, silently consuming her rationality, with only Ling Fengjin's presence alleviating her current turmoil. She pressed closer to him, her body subtly brushing against his exposed skin, exhaling a breath of comfort, and Yunxi let out a soft hum of contentment. Ling Fengjin, striding briskly while holding her, felt her subtle movements and furrowed his brow, his breathing growing heavier. "Ashi, do not move about." Chapter 63. I want you. The night in the general's residence had grown eerily tranquil. The guards assigned to monitor the Du family, and Yunha had long since departed. The leader of the guards, who had previously testified for Yunxi, rushed in to deliver news to Madame Du. "Madam, the general has been taken away by officials on charges of orchestrating assassins to kill his wife and daughter." The guard succinctly recounted the earlier events. Madame Du was momentarily taken aback, yet her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. It seemed she breathed a sigh of relief as her tear-streaked eyes opened wide. "Wonderful. I was worried that Yunxi would pose a threat to she and Appo's." And Yunha narrowed his eyes. Having remained by his mother and Appo's side solely to ensure Yunxi could leave without concern. "Where's she and Appo's?" he inquired. The guard replied, "She left with the regent." "Left? Where could she possibly go at this hour?" And Yunha's expression was fraught with worry, his heart heavy with unease. The regent abducting his she and Appo's, at such a late hour, was utterly shameless. Though he felt a surge of indignation within, he endeavored to soothe his mother. "Mother, the regent will not harm Sheer. Please rest assured and return to your chamber." Hearing this, Madame Du nodded slightly. She was a reasonable woman. Had it not been for the regent's personal intervention, it was unlikely anyone could have restrained Yunxi. Even if the Duke of An were to arrive, a conflict within the general and Appo's residence would be inevitable. The toll on lives and the ensuing chaos were unpredictable. Although General N and Duke N served in the same court, their ranks were distinct, and none possessed the authority to punish General N. Yet the regent did, and Yunha was taken aback, sensing his mother's apparent trust in the regent. His emotions a tumultuous mix. Was this akin to a mother-in-law growing fonder of her son-in-law? Ling Fengjin truly possessed a remarkable ability to win over both the noble house and his mother in such a short time. His mother and Appo's words rang true. A carriage halted at the back gate of the royal residence. Ling Fengjin effortlessly scaled the wall while cradling Yunxi. The guard hastening to open the door was left astonished upon witnessing the prince descend from the wall, his hand trembling as it clutched the key. The prince returned home and chose not to enter through the door. However, Ling Fengjin had no time to ponder such matters. He hastened to lead Yunxi back to her chamber. Yunxi felt overheated, her small hands incessantly tugging at Ling Fengjin's garments. She opened her glistening eyes, tears brimming, her breath warm. "Your Highness, I feel unwell." Ling Fengjin tenderly caressed Yunxi's head, his gaze filled with concern. "Yes, I understand. I shall summon the physician immediately." Yet, Yunxi seized Ling Fengjin's hand, refusing to let him depart. "No physician, I want your Highness." Ling Fengjin replied, "You are ill. You must see a doctor." But Yunxi stubbornly propped herself up, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, brushing against his garments. I do not know what is wrong with me. It feels as though I'm not truly sick, but rather." Ling Fengjin tenderly stroked her cheek. "I am not versed in medicine. Let the physician examine you. Only then can I be at ease." Yunxi felt the flames within her threatening to consume her. The implications of her words left her blushing with embarrassment. Though reason was ablaze, her mind remained clear, aware of her actions and her surroundings. She was not entirely ignorant. After all, in her previous life, they had shared many years together, and Yunxi understood that this was undoubtedly the lingering effects of poison. Despite the physician having prescribed medication, she had not taken it properly after leaving the royal residence. Such a situation had not arisen in her past life because she had not left this very room for an entire month. And Yunxi and Appo's fingers clenched tightly around Ling Fengjun and Appo's sleeve. Ling Fengjun gazed at the tearful maiden before him, his heart racing uncontrollably. And Yunxi looked up at him, her eyes glistening with tears. This pitiful young girl was truly heart-wrenching. Ling Fengjun's lips parted slightly. Sierra. Within his gaze lay an insatiable possessiveness and restraint, two unseen emotions warring within him. He raised his hand only to lower it repeatedly, until he ultimately enveloped her in his embrace. The last time you suffered from poison, had I not acted as I did, your life would have been endangered. But this time, you are not in peril. If I were to act similarly, would it not be akin to taking advantage of your vulnerability? Ah, Xia, do you harbor any resentment towards me? He acknowledged his willingness to resort to any means to achieve his ends and harbored a desire to possess Yunxi. If others could not protect her, then he would. Even if it meant facing hatred and being labeled a villain, it mattered not. All he desired was for her to live unharmed. Yet, the shift in Yunxi's attitude towards him ignited a glimmer of hope in Ling Fengjun, leading him to approach her with utmost caution. As though she were a fragile porcelain figure, fearing that a single misstep might undo everything and lead to past tragedies. Without having tasted sweetness, he feared nothing. But once one has savored delight, enduring hardship again felt unbearable. And Yunxi remained oblivious to Ling Fengjun's turbulent thoughts. Her mind was consumed with an overwhelming desire to devour the man before her. She lifted her face from his embrace, her crimson lips parting. Your Highness, do you no longer want me? She began to feign helplessness. Upon hearing her voice, Ling Fengjun felt his heart melt. No, how could I not want you? Then why do you not touch me? And Yunxi and Appo's voice was soft, tender, like a feather brushing against his heart. Ling Fengjun felt his blood boil at that moment. Because. He paused, his tone gentle as he leaned closer to her ear. You are ill. Such actions are detrimental to your health. A knock echoed at the door. A servant outside called out, Your Highness, physician Gu has arrived. Ling Fengjun suppressed the raging fire within him. After careful consideration, he resolved that caution was paramount. What if little she and Appo's mind was not clear? What if she woke to find herself gazing into eyes filled with loathing? He barely managed to utter a single word. The next moment, he found himself wide-eyed in disbelief as Yunxi, sitting upright from the bed, wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him, leaving him speechless. The waiting servant outside, puzzled by the sudden silence within, exchanged bewildered glances. The night wind howled, and the elderly physician Gu, hurrying with his medicine box, sneezed from the cold. He had rushed out in haste, dressed inadequately for the chill. Peering in, he waited for a long moment, but no one emerged. The servant stood in place, his feet growing numb. Finally, he heard the prince's voice from within. No need. Let physician Gu return. The servant replied. Do not forget to reward him generously. Chapter 64. The wild man, Dr. Gu, stood outside with a medicine box, his hair tousled by the wind. However, upon seeing the silver notes sent by the young servant of the Wangfu, he stroked his beard and said solemnly, Whenever the prince requires my services, I shall respond without hesitation. The struggle for wealth is arduous, and life is not easy. Inside the room, Yunxi lay blushing against Ling Fengjun's shoulder, her voice clear. I know it is you, Ling Fengjun. Her tone was weak, yet each word was laden with unspoken emotions. What I desire is you, my prince. The sweet fragrance from her made Ling Fengjun's eyes redden further. He had firmly grasped her waist, his voice deep and husky. Are you quite lucid? And Yunxi nodded. She was on the verge of melting that flame, yet he had begun to act like a gentleman, continuing to entwine her arms around his neck. She exerted all her strength, her bare shoulder exposed, her skin radiant, resembling a fragrant peach blossom delicacy. Gazing at Ling Fengjun with teary eyes, Her expression was thick with affection. "I am awake, my prince." With a sudden burst of energy, she pushed Ling Fengjin onto the bed, then reached for his belt in a flurry to hastily remove his clothing. Unfortunately, her vision began to blur. After expending all her strength, she felt her limbs grow weak and feeble. The lingering effects of the poison were unexpectedly potent, and Yunxi could hardly fathom how she might have lost her senses entirely on that fateful day had she descended from the bridal sedan chair during her first episode. In truth, she had already lost her senses, for she could not recall the sensations of that first night with Ling Fengjin. Ling Fengjin, pinned against the headboard, appeared somewhat dazed, blinking his striking eyes at the woman before him, caught in a moment of bewildered amusement. Noticing Yunxi was nearly in tears from urgency, he reached out to capture her wrist. "Axie, allow me." Yunxi was yet to comprehend the implications of his words. Suddenly, the world spun around her. The mist in her eyes thickened, and the figure of the man before her appeared doubled. Panic surged within her. Wangya, why are there two of you?" Ling Fengjin and Appo's expression froze, and he immediately lowered his head to silence her with his lips. The woman before him could only whimper softly, utterly unable to resist. The color of his eyes darkened, giving the impression of deep violet. His features, enhanced by the bloodline of the western regions, rendered him strikingly handsome. An individual who could easily be distinguished in a crowd. The tip of his straight nose brushed against Yunxi and Appo's delicate one, and though sweat glistened on her forehead, she boldly wrapped her arms around the back of his neck. To her, they had long surpassed the need for shyness, having shared countless intimate moments, familiar and unreserved. Her response was palpable, plunging Ling Fengjin deeper into madness. It felt akin to consuming a potent poison that, despite the risk of death, one craved to swallow. In the current predicament, it was impossible to discern who served as the antidote to whom. Abruptly, Yunxi widened her eyes and bit down on Ling Fengjin's shoulder. Yet, that slight pain did nothing to awaken his reason. Instead, it intensified his fervor. Beads of sweat trickled down, gradually clouding Yunxi's vision, rendering her unable to see clearly. The only thing she could do was cling desperately to her lifeline, preventing herself from falling into the abyss. The night stretched long, and Yunxi felt as though her waist might snap, her legs entirely devoid of strength, limp and unwilling to move even her fingers. Outside the window, the dawn painted the sky in hues of gold. Ling Fengjin noticed Yunxi had succumbed to slumber and slowly rose to carry her from the bed. Her hair clung to her face with sweat, revealing only her exquisitely beautiful features. In that moment, she appeared serene and obedient, akin to a slumbering kitten, her usually bright eyes hidden beneath her eyelids. Her skin retained a delicate flush, irresistibly alluring, and her lips were slightly swollen, their color intensified. Ling Fengjin was filled with satisfaction, yet he handled her as if she were fragile porcelain, bringing her to the bathing pool. He lifted his hand to brush the hair from her forehead, but was suddenly swatted away. Yunxi affectionately rubbed against his shoulder, mumbling sleepily, "Wangya, no more." Ling Fengjin couldn't help but chuckle, a smile breaking through his usually stoic demeanor, filling his heart, which felt as if it had been missing a piece. To the brim, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "No more of what?" Yunxi stirred awake at his movement. Yet the warmth of the water rendered her mind incapable of coherent thought. "You are too wicked, you always do this." Ling Fengjin's expression froze. He gazed at Yunxi, his eyes clouded with confusion. "Always?" Yunxi had long lost track of time, her voice faint yet clear in the serene bathing pool. "Dictinglang Fengjin va apos et izat." She was utterly exhausted, both fatigued and drowsy. Hearing Ling Fengjin and Appo's inquiry, she felt a pang of grievance. "I'm already exhausted in the room. Yet you still in the bathing pool, and the study." Her voice, soft and soothing, was pleasant to hear. Yet in that moment, Ling Fengjin and Appo's eyes hinted at an impending storm. His heart felt trapped in an icy chamber, darkening his gaze. Before she could finish her thought, Yunxi drifted back to sleep, her body relaxing against him, relying solely on his arm for support. Should Ling Fengjin release his hold, she would surely tumble into the water. Ling Fengjin and damp. Appo's fingers tightened and then relaxed. A touch of self-mockery flickered in his gaze. They had only shared 2 encounters. How could she claim always or every time? Could it be that she harbored another man? Who could this man be? Killing intent surged within his eyes as he tasted the metallic tang of blood in his mouth, having unknowingly bitten down too hard. Lowering his gaze, he beheld in Yunxi and Appo's tranquil sleeping face, an endless gloom enveloping his heart. Silently, he placed his other hand on her neck, trembling slightly, as uncontrollable possessiveness and madness began to swell within him. If she were to perish at his hands now, would she not belong solely to him? Chapter 65. A grave misunderstanding. This perilous thought flickered momentarily in his mind. A dull ache throbbed in his head as Ling Fengjin and damp. Appo's eyes glowed crimson. He withdrew his hand to clutch his head, gritting his teeth to endure the pain. After a brief moment, he exhaled deeply, took several calming breaths, and then, cradling the freshly bathed Yunxi, left the bathhouse, assisting her into her clothes and gazing at her with a cold demeanor as he led her back to rest. The lingering sense in the room had dissipated entirely, and Yunxi experienced a night devoid of dreams, sleeping exceptionally soundly. After an indeterminate period, she gradually opened her eyes to find the day bright outside, the sun now at its zenith. She hastily sat up in bed and, upon lifting her gaze, noticed Ling Fengjin seated nearby at a table, reviewing court documents. These edicts were not permitted to be taken from the palace, yet Ling Fengjin, disliking the palace and Appo's atmosphere, had specifically instructed for them to be brought to his home. The room was enveloped in a profound silence, and Yunxi could faintly hear her own breathing. Feeling a sense of fatigue and weakness, she recalled the events of the previous night and immediately turned to Ling Fengjin with a smile. "Your Highness, how long have I slept?" Upon hearing her voice, Ling Fengjin glanced up momentarily before returning his gaze to the documents, his expression indifferent. "If you are tired, you may sleep a little longer." His tone was remarkably calm, leaving Yunxi feeling somewhat awkward. After their intimate encounter the previous night, the warmth and ambiguity had vanished upon waking, leaving only a frigid atmosphere. With Ling Fengjin remaining tight-lipped, and Yunxi felt her cheeks heat with embarrassment, unable to broach the subject of last night. She glanced at her attire and suddenly seized upon a conversational thread. "Your Highness, did you assist me in changing into these clothes?" Ling Fengjin did not even lift his head, his attention firmly on the documents before him, the pen still moving across the pages. He emitted a faint sound, and then fell silent, as if she were a mere specter. And Yunxi felt an odd tension in the air. Could it be that her assertiveness from the previous night had startled Ling Fengjin, causing her to ruin everything? Countless thoughts swirled in her mind, yet she could not find a resolution. The silence stretched on, and sensing her taut demeanor, Ling Fengjin suddenly set down his pen and gazed deeply into her eyes. "Do you not remember what you said last night?" And Yunxi was taken aback. What did I say?" Ling Fengjin and damp. Appo's fingers clenched into a fist, his fingertips nearly piercing his palm. A deep discomfort settled in his chest, and he felt another wave of pain in his head. He struggled to suppress his growing agitation, determined not to let his tumultuous emotions affect Yunxi. Maintaining a calm facade. "Aside from me, do you have any other men in your life?" And Yunxi and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated Ling Fengjin to pose such a question. Taking several deep breaths, her head buzzing, she rubbed her forehead and declared, "I swear to the heavens. Aside from your Highness, there has been no other man." Had it been her previous self, she would have stormed off in anger, feeling utterly humiliated. However, she understood Ling Fengjin was not of that ilk. His inquiry likely stemmed from misunderstanding. She did not wish for any misapprehensions to mar their relationship. If her assertiveness the previous night had led Ling Fengjin to perceive her as a promiscuous woman, it was imperative to clarify the matter. As soon as she uttered her words, Ling Fengjin and Appo's expression visibly softened. His dark brows furrowed, his eyes deep You mentioned that someone always treats you this way, and that every time. He spoke the words that could mortify in Yunxi 1,000 times over. Hearing this, and Yunxi felt as if the ground might open beneath her. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and she quickly covered her cheeks with her hands, internally lamenting her carelessness in revealing such information before Ling Fengjin. At that moment, she wished she could seal her lips, becoming mute to avoid further indiscretions. No wonder Ling Fengjin had awakened with such a demeanor. No wonder he was irate. If she were in his position and heard her partner claim she was inferior to other women or utter ambiguous remarks, she too would be incensed. Your Highness, please. Allow me to explain. Ling Fengjin lowered his gaze, observing in Yunxi and Appo's reaction, his own mood still tumultuous. He even contemplated what methods he might employ to eliminate any man she named, ensuring that she remained solely his. After a moment, Ling Fengjin spoke softly. Last time you allowed me to explain, I promised to hear your reasoning as well. His lips twitched, as if to say, even if you deceive me, I would still believe you. Although the thought was somewhat ludicrous, Ling Fengjin was unwilling to bear the consequences of losing the one he cherished. And Yunxi took a moment to compose herself. Explaining the situation would prove quite intricate. In an unconscious state, words spoken were undoubtedly genuine. If she declared them to be fabrications, it would sow seeds of doubt in Ling Fengjin and Appo's mind, potentially shattering the trust they had painstakingly built. Placing her hands on the table before him, leaning in to meet his gaze, and Yunxi's eyes shone with clarity and innocence, large and luminous, undeniably beautiful. Last night, I may have indeed said some nonsensical things, but one thing is certain. Those words were true. A chilling glimmer crossed Ling Fengjin and Appo's eyes, yet he remained motionless, listening intently. The man I mentioned is also you, Your Highness. Ling Fengjin and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. You do not wish to concoct a lie to deceive me? The explanation was preposterous. Even if Ling Fengjin desired to believe her, his reason protested vehemently. However, Yunxi smiled gently, her lips curving at a leisurely pace. So much has transpired recently that I have not had the chance to share a secret with you, one regarding you and me. And Yunxi had refrained from revealing her rebirth, initially, because if someone had harbored resentment toward her only to declare they had been reborn and wished to bury the hatchet, she would never have believed it. She would suspect ulterior motives, fearing they sought to ensnare her in a trap. Originally, she could have waited for a more opportune moment to disclose this information, but now, if she did not clarify, the misunderstanding would only deepen. Chapter 66. Confession. Ling Fengjin set aside all his tasks, sitting upright with an air of solemnity. The emotions swirling in his gaze resembled that of a warrior preparing for battle. Under such an intense stare, Yunxi felt an unsettling tension creeping over her, prompting her to clear her throat and say, the situation is somewhat complex, but to put it simply, I have been reborn. These 4 brief words caused a palpable shift in Ling Fengjin and Appo's expression, his eyes betraying a profound astonishment. And Yunxi and Appo's declaration was so surreal, it seemed utterly unfathomable. It could also be described as, I had a prophetic dream. A dream? Ling Fengjin countered, and indeed, Yunxi and Appo's phrasing made it easier for him to comprehend. Were it not for the excruciating reality of that nightmare, Yunxi would have preferred to dismiss it as mere fantasy. Yet, she knew full well that it was not. She had truly lived another life. Every day and night of her past existence was etched in her memory, every joy and sorrow preserved within. Indeed, otherwise, why would I suddenly alter my attitude? Not only do I refrain from blaming the prince for usurping my engagement, but I also find myself growing closer to him, she said, drawing nearer to Ling Fengjin, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters. Her lips parted slightly, uttering words that compelled Ling Fengjin into deep contemplation. I dreamt that prior to my wedding, my half-sister and Rushua had drugged me, and I also dreamt that the crown prince had long been entangled with my half-sister. While I remained blissfully unaware, harboring resentment towards the prince, vowing to never relent. Ling Fengjin and Appo's phoenix eyes widened slightly. the dark blue of his pupils shifting ever so slightly. And Yunxi and Appo's revelations plunged him into profound reflection. Suddenly, he grasped her waist firmly, lifting her effortlessly from across the table and drawing her into his embrace. And Yunxi, bewildered and astonished, found herself seated in his arms, her red lips parting in surprise. "Your Highness, are you being inappropriate?" she stammered, swallowing hard. "This action makes me a bit nervous." Ling Fengjin and Appo's thin lips curved into a slight smile. "Nervous? Is it due to guilt?" "Of course not." And Yunxi wished to swear an oath before him, declaring her innocence. She steadied her emotions and continued. "I understand that you may find it hard to believe my words. Yet, Ling Fengjin offered her decisive response. "I trust you." These simple 4 words bore an enchanting power, painting in Yunxi's cheeks with a delicate blush. Her eyes sparkled as she perched herself on Ling Fengjin's lap, affectionately wrapping her arms around his neck. This gesture felt both familiar and natural, as if they had shared such moments in the past. In her previous life, no, in her dreams, the prince had perished while saving her. Thus, she had always harbored a sense of guilt, yearning to treat him with greater kindness. She could not afford to wait any longer, which led her to utter words upon waking that inadvertently caused him to misunderstand. Ling Fengjin reminisced about Yunxi and Appo's attitude when she had awakened. His gaze dipped slightly, shadows flickering in his eyes. No wonder. He had once believed her to be deliberately deceiving him. The truth was far different. "So, it was that dream that altered your view of me, little she and Appo's." And Yunxi continued, "Yes, your highness, you may have taken my engagement, but you must offer some explanation, like how I was drugged, or perhaps that you did it because you have feelings for me." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed, fearing he might think her too unreserved. However, Ling Fengjin paid no heed, his brows quivering slightly, his heart enveloped in warmth as the burdens that had plagued him began to ease. With his forehead resting against hers, their breaths intertwined. He sincerely apologized. "I was wrong." He refrained from explaining, believing it unnecessary. After all, and Yunxi had loathed him so deeply that revealing the reasons would only lead her to accuse him of making excuses. Such was his nature. Had it not been for the previous incident with Chu Wanran, he might not have even dared to voice his thoughts. Yet, without his words, how could Yunxi ever understand the truth? Ling Fengjin felt as if the woman before him was gradually transforming him, teaching him, drop by drop, how lovers ought to relate to one another. They could harbor small secrets and engage in disagreements, but they must never conceal the truth from one another, as it only breeds misunderstanding. "See, if you do not voice your feelings, how could I ever know what angers you?" Ling Fengjin lowered his gaze. "I fear that if I spoke, I would frighten you away." And Yunxi and Appo's eyes twinkled mischievously. "That is because you lack confidence, believing yourself unimportant to me." Her words struck home, leaving Ling Fengjin momentarily speechless. Yet, and Yunxi cradled his face, her eyes sparkling with stars. "In my dreams, it was the prince who taught me how to love. Now, let me show you how to cherish one another." "What do you think, your highness?" She playfully pressed her lips against his, her eyes shimmering with a radiant glow. Ling Fengjin felt as if his heart had been tightly clasped by this woman, his breath becoming heavy as he gazed at Yunxi, savoring the joy swelling within him. It turned out that little she and Appo's did not harbor any aversion towards him. Though her words seemed fantastical, he was willing to believe them. The shadows that had clouded his eyes dissipated, and his expression relaxed, shedding the tension that had once held him captive. Suddenly, Yunxi's gaze swept across the table, causing her to gasp in surprise as she struggled to rise. "Your Highness, you are still reviewing memorials. I cannot look at those." Before she could steady herself, Ling Fengjin pulled her back into his embrace, his eyes calm and profound. "It's nothing of great importance." He opened one of the memorials, which contained numerous critiques against him. A cursory glance was all he needed before discarding the disparaging documents without a second thought. And Yunxi pursed her lips, casting a glance at Ling Fengjin before picking up one of the discarded memorials, her gaze sweeping over the contents. In that moment, the scathing words directed at Ling Fengjin revealed the writer and Appo's dissatisfaction and ire. Upon glimpsing the signature below, her eyes sharpened instantly. Chapter 67. Recompense, Sensing and Yunxi and Appo's emotions. Ling Fengjin slightly turned his gaze. Ashi, what troubles you? And Yunxi placed a memorial before Ling Fengjin. I recognize this individual. He is the one who spreads rumors about you, my lord. Ling Fengjin remained indifferent. In the capital, there are countless officials, and many harbor discontent towards my regency. Even if I eliminate a few, new dissenters will inevitably emerge. As long as they are not corrupt or have committed grave offenses, I disdain engaging in mere verbal disputes. And Yunxi paused momentarily, then her gaze softened. This man, Zhou Cheng, presents himself as a virtuous official among the common folk, having resolved several wrongful cases, earning the reputation of a just magistrate in the eyes of the citizens. What he says will undoubtedly be believed by them. There are many like Zhou Cheng, yet they are merely pawns in the hands of the crown prince and the empress. Ling Fengjin has never engaged in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. To the officials, he may seem fierce. If a noble and Appo's son commits an error, he would punish him without hesitation, yet he never casually disposes of seasoned ministers. Even if those ministers openly expressed grievances against him, their subtle jibes and numerous offenses towards the regent, they continue to thrive, solely because they genuinely serve the nation and the people without committing any heinous acts. Ling Fengjin and Appo's expression remained calm, revealing no signs of anger. Shall I send someone to silence him? And Yunxi sat beside him, contemplating, before taking up her brush to write. She then handed him several names. These individuals are all pawns planted by the crown prince and the empress. You must be cautious, my lord. Ling Fengjin glanced at the list, surprise flickering in his eyes. Ashi, how did you come to know? And Yunxi smiled, having explained this just moments before. I learned it in a dream. Do you still believe me, my lord? Ling Fengjin inclined his head slightly, refraining from disputing her words, and carefully stored the list away. I will dispatch someone to investigate. And Yunxi sighed in relief. As long as Ling Fengjin had faith in her, the forthcoming matters would be much simpler to handle. As the regent, no official in the capital could rival him. Even if Ling Fengjin was not at the border, his influence there remained significant. The only ones to be wary of were the emperor and empress within the palace. And Yunxi and Appo's eyes sparkled with a smile. By the way, I have yet to express my gratitude for your assistance regarding my father. Without any hesitation, she unexpectedly planted a kiss on Ling Fengjin and Appo's lips. This is my recompense. Ling Fengjin and Appo's eyes darkened. This girl in his embrace could not remain composed. If he remained unaffected, he would truly become as the rumors suggested. Helpless, Ling Fengjin wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her closer to his chest. Do you not wish to leave this room today? At first, Yunxi did not grasp Ling Fengjin and Appo's meaning, but the next moment she sprang back, hastily distancing herself as if he were a ferocious beast. She felt a rush of warmth where she had just brushed against him. It was a thought she dared not entertain. She had many matters to attend to. She could not truly remain in this room indefinitely. Concealing herself in what she believed to be a safe haven, and Yunxi turned to see Ling Fengjin and Appo's lips curved in a faint smile, a slight lift accentuating his already captivating features. Her heart raced like a startled deer. If anyone could be alluring, it was undoubtedly Ling Fengjin. Had it not been for the notorious rumors, the number of suitors wishing to wed the regent would be countless, stretching from here to the western city gate. Even Chu Wanran, having heard the tales, desired to enter the residence of Wang Jin, showcasing his immense charm. Ling Fengjin restrained his expression, returning to serious matters. Ah, see, how do you intend to deal with General N? Upon hearing that name, Yunxi and Appo's heart ignited with fury, her eyes betraying her unmasked hatred. In my dreams, I was poisoned by him. Just this statement filled Ling Fengjin with a surge of anger. Very well. I shall ensure he meets his end in prison. I will find a suitable excuse later. You need not worry. And Yunxi shook her head. My lord, you need not intervene. There will be those who seek General N's life. Should he wish to avoid implicating himself, Dying in prison would be his best outcome. Ling Fengjin and Oppos. S gaze fixed intently on Yunxi. Little Shi and Oppos. You are astute. I shall withdraw the guards. While they were engrossed in serious discussion, Yunxi suddenly recalled something and looked up in surprise. My lord, what did you just call me? Ling Fengjin hesitated slightly, his lips parting but the words failing to emerge. Yunxi, invigorated, pressed, it was what you just called me. He lowered his gaze, a faint blush gracing his porcelain-like cheeks. Little Shi and Oppos. Yunxi blinked, the affectionate and intimate term igniting a longing for closeness. My lord, I permit you to call me that from now on. Her words carried a playful yet commanding tone. However, there is only one person in the world who could call her that. Ling Fengjin. In her previous life, even her mother and brother called her Shir, her given name. Ling Fengjin initially referred to her as Ashi, which, while affectionate, lacked a touch of tenderness. Yunxi relished hearing Ling Fengjin call her Little Shi and Oppos, though it made her feel somewhat bashful, being at home allowed for such playful intimacy. To mask his emotions, Ling Fengjin cleared his throat discreetly. Little Shi and Oppos, Yunxi and Oppos. S face lit up with joy, her youthful radiance akin to a vibrant painting, captivating in its beauty. Especially when she smiled, her eyes sparkled like stars. Just as the atmosphere in the room reached a perfect harmony, a voice from outside interrupted them. My lord, Eunuch Wu has arrived, bringing several palace carriages, stating that you are to go receive the decree. Yunxi was momentarily taken aback. Palace carriages? Ling Fengjin rose from his seat, approaching her and gently ruffling her hair. Stay here and wait for me. I will go see what is happening. This time, Yunxi refrained from wandering off. After all, she had entered under the cover of darkness. If discovered by palace personnel, the old emperor might accuse her of defying the decree. Approximately half an hour later, Yunxi saw Ling Fengjin returning, but his expression was grim, the atmosphere around him heavy as if laden with ominous clouds. Yunxi hurried over, Inquire, my lord. What did the decree say? Ling Fengjin pressed his lips together, realizing he could not hide it from Yunxi, and grasped her hand firmly. His face slightly flushed. He said, Little Shi'er, you'll understand once you step outside. Chapter 68. Serving the Prince Ling Fengjin's palm was ablaze with heat as Yunxi followed in his footsteps, her mind swirling with doubts. What was the Northern Ling Emperor truly intending with his sudden imperial decree? He led Yunxi into the courtyard, where the spacious surroundings prompted the servants of the royal residence to gasp in astonishment at the sight of their prince accompanying a lady. They quickly turned away, feigning ignorance, as they understood all too well what was appropriate to observe and what was not while conducting affairs within the palace. As Yunxi and Ling Fengjin traversed the corridor, she raised her gaze towards the courtyard, her eyes widening in shock. There stood an array of individuals, each adorned in flamboyant attire, embodying every conceivable shape and size. To her astonishment, nearly half of them were men. Yunxi, Ling Fengjin gritted his teeth, muttering, My imperial brother is deliberately trying to humiliate me. Their previous conversation in the palace had been far from pleasant, as the emperor had bestowed a decree upon Yunxi, aiming to obstruct Ling Fengjin from smoothly marrying her. This affront had enraged him, and in the interim, he had busied himself, dispatching individuals to search for the treasures left behind by the old marquis, while also eliminating several of the emperor and Oppos as confidants. Ling Fengjin presented the evidence of their misdeeds to the emperor, acting decisively before seeking permission. Among the noble families, every individual harbored their own secrets. As long as he could uncover and substantiate their transgressions, dealing with a few less significant figures would incite no opposition. This was a covert contest between the two, and thus the emperor, undoubtedly incensed, had devised such a scheme to vex him, striking at him indirectly while ensuring he could not be eliminated. However, Yunxi remained unfazed. In her previous life, she had weathered numerous storms. This trivial scene was hardly daunting. Observing the orderly line of beauties before her, she inquired, What do you intend to do about these individuals, my prince? Ling Fengjin slightly parted his lips, his eyes narrowing, Once the imperial guards depart, I shall expel them all. And Yunxi chuckled. The emperor surely anticipated this outcome. It will not be so simple. After their arrival, Ling Fengjin had yet to reveal himself to them. The palace guards surrounded the group of beauties, ensuring they did not stir or wander. Ling Fengjin and Amp, Oppo's eyes narrowed slightly. A palpable aura of menace enveloped him, instilling an instinctive fear in anyone unfamiliar with him. And Yunxi raised an eyebrow, recognizing a few of their identities. There must be other motives at play. The emperor had presented Ling Fengjin with such a grand gift. It would be remiss not to prepare a suitable response. Ling Fengjin and Oppo's furious gaze swept over the gathered individuals, who instinctively recoiled as an icy chill seemed to sweep through their necks. Ling Fengjin stated, Shaoxi and Oppo's, I have confided this matter to you. Do not misunderstand me. These individuals were not summoned by me. He hastily distanced himself from them. And Yunxi stifled a laugh. I understand. Observing his cautious demeanor, she felt a pang of sympathy. It seemed her failure to provide Ling Fengjin with sufficient reassurance had left him feeling insecure. Counting the beauties, she noted there were at least 20. Ling Fengjin frowned. I have not yet seen their faces. I cannot ascertain their beauty. And Yunxi, she blinked, suppressing a tremor in her shoulders, then quietly grasped Ling Fengjin's hand and leaned closer to whisper, My prince, perhaps you should investigate the backgrounds of these young ladies and gentlemen. Ling Fengjin nodded slightly. Moments later, a subordinate approached to report, Your Highness, these individuals are all scions of prominent families in the capital. Ling Fengjin and Oppo's brow furrowed deeply. Clearly, they were not ordinary folk. And Yunxi smiled to herself, realizing she had indeed guessed correctly. The emperor had slyly set a trap for Ling Fengjin. These individuals, usually hidden away in their boudoirs or homes, were undoubtedly cherished treasures of their families. Her ability to deduce this stemmed from having encountered 2 or 3 of them in her previous life, confirming their distinguished status. Ordinary beauties would pose no threat to Ling Fengjin. However, these esteemed individuals, should any misfortune befall them, would certainly turn him into an enemy. Ling Fengjin was not dim-witted. He quickly discerned his brother's scheme, his expression darkening. If I were to expel these individuals, the news would swiftly spread, reaching the ears of their families, accusing me of tarnishing their lineage's reputation. Coupled with the emperor's instigation, even the neutral factions within the court would likely flip allegiances and align against me. Ling Fengjin meticulously unraveled the sequence of events, his gaze ominous. Yet Yunxi had already conceived a counter-strategy and whispered to him, My prince, I have a splendid plan. Let's keep them here for now. Ling Fengjin was momentarily taken aback. Keep them? If word gets out that I've taken in so many, it would certainly. At this moment, he was concerned about his reputation. He was unperturbed by accusations of tyranny, indifferent to claims of his inability to father children. But he could not abide by the insinuation of being a lecher. And Yunxi, aware of Ling Fengjin and Oppo's thoughts, smiled sweetly. I am far too possessive to allow them to encroach upon my prince and Oppo's domain. I shall arrange a splendid spectacle for you shortly. Ling Fengjin narrowed his eyes, intrigued. And Yunxi chuckled softly, a glint of mischief in her gaze as she regarded the gathering. My prince, you shall wait here. I will return shortly. She stepped out of the corridor and approached the group. Draping a veil over half her face, she concealed her identity. Although Yunxi was quite renowned, few among the young ladies and gentlemen of the capital had truly seen her. Most had only heard of her. As she approached the gathering, and Oppo's demeanor shifted. Their expressions turned wary. They were well aware of their purpose here. The emperor had issued an edict to bestow them as concubines to the regent, presenting both peril and opportunity. And Yunxi clapped her hands, the crisp sound drawing the attention of everyone present. With a smile illuminating her features, she addressed them. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Chapter 69. Eye-catching, the woman standing at the forefront raised an eyebrow, her beauty accentuated by heavy makeup. Who are you? And Yunxi smiled. I am the steward of the Wangfu. The woman's eyes glimmered with suspicion, yet she responded politely. May I inquire where the prince is? And Yunxi replied with a smile. The The prince is currently in the residence. As her words fell, a wave of whispers erupted below, many faces revealing a mix of nervousness and excitement. And Yunxi's lips curled upward, her eyes sparkling with amusement. It seemed that her prince's allure remained undiminished. Despite his formidable reputation, many still flocked to him. Ling Fengjun was the man she had destined to be with in her past life, and these onlookers had no right to covet him. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the men present, causing a slight twitch at the corner of her eye. She couldn't help but wonder if the emperor had lost his senses to arrange such a spectacle. Observing the heavily adorned male beauties, and Yunxi found her eyes stinging from the sight. Her remarks piqued the curiosity of the crowd, who scrutinized her with keen interest. The beautiful woman pursed her lips, her expression betraying a hint of resentment, though she refrained from voicing it. Why hasn't Apos, the prince yet appeared? And Yunxi explained, the prince does not meet just anyone. He does not intend to keep all of you here, lest rumors spread claiming he indulges in extravagance. She paused before continuing. The prince has tasked me with overseeing this matter and selecting 2 beauties from among you. Surely, the emperor's decree only requested your presence for selection, not your permanent stay here. Her declaration silenced the crowd. Her assertion was indeed valid. Moreover, the regent could not possibly accommodate 20 individuals within the residence. The glances exchanged among the men and women were fraught with hostility as their schemes began to unfold. And Yunxi coughed lightly. Now, let us not waste time. From this moment on, after a thorough selection process, the final 2 individuals may accompany me to meet the prince. She instructed those nearby to prepare pen and paper, a mischievous smile playing at her lips, deepening with every passing moment. Handing a written note to the steward beside her, he nodded and bowed with great deference. They, the servants of the inner residence, knew full well who truly held authority within the estate. Follow the directives outlined here. The prince and I will observe from the small pavilion nearby. Yes, my lady, the steward responded quietly, then departed with the note in hand. Shortly after, a matron emerged, instructing the preparation of a thick hemp rope. The prince favors those with strength. You shall divide yourselves into 2 groups and compete. The victors remain, while the losers must depart. With those words, Yunxi took her leave. She soon found Ling Fengjun, who was hiding in a corner watching her, and said with a smile, Prince, let us go and enjoy the spectacle. Ling Fengjun, captivated by the mischievous smile reminiscent of a little fox upon her face, couldn't Apos, help but smile in return. Naturally, he allowed Yunxi to take his hand as she led him to a nearby 2-story pavilion. The pavilion featured a balcony that extended outward, offering a delightful view, with the soft flutter of gauzy curtains creating an idyllic atmosphere. And Yunxi poured a cup of tea for Ling Fengjun, then settled beside him to savor her own. Her casual posture allowed her to observe the scene below, where the 20 individuals had spontaneously divided into 2 groups. To ensure fairness, they had arranged themselves into teams of 5 men and 5 women, lest a quarrel erupt over dominance. And Yunxi tugged at Ling Fengjun's sleeve, seeking a comfortable position for her somewhat weary body. Prince, what do you believe the emperor is thinking by sending men here? Ling Fengjun's expression turned awkward, and he replied seriously, I have not indulged in the company of women for years. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding. And Yunxi's lips curled upward as she leaned closer, her fox-like eyes blinking playfully. Then why do you come near me? With her so close, Ling Fengjun felt a dryness in his throat, the allure of her crimson lips more enticing than any drink. Almost instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her waist, surrendering to the desire that urged him on. As their lips met, the taste was intoxicating, rendering him reluctant to part. And Yunxi and Apos' eyes widened, her breath caught in her throat as she struggled to regain composure. After a moment, she managed to pull away, exclaiming with a mix of exasperation and amusement, Prince, this is hardly the place for such antics. Ling Fengjun took a moment to steady his breathing and heart rate, still not releasing her. Shaoxi, do you truly intend to keep 2? And Yunxi and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief. Keep? In your dreams. Then why did you say? And Yunxi's smile turned bold as she boldly grasped. The prince is mine alone. I will not allow anyone else to claim him. Should anyone dare to covet him, I will ensure they know the meaning of regret. Ling Fengjun was taken aback by her audacity. Perhaps his excessive indulgence had emboldened her, allowing her to speak so freely. Yet, he could not help but enjoy her words. And Yunxi's gaze fell upon the initial beautiful woman, whose side clearly held an advantage. The tug-of-war commenced, both sides exerting their utmost efforts to secure their place. A loss would result in 10 individuals leaving together. In this initial round of competition, and Yunxi eliminated half of the participants. She also afforded an opportunity for those unwilling to remain to quietly withdraw, ensuring they would naturally be the losing side. The woman pretends not to know me. I assented, amusing. Prince? Ling Fengjun cast his gaze downward, disinterested in the skirmish below, his thoughts solely fixed on the woman before him. You know her? Yes, she is Lu Xinyan, the youngest daughter of the Minister of Rites, a close friend of Chu Wanran. I didn't expect her to join this spectacle. It appears their sisterhood is merely superficial. Ling Fengjun paid little mind to the details, but relished hearing in Yunxi's insights. Her interest in these individuals stemmed from her concern for him, a hint of jealousy evident in her demeanor, which delighted him further. As anticipated, the first tug-of-war match concluded with Lu Xinyan and Amp, Oppos, team victorious. However, their win came at a cost. All were left sprawled on the ground, their clothes soiled and ornaments askew, a rather pitiful sight. And Yunxi's expression shifted, her gaze growing icy. Prince, the next act promises to be even more intriguing. The Northling Emperor is indeed a worthy adversary. Soon, he shall experience the sentiments I now endure. A matron approached, addressing the remaining beauties. The second round is quite simple. The survivors must write down any incriminating details they know about the others on a piece of paper. The Wangfu guarantees the anonymity of those who reveal such secrets. And once confirmed, the accused will be expelled. If anyone is unwilling to participate or fears their secrets being exposed, now is the time to leave. Chapter 70. The Prince and Oppos. Realization upon hearing the matron and Oppos' words, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. The matron and Oppos. I understand that some of you may have only remained here due to the expectations of your family elders. Among the defeated, several individuals visibly exhaled in relief. The 10 who had fallen were now helping each other to rise, their eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Among these 20, there were those who genuinely wished to enter the regent's residence, while others felt compelled to do so against their will. And Yunxi aimed to sift through this group to facilitate the next phase of her plan. Do not fret, those who have lost. The prince is benevolent and would not wish to see you face punishment upon returning home. Therefore, alternative arrangements have been made for you. As she spoke, the matron produced a ledger, clearly inscribed with the names of all present, those who have lost and those willing to withdraw from the second round. Please await further instructions to the right. Upon hearing this, the faces of those eliminated relaxed somewhat. Suddenly, from the victorious group, 5 men stepped forward, none of whom had acted out of their own volition, but rather under familial pressure. With the matron and Amp, Oppos' reassurance, their fears were alleviated. We wish to withdraw, they declared. The matron smiled, her gaze towards the young gentleman becoming increasingly gentle. Very well, you may join the others. I also wish to withdraw. A demure young woman, resembling a fragile flower, raised her hand from behind Lu Xinyan and the others. Although she appeared timid, she stood resolutely at that moment. The matron and Amp, Oppos' face brimmed with satisfaction, recognizing their cleverness. The prince had no desire to retain these individuals. The obstacles set before them were merely to encourage them to retreat of their own accord. The matron and Oppos' gaze fell upon the last 4 women, and it was evident they were familiar with one another and shared a cordial relationship. What about you? Lu Xinyan, observing those who had voluntarily withdrawn, smirked internally, pleased at the prospect of fewer rivals. We cannot withdraw. We have fought hard for this victory. The rules were set by you, and you cannot simply disregard them. A hint of regret flickered in the matron and Oppos' eyes. Very well, ladies, this way, please. Lu Xinyan and Oppos' expression yet upon seeing the other 3 follow suit, she hastily joined them. Confident in her ability to eliminate the remaining three, she was well acquainted with their backgrounds. By uncovering just two of their secrets, she was certain she could render them incapable of contesting her. The position of regent and oppose, as consort, should any of them dare to besmirch her name, they would inevitably face her retribution, and she was confident none would be foolish enough to do so. Hidden behind Lu Xianyan's eyes was a fierce ambition. She believed herself the most beautiful among these women. In her past encounters with Chu Wanran, she often heard tales of the regent, Ling Fengjin. Although she knew he was a ruthless prince, his notoriety only intensified her desire for conquest. Only someone with such power and authority would be worthy of her affection. To make him bow before her would yield an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. And Yunxi observed from above, taking in the unfolding scene. Chunyu hurriedly ascended the stairs, breathless. "Your Highness, the arrangements have been made." And Yunxi rose, her face adorned with a smile. "Chunyu, please move the screen to block the entrance and have those four wait in the adjacent room. Once they finish writing, bring everything to me and the prince for review." Chunyu promptly complied. "I understand." Ling Fengjin, momentarily perplexed by Yunxi's intentions, raised an eyebrow. "Xiao Xier, are you suggesting this is to compel them to expose each other's secrets?" And Yunxi smiled. "That is but one aspect. In such fierce competition, they will be inclined to reveal every misdeed of their rivals from childhood. I can glean valuable insights from this, particularly regarding Lu Xianyan. After all, Lu Xianyan held the highest status and had connections to Chu Wanran, so she must possess certain secrets pertaining to her." Ling Fengjin pondered this thoughtfully. "Xiao Xier, what are your plans for the other 10 or so individuals?" And Yunxi replied with a smile, "Did not your subordinates investigate their backgrounds? Once that is complete, you shall oversee the proceedings." "What proceedings should I oversee?" And Yunxi and Oppose, gaze roamed over Ling Fengjin, her smile deepening. "You possess regency powers. Since the emperor has arranged a marriage for you, might you not also facilitate unions for others? I wonder if you would be willing to act as a matchmaker." Ling Fengjin and Oppo's eyes narrowed slightly as he held Yunxi close, his gaze growing increasingly bright, the depths of his azure eyes swirling with emotion, creating ripples of "Xiao Xier, you are truly." And Yunxi interrupted with a huff. "What can one expect when the emperor sends beauties, but in pairs?" Ling Fengjin chuckled, finding her reasoning compelling. "So, that was the intent of my royal brother. I understand now." And Yunxi smirked. "What is it that you comprehend, my prince?" Ling Fengjin, with a serious countenance, declared his concern for the eligible young men and women in the capital who had yet to wed, leading him to consider matchmaking initiatives. And Yunxi mused, it does seem to be the case. Outside the attic door, Chunyu ushered the four individuals in. The sound of their footsteps was clear, yet no one spoke, each maintaining a vigilant posture towards one another. Regardless of their apparent camaraderie in daily life, they were now competitors, and none would relinquish their chance at the two remaining spots. Chunyu instructed the maidservants to separate the four with curtains, providing them with writing materials and assigning each a maid to supervise. Before long, the incense had burned for a time, and Chunyu stepped forward to collect the 4 pages filled to the brim with writing, silently exiting the room. The other maidservants followed her out, leaving Lu Xianyan and the 3 others behind. Lu Xianyan, anxious, pressed Chunyu. "Who are you taking these to?" Chunyu, exasperated, replied, "Naturally to the prince." Lu Xianyan felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. From the outset, this perplexing contest had ensnared them, binding them step by step into a trap. Chapter 71. The marriage bestowal. Chunyu approached with a light step, whispering, "Your Highness, the items have been brought over." And Yunxi accepted several sheets of paper, opening one to reveal densely packed small characters, which made her unable to suppress a smile. She was well aware of the sordid nature of this circle, being a member of the Noble Women's Society herself. In her past life, she had striven to integrate into this world, diligently mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, all to maintain a respectable reputation and avoid bringing shame to her future husband. Yet now, she regarded her former naivety with a wry amusement. She focused on the pertinent details, discovering secrets about Lu Xian and Oppose. "Your Highness, this is quite intriguing. Would you care to take a look? Ling Fengjin replied, not interested. He found enough amusement in observing her and had no desire to delve into anything else. What a pity. Allow me to read you an excerpt, she offered, and Ling Fengjin nodded slightly. Very well. And Yunxi began, Lu Xian'er, as the daughter of a minister, is known to be harsh with her servants, having inexplicably killed 5 maidservants. She maintains close ties with the eldest son of the Xiang family and has engaged in clandestine meetings. She has repeatedly framed others, displaying an exceedingly malicious heart. Turning to the next page, she continued, Lu Xian and Oppos conspired with the legitimate daughter of the Xiang family, Chu Wanran, to murder the young master of the Xiang household, disposing of his body in a well. They framed a concubine in the household for this crime, leading to the concubine's drowning, while Lu Xian and Oppos helped Chu Wanran fabricate evidence to absolve her of suspicion. This information was inadvertently revealed by her during a drunken confession at a gathering. Upon finishing, Yunxi stood abruptly. She had indeed stumbled upon the truth. In her past life, she had heard whispers within the noble women and Oppos circle about these events. But the lack of a credible source or evidence had allowed the matter to fade into obscurity. However, Yunxi knew that anyone privy to such information must have close ties with Lu Xian and Oppos, and Chu Wanran, trusted confidants in their eyes. Chunyu, who authored this? Chunyu leaned in for a closer look. I believe it was one of the more charming ones, a round-faced girl, possibly the daughter of Inspector Zhou. And Yunxi couldn't help but smirk. Inspector Zhou? Zhou Cheng? I remember him well. He was the official who previously impeached Ling Fengjin. What a coincidence. She lightly tapped her fingers on the table, finding the situation amusing. What business does he have meddling in the Emperor and Oppos' marriage bestowal? Wazn and Oppos. He had said that the prince is cruel and heartless? Shouldn't he be concerned for his own daughter's safety, lest she be harmed? Ling Fengjin chuckled. Perhaps he wishes to infiltrate enemy ranks. Judging from the incriminating details on these sheets, these women are all of the same ilk, their crimes inscribed in plain sight. Each of them has committed acts of violence against their maidservants. The only reason they are now documented is that they consider such deeds trifling, unworthy of concern in their lofty circles, where the lives of their servants are deemed insignificant. Ling Fengjin finally appeared intrigued. A murder case? And Yunxi narrowed her eyes and remarked, I cannot forget your cousin after meeting her last time. Ling Fengjin cast a sidelong glance at Yunxi, aware of the cunning thoughts swirling in her mind. You hold a grudge. Seeing the look in his eyes, Yunxi raised an eyebrow. What is it, your highness? Are you reluctant? He shook his head lightly, not at all. And Yunxi understood that Ling Fengjin, having lost his mother at a young age, harbored a sense of empathy for Chu Wanran, who shared a similar plight. If your highness is unwilling to act, I could spare her life, she suggested tentatively. Ling Fengjin pressed his lips together before stating, if she truly committed murder, this prince will personally see her brought to justice. And Yunxi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Chu Wanran and Oppos' misdeeds certainly extended far beyond this particular incident, involving poisons and curses that she had undoubtedly supplied to Aunt Lu and Enrushue. With Aunt Lu and Enrushue now apprehended, it was unacceptable for Chu Wanran to remain comfortably ensconced in her own bed. Soon, she would ensure that Chu Wanran joined them. Moments later, the young lady Zhou was brought in. She dared not look up, immediately kneeling behind a screen. This humble servant greets the regent. Ling Fengjin narrowed his eyes, peering through the screen at the girl. Is what you wrote regarding Lu Xian'er and Chu Wanran's crimes true? The girl trembled slightly, quickly responding, It is true, but I hope your highness will protect my secret. Otherwise, I shall surely face their wrath. And Yunxi interjected, Your highness will investigate this matter further. Could you provide more detailed information? Zhou girl hesitated, biting her lip, then bravely relayed all the rumors she had heard. That an Oppos. That's all I know. Ling Fengjin commanded. You shall remain. After all, this matter required a witness, and the Zhou girl was perfectly suited for the role. The Zhou girl was elated, her eyes shining with joy. Thank you, your highness. I shall serve you diligently from now on. And Yunxi felt a cold smile flicker across her face. She was still entertaining thoughts of climbing into bed with him. As the Zhou girl exited the room, her triumphant demeanor was impossible to conceal. Chunyu escorted her back to the waiting chamber, where the other three women immediately surrounded her upon her return. Zhou Lianlian, did you meet the prince? Zhou Lianlian raised her chin, of course. He even said he would keep me here. The expressions of the other three women shifted dramatically. Chunyu stood at the doorway, stating, after reviewing what you all wrote, the prince believes the other three ladies lack propriety and cannot remain in the prince's residence. If you disagree, the prince has said he could publicly disclose all the information on that paper for others to judge, except for the still self-satisfied Zhou Lianlian. The faces of the other three women paled. They dared not protest, fully aware of the contents of their writings. Lu Xian and Amp, oppose, realizing she had been excluded, felt her eyes redden with rage. It must be you. You're the one who wrote ill of the three of us, Zhou Lianlian. In the next instant, she lunged forward, grabbing Zhou Lianlian by her hair. The other two, fueled by frustration, joined in the fray. Zhou Lianlian was no pushover either. All the women present were no strangers to conflict, and in an instant, they were entangled in a fierce struggle. Seeing the commotion, Chunyu quickly signaled for her maidservants to step back, kindly closing the door behind her, lest not disturb the prince and princess. The sounds of screams, chaos, and scuffles erupted within the room, and Yunxi collected the 4 sheets of incriminating evidence, a treasure trove of leverage delivered right to her doorstep. Your Highness, shall we now proceed to deal with the others? Within the imperial palace, Emperor Bailing had just taken his medicine and appeared more vibrant than usual. Bored, he held a book, unable to suppress a smile, eagerly anticipating the reports from the Jin Wangfu, expecting quite the spectacle. Today, the Jin Wangfu would surely be bustling with activity. Eunuch Wu rushed in with hurried steps. Your Majesty, news has arrived from the Jin Wangfu. The Emperor straightened up, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Tell me, has the Jin Wang been angered? Eunuch Wu gathered his courage and replied, No, he has matched all the beauties you sent him. He claimed it was your command, that he personally issued the decree to arrange marriages for eligible young men and women in the capital. Chapter 72. The Emperor and Oppose. S rage with a resounding thud, the book and the Emperor and Oppose. S hand fell to the ground, and his smile vanished. It transforms. Eunuch Wu lowered his head, scarcely daring to breathe, cautiously stealing glances at the Emperor and Amp. Oppose. S expression. The Emperor rose, pacing back and forth by the couch, his countenance shifting like the weather. How could this be? Anger surged within him, dispelling his previously languid demeanor, and he abruptly turned to ask, Speak to me in detail. What has transpired? Eunuch Wu conveyed the information relayed by their informants, recounting every detail to the Northern Tomb Emperor. This included a rather juvenile tug-of-war contest held within the Wang residence and the subsequent selection of a victor who ascended to the loft. As for what occurred in the loft, they remained unaware. All they knew was that when Ling Fengjin emerged, he declared that only the young lady from the Zhou family remained, while the others had been disqualified from staying in the residence. The regent personally hosted a banquet in the grand hall, allowing the young lords and ladies to familiarize themselves with one another. After the feast, they inscribed the names of their favored partners on slips of paper, and the regent issued marriage decrees, forging bonds between the families. The banquet was a resounding success. Those who found themselves paired with their beloved expressed immense gratitude to the regent. These individuals were well matched, both in status and appearance, a perfect match crafted by fate. Furthermore, by facilitating the union of 2 prominent families, the regent effectively garnered the support of many, and upon returning home, the elders of these families rejoiced. It was a veritable win-win situation. Meanwhile, the emperor found himself thwarted, his plans dashed, and efforts rendered futile. Eunuch Wu quietly inquired, Your Majesty, what shall we do now? He longed to ask, why send a beauty only to present 10 men? But refrained. The emperor's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes aflame with indignation. He had intended to undermine the regent's foundation in court, yet it seemed the opposite had occurred. The regent's standing had only grown stronger, bolstered by the considerable number of neutral officials who truly formed the bedrock of the court. The Northern Tomb Emperor and Oppose, head throbbed incessantly. He rubbed his temples, pondering his options. What could he do? Endure, it seemed. After all, the regent wielded immense power, shielded by the Empress Dowager. As long as he did not engage in actions that jeopardized the imperial family or the Northern Tomb Kingdom, the emperor found himself powerless against him. The Northern Tomb Emperor understood well that the Empress Dowager, having nurtured him since childhood, would never allow Ling Fengjin to rebel as long as she was alive. Ling Fengjin and Appo's loyalty was his greatest vulnerability. Yet, a ruler must embody true coldness and ruthlessness. Overwhelmed by fury, the Northern Tomb Emperor began to cough again, prompting eunuch Wu to hastily offer a handkerchief. The emperor covered his mouth and nose, and moments later, crimson stained his palm. Summon the imperial physician, he exclaimed in alarm. But the Northern Tomb Emperor called him back. No need. The physician and Appo's presence would be of little use. I merely require a moment and Appo's rest. Eunuch Wu halted, his face a mask of concern. Your Majesty, would you not retract the marriage decrees? The emperor, his face darkened, waved his hand dismissively. I have already declared it to be my will. Should I suddenly reverse my stance? Would it not make the imperial family appear as though we speak with the same inconsistency as the wind? Observing the emperor and Appo's increasing ire, eunuch Wu recognized the gravity of the situation. Leave me. I wish for solitude, the emperor commanded. Yes, eunuch Wu replied, bowing his head as he turned to depart, only to be halted by the emperor and Appo's voice. So, you say the regent has retained one, the daughter of Zhou Cheng? Indeed, eunuch Wu answered respectfully. The Northern Tomb Emperor narrowed his eyes in contemplation before rummaging through the curtains and retrieving a small vial. Have her devise a way to approach Wang Jin and administer this to him. Eunuch Wu quickly accepted the vial, summoning all his courage to ask, Your Majesty, what if she is discovered? The regent would surely not spare her. Should she fail, it merely proves her ineffectiveness. Death would be her fate. I trust you understand. And the Northern Tomb Emperor seemed to recall something. I have heard that General An has been captured by Wang Jin? Yes. He is currently imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice's dungeons, eunuch Wu replied. The Northern Tomb Emperor's eyes narrowed. General An had assisted the Empress's family for years, receiving numerous advantages. It was time for him to repay his debts. Convey my decree. General An is suspected of treason and shall be transferred from the Ministry of Justice to the dungeon, pending further action. Eunuch Wu was taken aback. I shall obey. He retreated from a hall, immediately arranging for his subordinates to execute these tasks. Within the palace, a group of elite guards, trained in secret arts and formidable in combat, were dedicated to the emperor's protection and could also assist in other matters, such as the assassination of Wang Jin. Though such actions had not been without precedent, previous attempts to eliminate Ling Fengjin had failed miserably, resulting in the loss of many trained assassins. Since then, the Northern Tomb Emperor had abandoned such tactics in favor of a policy of appeasement. Even the Crown Prince was protected by secret guards to thwart any potential threats, rendering the palace a veritable fortress. After arranging these matters, eunuch Wu stealthily made his way to a secluded corner of the palace, slipping a note into an inconspicuous crevice in the wall before departing nonchalantly. Moments later, amidst the bustling palace, a group of young eunuchs hurried past, and the note vanished without a trace. That night, a pigeon landed on a branch outside a residence, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight. A slender, pale hand emerged from the window, capturing the burdened Appo's body. The pigeon offered no resistance, obediently allowing its message. It flapped its wings and soared into the night sky. Inside the room, the candlelight flickered to life, illuminating the features of the person within. And Yunxi, with his refined and handsome countenance, bore a look of deep contemplation as he slowly unfolded the note. His lips parted slightly, his eyes shadowed with inscrutable thoughts, a cold glint passing through their depths. Poison Wang Jin, Dalverdant Qin? The note began to smolder in the candlelight as Yunxi tightened his lips and strode toward the door, soon disappearing into the night. Chapter 73. A marriage bestowed to the Flame King. The four young ladies engaged in a spirited contest, resulting in two of them being carried out of the palace. their heads bloodied and bruised. Lu Xian'er was left with scratches all over her face from Zhou Lianlian, while Zhou Lianlian herself lost a considerable amount of hair at the hands of the other three. Excluding Lu Xian'er, who had been unceremoniously dismissed, and Zhou, who remained as a witness, there were ultimately 10 young men and 6 young women left within the palace. After a meticulous investigation into the identities and backgrounds of these individuals, Ling Fengjin excluded those who were already taken, pairing the remaining individuals into 5 couples. Eventually, he sent away the young gentlemen and ladies who had found their matches and departed the palace in satisfaction, leaving the royal residence tranquil once more. And Yunxi, feeling fatigued, removed her veil and inhaled the fresh night air. Beside her, Ling Fengjin slightly turned his head to gaze at her features. Under the moonlight, her eyes shone brightly, as if they held all the moonlight within. And Yunxi, rubbing her sore shoulders, remarked, "I did not expect the prince to possess such talent. Should we wait until these couples are wed? Perhaps each pair could present the prince with a plaque?" Ling Fengjin and Appo's eyelids twitched slightly, and an image involuntarily surfaced in his mind. If the palace were adorned with plaques proclaiming him as the greatest matchmaker, how would that reflect on his dignity as the regent? "No need, as long as they are content," he replied. And Yunxi settled into a pavilion within the courtyard, surrounded by spaciousness. The lake nearby rippled gently under the caress of the night breeze, and this tranquility was a dream she had pursued for 2 lifetimes. In her previous life, she had almost grasped it. She inched her chair closer to Ling Fengjin and rested her head against his arm. The affectionate gesture prompted him to embrace her gently, as if he were afraid of holding her too tightly. And Yunxi's eyelashes fluttered lightly as she playfully fiddled with his fingers. "Your Highness, having bestowed marriage upon so many, might you also grant me a union?" Upon hearing this, Ling Fengjin and Appo's fingers parted slightly, capturing the mischievous hand before him. His heart raced, his gaze deepening as he spoke slowly. "And Yunxi, the esteemed daughter of General In, possessing grace and beauty, gentle in character, I hereby designate you as my principal consort." With a propitious day chosen for our wedding, his voice resonated in the night, magnetic and unforgettable. And Yunxi felt her eyes welling with tears as she smiled foolishly at him, her gaze a mixture of emotion and sorrow. She clung to his waist, her voice choked. Yunxi received the decree. Ling Fengjin's expression softened, though the emotions within his eyes remained deeply concealed, like a tempest brewing beneath the surface. In that moment, it seemed as if their hearts had collided, igniting sparks. His heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. He reached up to stroke and Yunxi and Appo's head, slowly parting his lips. "Little Xi'er, I will always wait for you here." And Yunxi lowered her gaze, not wanting him to see her tears. She clutched the fabric of his garment tightly, anxiously anticipating their grand wedding day. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Chunyu, who had been stationed at the entrance, rushed forward. Your Highness, Your Highness, a guard has come to report that the Emperor has unexpectedly issued a decree claiming to have found evidence of General In's treason, intending to transfer him from the dungeon. Additionally, it is said that other members of the In family are also under suspicion, and the detained Lu and the second miss are to be taken back for investigation. The serene atmosphere shattered. Both rose from their seats almost simultaneously. The Emperor had lost the game, and now he resorted to a desperate move. And Yunxi's complexion paled slightly as she glanced at Ling Fengjin. Your Highness, Ling Fengjin interjected, no one who has entered my dungeon can be taken away. I shall go and see for myself. And Yunxi felt a slight relief. If Ling Fengjin were to confront them personally, even those sent by the Emperor would think twice. As they both strode towards the courtyard entrance, another guard rushed in, kneeling before Ling Fengjin in a flurry. News from the palace. The Empress Dowager is unwell and requests to see you, Your Highness. Ling Fengjin halted, realizing his elder brother had set a trap for him here. His lips pressed tightly, veins throbbing on his forehead, anger flashing in his eyes. He had to attend to the Empress Dowager. And Yunxi and Appo's heart tightened at the news. The Emperor was attempting to draw Ling Fengjin away, knowing that once the formidable regent was gone, the remaining matters would be manageable. Even Ling, Fengjin, and Amp, Oppos, as subordinates would hesitate to defy an imperial command if there were any resistance. The royal family would have an excuse to eliminate his loyal allies. Taking a deep breath, and Yunxi said, "Your Highness, you go to the Empress Dowager. I will find a way to handle the rest." The emperor had left no room for choice. The Empress Dowager had raised Ling Fengjin. His survival thus far depended on her protection. Such gratitude could not be forgotten, lest he be branded as unfilial. And Yunxi understood the gravity of the situation. In her previous life, she had met the Empress Dowager, knowing her to be a kind-hearted woman. Yet, this summons was too coincidental. The emperor had certainly orchestrated it. Ling Fengjin pressed his lips together. "Little she, I will leave all my guards with you. You must intercept the emperor and Oppos' men. Even if the heavens were to fall, I will shield you. Once I enter the palace, I will return swiftly. As long as we delay long enough, they will not take anyone away." This was indeed the only solution to their predicament, and Yunxi nodded earnestly. "Your Highness, I understand." Ling Fengjin placed a hand on her shoulder. "Do not expose yourself. Leave it to my subordinates. If conflict arises, find a safe place to hide. No matter the outcome, I want you to remain unharmed." Warmth surged within her heart. She smiled and assured him, "I promise not to lose a single hair. If you don't believe me, come back and count." Ling Fengjin gazed at her with a mixture of affection and helplessness. "Be obedient." He then turned and called out, "Come forth." Several figures leaped into view, kneeling in unison before Ling Fengjin. Clad in black, each exuded a formidable presence. Their identities were obscured by their dark attire and masks. However, Yunxi stepped forward from behind Ling Fengjin, fixing her gaze on the figure to the left. "Your Highness, Yingfeng and his 3 companions are your personal guards. If you leave them with me, who will ensure your safety?" She intended her words to provoke a reaction. As expected, she observed a look of astonishment flash across Ling Fengjin's eyes, mirrored by Yingfeng, who knelt before him, equally taken aback. The name Yingfeng was known only to the prince. Even those close to him would refer to them as lording. Chapter 74, Patricide. Ling Fengjin suddenly regained his composure. An involuntary smile gracing his lips. "I shall take responsibility for this." He felt a noticeable lift in his spirits due to Yunxi and Amp, Oppos' words. For she was demonstrating through her actions that she had never lied to him. The dream within her memory was indeed a tangible reality. Yingfeng appeared somewhat anxious. "Your Highness, the 4 of us are your most skilled guards and loyal retainers. We have grown up together and would never betray you." Ling Fengjin narrowed his eyes, his expression grave. The Emperor's envoy might not merely be the palace guards. There could be formidable experts among them. You must remain vigilant against their presence. Yingfeng gritted his teeth. "Understood, my lord." This was the first time in many years that the prince had set out without them by his side. Although they knew that with the prince and Amp, Oppos' martial prowess he could manage alone, they still harbored concerns. What if the adversaries were numerous? After all, one's fist could hardly contend with many hands. After giving his instructions, Ling Fengjin took only a few ordinary attendants and stepped outside to the carriage that awaited him, ready to take him to the palace. He cast a lingering glance at Yunxi, who had been left behind, worry gnawing at his heart. His dear Yunxi was so frail. If his subordinates failed to protect her and she were harmed, he would undoubtedly regret it. He needed to meet the Empress Dowager swiftly and return as quickly as possible. Once Ling Fengjin departed, the seemingly delicate girl suddenly concealed her expression. "I command you all to follow him and ensure the prince and Oppos' safety." Yingfeng, who knelt in the foremost position, was momentarily stunned. "But the prince has ordered us to protect the princess." The others had grown accustomed to calling her princess, and Yunxi narrowed her eyes, a stern glimmer flashing within. "Yet your prince has also stated that you must heed my commands." Yingfeng was taken aback. He had never anticipated that this young princess would utter such words. His mind momentarily faltered, unsure of how to respond. "What are you hesitating for? Are you not the prince's shadow guards? Can you not comprehend simple words?" Yingfeng's emotions were conflicted as he insisted, "If anything were to happen to you, the prince would undoubtedly be furious." And Yunxi replied, "If anything were to happen to the prince, he would not even have the chance to be furious. Is this what you shadow guards wish to see?" It must be said that Yingfeng was swayed by her words. The emperor and Amp, Appo's attempt to lure the tiger from its den might well be a prelude to further schemes. The two brothers have been embroiled in a secret struggle for years. And this emperor was notoriously cunning, his true intentions inscrutable. Yingfeng lowered his head and clasped his hands before Yunxi. Princess, you must prioritize your safety. If it becomes unavoidable, allowing them to take someone away is acceptable. And Yunxi nodded slightly. I am aware of the situation. She hoped fervently that her suspicions were unfounded, that the emperor and Amp, Appo's actions were solely directed at the family. What happened to General and was of little consequence. Her primary concern was Ling Fengjin and Amp, Appo's safety. The emperor understood Ling Fengjin all too well. However, she had never fully grasped the depth of this seemingly frail monarch. He appeared cold-hearted and detached, seemingly affable with a pleasant demeanor, yet no one knew what truly occupied his mind. Despite being on the brink of death, he reveled in the manipulation of power, rendering others defenseless. He appeared indifferent to everything, even his own life, sometimes spitting blood without seeking a physician. Such a person made Yunxi uncertain of her ability to contend with him. After all, even with her rebirth, she did not possess two minds. She could only meticulously analyze the details she knew from the future, gradually dismantling the opponent's plans, thus creating an opportunity for them to turn the tide. The other guards from the estate had arrived. The head of the guards was a tall man whom Yunxi recognized. Captain Su, how many men have you brought? Captain Su promptly replied, the maximum number I could gather is 300. And Yunxi contemplated for a moment. The palace guard would not likely send 1,000 men to take General away. Several hundred would be the limit. Very well. You will proceed to the Ministry of Justice as prison at once to intercept the Emperor's envoy. Do you dare? Captain Su immediately bowed. We swear to follow the prince to the death. His command supersedes all, even that of the imperial authority. A smile flickered in Yunxi and Amp, Appo's eyes. Do you realize that obstructing those bearing the imperial edict is tantamount to defying the emperor? If pursued afterward, you could lose your heads. Captain Su displayed no fear. We are willing to die for the prince. And Yunxi felt a surge of emotion. She bit her lip, sensing the formidable charisma that Ling Fengjin exuded. He had many loyal followers, both the valiant soldiers on the battlefield and these guards within the estate. And Yunxi could not help but smile. With such loyalty, how could I bear to let you perish? Captain Su, select a few of your most skilled men to accompany me, while the others merely need to delay the palace guards. Do not defy the emperor and avoid direct confrontation. She was unwilling to burden these loyal souls with accusations that would complicate Ling Fengjin's situation. Her eyes gleamed with a determined resolve. If time was of the essence, she would not hesitate to take matters in her own hands. Patricide, Chapter 75. The assassination of Yunxi. Captain Su and Amp, Appo's gaze was resolute, his voice resonating with conviction. As you command, princess. He refrained from questioning Yunxi and Amp, Appo's motives for such actions. As a leader, his foremost duty was to obey orders. Since the prince had instructed him to heed Yunxi and Appo's commands before his departure, the words of the woman before him held the weight of imperial decree. And Yunxi instructed Captain Su to assign 5 individuals to accompany her. She then retreated to her chamber, where she changed into a set of dark attire. Although the outfit was not particularly well fitted, it sufficed. She covered her face and head with a black cloth and had the other 6, including Captain Su, don similar garb before hastily pursuing the royal guard who had departed earlier. They aimed to stealthily infiltrate the prison while conflict arose elsewhere, allowing her to disguise herself as an assassin and personally eliminate Yunxi. This act of killing Yunxi was merely a segment of Yunxi and Amp, Appo's grand design. Initially, it was unnecessary for her to take direct action. A relaxation of defenses from Ling Fengjin would have enabled Yunxi and Amp, Appo's enemies to dispatch an assassin to do the deed. The reason she did not permit Ling Fengjin to apprehend Yunxi and execute him was due to the general and Appo's significant standing in Beijing. He had yet to face a public trial, and given his military achievements, a senseless execution would be untenable. If he were to die while being captured by the prince, Ling Fengjin would bear the opprobrium of harming a loyal subject. Conversely, should she capitalize on Yunxi and Oppos as enemies to orchestrate his demise, the repercussions on Ling Fengjin would be minimal. Capturing the assassin would merely imply neglect on his part, as the blame for Yunxi's death would rest with the assassin. However, who could have anticipated that just a day after Yunxi and Oppos' capture, the emperor would receive news and dispatch individuals to intercept? The emperor of Beiling was acting entirely outside the expected parameters. This indicated that all actions taken by her and Ling Fengjin were under the watchful eye of the palace. This was a strategic contest between the two brothers of Beiling. The emperor initiated the game by bestowing upon Ling Fengjin a cadre of beautiful women to vex him, while she utilized these very women to aid Ling Fengjin in forging alliances, thus returning the favor. Now, the emperor's pawn had transformed into General Lin, and Qing must perish. As long as he lived, his entire family would be ensnared by his past misdeeds. He had committed numerous wrongs. Should they come to light, it would spell disaster for his clan, as the queen had forewarned. Should the emperor interrogate Yunxi and accuse him of treason, if Yunxi confessed, her family would undoubtedly follow him into the prison, facing extermination. Thus, severing ties with her mother to publicly distance themselves from him was the first step, followed by devising a means to eliminate him. This was in Yunxi's meticulously crafted plan since her rebirth. With utmost urgency, she sought an opportunity to strike decisively. "Follow me." The hooves thundered along the nighttime streets, stirring clouds of dust. Captain Su and his companions matched her pace, arriving at the vicinity of the criminal department's prison. They scaled the walls and slipped through the back entrance. The guards were few, having been stealthily withdrawn by Ling Fengjin. Captain Su quietly maneuvered behind the two sentinels at the rear entrance, incapacitating them. He immediately beckoned to Yunxi and the others, and the 7 of them entered the dungeon. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and numerous prisoners were confined along the walls. Seeing the newcomers clad in dark attire and brandishing weapons, the inmates feigned ignorance, curling into corners to avoid drawing attention, lest they be inadvertently slain. However, just as the 7 approached Yunxi's cell, they unexpectedly encountered several figures around the corner, 5 in total. Each appeared formidable, recognizing the patterns on their garments. And Yunxi quickly deduced that they were imperial assassins. Their presence indicated they were lying in wait. The group halted, and Yunxi realized that the emperor had likely prepared a backup plan. Captain Su immediately positioned himself and the others in front of Yunxi, lowering his voice. "Princess, there are individuals stationed here in anticipation. The assassination plan is likely compromised. You should leave. We will handle matters here." And Yunxi scrutinized the 5 individuals ahead. Their movements were steady, their weapons varied, clearly indicating their mastery of unusual armaments. If she left Captain Su and the others behind, their chances of survival were slim. The palace and Oppos' 10 elite assassins had dispatched 5 here. Where were the other 5? And Yunxi and Oppos' eyes darkened as realization struck. Those remaining must be ambushing Ling Fengjin. Fortunately, if Ling Fengjin was without his shadow guards, facing 5 opponents alone would surely place him at a disadvantage. Even if he survived, he would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. And Yunxi gently rubbed her thumb against her palm, calculating the strength of her team. Her demeanor remained calm, devoid of any inclination to retreat. She had prepared for every eventuality prior to their arrival. Moreover, she had clashed with these individuals in her previous life, with careful strategizing. It was not impossible to assassinate Yunxi amidst their defenses. "Captain Su, you and 2 others take on 1 each. The remaining 2 will be my responsibility." Captain Su was utterly taken aback. He had never received such an outrageous command. Even as he remained obedient, he could not help but caution, "Princess, these individuals are elite assassins from the palace. They cannot be regarded as ordinary adversaries. Furthermore, you are but a frail woman. How can you?" Even though Yunxi was the daughter of a general, she was merely a woman who had practiced a bit of martial arts at home. Confronting these merciless palace assassins would be tantamount to courting death. It was not that he underestimated Yunxi, but simply observing her stature, should she engage. She would require 2 companions, for a mere flick of a finger from them could obey the command. And Yunxi remained unfazed, understanding that their concerns stem from care. Were it not for her past experiences on the battlefield with Ling Fengjin, she would not dare speak so boldly. Her confidence derived from her self-awareness of her abilities and her analytical experiences from previous encounters, not mere bravado. Seeing Captain Su grit his teeth, he charged forward with the remaining comrades. And Yunxi seized the moment to hurl a dagger at one of the assailants while reiterating, "Do not engage directly. Buy me time. Understood. If we must perish, let be together." At that moment, Captain Su had resolved to sacrifice himself. His subordinates shared the same sentiment, their spirits soaring as they embraced the belief of fighting to the death. Yet, before they could grasp the enemy in oppose, escarments, they witnessed the seemingly fragile princess of the flames boldly advancing towards the 2 most formidable adversaries, ensnaring them. Ensnared? Chapter 76. The death of General, and for a brief moment, several subordinates were taken aback, but fortunately, their skills allowed them to evade being struck down by the enemy's overwhelming force. Indeed, one must never hesitate in the heat of battle, and Yunxi dashed forward, her movements as fluid as that of a fish swimming through water. The dark guard wielding a curved blade lunged at her neck, but she seemed to anticipate the attack, merely tilting her head back to narrowly avoid the strike, and countering with a swift elbow to his midsection. The guard hastily withdrew his blade to defend himself. But Yunxi seized the moment to retreat and engage another opponent wielding a long whip. Armed only with a dagger, she effortlessly parried the whip and oppose as strikes, leaving the wielder visibly astonished. Who was this formidable opponent? Clad in loose black garments, and Yunxi was taller than most women, yet shorter than men. And her voice had shifted during their earlier exchanges, rendering her gender indiscernible. Meanwhile, the palace guards were locked in a struggle against 3 adversaries, clearly at a disadvantage, barely holding their ground. And Yunxi's gaze shifted towards the interior, where the prison door loomed close. And Qing, battered and bruised, was suspended from a frame, but had regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Upon witnessing the fierce combat before him, his eyes widened in terror, his complexion drained of color. A single thought consumed his mind. Someone was out to kill him. He struggled desperately, rattling the chains around his wrists, but alas, he was bound too securely to escape. "Help! Someone please!" he cried out hoarsely, his pleas mingling with the sounds of battle. Should the fight continue in this manner, even exhausted, and Yunxi would be unable to eliminate 2 of the Emperor and Appo's elite guards in such a short time. However, she possessed another asset, the vials given to her by her elder brother for self-defense. As the 2 fighters became increasingly engrossed in their duel, she surreptitiously produced a small vial and hurled it at the whip-wielding guard. In an instant, the whip struck the porcelain container, shattering it and releasing a cloud of powder that filled the air. The guard instinctively covered his eyes, letting out a pained scream as Yunxi seized the opportunity to grasp the end of his whip, pulling him toward her and wrapping it around his neck. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she was poised to exert force, but a curved blade sliced through the air behind her, forcing her to relinquish her grip and allow the guard to be rescued. Yet, this brief distraction diminished the pressure surrounding Yunxi, granting her the chance to approach Qing. She swiftly advanced to the prison door, severing the chains that held it closed, and stepped inside. And Qing, witnessing this turn of events, was momentarily paralyzed, pleading for mercy. "Spare me. Who sent you to assassinate me? I can offer you double the reward. Name your price." He recognized that the figure before him was a masterful combatant, capable of breaking through the encirclement of 2 palace experts to reach him, indicating that this individual was undoubtedly among the elite of Bailing, perhaps a formidable member of a notorious assassin organization. And Yunxi paid no heed to Qing and Appo's frantic entreaties. The moment she breached the prison door, she intended to launch her dagger at his throat. However, just as she was about to strike, she froze. Emerging from behind the torture rack was another figure, equally armed and wearing a silver mask, a common fox mask reminiscent of a child in Appo's toy. In his hand was also a dagger, which he pressed against Yunxi and Amp, Oppo's neck. Yunxi had not anticipated the presence of an ambush behind him. He felt a searing pain at his throat, sensing blood trickling down. The blade pressed down slowly, the pain radiating through him, his eyes bulging as he writhed in agony, struggling to breathe. Such a grievous injury was beyond salvation. At the entrance, for more figures approached, their formidable presence unmistakable. The palace guards recognized that these newcomers were not to be trifled with. Their very stance exuded an extraordinary aura. Should another skirmish ensue, it was certain that casualties would follow among their ranks. Realizing the mission had already failed, they chose to withdraw swiftly from the prison. The royal guards huddled together. Fear etched on their faces as they regarded the 4 approaching figures, sensing that they were even more formidable than the previous 5. A cold sweat broke out on Yunxi's palms. She too was bewildered by the sudden emergence of so many skilled fighters within the imperial city. Such prowess could only belong to those of significant repute, and it was impossible that their approach had gone unnoticed. No one made a move as the 2 factions faced off. And Yunxi deliberately rasped, "We too have come to eliminate this man. Since we are of the same ilk, there is no need for hostility between us." Yet, the masked man remained silent. With graceful strides, he stepped forward and, using the same blade that had grazed Yunxi and Oppo's neck, plunged it deep into his heart. In that moment, Yunxi and Oppo's body ceased to convulse. His eyes remained wide open. Lifeless, and even in death, he was oblivious to the identity of his killer. The masked man, however, did not lower his guard. He withdrew the dagger from Yunxi and Oppo's left chest and thrust it into the right, for he had heard tales that some hearts lay on the right side. Despite her deep-seated animosity towards General and Yunxi could not suppress a grimace at the brutality unfolding before her. Chapter 77 He is. The man with the fox mask slowly raised his head, his demeanor calm and composed, devoid of any sign of panic. A voice, somewhat hoarse and unrecognizable, emanated from beneath the mask. "Have you had enough?" And Yunxi immediately stepped back. She harbored no animosity towards these individuals, and their goals aligned. They had preemptively resolved her pressing dilemma, thus earning the designation of friends. "May I inquire, does this person bear a vendetta against you?" The man in the fox mask paused momentarily. "More or less." And Yunxi approached her subordinates. "In that case, please proceed with your vengeance. We shall take our leave and not intrude further." As she spoke, she exchanged glances with the others. The 4 individuals blocking the exit were formidable. While she might manage to escape, it was certain that Captain Su and the others would perish if a confrontation ensued. Suddenly, the 4 at the entrance obstructed their path, and the leader inquired in a deep voice, "Young master, shall we kill them?" And Yunxi felt a jolt of surprise. Her body tensed as her gaze fixated on the group. Against the palace and Oppo's as shadowy guards, she could hold her own, but against these 4, it would be a one-on-one struggle. The strength of martial artists could often be discerned from their aura. Their gait and the natural habits of their bodies emitted an aura distinct from the ordinary. The man in the fox mask narrowed his eyes, contemplating. In just that brief moment, a cold sweat broke out on the backs of Captain Su and the others. "No need. Let them go." "But these people," I said, "let them go." "Yes." The tall, imposing figure at the forefront, filled with a hint of murderous intent, glanced over Su and the others, sending shivers down their spines. And Yunxi instinctively glanced at the fox-masked man. She sensed a flicker of goodwill from the leader, and despite not knowing his identity, she inexplicably felt a sense of affinity towards him. After all, he had avenged her by eliminating Yunxi. Without a moment and Oppo's hesitation, and Yunxi decided that her primary concern was to preserve her life. "Withdraw." Captain Su hurriedly followed her lead, and they hastily exited the dungeon. However, upon reaching the entrance of the criminal department's dungeon, they were met with the overwhelming presence of the Imperial City Guards. The palace's attendants had also arrived, encircling the dungeon with layers of security. Captain Su's heart sank as he exclaimed, "Princess, we cannot escape." And Yunxi quickly retreated a few steps, surveying her surroundings. "We must find a place to hide." The 7 of them chose a relatively elevated and concealed corner of the rooftop. From her vantage point, Yunxi observed the night as figures with torches illuminated the sky. Countless guards in black armor approached, sealing off the entrance. At the leader's command, his subordinates began to close in. After a brief contemplation, Yunxi instructed, "In a moment, you will remove your dark attire and blend into the guards' ranks amidst the chaos." Captain Su and Amp, Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. "But we are not wearing anything else underneath." Yunxi shot him a glance. "Simply concoct an excuse. If anyone inquires, claim you were ambushed by robbers who stole your clothes." Captain Su, that does sound like an excuse. Indeed, the group complied, shedding their dark garments until they were left in gray undershirts, discarding the black attire in a nearby thicket, some pieces hanging from branches, swaying in the wind like phantoms of the night. Yunxi also removed her dark clothing, revealing a guard in Appo's uniform underneath. Captain Su stared, astonished. "Princess, you were dressed for combat?" Yunxi tightened her belt while adjusting her clothing. "Wearing multiple layers helps conceal my feminine form, preventing recognition. That is not the point. Wearing armor during a fight can be cumbersome and hinder agility." Yunxi turned to him and casually replied, "When clad in armor on the battlefield, bearing dozens of pounds, one remains agile. If you are not agile, you will perish." Captain Su was left speechless, gazing at Yunxi with a newfound respect. The woman favored by their lord was truly exceptional and fearfully strong. As the palace and Appo's shadowy guards prepared to search the area, Yunxi signaled, and they all leaped from the rooftop simultaneously. Upon landing, they were immediately surrounded. Some guards drew swords, pressing them against their necks. "Who are you?" Captain Su quickly raised his hands in surrender. "We are the attendants of the Jin Wang Fu. What brings us here?" The opposing guards questioned sternly. Captain Su, not accustomed to lying, stumbled over his words. "We got lost." Silence enveloped the scene. The leading guard's expression turned icy. "Lies. Take these suspicious individuals into custody." "Yes." Just as the guards moved to act, a scream erupted from the entrance of the criminal department and Appo's dungeon. Yunxi and the guard captain turned in unison to witness several guards being thrown out from within, collapsing motionless on the ground, their fates unknown. A few figures clad in black surged forth, carving a bloody path as they fought their way out. The opposing forces were outnumbered. The guard captain glanced at Yunxi. "Capture them. The rest of you, follow me for support." Without hesitation, the guard charged forward, disregarding the identities of Yunxi and her companions, intent on capturing them first. Dozens of guards launched an assault, but Yunxi and Captain Su did not remain idle. They fought back. While the clash ensued on the other side, the man in the fox mask, shielded by his 4 subordinates, emerged bloodied yet resolute. His strides were steady, akin to a leisurely stroll. Countless bodies fell at his feet, which he trampled over, seemingly indifferent, like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The majority of the forces were drawn towards him, allowing Yunxi and her group a moment of respite. As they fought their way through the chaos, just as they were about to reunite with the palace attendants, Yunxi suddenly turned back. The 4 were entirely surrounded by the guards. Hundreds swarmed them, even if those 4 were formidable. It was uncertain they could endure against such overwhelming numbers. It wouldn't be long before they would be exhausted and ultimately succumb in this battle of attrition. A vision of the fox-masked man wielding a blade flashed through Yunxi and Appo's mind. She halted abruptly, her eyes widening. "He is." Chapter 78. Identity exposed. As Yunxi was about to escape the encirclement of the Imperial Guards, she hesitated. "Commander Su, what is it?" She replied, her teeth clenched tightly. Her eyes suddenly glistened with a hint of crimson. She realized who that person was. It was her 3rd brother, Yunha. There was an inconspicuous red mole on the back of Yunha and Appo's hand. She hadn't recognized it at first, but as she carefully recalled the clues, it finally dawned on her. The man wearing the fox mask also bore the same red mole in the same location on the back of his hand. She could not dismiss this as mere coincidence. If the adversary were indeed General N's enemy, possessing absolute advantage, they would have undoubtedly eliminated the witnesses at the first opportunity. Yet they had not done so. This indicated that Yunha was the first to discover her true identity. Everything made sense now. You all go out. I must rescue someone. And Yunxi pressed her lips together. There was no coincidence. Someone had used her as bait to pave the way for her escape. She had been oblivious to her brother's secret capabilities. An array of complex emotions surged within her. Yet she had no other choice but to ensure her brother and Amp, Oppose, as safety. Family was equally precious to her. Commander Su interjected, "There are too many Imperial guards. If you enter now, Your Highness, it would be perilous. We shall protect you." And Yunxi's expression darkened. "No, you would only be sacrificing your lives in vain. If I help, my brother might have chance. He cannot fight. I can carry him to safety." Realizing he could not dissuade her, Commander Su thumped his chest resolutely. "Since the princess is willing to risk her life, so shall we. We shall all brave it together." The others echoed his sentiment. And Yunxi's eyes flared with anger. "What nonsense are you all spouting?" Commander Su's voice was firm. "Your Highness has always protected us. Throughout this journey, we have merely been a burden. How can we stand by and watch you face danger alone?" And Yunxi gritted her teeth. The delay could mean dire consequences for her brother. She countered, "Are you not afraid of death?" Almost in unison, they replied, "Not at all." With a sigh, she conceded, "Very well, then let us charge in together." She could no longer hesitate. If she did not act soon, and Yunha and Amp, Oppo's life would be in grave jeopardy. Just as she stepped forward, a sudden commotion erupted behind her. The sound carried far into the night. "Your Highness, the prince has returned. We pay our respects to the prince." And Yunxi's eyes widened in shock, and she turned toward the only exit of the inner courtyard. Cries of battle and clashing swords echoed from outside as the doors were violently kicked open. A figure, bloodied and battered, emerged before her. The flickering flames illuminated the dark night, casting a tall silhouette draped in a black brocade robe, soaked in crimson, intensifying its dark hue in the dim light. Ling Fengjun. And Yunxi felt as though she had seen a savior, her eyes moistening with uncontainable emotion. Without hesitation, she rushed towards him. Ling Fengjun's gaze locked onto Yunxi, and in that instant, the once bloodthirsty depths of his dark blue eyes softened slightly upon meeting hers. "Xiao Shi'er." Ling Fengjun grasped her wrist tightly, scanning her from head to toe, assessing her condition. And Yunxi quickly spoke, "And Qing is dead, Your Highness. Help me rescue the others trapped inside." Ling Fengjun nodded slightly, asking no further questions. The guards of the manor followed him into the fray. His eyes glinted with a sharp, predatory intensity. "By my command, instruct all Imperial guards to withdraw from the prison. Those who defy this order shall be met with no mercy." Yes, the response was immediate and unified. With their prince's return, the guards finally found their resolve. They had long harbored pin-up rage and now unleashed it, no longer forced to endure the oppression of the Imperial guards. The two factions clashed with equal ferocity. The Imperial guards, already weakened, could not withstand the onslaught of the prince's guards. They quickly began to falter, half of them captured in the blink of an eye. The remaining guards, now a disorganized rabble, saw their commander slain and surrendered en masse. After about half an hour, the battle reached its conclusion. The few who had escaped the encirclement quickly urged the masked figure, "Young master, it's a good opportunity. We must flee." The four were bloodied and exhausted. Swiftly hoisting Yunha onto their backs and utilizing their lightness skills to ascend to the rooftops, vanishing into the night. Someone approached Ling Fengjun to report, "Your Highness, shall we pursue them? With all the guards, we could capture those assassins despite some losses." Ling Fengjun's expression was icy as he spoke softly. "First, handle other matters." Understood. It was clear that the prince did not intend to pursue. And Yunxi quietly exhaled, releasing her tightly clenched fists, revealing the imprints left by her nails, damp with sweat. Ling Fengjun's broad sleeves concealed his hand as he subtly took hold of Yunxi and Oppo's palm, gently rubbing the marks left by her anxiety. And Yunxi snapped back to reality, the tingling sensation in her palm sending a shiver through her. She bit her lip and averted her gaze, attempting to mask the flush on her cheeks. "Yes, I'm a bit worried." After a brief pause, she continued, "I worry about your safety. that Yunxi might be taken to the palace to solidify treason charges against me, implicating my entire family and the Marquis and Apos' residence. Thus, Yunxi must die before confessing. Once he is dead, the accusations will vanish. Even if pursued, my mother has already publicly divorced him, and the Marquis and Apos' residence shall no longer be implicated. At worst, they might drag out the old matriarch to behead her. That would be splendid. Ling Fengjun narrowed his eyes, watching the direction in which the cloaked figures had vanished. His voice was low and clear as it reached Yunxi's ears. Xiao Shi'er, do you recognize those assassins? Yunxi glanced around and suddenly tugged on Ling Fengjun's hand, urging him to step aside with her, away from prying eyes. In a hushed tone, she confided, I suspect one of them is my third brother. She was utterly bewildered as to why her brother would be involved. Nonetheless, the mark on his hand was unmistakable, unless such peculiar coincidences truly existed. Ling Fengjun's expression darkened, a chill creeping into his gaze as he regarded Yunxi. Xiao Shi'er, are you certain you did not miss? Chapter 79, collapsing upon her, sensing that Ling Fengjun and Apos' emotions were somewhat awry, and Yunxi immediately became alert. She cautiously inquired, Your Highness, what is the matter? Ling Fengjun did not conceal the truth. The imposing man at the forefront is named Hong Hu. He is a formidable foe of our Bailing kingdom, having assassinated numerous high-ranking officials and members of my court with ties to the southern Qi. As he uttered these words, a murderous intent burgeoned in Ling Fengjun's eyes. However, confronted by Yunxi, he forcefully suppressed this violent impulse. Yunxi was unaware of the true identities of those surrounding Yunha. Upon hearing this revelation, a chill surged through her heart, and her complexion shifted dramatically. Third brother. Is he with the wanted criminal? The fact that that person referred to her as the third brother's master implied that her brother might be colluding with the enemy and betraying the nation. In an instant, her limbs turned icy. Cold sweat beaded on Yunxi and Apos' forehead, her face pale as a ghost. She found herself faced with a distressing dilemma. Should she protect Yunha by concealing this matter from Ling Fengjun, or should she reveal the truth? To be honest, would the prince, in a fit of rage, directly storm the general's residence and apprehend Yunha? Yunha had risked everything for her, even exposing his identity to eliminate Yunxi. How could she betray her brother and Apos' true identity? Yunxi lowered her head. Yet, she had sworn an oath not to deceive Ling Fengjun. Closing her eyes, a myriad of thoughts swirled within her, and she finally managed to speak. Her voice strained. I do suspect that the person they are protecting is my third brother, but I do not possess conclusive evidence. Ling Fengjun cast his gaze downward, his deep blue eyes growing even more profound. Xiao Shi and Apos, you avoid looking into this king and Apos' eyes when you lie. Yunxi and Apos' gaze shot up, her eyelids slightly reddening. Ling Fengjun raised his hand, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, his tone calm and unwavering. This king is aware that Yunha is your brother. Your protection of him is only natural. Yunxi's heart raced suddenly. She widened her eyes, a flicker of light dancing in their depths. Your Highness, I did not lie. Indeed, you did not lie, but you are concealing the truth. Ling Fengjun astutely unveiled her little secret. Before him, she seemed unable to hide anything. Yunxi felt somewhat deflated, lowering her head and appearing at a loss. If Sun Tongling were to witness her in this state, he would surely be taken aback. For it should be known that when the prince was not present, Yunxi was a formidable woman capable of handling matters independently, maintaining her composure even in the face of overwhelming foes. Yet, upon encountering Ling Fengjun, she felt as if ice had melted into gentle softness. Your Highness, my third brother came here at great risk to save me, but I used your assistance to rescue him while concealing the truth. Is my fault. She lowered her head, exposing her porcelain neck, her voice soft and tinged with a hint of grievance. If all other schemes failed, she would resort to the art of seduction. If that did not suffice, she could always resort to tears and tantrums. Surely one method would resolve the issue. Seeing the girl before him adopt such a helpless demeanor, Ling Fengjun's gaze softened. The coldness in his eyes warmed slightly. He lowered his voice, whispering in Yunxi and Apos. Esir, this king shall punish Xiao, Shi and Apos, and Yunxi and Amp, Apos, as previously heavy heart-lightened. She trusted that Ling Fengjin would not harm her. However, should her fears prove true, she dreaded facing such an outcome. Ling Fengjin gently stroked Yunxi and Amp, Apos, hair. Wait here for this king, and we shall discuss this matter further upon returning home. And Yunxi obediently nodded, curling up in a corner, clad in the attire of a guard. Just then, Sun Tongling, now dressed in his guard uniform, approached. Seeing the princess in such a state, he could not help but cough lightly. Your Highness, what are you doing? And Yunxi, hiding in a corner, drew circles on the ground, replying without raising her head. Admitting my mistake. Sun Tongling, puzzled, asked, Is His Highness upset with you for putting yourself in danger? And Yunxi remained silent, her eyes wide, her expression vacant. Suddenly, she plopped down onto the ground. It dawned on her that she had seemingly forgotten an unresolved debt. Ling Fengjin had explicitly told her to hide well. Yet she had personally rushed into battle, engaging with two formidable inner palace experts. This news would undoubtedly reach his ears swiftly. Based on her 2 lifetimes of understanding Ling Fengjin, her fate would be nothing short of dire. And Yunxi bit her nails, anxiety coursing through her. In her previous life, she had ventured into peril, nearly meeting her demise. Ling Fengjin had said nothing at the time, but during the victory banquet, he had embraced her repeatedly, leaving her nearly unable to walk for 3 days. The thought of such consequences sent shivers down her spine. Sun Tongling, when His Highness returns, could you refrain from mentioning my skirmish with the enemy? Just say that you protected me, allowing me to escape safely. Sun Tongling paused for a moment before shaking his head. That is unlikely. Why? And Yunxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Sun Tongling explained, this matter cannot be concealed. Many witnessed it. Should His Highness merely speculate, he will deduce that the sudden surge of skilled fighters in the Wangfu must be you. For Ling Fengjin possesses an acute understanding of the abilities of those within the palace. It is impossible for anyone to conceal their true prowess. Should a hidden expert be revealed, it would spell certain doom, with no room for explanation. Approximately half an hour later, all the captured Imperial Guards were taken away. These individuals were mere pawns, and once dispersed and reassigned elsewhere, they could still be of use. The remaining palace guards and the prison wardens from the Ministry of Punishment began to clean up the blood and bodies. Ling Fengjin summoned the remaining individuals back to the palace. And Yunxi, filled with trepidation, noticed Ling Fengjin and Apos' serious countenance and dared not utter a word. A horse was led over, and Ling Fengjin mounted it with grace. Leaning down, he lifted Yunxi into his arms. Those in the prince and Apos' entourage were utterly astonished by this display. And Yunxi, clad in guard attire with her face obscured by a cap, was unrecognizable to anyone but Sun Tongling and a few others who were privy to the truth. Thus, to the onlookers, it appeared as though their prince had suddenly embraced a little guard and rode off with great swagger. After another half hour, they finally arrived at the Wangfu. Ling Fengjin dismounted, carrying Yunxi effortlessly and striding into his chambers, placing her gently onto the bed. And Yunxi scrambled to sit up. Your Highness, let's discuss serious matters first. Do not act this way. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt the weight of Ling Fengjin collapsing onto her. And Yunxi glanced at Ling Fengjin, whose eyes were tightly shut, and her mind went blank. Chapter 80. My lord, do not die, Your Highness. And Yunxi's heart trembled as she quickly turned over, embracing Ling Fengjin. Despite her seemingly frail appearance, she possessed a measure of strength from years of practice with weapons. Ajin, the color drained from her cheeks, and trembling, she raised a hand, only to find it smeared with blood. Ling Fengjin was injured. This was the singular realization that pierced through the fog of her mind. Gasping for breath, her rationality surged back. She laid Ling Fengjin flat upon the bed and urgently checked his pulse at the wrist. Though not a professional physician, and Yunxi, as a martial artist, possessed some knowledge of human anatomy, allowing her to discern the severity of Ling Fengjin's injuries. Fortunately, there was still a pulse, albeit weak. indicating significant injury and signs of excessive blood loss. With little time to ponder, she acted decisively. They had shared everything, devoid of any shyness. Without hesitation, she pulled aside Ling Fengjin and Appo's clothing. His chest rose and fell gently, yet his eyes remained tightly shut, his brow furrowed, revealing his true self only in unconsciousness. During their ride back, she had noticed no signs of distress from him. His acting skills were truly remarkable, and Yunxi felt a mix of anger and urgency as she finally glimpsed the wound at his waist. It had been crudely treated, yet it continued to bleed profusely. Moreover, the blood was dark. The wound was not deep, but it was poisoned. And Yunxi and Appo's eyes quivered, and instinctively she opened her mouth to summon the household physician. But the next moment she held back. Her mind raced, and she understood why Ling Fengjin had concealed his injury. He did not wish for anyone in the palace to know he had been harmed, despite the presence of Yingfeng and others sent to protect him. How had he sustained such injuries? And Yunxi and Appo's eyes darkened significantly. She immediately set to cleaning the wound and hastily sprinkled a hemostatic powder over it. However, it was futile. The dark blood continued to flow. Ordinary hemostatic agents proved ineffective for healing the wound. Suddenly, Yunxi felt around her waist and swiftly retrieved the medicines given to her by Yunha, pulling out one of the vials and pouring the powder over the wound inflicted by the sword into Appo's tip. After observing for a moment, her eyes lit up with surprise as she realized the powder could indeed staunch Ling Fengjin and Appo's bleeding. With the medicine applied, and his eyelids fluttered before he slowly opened his eyes, and Yunxi immediately leaned closer, her voice choked with emotion. "Your Highness." She wished to inquire about the circumstances of his injury, to understand what had transpired during his time in the palace. Yet, witnessing Ling Fengjin's current frailty, she could not utter a word. His gaze cleared somewhat, but his voice was hoarse. "Sir, do not let this be known." The very first thought upon waking was indeed this concern. And Yunxi gritted her teeth. "If you do not call for the physician, how will you manage your injuries?" Ling Fengjin and Appo's voice was faint, speaking with great effort. "I will be fine." And Yunxi Kuden and Appo's helped but laugh in exasperation. She had never realized that Ling Fengjin could possess such infuriating stubbornness. His domineering nature was evidently present, yet typically concealed. "How can you be fine? Will you be better when your blood has flowed away and your body lies cold and lifeless?" Unperturbed by her reprimand, Ling Fengjin's dark blue eyes softened slightly as he grasped her wrist. "Do not fear, I will not die." And Yunxi's chest heaved slightly. "Do we not agree to be honest with one another? I have shared all my secrets with you, yet you cannot even tell me about your own injury." Ling Fengjin's pale lips curled into a faint smile, his tone gentle. "Did I not inform you?" And Yunxi, "What a way to inform me. You did not wait until after you died to tell me." At that moment, she felt as though she might cry from frustration. Ling Fengjin, seeing her so upset, showed no sign of remorse. He spoke again. "Sire, do not be angry. Anger will mar your beauty." And Yunxi glared at him. As the grip on her wrist loosened, Ling Fengjin, who had been jesting moments before, closed his eyes and fell back into unconsciousness. And Yunxi, observing his wound that had just stopped bleeding but still bore the toxin, hoisted him onto her back. She glanced at the moonlit sky and declared, "Since your Highness wishes to keep this a secret, I shall take you away to treat your injuries in secret." Under the quiet night, a figure scaled the courtyard wall, bearing a taller silhouette upon her back. Despite her strength, carrying a man of Ling Fengjin's stature over such a distance left her breathless and drenched in sweat. Summoning her last reserves of energy, she returned to the general's residence. And Yunha lay upon his bed when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. His gaze deepened as he listened intently for a moment. "Third brother, it is Sierra." After a brief silence, he began to dress. His eyes, still heavy with sleep, widened in shock as he opened the door, stunned by the sight before him. And Yunxi stood wearing a tattered guard and Appo's uniform, carrying a man on her back. The moonlight was hazy, the darkness obscuring all but the flickering candlelight within the room, illuminating the scene. And Yunha's astonishment was genuine, causing a flicker of doubt in Yunxi and Appo's Yunha's heart. However, at this late hour, the only person capable of treating Ling Fengjin and keeping his secret was in Yunha. Third brother, the prince is injured and poisoned. I do not know if you have any remedies. And Yunha glanced at the man on Yunxi's back. He held the door open wider and waved his hand. Be quiet and come in. And Yunxi nodded obediently, straining as she carried the prince into the room. Observing her brother's reaction, and Yunha's eyes deepened further. Normally, a person who was unconscious would feel significantly heavier, as their body would not cooperate. And Yunxi's strength in carrying him such a distance revealed her brother's underestimation of her capabilities. What remarkable strength! And Yunha thought, swiftly drawing the curtains to block the light and prevent any outside observers from seeing in. He approached the bedside, examining the man who had taken over his bed, then reached out to check his pulse. The room fell silent. And Yunxi, however, did not remain still, her gaze wandering around. Suddenly, she seemed to spot something, picking it up to examine it closely, then squinting her eyes as she inquired, Third brother, what is this? Chapter 81. The demise of Ling Fengjin, and Yunha instinctively turned around, and upon catching sight of the object in Yunxi and Appo's hand, his gaze became obscure, yet softened as he smiled gently. It is merely some ointment for external injuries. Third brother, when I entered, I detected a medicinal scent. Could it be that you too have sustained injuries? And Yunxi and Appo's words bore an unmistakable hint of probing. The two had met not long ago, yet the scene then had been rather chaotic. Although the other party had recognized her, she found herself in a passive position, lacking definitive evidence to confirm that he was indeed in Yunha. Was it merely a small mole on the back of his hand? Her gaze shifted to that inconspicuous mole, which, although unremarkable, reddened her heart. And Yunha, while checking Ling Fengjin and Appo's wounds, remarked, Indeed, I had a minor scrape on my arm during a disagreement with father. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeve to reveal the fresh abrasion on his arm, aligning perfectly with his account. And Yunxi set aside the only suspicious ointment and moved to his side. Third brother, how is the prince faring? And Yunha replied, It is somewhat troublesome, yet there is no danger to his life. Have you applied the ointment I entrusted to you? And Yunxi nodded, Yes, no other medicine was effective. Only yours worked, which is why I brought the prince to seek your aid. A helpless smile graced Yunha's lips. Sheer, that was meant for you. How could you give it to him? Such a pity. Each of the remedies he provided to Yunxi was life-saving, immensely valuable, and exceedingly rare. Even he felt a pang of regret at the thought of her giving the medicine to Ling Fengjin. Yet, he was untroubled when it came to she and Appo's, though he worried she might truly be injured. This medicine, it would be best if it remained unused. And Yunxi raised her gaze, her expression earnest as she looked at Yunha. Brother, what is there to regret? Is not this medicine meant to heal and save lives? And Yunha shook his head, refraining from elaboration. It is nothing. Sheer, come here and assist me. Hold his hands and feet. I must use a knife to excise the necrotic flesh from his wounds to administer the antidote. And Yunxi hesitated, but complied with his request. She supported Ling Fengjin, embracing his upper body from behind, gripping his wrists. This position appeared somewhat ambiguous, yet Yunxi had no time to ponder such matters. Her focus was solely on Yunha's actions. He held a knife, seemingly poised to plunge it into Ling Fengjin's heart, reminiscent of the merciless brutality he had exhibited when vanquishing Qing. And Yunxi was uncertain whether bringing Ling Fengjin here would yield favorable or adverse outcomes. Yet she was confident in her ability to safeguard his safety. Third brother, you will not harm him, will you? And Yunxi blinked, unexpectedly voicing her concern in the stillness of the room. And Yunha's hand holding the dagger paused momentarily, and he lifted his gaze, smiling as he queried, Why do you ask? And Yunxi replied calmly, You have always protected me since childhood. Despite your frail health, you would rather suffer injuries than allow anyone to bully me. I have never forgotten your kindness towards me. And Yunha and Appo's grip on the dagger faltered slightly, though he quickly regained his composure. A faint smile graced his lips as the dagger inched closer to Ling Fengjin's abdomen. Those were merely childhood memories, yet you still recall them. Of course I remember. And Yunxi pursed her lips, her brow arching as her eyes sparkled, the flickering candlelight seemingly dancing within her gaze. And Yunha's movements with the dagger were remarkably deft, and his smile deepened, his voice soothing as flowing water. Third brother remembers as well. The atmosphere in the room grew profoundly silent, the only sound being the knife slicing through flesh. And Yunxi found it unbearable to watch, yet she could not tear her gaze away. Even in unconsciousness, Ling Fengjin instinctively struggled. She held him tightly. As if cradling a treasured possession she could not afford to lose. She could not bear to lose him again. In her previous life, he had perished in her embrace. In this life, she vowed he would survive. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Beads of sweat continued to trickle down in Yunxi and Appo's forehead. And Yunha handed her a handkerchief, wiped his hands with another, and set the dagger down. All done. The wounds are cleaned and treated. A good rest will suffice. When he awakens tomorrow, ensure he consumes the contents of this vial. The residual toxins will clear in approximately 3 days. And Yunxi felt an immense weight lift from her heart. The boulder that had pressed upon her chest finally released. She could not help but smile. Her gaze warm as she looked at her brother. In truth, she had harbored some apprehension that he might take advantage of Ling Fengjin and Appo's grave condition to strike. His identity was suspect, and his close ties to the assassins of the Southern Qi made it plausible that he was aligned with them. Bringing Ling Fengjin here had indeed been a risk. Yet, deep down, she could not fathom that her brother, who would risk exposure to protect her, would ever harm her or the prince. And indeed, she had gambled correctly. And Yunha had tended to Ling Fengjin's wounds and then freed a hand to gently tap her forehead with his knuckle. Having grown up together, do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? You fear I might harm your royal husband, do you not? And Yunxi's cheeks flushed crimson at once, her embarrassment palpable. And Yunha continued, still trying to play the emotional card. Do you think I do not know your character? And Yunxi blinked, her eyes widening in surprise. She regarded her affectionate brother, her feelings becoming exceedingly complex, her words caught in her throat. Noticing her expression, and Yunha guided her to a nearby chair to rest, pouring her a cup of tea. You've perspired so much. Your clothes are drenched. Drink some water first. And Yunxi lifted the teacup. Just as she was about to sip, she set it down again. Third brother, what is it? Do you fear I might poison you? And Yunha took the cup from her hands, took a sip, then poured her another cup. Are you reassured now? And Yunxi was indeed parched. After a frantic run while carrying someone, she had sweated profusely. How could she not be thirsty? She accepted the tea and tilted her head back, gulping down a large mouthful. Just as she was about to speak, darkness swam before her eyes, and her head spun. She raised a hand to rub her temples, clearly unable to withstand the fatigue any longer. A gentle hand brushed against her head, soothing her. You have exerted yourself all day and have yet to rest. Sleep well here. We will discuss matters tomorrow. His voice was tender, calming, devoid of any threat. As the room fell into utter silence, save for Yunxi and Appo's steady breathing, and Yunha rose from his chair, his expression impassive. You have lingered long enough. Step forth. 4 figures emerged, each bearing wounds to varying degrees. The towering man at the forefront, Hong Hu, had bloodshot eyes, his gaze fixated malevolently on the motionless figure of the North Ling nation and Appo's regent, Ling Fengjin, who lay without any strength to resist. This is an unparalleled opportunity. Kneeling before Yunha, he spoke with fervor and submission. Congratulations, young master. As long as you slay Ling Fengjin today and bring his head back to Southern Qi, the throne shall rightfully be yours. Chapter 82. Killing him is as easy as turning over one's hand. As Hong Hu's voice fell, the room fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a moment, Yunha and Appo's expression turned extremely frosty, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. What about Qiujio? Qiujio was also among these assassins. Hong Hu was taken aback, his eyes flickering slightly, not expecting Yunha to know each of their names. Reporting to the young master, he has gone to carry out another task. He dared not lie, since Yunha was aware of Qiujio's name. He must also know his identity and whereabouts. It was unclear when it began, but the once observed in Yunhe now seemed to possess an intimate understanding of these assassins. Even if Hong, who was reluctant to follow his orders, he found it impossible to resist. The young master before him had grown increasingly inscrutable, as if able to see through the hearts of men. They, who had once only obeyed their master, found themselves willingly captivated by this young master, eager to serve him. Should the young master return to the southern Qi, their future identities and statuses would naturally rise, and they would no longer be mere assassins, but rather the left and right arms of the future heir. Another task? And Yunhe suddenly scoffed, his gaze icy as it swept over everyone present. Who permitted him to assassinate the regent, Ling Fengjin? Hong Hu and Amp, Appos, S expression changed. He anticipated that in Yunhe would even be aware of this. How much more did this young master possess that they were unaware of? Having watched the young master grow up, they found themselves utterly unable to fathom the depths of his character. The unknown breeds fear. Hong Hu immediately lowered his head, bowing respectfully. Their master had given orders. If given the opportunity, Ling Fengjin must be killed. Once he was dead, the northern Ling would fall, and an army would march forth, unifying the southern Qi. Young master, you would become the future heir to this realm. And Yunhe's eyes remained calm, utterly unaffected by Hong Hu's words. An heir? Even as an emperor unifying the realm, he had not been without experience. It held little allure for him. Anyone could become an emperor, but a sister, there was only one. And Yunhe's gaze turned frigid, and though this seemingly frail youth posed no apparent threat, Hong Hu and the others found themselves instinctively lowering their heads further. Their shoulders tensed, hands pressed against the ground. They listened intently to Yunhe's words. I forgot to mention, you are all poisoned by me. From today forth, should you dare defy my orders, I will make your lives a living hell. Hong Hu was taken aback, instinctively raising his head to look at Yunhe. Upon hearing these words, his face turned ashen, and he raised a hand to touch his chest. How could this be? When had the young master silently poisoned them? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the box of ointment on the table. Not long ago, they had all used the healing salve given by the young master. No, it could have been even earlier. Hong Hu dared not dwell on it, suppressing any doubts, and immediately knelt, bowing his head to the ground. We, your subordinates, vow to follow the young master unto death and protect you. The others echoed his sentiments, and Yunhe glanced at them, a cold smile gracing his lips. Very well, you may all withdraw. By the way, Xiaojie will not be returning. Without his antidote, he is doomed. Even if he isn't killed by Ling Fengjin, he will die by my hand. Hong Hu felt a twinge of unwillingness. What about Ling Fengjin? I have my own decisions to make. Do you have any objections? No. We will follow the young master's arrangements. Their lives now lay in the hands of the youth before them. Hong Hu and the others had become completely obedient. They promptly excused themselves and retreated into the shadows. Among the assassins, one woman's voice pierced through sharply. Why doesn't he, the young master, directly kill King Jin? That way we could silence Winning. From now on, our master is only the young master. His orders must not be defied unless you wish to die. The female assassin named Wen Ying immediately fell silent, her gaze fixed on Yunhe's younger sister, and Yunxi, who lay comfortably asleep at the table. Her eyes filled with murderous intent. It must be her. If not for this woman's existence, the young master would have long since returned to the southern Qi to claim his legacy, yet he was hindered by this woman. Were it not for the young master's insistence that her life was now intertwined with his, she would have been dragged into hell along with him. Once the four assassins departed, tranquility returned to the room. In the distance, the sky began to lighten, signaling dawn's approach. And Yunhe turned around, only to find Yunxi missing from the table. His heart skipped a beat, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of her curled up on the bed where Ling Fengjin lay, occupying a small corner. Though her figure appeared frail, it concealed boundless strength. Witnessing the scene, and Yunhe's eyes trembled slightly, followed by a helpless sigh. His little sister was growing increasingly clever, even able to see through his little tricks. She had likely secretly taken the antidote before drinking that cup of tea. Saying nothing, and Yunhe approached and covered Yunxi with a new blanket before departing to another room. The house was eerily quiet. Ling Fengjin suddenly spoke. Are you cold? And Yunxi was taken aback, instinctively looking up at the prince, who had already opened his eyes. She moved her lips, her brow furrowed in confusion. Prince, when did you wake up? Ling Fengjin's eyes were clear, showing none of the fatigue typical of someone gravely injured, as if his recent slumber had restored much of his vitality. I woke up when you brought me here. And Yunxi, she realized that both Ling Fengjin and Yunha were filled with cunning. She truly had no idea Ling Fengjin was awake. When it came to acting, the prince took the lead. Ling Fengjin glanced in the direction Yunha had departed, a contemplative look crossing his face. The other's medical skills were exceptional. He must have sensed that he was not truly unconscious. Thus, he could not fully trust the words spoken, which might have been intended to mislead him. However, he would remember the kindness shown in healing him. It's a must-die. Ling Fengjin extended his hand, pulling Yunxi into his embrace, his possessive gesture causing her to bury her head into the blanket. Prince, you are still injured, Ling Fengjin replied. It's just a minor injury, no matter. Over the years, he had endured countless wounds. Had it not been for the weapon and oppose, as poison that his own antidote could not neutralize, he would not have been reduced to such weakness. Yet only in Yunxi's presence could he truly relax his guard and succumb to unconsciousness. If she had wished to kill him, it would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Chapter 83. Manipulations. Had those individuals truly harbored murderous intent towards him, he would have perished alongside them, regardless of the cost. And Yunxi whispered, Your Highness, my third brother is not a bad person. Ling Fengjin narrowed his eyes, a smile playing upon his lips. Indeed, I am aware. Yet Yunxi remained tense, the turmoil in her gaze intensifying. I believe that his association with those assassins from Yunxi must stem from some unavoidable circumstance. I wish to ascertain the truth. Very well. Rest now, Ling Fengjin replied, gently ruffling her hair. In that moment, his tenderness enveloped her like a warm embrace. Exhausted to the core and under the influence of the drug, she finally succumbed to slumber. Remarkably, she slept for an entire day and night. When Yunxi finally opened her eyes, the sunlight poured in, blinding her momentarily, and she found herself beneath the familiar canopy of the royal residence. I am back at the palace, she realized with astonishment, unaware of when she had been brought there. The effects of the drug her brother had taken were indeed potent. Even after consuming the antidote earlier to counteract its effects, the lingering aftermath was still overwhelming. Quickly, she rose from the bed, donned the garments placed beside her, and hurried towards the door. As she stepped out, she encountered Chunyu, who immediately brightened upon seeing her. Madam, you are awake. Are you hungry? I shall fetch you breakfast. And Yunxi shook her head. I'm not hungry. Where's the prince? Chunyu thought for a moment before responding. The prince has been in court since morning. A wave of concern washed over Yunxi, causing her brow to furrow. Ling Fengjin had sustained injuries. Logically, he should be resting at home, yet he was now embroiled in the treacherous intrigues of the palace. With so many imperial guards having perished, he would certainly need to provide an explanation to the emperor, and today's confrontation in the palace would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Alas, there was little she could do to assist him. He must face this challenge alone. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby, accompanied by the sound of shattering porcelain. A few maidservants were hurled out from a courtyard, one of them bleeding profusely, yet keeping her head down, too fearful to speak. And Yunxi was taken aback. Chunyu, what is happening? Chunyu glanced over and sighed. That is Ms. Zhou and oppose as courtyard. A few days ago, the prince personally ordered her to remain in the estate. But since she has not seen him, she has been venting her frustrations on us lower servants. Upon hearing this, a flash of anger crossed in Yunxi's eyes. What place is this that allows such wanton violence? Chunyu cast a cautious look at Yunxi, aware that Miss Zhou was among the 20 beauties favored by the prince. The palace servants were uncertain of the dynamics between the prince and the princess and dared not offend either. And Yunxi recalled that since Miss Zhou's arrival, she and Ling Fengjin had scarcely acknowledged her presence. Each incident that had transpired recently was significant. And Qing had died in the dungeons, and the assassin had yet to be captured. The streets of the capital were teeming with officials searching for the culprit. Stretching her limbs, and Yunxi felt invigorated after her slumber and found lounging about to be rather dull. After all, every matter must await the prince's return for discussion. I shall go and see just how much authority Miss Zhou thinks she possesses. Chun Yu stifled a giggle. It seems Miss Zhou is in for a rude awakening. And Yunxi approached the entrance of Miss Zhou and Appo's courtyard. The estate was vast, with many unoccupied chambers, and she had casually instructed Chun Yu to arrange one for Miss Zhou. As a mere witness, she had no intention of mistreating her, believing that even those condemned should be granted a final meal. Yet this girl had grown haughty. As Yunxi pushed the door open, she was met with the sight of another vase being hurled out. Swiftly, she caught it with one hand and handed it to Chun Yu, instructing her to handle it carefully. Glancing at the shards strewn across the ground, a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Handle it with care. The items within the palace are invaluable. Yes, madam, Chun Yu replied respectfully. Miss Zhou emerged from her chamber, her eyes red-rimmed as she scanned the vicinity, only to lock eyes with Yunxi. Her pupils dilated in surprise as recognition dawned upon her. "You're the stewardess from that day?" And Yunxi smiled, a serene expression gracing her features. Indeed, despite having guessed correctly, Miss Zhou and Appo's face betrayed no joy, only hostility towards Yunxi. That face, it is so familiar. I feel as though I have seen it before, she muttered, struggling to recall where. Regaining her composure, Miss Zhou and Appo's gaze turned icy. The prince has retained me, which surely indicates his satisfaction with me. Why, then, has he yet to visit? Was I not clear in instructing you to fetch him? And Yunxi was taken aback by Miss Zhou and Appo's audacity. The prince is quite busy and lacks the time to see you. You lie, Miss Zhou retorted angrily. It must be that you have failed to report my presence. The prince selected me from among the 20 beauties. You must be deliberately obstructing my chance to meet him. Having engaged in much strategic thinking over the past few days, and Yunxi found conversing with such a straightforward fool to be a rather vexing endeavor. She turned to Chun Yu. Bind her and silence her. She is too loud. Chun Yu could hardly contain her laughter. Within Yunxi's command, she had no reason to disobey. Yes, madam. As Miss Zhou noticed several matrons approaching, she was swiftly subdued, her eyes widening in panic. What are you doing? Do you know who I am? Woo-woo. The atmosphere grew quiet, and Yunxi suddenly recognized the advantages of wielding power. At least she did not have to waste words on such a simpleton. With a single command, she had secured her. She surveyed the bound Miss Zhou before striding confidently before her, patting her shoulder. Your continued presence here is due to your usefulness. Should you prove futile? A cruel smile graced her lips. Miss Zhou halted her struggles, tears brimming in her eyes as she gazed at Yunxi in terror. She had no intention of courting death, yet orders had been given to her, demanding that she drug Ling Fengjin swiftly or face dire consequences. These instructions had originated from a powerful figure within the palace. Failure to comply could result in her family's ruin. Miss Zhou had awaited Ling Fengjin's initiative to meet her. But as time dragged on, she was left with no choice but to resort to desperate measures, deliberately injuring someone in hopes of attracting the regent and Appo's attention and securing a meeting with him. Even a brief encounter would suffice for her to administer the drug. She had presumed that within the palace, she could leverage her status to do as she pleased, believing no one would dare challenge her, only to find herself confronted by a stewardess who was bold enough to seize her. And Yunxi narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Miss Zhou for a moment before stroking her chin, suddenly struck by a thought. She stepped closer, her hands moving purposefully across Miss Zhou's form. Chapter 84. Another death. Zhou Lianlian appeared visibly anxious, sensing a brief pause in Yunxi's hand as she retrieved a pouch from her waist. Upon opening it and inhaling its contents, Yunxi smirked and asked, "Why so tense?" "I have no intention of harming you." Zhou Lianlian's eyes were filled with sheer terror, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Clearly, this was her first experience with such matters, leaving her feeling exceedingly uneasy. Yunxi emptied the contents of the pouch and meticulously examined them, eventually discovering a porcelain vial, no larger than a fingernail. What could it contain? Removing the cloth that muffled Zhou Lianlian and Appo's mouth, Yunxi brought the vial closer, prompting Zhou Lianlian to instinctively recoil. Inside was a fragrant pill, yet Yunxi detected no aroma. She continued with a smile, "Is it poisonous?" Zhou Lianlian hastily shook her head. "No, absolutely not. Why would I carry poison?" Yunxi's smile faded, her eyes growing colder. Without hesitation, she opened the vial and poured its contents into Zhou Lianlian's mouth. Zhou Lianlian writhed desperately, as though choking on her own saliva, coughing violently, cough, cough. "It and amp. Oppose. S poisonous. This is poison. Help me. Please find a doctor." Initially intending to spare her, hoping to use her as a witness. However, Zhou Lianlian and Oppo's audacity to harm Ling Fengjin changed everything. Yunxi seized Zhou Lianlian by the throat. "Who gave you this? Were you planning to poison the prince?" Had Zhou Lianlian not acted suspiciously, often touching the pouch at her waist, Yunxi might not have harbored doubts. Fortunately, Zhou Lianlian was merely a sheltered woman, possessing a modicum of cleverness, but lacking composure in critical moments. The cautious concealment of the vial clearly indicated it contained something nefarious. Zhou Lianlian and Amp, Oppo's face turned crimson with pain, tears and snot streaming down her face. Her previously plucked hair still not having regrown, rendering her appearance quite comical. "It was given to me by a high-ranking official in the palace. I don't know anything else. Please save me," she cried. Suddenly, Yunxi noticed her body convulsing, her eyes rolling back. Acting swiftly, she released her grip and stepped back, witnessing Zhou Lianlian painfully curl up, clutching her throat, before collapsing, lifeless on the ground. Chunyu, gathering her courage, approached for a closer look and reported back to Yunxi, "Princess, she is dead." The vial indeed contained poison. Yunxi fixed her gaze on Zhou Lianlian and Oppo's corpse, instructing, "Find someone to conduct an autopsy to determine the type of poison." Yes, Chunyu promptly arranged it. After all, Zhou Lianlian was a daughter of the Zhou family. Her death necessitated informing them to claim her body. Yunxi surveyed the chaotic scene within the courtyard, her lips twitching in disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. After about an hour, the coroner arrived, accompanied by members of the Zhou family who had come in a carriage to the palace gates. A disheveled, middle-aged man with a beard, dressed in simple official attire, stepped down from the dilapidated carriage. "Where's my daughter? Is she inside?" The gatekeeper inquired. "May I ask who you are?" "I am Inspector Zhou Cheng. My daughter was recently bestowed upon the prince by the emperor and has yet to return. I have just been informed that she has met with misfortune at the palace." The guards, already aware of the news, immediately cleared the way. "Lord Zhou, please enter." Zhou Cheng hurriedly followed two guards inside, his stooped figure exuding an air of sorrowful desperation, resembling a concerned father fearing for his daughter and Oppo's safety. As they entered, a crowd had gathered outside the palace gates, ordinary citizens converging from all directions, whispering among themselves. "I heard Lord Zhou and Oppo's daughter was forcibly taken by the regent, and now, just days later, something has happened. The regent is indeed cruel. Such a fine young lady has suffered such a tragic fate. Lord Zhou, such a good man, must be heartbroken. He has only one daughter. Alas!" The crowd continued to swell. Another carriage halted at the palace gates, causing onlookers to step back. Upon seeing who disembarked, someone whispered, "Quiet. It and Oppo's the regent." Ling Fengjin had just returned from court when he noticed the throng outside his palace. His expression hardened, realizing that something was amiss within. "Enter the palace." "Yes, your highness." The carriage rolled into the palace, the gates firmly shutting to conceal the prying eyes outside. Yunxi sat beside a stone stool in the courtyard, waiting. The body had been covered with a white cloth, and the coroner, after examining it, promptly bowed to Yunxi. "Your Highness, she succumbed to a common poison known as Oppo's, blood-sealing poison, and Oppo's. It is not rare nor precious." Yunxi lowered her gaze, contemplating the sequence of events. A high-ranking official in the palace had ordered Zhou Lianlian to poison Ling Fengjin, insisting on swift action, leading to Zhou Lianlian's clumsy exposure and untimely demise. Suddenly, Yunxi and Oppo's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh no, she was being manipulated. "Chunyu, Noticing the change in Yunxi and Appo's demeanor, quickly inquired, "Your Highness, what troubles you?" And Yunxi smiled wryly, her tone laced with resignation. "It seems we have been too predictable in our reasoning, falling into a trap." A trap? Chunyu was perplexed. Throughout the ordeal, she believed Yunxi had acted justly. Zhou Lianlian daring to poison the prince warranted severe punishment. Moreover, she had brought the poison upon herself. And Yunxi, however, refrained from elaborating further, instead querying, "Has Inspector Zhou arrived?" "He has, waiting just outside the courtyard. With a word from you, he can enter." And Yunxi pursed her lips, her expression tense. She surveyed the surroundings, eyeing the palace attendants nearby. "I require all of you to participate in a performance today. Weep as if your lives depend on it. The best performer shall be rewarded with 100 taels of silver." Chapter 85. The King of Ashes wines 100 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the maids and servants turned green with envy, and they immediately began to wail as if mourning the loss of their parents. Their cries were filled with profound sorrow and despair. And Yunxi observed this scene with great satisfaction. She glanced at Chunyu, pulling her close, and whispered her instructions. Chunyu and Appo's eyes brightened upon hearing Yunxi and Appo's words, and she nodded eagerly. She had memorized the princess and Appo's directives. And Yunxi, having secretly stayed within the royal residence, felt reassured as everyone in the inner courtyard was trustworthy to Ling Fengjin, alleviating her concerns about her secrets being exposed. Once everything was arranged, she took her position in a corner, surveying the situation from afar. Outside, Inspector Zhou was finally ushered into the premises, despite the rumors of his integrity and righteousness. And Yunxi, with her knowledge from a previous life, recalled the vast treasures he had hidden when his home was raided. He publicly condemned corrupt officials, even daring to confront Ling Fengjin, while concealing an insatiable greed beneath his facade of honesty. These riches were stashed away in secret chambers within his residence, amounting to hundreds of thousands of taels. And Yunxi had already shared some of his deeds with Ling Fengjin, but due to the myriad of matters at hand, she had yet to investigate him thoroughly. This situation presented an opportune moment to address the issue directly. A cold glimmer flashed in Yunxi and Appo's eyes. Suddenly she paused, sensing a familiar presence approaching. A hand encircled her waist from behind. Her back stiffened momentarily, but she refrained from turning around, knowing well who had returned. "Your Highness!" A hint of surprise laced her tone. Ling Fengjin stood behind her, his towering figure enveloping her entirely. He whispered in her ear, "I am aware of the happenings in the residence." And Yunxi felt a slight sense of calm wash over her. She smiled and instructed, "Your Highness, send someone to surround the Zhou residence and prepare ample gunpowder." Ling Fengjin and Appo's eyes darkened momentarily as he grasped her intent. Without Yunxi and Appo's insight, he would remain oblivious to the location of the hidden ill-gotten gains, and any attempt to deal with Zhou Cheng would come at a considerable cost. Zhou Cheng was among the most vocal opponents of his regency, masquerading under the guise of integrity for the sake of the nation. And although he had not significantly hindered Ling Fengjin's affairs, his incessant buzzing was bothersome. Furthermore, Zhou Cheng was a key figure in tarnishing Ling Fengjin's reputation. However, Ling Fengjin had chosen to disregard them, viewing these individuals merely as pawns of a greater player. Even if he eliminated a few, it would not affect that individual. He would only select new pawns to annoy him. Killing these lackeys would only reinforce his infamous reputation, leading the uninformed to perceive him as a tyrant and a madman. Ling Fengjin shook off his thoughts and nodded slowly. "Very well, I shall make arrangements immediately." He gestured to Ling Feng, who promptly departed to carry out his orders. Ling Fengjin remained still beside Yunxi, gently resting his chin upon her shoulder. Hidden in the shadowed corner, their atmosphere turned distinctly warm and tender. And Yunxi felt a tingling sensation from his breath against her neck, flushing her ears red as she hastily turned her head away. "Your Highness!" Before she could finish, Ling Fengjin's slightly weary voice drifted from behind her. "Xiaoxier, I am somewhat fatigued and my wound aches." And Yunxi froze at the sound, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. In her eyes, as well as in the eyes of others, Ling Fengjin was an undeniably powerful figure, commanding with an iron fist and displaying a ruthless demeanor. Yet, here he was, leaning against her, his voice soft and gentle, almost as if he were seeking comfort. She dared not turn around, fearing that he might see her flushed face. Instead, she shifted her delicate neck backward and tilted her head slightly, offering him a more comfortable position. "If your highness is weary, I can provide support." As she spoke, her heart raced uncontrollably. The ailing yet charming king of ashes. Who could resist such a sight? She timidly clutched his clothing, feeling bashful and reserved. Ling Fengjin noticed every nuance of her expression, expertly grasping her subtle inclinations. A sharp glint flickered in his phoenix-like eyes, for he had clearly discerned in Yunxi and Appo's little quirk. The illustrations did not deceive him. Indeed, a man who whines is often the one most cherished. He unabashedly drew closer to Yunxi, silently enveloping her in his embrace. Should anyone witness this moment, they would undoubtedly perceive the deep-seated possessiveness etched in a Ling Fengjin and Appo's very being. Only Yunxi, enraptured in the moment, remained blissfully unaware, reveling in it. Inspector Zhou entered the courtyard, greeted by the sight of servants weeping pitifully, leaving him bewildered. He had yet to shed a tear. Why were they crying? His voice hoarse. He seized Chunyu, who appeared to be the spokesperson, and inquired, "Where's my daughter Lianlian?" Chunyu wept inconsolably, her eyes swollen. As she cried, she thought to herself that the 100 taels of silver must indeed belong to her. Wiping her tears, she choked out, "I am now Miss Zhou's maid." Miss Zhou was perfectly well until today, but she suddenly took poison to end her life. Zhou Cheng's eyes widened in shock, and he clenched his teeth in silence. How could his daughter possibly take her own life? She had undoubtedly been driven to despair by those in the royal residence. Once Zhou Lianlian and Appo's assassination attempt failed, she would surely be executed in secret, a reality he had long prepared for, as he was merely here. Both sides were performing in this tragic play. Inspector Zhou and Appo's face exhibited disbelief, his fingers trembling. How could this be? My daughter was well just moments ago. She could not have taken poison. You must have harmed her, haven't you? Chunyu's sleeve was grabbed by Zhou Cheng, who shook her incessantly. A nearby matron, unable to bear it any longer, pulled Chunyu back while weeping. Others gathered around, providing testimony. We can all attest that Miss Zhou indeed took poison. Inspector Zhou staggered back, his face ashen, regarding the individuals from the royal residence as if they were ferocious beasts. "Ah, so you conspired to deceive me. I will ensure that justice is served for my daughter. This matter shall not rest. Bring forth the regent." Chapter 86. The explosive revelation. Spring Moon addressed Inspector Zhou. "Sir Zhou, one must not speak in such a manner. I implore you to first come and take a look at Miss Zhou's body." With gritted teeth, Inspector Zhou retorted, "Where's my daughter?" "Follow me," Spring Moon replied, leading him to a nearby courtyard, pointing to a mat. "There she lies." As Zhou and Appo's steps faltered, he gently lifted the white cloth that concealed his daughter's face. Upon seeing the bruised and discolored visage of Zhou Lianlian, he collapsed to the ground, and after a moment, he began to wail hoarsely, "My daughter, Lianlian, open your eyes and look at father. Do not be afraid, for I am here." His cries were filled with genuine sorrow, echoing through the air, while the other servants fell silent, realizing their performances paled in comparison to the inspector's grief. Only Spring Moon, with reddened eyes, sobbed, "Do you not wish to know why your daughter took her own life?" These were the very words taught to her by the princess. And now it was Spring Moon's turn to weave her narrative. Inspector Zhou, still reeling from the shock, clutched his daughter's lifeless body, his face twisted with rage. "Why did my daughter die?" Spring Moon, addressing the assembly, stated, "First, observe the bruises on Miss Zhou's face and body. These were inflicted by the daughters of the Liu, Zhao, and Liu families. Just days prior, the prince left her alone, leaving her vulnerable to jealousy and violence." Zhou and Appo's eyelids flickered. What connection could this have with the daughters of other families? Not to mention, The Liu family held a far more prestigious position. He could not afford to provoke them. The audacity to confront the regent stemmed solely from the backing of powerful allies. They had already parted ways. My daughter and Appo's death bears no relation to them. On the contrary, Spring Moon displayed a visage of profound sorrow. Miss Zhou was kind-hearted and beautiful. In the days I spent with her, we formed a bond. After she was bullied, she returned disheartened. It was only later that she chanced upon something that led to her tragic fate. What did she see? Inspector Zhou countered, his skepticism evident. He held no belief in Spring Moon and Appo's words, merely going through the motions to ascertain her intentions. In an instant, Spring Moon produced 3 papers written by Liu Xian and Appo's, and her companions, detailing their malicious deeds. The contemptuous essence of their words was unmistakable, as they meticulously listed even the slightest of each other and Appo's flaws, such as Miss Zhou and Appo's alleged teeth grinding and foul flatulence during sleep. Upon reading this, Zhou and Appo's eyelids twitched violently. This is too vile. Do you see what is inscribed here? Miss Zhou took her own life because of these 3. By the time I discovered her, she was already gone. Spring Moon continued, her sobs growing more pronounced. Inspector Zhou and Appo's mind world. I refused to believe that Lian would take her life over this. Spring Moon had anticipated his denial. Her expression turned icy. Inspector Zhou, one must speak with evidence. Miss Zhou's suicide is supported by witnesses and material proof. If you continue to slander the prince, the consequences may be dire. Zhou's anxiety surged. The situation was not unfolding as he had envisioned. He surveyed the scene, realizing that the servants of the residence were indeed orchestrating a performance. Anger surged within him as he glanced at his daughter and Appo's corpse. My daughter shall not die in vain. I will report this. I will drum before the palace to seek justice for my daughter. As he declared this, he immediately rose and strode towards the exit. And Yunxi, witnessing this, smirked and remarked to Ling Fengjin, the bait has taken. Spring Moon swiftly followed with the incriminating evidence in hand. Upon reaching the entrance of the estate, Zhou and Appo's voice broke through the silence, filled with anguish, as he addressed the gathered crowd. I have served as an official for many years, maintaining a life of integrity. Yet my daughter, Zhou Lian, was murdered by the regent, Ling Fengjin, within the palace. If heaven has eyes, I beg for justice on behalf of my daughter. Those responsible for her death must pay with their lives. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, captivated by the unfolding drama. And Yunxi and Ling Fengjin approached the entrance. She nudged him and concealed her face, saying, "It is your turn now, my lord." Ling Fengjin and Appo's gaze flickered momentarily before he nodded slightly and stepped beyond the courtyard. He positioned himself behind Inspector Zhou, startling him into a stagger. Ling Fengjin smirked. Inspector Zhou, you claim that I caused your daughter and Appo's demise. Do you possess any evidence? Zhou hesitated, then gritted his teeth. Regent, even if you wield absolute power and have eradicated all evidence, heaven will surely reveal your crimes. Ling Fengjin snorted derisively. Once, he would have dismissed such disputes, but now, he gestured, and Spring Moon promptly raised the evidence high, ensuring that the perceptive onlookers could see. Miss Zhou died by suicide due to this. The crowd leaned in, eager to glean the details. A few brave souls edged closer, reading intently. The enormity of the charges against the 4 young women was laid bare for all to see. It was shocking. Even daughters of wealthy families might struggle to face the consequences of such heinous actions. The image of the seemingly glamorous young ladies was shattered, revealing a dark underbelly of cruelty and malice. Zhou Lian was not an innocent. How dare Inspector Zhou seek justice for her? How despicable! In an instant, public opinion shifted. The events that had transpired within the royal residence had been whispered about, and the second act of this drama promised to be even more thrilling. As the revelations unfolded, Inspector Zhou sensed the tide turning against him. He lunged towards Spring Moon, attempting to snatch the incriminating evidence to destroy it, but it was too late. Spring Moon tucked the papers away, keeping them out of his reach. Ling Fengjin's voice, cold and authoritative, rang out. Inspector Zhou, for your corruption and intent to defame me. You shall face multiple charges. Zhou and Amp, oppose, as complexion drained of color. Regent, you act without regard for the law, falsely accusing me and my daughter. All present, keep your eyes sharp and do not be deceived. Ling Fengjin smiled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Is that so? His tone dripped with mockery as he surveyed the faces of the gathered citizens, those he had sworn to protect with his life. Today, he would unveil the true nature of Inspector Zhou. I hereby invite all citizens of the capital to witness this public trial. Chapter 87. Explosion in an instant. Silence enveloped the scene as the citizens of the capital turned their curious gazes towards the unfolding drama. The crowd of onlookers swelled, quickly obstructing the streets on either side. The guards of the royal residence promptly established order, clearing a passage for travel. Ling Fengjin boarded the carriage, instructing his men to hoist Zhou Cheng onto a horse. And the procession proceeded towards the Zhou residence with great momentum. And Yunxi had long since concealed herself within the carriage. Upon seeing Ling Fengjin enter, her gaze fell upon his waist, and she inquired, "My lord, does the wound still ache?" Ling Fengjin replied, "It has healed. There is no significant issue." And Yunxi lifted her eyes, which shimmered like transparent gems. "Did you carry me back after I fell unconscious? With your injury, did your wound reopen while holding me?" No matter how she pondered, she could not fathom how she had suddenly awakened at the royal residence instead of the general's estate. Ling Fengjin's lips curled slightly. "You're not heavy." And Yunxi retorted, "My lord, you truly do not cherish your own body. You did the same in your previous life. Even the strongest should not treat themselves so carelessly." After detoxification, the wound was merely a superficial injury to him, causing no significant hindrance to his daily activities. Ling Fengjin, however, relished this concern, a faint smile gracing his lips as he appeared relaxed. Before long, the carriage halted at the entrance of the Zhou residence. The entire Zhou family, along with their livestock, had been expelled, standing disheveled and bewildered, encircled by the royal guards, and eventually kneeling in realization before the carriage of the regent. The carriage moved at a leisurely pace, attracting countless spectators eager for entertainment. Even some officials from the capital were stirred, hastily arriving in their carriages to secure a vantage point for the spectacle. The news raced to the imperial palace. The emperor, who was in the midst of his luncheon, had only taken a couple of bites when Eunuch Wu rushed in. "Your Majesty, a significant event has transpired in the capital. It is said that the regent will publicly try Inspector Zhou, accusing him of corruption and slandering your lordship." The emperor paused, lifting his gaze with a shadow of intrigue in his eyes. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table and commanded, "Summon the second prince." "Yes," Eunuch Wu replied before exiting. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in a blue brocade robe appeared. The young man, not yet of age, exuded a mature and reliable aura. His demeanor was meticulous, his expression neutral, bearing a striking resemblance to the emperor. "Your son pays his respects to Father Emperor." The emperor, appearing youthful at just 40, bore a pallor from his illness, his voice lacking vitality. "Enough formality. I have a task for you. Please, Father Emperor, speak." "The regent will publicly try Inspector Zhou Cheng. You are to lead the imperial guards and state that you are here on royal orders to ensure justice for all." The second prince, Ling Changxi, discreetly glanced at his father and Amp. Oppo's expression. The crown prince, Ling Changyue, had been confined and had not emerged for many days. "Your son obeys." He straightened, tall and composed, turning silently to depart. Half an hour later, the second prince's carriage arrived at Zhou Cheng's residence. The officials who had come to witness the spectacle were startled and promptly rose to salute the second prince as he dismounted. With a stern expression, he approached Ling Fengjin, arriving almost simultaneously. The palace was slightly closer, and the royal carriage had to wait for the gathering crowd, thus moving at a slower pace. Ling Fengjin raised an eyebrow, locking eyes with the second prince. The latter, still youthful, stood a half-head shorter, having to tilt his head to meet Ling Fengjin and Amp Oppo's gaze, which diminished his commanding presence. Ling Fengjin narrowed his eyes, his gaze frosty. "What brings you, second prince?" Suddenly, the second prince knelt before him. "Changxi pays respects to Uncle Jing." "And Yunxi?" hidden within the carriage, observed this exchange with intrigue. The second prince in Apos' actions were unsurprising, as he had long sought to align himself with Ling Fengjin. The rivalry for the throne between the second prince and the crown prince was evenly matched, with both maternal factions vying for power. Even the authority over the 6 palaces was divided, with one faction managing odd days and the other even. She recalled the fate of this second prince. After the crown prince ascended, he was branded a traitor and executed, his entire clan annihilated without mercy. Conversely, the third prince, a carefree scion, had evaded such strife and was sent away, living as a nominal prince without real power. Ling Fengjin lowered his gaze. "What is your purpose here?" "Father Emperor and Apos' decree commands that I observe your trial today to uphold justice." Ling Fengjin slowly smiled. "Then keep your eyes wide open and witness how I deliver justice to the world." With that, he averted his gaze from the second prince. The latter rose, dusting off his knees, and retreated to his subordinates. A whisper from his aide suggested, "Your Highness, the Emperor implies you should protect Zhou Cheng." The second prince in Apos' eyes narrowed, his expression as cold as ice. "No need, I shall observe silently." The speaker was a strategist appointed by the favored concubine, who grew anxious at the second prince and Apos' response. Ling Fengjin stood at the entrance of the Zhou residence, glancing at Zhou Cheng, bound and silenced upon the ground, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "My lord, everything is prepared." A servant emerged from the estate, the one tasked with planting explosives. Ling Fengjin surveyed the gathering crowd and spoke slowly. "Blow it up." The guards immediately ushered the onlookers to safety. The second prince and other officials maintained their positions nearby, and Yunxi sat quietly within the carriage, her gaze penetrating as she observed the Zhou family. Zhou Cheng and Apos' face turned ashen, and he collapsed to his knees, eyes wide with helplessness as he witnessed someone igniting the fuse. Sparks erupted, and in the blink of an eye, the fuse reached its end. The next moment, a deafening explosion resounded. Bang! 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 Chapter 88. Blood from the mouth. The entire Zhou manor was obliterated. Smoke and dust filled the air, and debris flew in every direction, causing many to instinctively cover their heads. Fortunately, they stood at a sufficient distance, and the explosion merely left their ears ringing without causing any harm. The Zhou manor had been reduced to rubble. The buildings collapsed, and the ground deeply cratered. Once the explosion had subsided and the smoke cleared, Ling Fengjin led his subordinates into the wreckage. The second prince's expression hardened. "Let's investigate," he said, pursing his lips and following Ling Fengjin as they advanced directly to the epicenter of the explosion. There they discovered a deep pit. Beneath the main courtyard lay a hidden chamber, meticulously crafted and remarkably sturdy. The force of the explosion had blasted a hole in the chamber and Apos' ceiling, revealing its interior. Inside lay an abundance of gold, silver, and jewels, neatly arranged in large chests, some overflowing to the point of being unable to contain their contents. Even the second prince, upon a cursory glance, found himself momentarily stunned. "Is there truly this much?" Ling Fengjin murmured, his gaze darkening slightly. "Bring it out and place it at the entrance." "Understood," replied the palace guards as they descended to retrieve the treasures. One by one, the chests filled with silver were carried out and placed at the manor and Apos' entrance. And Yunxi, witnessing her suspicions confirmed, felt a weight lift from her heart. She had feared that her memory might betray her, leading Ling Fengjin astray in a blunder. Thankfully, he had conducted prior investigations, ensuring the operation and Apos' success. As the citizens observed the treasures being unearthed, their expressions morphed into astonishment. Their gazes toward Zhou Cheng, the manor and Apos' master, shifted dramatically. A guard approached and removed the items Zhou Cheng had stuffed into his mouth, leaving him utterly speechless, his lips trembling and drenched in cold sweat. "Lord Zhou, are you not known for your integrity?" someone suddenly challenged. Zhou Cheng was met with the furious glances of the surrounding populace. "Did you not claim to understand the people in Apos' suffering and stand for their rights? Where's the justice you sought?" Zhou Cheng could offer no defense. rendered incapable of uttering another word. Fear overwhelmed him, and he wished to bury his head in the ground. Suddenly, someone hurled a rotten egg, which splattered across his face. Oozing down his brow, the stench spread, igniting the ire of the surrounding crowd. As more treasures were revealed, the citizens' anger reached a boiling point, unleashing a barrage of stones, rotten vegetables, and foul eggs upon him, leaving him bloodied and battered. The palace guards stood by, indifferent, believing Zhou Cheng to be deserving of his fate. After nearly half an hour of removing the gold and silver, Ling Fengjin emerged to announce Zhou Cheng's crimes: corruption, treachery, and slander against the crown prince. Zhou Cheng and Appo's sins are unforgivable. Henceforth, he is stripped of his office and sentenced to death, with the rest of the Zhou family to be exiled. The regent's voice resonated through the crowd. Suddenly, someone knelt before him. Long live the regent. Your efforts to capture the corrupt officials and bring this man to justice bring great relief to the people. The cries of praise multiplied. The downfall of Zhou Cheng, a deeply entrenched corrupt official, would undoubtedly bolster Ling Fengjin's stature. His tyrant's reputation, long spread maliciously by Zhou Cheng and his ilk, would now be cleansed with Zhou Cheng and Appo's demise. Ling Fengjin felt the shift in the citizens and Appo's attitudes towards him, transforming from mere fear to a mix of respect and awe, an unexpected sentiment that left him incredulous. Hidden within a carriage, and Yunxi smiled at the unfolding scene, her eyes crescent-shaped like a moon. Ling Fengjin and Appo's actions were sure to garner public favor. To achieve greatness, one must align with the people and Appo's sentiments. From this day forward, she would strive to restore the regent and Appo's reputation. She recalled numerous corrupt officials, seizing the opportunity to rid the realm of their presence. In doing so, the regent would undoubtedly gain widespread renown, his name echoing throughout the land. In the palace, Emperor Bailing shattered a delicate glass lamp in a fit of rage. His eyes were icy, fists clenched, fury evident upon his countenance. Damn it! How did the regent discover the hidden treasury beneath the Zhou household? Though the silver belonged to Zhou Cheng and Appo's embezzlement, it was tacitly approved by the emperor himself, essentially his private funds. The treasury, specially constructed, allowed for deposits but not withdrawals. To access the silver within, there was but one method: to blow it up. Perhaps there are spies of the regent within the palace, murmured Eunuch Wu, lowering his head. The emperor and Appo's gaze hardened as he suddenly fixed his eyes on Eunuch Wu. It was you, wasn't it, Appo? This old servant knows nothing. I beg for your mercy, your majesty. The emperor smiled coldly. I jest. Why do you panic? I know you are not privy to this matter. When the treasury was constructed, only a handful were aware, and all the laborers had been executed. The few who transported the silver were closely monitored, ensuring no information could escape. This situation posed a significant challenge. The emperor realized that his plans were being silently undermined. For instance, his assassination plot from that day. Had Ling Fengjin arrived alone at the palace, he would surely have faced ambush, with no guard to protect him against the 5 deadliest assassins at his disposal. Even if he survived, he would emerge gravely injured. Yet inexplicably, Shadow Wind and his companions had appeared, thwarting the palace assassins and Appo's surprise attack, resulting in the complete failure of the emperor and Appo's planned. The emperor could not suppress another cough, the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. He wiped his mouth, acutely aware that his life was ticking down. Before his demise, he needed to reclaim all power for the imperial family. Returning to his throne, he reached for the imperial edict beside him, poised to write his thoughts when a sudden, excruciating pain gripped his abdomen, and he coughed up blood once more. Eunuch Wu, terrified, paled with fear, and scrambled to his feet, shouting outside. The emperor is bleeding. Summon the imperial physician, quickly. Chapter 89. The funeral of the Northern Tomb Emperor fell ill, and chaos ensued within the palace. Zhou Cheng was thrown into the dungeons, with the rest of the Zhou family apprehended and awaiting their fate. The future of these individuals depended on the value of the information Zhou Cheng could provide. As the onlookers witnessed Zhou Cheng being taken away, they scattered under the soldiers' orders. Yet discussions regarding the regent prince transformed dramatically that day. Upon seeing Ling Fengjin about to depart, the second prince hurriedly approached, his expression serious as he bowed respectfully. "Uncle Jean, if it were not for your presence, we would not have been able to eradicate such a deeply hidden malignancy within the northern kingdom." Just as Ling Fengjin was about to board his carriage, his gaze fell upon the second prince, and a smile unexpectedly graced his lips. Though the smile did not reach his eyes, it appeared far more amiable than usual. Ling Fengjin addressed the second prince. "I perceive considerable talent in you, and you are quite pleasing to the eye. Why not stay by my side and assist me with some affairs?" The second prince and Appo's eyes flickered with excitement, and he knelt before Ling Fengjin in front of the crowd, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, uncle, for your willingness to nurture me. From now on, I shall obey your commands." This was a public declaration of his intent to align himself with Ling Fengjin. Numerous officials, observing from a distance, swiftly reported this development to their superiors. In their eyes, a contest for the throne between Ling Fengjin and the crown prince held no promise, as Ling Fengjin's maternal lineage was of foreign descent, disqualifying him from the northern kingdom's throne. However, the second prince possessed genuine royal blood, making his status invaluable. With the regent prince as his ally, he would gain a formidable position to challenge the crown prince and perhaps even outshine him. Once the second prince departed, Ling Fengjin finally entered the carriage, drawing the curtain to leave only himself and Yunxi within. Upon seeing her, the icy aura surrounding him softened, and he raised his gaze, reflecting only the beauty of the woman beside him. "Sire, how do you find my actions today?" And Yunxi shifted closer, resting her head on his shoulder, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Yes, my lord, you are imposing and dignified." Ling Fengjin, upon hearing her familiar flattery, felt neither annoyance nor fatigue. Rather, it brought him a sense of comfort. "Thanks to your information, or else the hidden treasury would remain elusive, even to me." And Yunxi smiled. "As long as the information I provide is useful to you, my lord, that is sufficient." Ling Fengjin embraced her tenderly, feeling her warmth and presence calming his spirit. He spoke in a cool tone. "During the morning court, I had a fierce argument with the emperor, as he was the one who dispatched assassins against me. Consequently, he did not pursue responsibility, but demanded that I apprehend the murderer of General and within 3 days." And Yunxi replied, "The murderer is my third brother." She paused, her fingers clenched tightly. "He was merely assisting me. I intended to act myself." "You wouldn't capture him, would you?" She cautiously lifted her gaze to gauge Ling Fengjin and Appo's expression. Seeing his gentle smile, filled with affection, he reassured her. "How could I possibly capture you?" "Then, my lord, you must not capture my third brother either." And Yunxi's tone carried a hint of coaxing as she rubbed her cheek against his shoulder. The charm of her beauty was so effective that the regent prince found himself ensnared in her gentle allure, momentarily bewildered. He chuckled softly, his voice warm. "Very well." And Yunxi felt a weight lift from her heart. As long as Ling Fengjin granted her this assurance, he would surely uphold it. Suddenly, a thought struck her. When my brother attempted to assassinate Qing, I did not have the chance to seek out Lady Lu and her daughter. Where are they now? Due to the separation of men and women in prisons, she had only managed to confront Qing, leaving no time to concern herself with that mother-daughter pair. Ling Fengjin pondered briefly before responding. "A traitor among my ranks rescued them, just as they were to be executed. However, this act wasted a long-placed pawn. Had they not acted early, it would have been challenging for me to discover someone who had lain in wait for so long. The life of those 2 women in exchange for that pawn is not a loss. It is a considerable gain." And Yunxi furrowed her brow, but said nothing. And Ruxue was not so easily disposed of. She had not only covertly seduced the crown prince, but had also entangled herself with several young gentlemen from prominent families in the capital. On the day my lord was injured, I failed to converse meaningfully with my brother. We might as well go directly to the general and Appo's residence. Ling Fengjin lifted his gaze and instructed the carriage driver to the general and Appo's S residence. At the general and amp. Oppos. S residence. White mourning banners adorn the premises. In general and amp. Oppos. S body lay in the recently erected mourning hall. Though Du Linglan she could not disregard their children's blood ties, and thus could not behave recklessly in front of outsiders. It would not do to leave general and amp. Oppos. S body exposed. Upon her return, Yunxi immediately sought her mother. Du Linglan sat in the courtyard, enjoying tea under the pleasant sky, dressed in elegant white, her face adorned with a smile. Hearing movement at the entrance, she rose to see Yunxi returning, her smile deepening with relief. Sierra. She welcomed her daughter at the door, her heart at ease upon seeing her safe. Turning to notice Ling Fengjin accompanying Yunxi, Du Linglan did not hesitate or question, but expressed her gratitude. I appreciate your care for Sierra during these days, my lord. Ling Fengjin, recalling Yunxi and Oppos' recent endeavors, found his gaze darkening slightly. It cannot be termed as care. Rather, it is Sierra who has assisted me greatly. Your grace is too kind. Please come inside. Du Linglan promptly invited them both into the house. Yunxi glanced outside, her brow furrowing. Mother, what kind of funeral have you prepared for him? Du Linglan shook her head, smiling lightly. Do not speak so. After all, he has been called into amp, Oppos, father and amp, Oppos, by you for many years. Outsiders are unaware of our family matters. And you are still an unmarried young lady. You must maintain appearances to avoid being accused of unfilial conduct. In a few days, you will accompany us for the burial. Yunxi firmly rejected the notion. I shall not go. He is not my father. She wished nothing more than to dismember Qing and attend his burial. How preposterous! Du Linglan glanced at Ling Fengjin beside her, feeling slightly embarrassed. She leaned closer to Yunxi and whispered, There is an elderly corpse at the outskirts of the city that has been left unclaimed. I heard that the old man did many good deeds during his life. He was a kind soul. Upon hearing this news, I felt moved and decided to exchange your father's body for his. Chapter 90. Mourning. A burst of laughter escaped Yunxi, unable to contain herself. Tears of mirth nearly spilled from her eyes. Mother, you are truly remarkable, she exclaimed, unable to resist praising her. Seeing her daughter's joy, Du Linglan could not help but smile, her expression radiating relief. The shadows that once clouded her heart had dissipated, and with the death of General N, it felt as if a burden had been lifted from her soul. Du Linglan lowered her gaze with a soft smile, saying, I too believe he was unworthy. The mother and daughter exchanged smiles, creating a scene of peace and warmth. Du Linglan arranged a meal in the residence to entertain the regent lord. Once the dishes were ready, she instructed the servants, It is getting late. Summon Yunhe to join us for dinner. A maid promptly went to relay the message, and soon Yunhe appeared at the door. The slender man, clad in a pale moon-white robe, entered with a jade belt at his waist, his refined features and ethereal demeanor setting him apart. Upon spotting Yunxi, a smile graced his lips as he nonchalantly sat beside her, disregarding the regent lord. She and Oppos. When did you return? He inquired. Third brother, today. The prince and I exposed a corrupt official, Yunxi replied. Yunhe raised his brows slightly, pride evident in his voice. Is that so? My she and amp, Oppos, is truly impressive. Ling Fengjin, upon hearing this, tightened his grip on the chopsticks. He had dispatched men to investigate Yunhe discreetly. Yet, his past experiences revealed nothing amiss. Born into a general and Oppos' household, Yunhe had been frail as a child, cared for meticulously within the estate, rarely venturing outside. Gifted yet lacking martial prowess, he favored literature and was well known as a promising scholar in the capital. There was not a hint of abnormality to be found, nor any connection to the southern Qi. With a gentle smile, Yunhe addressed Ling Fengjin, Your Highness, I have yet to express my gratitude for saving Xi'er. Allow me to toast you. Rising, he lifted his cup. Ling Fengjin, however, had no intention of partaking in wine, and thus found himself with an empty cup. Just then, a young maid approached with a wine jug to pour, but unexpectedly stumbled, nearly collapsing on a Ling Fengjin. The situation unfolded too swiftly for Yunxi to react. Yet, In a remarkable display of agility, Ling Fongjin swiftly pulled his chair back, avoiding the maid and Appo's fall. He even managed to secure the wine jug from plummeting to the ground, bending slightly to catch it deftly in his palm. The maid, now on the floor, found herself covered in dirt. She looked up, alarmed by the attention, and hurriedly scrambled to her feet, appearing flustered and clumsy. Du Linglong and Appo's expression darkened. She deemed the maid and Appo's clumsiness unacceptable. Inform Granny Lee to give her a few coins and send her away, she ordered. Yes, madam, came the reply. The guards outside promptly dragged the maid away. Du Linglong turned to Ling Fongjin with a hint of apology. Your Highness, please do not take offense. It is my failure to manage the servants properly. Ling Fongjin, not angered, responded courteously it was merely an accident. Yet, as he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Yunxi. The latter, still smiling, met his gaze, which held an inscrutable meaning. Your Highness, is the wine still drinkable? And Yunxi interjected, snatching the jug away. You cannot drink now, Your Highness. Ling Fongjin, noticing her concern, relaxed his brow, his phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. Then I shall toast you with tea instead, he declared, pouring himself a cup. He drank it in one go. And Yunxi found the atmosphere somewhat dull, taking a sip from his own cup before resuming his seat. Mother, with father's death, the court is still pursuing the murderer. Do you not wish to know who killed him? Du Linglong shook her head, her chopsticks poised but unmoving above the food. If I were to know who it was, I would owe them my thanks. I only hope they do not involve others in our household. By the way, tomorrow, change the plaque of the in residence to do residence. And Yunxi nodded, realizing his mother had no lingering attachments to General Lin. This was for the best. If one day she learned the truth, she would not harbor resentment towards him. The family enjoyed their meal in harmonious delight. Just as they were about to clear the table, Granny Lee hurriedly entered, her face alight with excitement. Madam, the eldest young master and second young master have returned. Du Linglong immediately looked up, her face brimming with joy. And Yunxi rose, her eyes reflecting a sense of longing. Her elder and younger brothers, who spent most of their time in the military, seldom returned home. They were not expected until the end of the month. Their early return was understandable, given that their father had passed away. Du Linglong led a throng of servants to the door to welcome them. The atmosphere outside the general's residence was lively. A few swift horses were tethered nearby, and the foremost among them were the eldest son, and Yunxi, and the second son, and Yunxin. Both donned armor, their faces dusted, appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet, their handsome features, evidently inherited from their mother, were striking. The elder brother was robust, his features more mature with pronounced brows and deep-set contours, while the younger brother appeared youthful, his face leaner and his physique wiry yet strong. They dismounted and stood before the entrance of the general and Appo's residence. The white canopy was quite striking, and in Yunxi and Appo's face bore a mix of seriousness and sorrow as he strode inside. Upon seeing Du Linglong approaching, and Yunxi and Appo's lips trembled slightly. Mother, my father, Du Linglong interjected. You two go inside and change into clean clothes first. We will discuss everything shortly. All right. The brothers nodded in unison, shedding their armor and heading to their respective rooms to change. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, after a quick wash, they gathered in the main hall. Upon entering, they spotted Ling Fongjin seated in the guest chair. Instantly, they bowed their heads in unison. We pay our respects to the Regent Lord. The brothers and Appo's hearts raced, momentarily bewildered as to why the Regent Lord was in their home. And Yunxi, however, smiled and said, Eldest brother, second brother, there is no need for formality. Treat this as your home and do not be overly restrained. And Yunxi was taken aback. ISN and Appo's. This my home? And Yunxin and Appo's lips twitched slightly as he exchanged furtive glances with Yunxi. With the Regent Lord present, how could they possibly relax? Both brothers, being soldiers, found it difficult to hold their heads high in the presence of Ling Fongjin, the legendary warrior known for his commanding presence on the battlefield. Chapter 91. Joyous occasions. Ling Fongjin rose from his chair, adorned in a dark brocade robe embellished with golden python patterns, embodying an air of unassailable nobility. His two brothers lowered their heads further, feeling the weight of the moment. When they finally raised their gazes, it was almost instinctive. And Yunxi and Yunduan looked up in unison, their demeanor reminiscent of children caught in wrongdoing, awaiting parental chastisement. And Yunxi stood in stunned silence, taken aback. Was it truly possible? How had she never perceived her prince as so formidable? "Please, take a seat," Ling Fongjin commanded once more. And Yunxi and Yunduan promptly settled into the chairs beside him, their backs straightened like soldiers awaiting orders from their general. And Yunha, however, was unfazed. He was neither intimidated by Ling Fongjin nor influenced by his commanding presence. With a relaxed countenance, he sat across from his two elder brothers and inquired, "Eldest brother, second brother, have you heard the news about our father's assassination in the Ministry of Justice's prison?" And Yunxi furrowed his brow, his eyes downcast, as he clenched his teeth. "If I discover who is responsible for our father's murder, I shall ensure they are captured and torn to shreds." And Yunha's expression shifted slightly, sensing the weight of his sister and the regent and Appo's gaze upon him. His elder brothers remained oblivious to General and S' true nature and the heinous acts he had committed, still harboring a deep paternal affection, which made their response understandable. For years, General had concealed his true self, presenting as a typical father. Had it not been for his rebirth, alongside Yunxi, revealing the truth, he would have remained blissfully ignorant like his brothers. The room was filled with their kin. Du Linglan had intended to share important matters with her two sons and had thus barred outsiders from entering. "Yunxi, Yinshen, there is something I must disclose to you." The two turned their attention to their mother. "Mother, please speak," they urged, fully aware that she must be the most heartbroken with their father's passing. And they dared not dismiss her words. Du Linglan produced a divorce decree, already stamped with both their signatures. "This is the divorce document, before your father's demise. I had already severed ties with him, and we shall have no further entanglements." The two brothers were utterly taken aback, completely unaware of this development. "Mother, why? You and father have endured so much together, and I've never seen you quarrel. How could this happen so suddenly?" And Yunduan asked, his voice tinged with urgency. Any son returning home to find their once loving parents estranged would be equally shocked. Du Linglan did not conceal the truth, recounting all the events that had transpired in recent times. And Yunxi and Yunha listened in silence, observing their brothers' reactions. As anticipated, after Du Linglan revealed the many misdeeds of General In, both brothers were left in a state of bewilderment, digesting the shocking revelations. They harbored no doubts about their mother's words. Her gentle nature and lack of ambition rendered it implausible for her to fabricate such a tale to tarnish their father's reputation. Her assertions indicated that these events were indeed true. Silence enveloped the room. Du Linglan remained patient, allowing them the time to process the truth. While initial shock and sorrow were expected, she had not anticipated the expressions on her sons' faces would shift from despair to anger. And Yunduan, more tempestuous in nature, suddenly slammed his palm on the table, startling her. Had her words not been sufficiently clear, leading her sons to doubt her? It was understandable. General had, after all, fulfilled his duties as a father, raising them. In that moment, and Yunduan erupted with rage. "What a scoundrel! If I had been home, I would have been the first to stab him." And Yunxi's expression darkened considerably, his usually composed demeanor now infused with a chilling intent. "You are the second brother. It is not your place to take action first. Eldest brother, are you truly going to allow this?" And Yunxi remained silent, somewhat amused. The long-absent camaraderie between her brothers was suddenly palpable, and a smile escaped her lips. "Eldest brother, second brother, welcome home." Her voice trembled slightly. For them, it might have been merely a month apart, but for Yunxi, it felt like a lifetime. The joy of reuniting with her brothers was profound. Initially, upon hearing of their father's death, the brothers felt a twinge of sorrow. However, upon learning of General and S' vile nature, that sadness evaporated, replaced solely by indignation. The father they had revered had secretly committed atrocious deeds, nearly endangering their mother and sister. Such transgressions were unforgivable, and Yunduan reflected on the past. "I once believed that concubine Lu and Enrushue were virtuous, Yet they harbored such sinister intentions, even poisoning our mother. Had it not been for my sister's timely discovery, we might never have known the truth. Now that their father was dead and those who had conspired against them were in hiding, and Yunxi felt a sense of relief. There was no longer anyone to shield them. And Yunxi suddenly lowered his gaze, falling into deep contemplation. Moments later, he produced a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Yunxi. Younger sister, I received this on my way back. And Yunxi quickly accepted it and opened the letter. Narrowing her eyes, she recognized the familiar handwriting, and her anger surged. Is this from Yunxi? Has eldest brother seen this? And Yunxi nodded. She accuses you of framing her and her mother, coercing our parents into divorce, and of having our father imprisoned, ultimately leading to his demise. And Yunxi laughed in fury. What a master of sowing discord she is. And Yunxi looked deeply into Yunxi's eyes, declaring, regardless of the truth, I only trust you and our mother. Her brother's faith brought a smile to her face. Having him by her side was a comfort. And Yunduan suddenly patted Yunxi on the shoulder. Now that our father is gone, let us not dwell in sorrow. Eldest brother, perhaps you should share your joyous news? Joyous news? What news? And Yunxi responded, perplexed. And Yunduan exchanged a conspiratorial smile with Yunxi, gesturing toward the group that accompanied them. We are soon to have a sister-in-law. And Yunxi's heart raced with surprise as a name flashed through her mind. Before Yunduan could finish his sentence, she pushed the door open and strode outside. There, she spotted a petite figure in military attire, skillfully feeding hay to a horse. A wave of seriousness washed over Yunxi as she grasped the individual's shoulder, compelling them to turn and face her. Chapter 92. The murderer the individual grasped by her shoulders momentarily froze, instinctively turning to reveal a somewhat spirited countenance. This face was rather unremarkable, distinguished only by a pair of strikingly bold eyebrows and eyes. The skin had a slight yellowish tint, roughened by the elements, lacking the delicate sheen of women from the capital. She instinctively averted her gaze from Yunxi, retreating a step back with a hint of trepidation, respectfully greetings, Mississippi. And Yunxi pressed her lips together, her gaze icy as she regarded the person before her. For she was the one who had killed her two elder brothers in her past life. The memory of that day, when she received the news, flooded her with a heart-wrenching pain, compounded by the words she had heard from others. Her elder brothers, skilled martial artists and seasoned warriors, had perished so easily to a sneak attack. It was because of betrayal from someone they had trusted implicitly. The wound on her elder brother's back, as recounted by the soldiers, was inflicted amidst chaotic warfare. And Yunxi and Yunxin had led a troop but were ambushed midway, resulting in the annihilation of their forces and the death of both brothers, leaving only a minor deputy who had vanished without a trace. The only remnant was a blood-stained dagger belonging to that deputy. As Yunxi remained fixated on this face, the others in the room promptly emerged. Upon seeing the two standing face to face, Yunxin could not help but smile. He approached Yunxi and introduced, "This is Mo Chiao, a deputy in the army. As for her disguise as a man in the military, I shall explain it to you in due time." And Yunxi's expression turned frigid. There seemed to be a regulation in the military prohibiting women from entering, and anyone who concealed such matters would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Elder brother, second brother, have you forgotten the military code? Noticing the sudden chill in Yunxi and Appo's demeanor, Yunxin felt a jolt of fear. Sister, please do not be angry. There is a misunderstanding. Yunxi lowered her gaze. I harbor no fondness for her. No matter the misunderstanding, it cannot bypass military regulations. She lifted her eyes and spotted Ling Fengjin approaching. Just as Yunxin was about to explain, he saw Ling Fengjin and Appo's arrival and immediately fell silent. Although their current military unit had yet to engage in true battle, as the regent overseeing the troops, this battalion fell under his jurisdiction. If the regent decided to pursue the matter, it could indeed become troublesome. And Yunxin suddenly wished he could slap himself for carelessly bringing this issue to light. And Yunxin shot a glare at his younger brother. Yet given the circumstances, he could no longer conceal the truth. He immediately knelt before Ling Fengjin. Your Highness, I confess to concealing Mo Chiao and Amp, Oppo's, gender. I implore your highness to mete out punishment. However, given her family and Amp, Oppo's, dire state, with her father and brothers gravely ill, it was impossible for her to avoid enlisting in place of her twin brother. I beseech your highness for leniency. Ling Fengjin stepped forward, clad in a grand, dark-patterned robe, epitomizing his unparalleled nobility. Mo Chiao appeared overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, her complexion paling as she trembled. She promptly dropped everything in her hands, kneeling before Ling Fengjin and repeatedly bowing her head. 1, 2, 3, until blood began to seep from her forehead. With a resolute expression, Mo Chiao gritted her teeth and mustered the courage to plead, I ask for your highness and Amp, Oppo's, forgiveness. And Yunxi could not help but interject in her defense. She and Amp, Oppo's, Mo Chiao has been diligent in her military training and has never caused trouble for anyone. Moreover, she has saved elder brother and Oppo's life. Dear sister, please speak on behalf of your future sister-in-law. And Yunxi regarded Mo Chiao, her feelings tangled. In her previous life, she had encountered Mo Chiao when her elder brother brought her home. She admired this woman and Oppo's actions and had tacitly accepted their concealment of her gender, willing to allow her to remain in the military by Yunxi and Oppo's side. Throughout the ordeal, Mo Chiao had displayed no anomalies, nor had she ever acted out of line. Even during the crisis, she seemed almost incredulous. Though she had not witnessed it firsthand, it was still prudent to remain cautious of this individual. The best outcome would be to ensure her elder brother and Mo Chiao were completely separated, or ideally, to remove her from the military entirely and return her to her rightful life. And Yunxi narrowed her eyes, to avoid appearing overly peculiar. She turned her gaze towards Ling Fengjin, who was evidently awaiting her response. It seemed that should Yunxi deem this person a threat, he would not hesitate to have her removed and executed. After a moment of contemplation, and Yunxi recognized that she could not unjustly harm the innocent based solely on rumors, especially since Mo Chiao had yet to commit any wrongdoing, remaining an innocent party. Furthermore, she lacked absolute certainty that Mo Chiao had been responsible for her brother's and Oppo's demise in her past life. Hence, she could not yet pass judgment. Elder brother, please rise. I shall grant her an opportunity. Upon hearing this, and Yunxi and Oppo's expression visibly relaxed. He slowly stood and said, Thank you, sister. And Yunxi, however, cautioned elder brother, do not be too quick to express gratitude. I said I would give her a chance, but whether she can seize it depends on her. Mo Chiao ceased her bowing at this proclamation. Her forehead had been bloodied, her lips bitten, presenting a pitiful sight. And Yunxi turned to her second brother. He had mentioned earlier that Mo Chiao excelled in military training, indicating her martial prowess. And Yunxi nodded in affirmation, confirming his earlier statements. Indeed, otherwise, at her young age, she could not hold the position of deputy. She can hold her own against both me and elder brother. She truly is formidable, not weaker than any man. With proper cultivation, she might even become a female general one day. Admiration for Mo Chiao radiated from Yunxi and Oppo's countenance. Coming from a humble background, she had honed such capabilities, which was no small feat. Such a gem should not be tarnished, nor should she be relegated to a life of domesticity, squandering her talents. Mo Chiao was not only skilled, but also intelligent and eager to learn. During discussions of military strategies within Yunxi, she often provided remarkable insights, marking her as a rare talent. Her having saved in Yunxi's life had fostered a bond between them, which was entirely natural. And Yunxi nodded, recalling these sentiments. Conversely, she had once felt a great affinity for this sister-in-law, even sharing a sense of camaraderie. Yet, following her brother's death, Mo Chiao had vanished entirely. And Yunxi narrowed her eyes, determined to change this outcome. Mo Chiao, should you manage to best me, both the regent and I shall permit you to remain in the military, and even if your true gender is revealed, it shall be of no consequence. Chapter 93. Absurdity. Mo Chiao and Oppo's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. She casually wiped the blood from her forehead with her sleeve and bowed once more, exclaiming, Thank you for your immense grace, miss. And Yunxi and Appo's expression turned grave. Do not rejoice too soon. You may not be my match. Mo Chiao and Appo's voice was melodious. As long as you grant me the opportunity, that is sufficient. And Yunxi and Yunduan, her two brothers, breathed a slight sigh of relief. They had been away from home for many years and were not particularly familiar with Yunxi and Appo's abilities. However, they were aware that although Yunxi enjoyed wielding weapons, she lacked proper instruction and merely practiced flashy techniques. What formidable martial skills could a lady of the boudoir possess? Even with the title of a general and Appo's daughter, it was merely a fade. Du Linglan expressed her concern and immediately grasped Yunxi and Appo's hand. Sierra, what if you truly hurt yourself amidst your sparring? And Yunxi chuckled lightly, patting Du Linglan and Appo's hand. Mother, I am fine. I have a measure of control and will not harm anyone. Du Linglan wanted to say more, but noticed everyone was watching, leaving her momentarily speechless. And Yunduan admonished, just engage in a casual exchange. Do not use real weapons. Mo Chiao, be careful not to injure my sister, or I will not let this go. Mo Chiao quickly responded, yes, I understand. She stood up, her gaze resolute as she faced Yunxi. Only Yunhe and Ling Fongjin appeared relaxed, for they already knew the outcome. If Yunxi did not hold back, Mo Chiao would not prevail. Both had witnessed Yunxi and Appo's prowess that fateful night. Even though Ling Fongjin had not seen her in action, he had heard tales from Captain Su and others. Due to his own injuries, he had refrained from mentioning it. And Yunxi politely invited, Vice General Mo, please. Mo Chiao and Appo's cheeks flushed slightly. Very well, Mississippi. She positioned herself in a relatively open area, assuming a defensive stance. To win without injuring her opponent. Miss, you may strike first, Mo Chiao proposed, preparing to hold back and allowing Yunxi to realize her limitations. This way, she would avoid offending the esteemed daughter of the general and Appo's household, favored even by the regent. And Yunxi approached, merely flexing her wrist before raising her gaze to the woman before her. Must I truly strike first? Monta kia nodded affirmatively. Indeed. However, should I go first? You may lose your opportunity. Mo Chiao suddenly perceived that despite her youth, this miss spoke with considerable bravado, even if she had trained in martial arts since birth. At 20 years of age, her experience would already surpass that of this young lady. Kulme. Mo Chiao raised a hand in